Do you think that there's going to be any sort of a peace deal made? How long do you think this is going to last, and what do you think the outcome is going to be?
I honestly believe that eventually there's going to be a peace deal. There's going to have to be, because just based on sheer numbers, even though things have gone badly for the Russians, they have so many more people that they can commit to the battlefield that eventually the Ukrainians are just going to be spent. And so it's so much better, so much wiser to sit at the negotiating table and to come up with something. You know?
Do you think the U.S. is not going to be the one to do that?
No way. No way. I think really the only chance right now of anybody doing that is the Turks.
Turks?
Yeah, the Turks have offered twice now. And the Turks are the only NATO country that have maintained close relations with the Russians. But they're also members of NATO. Nothing's going to happen before Turkish elections, which have now been postponed until October because of the earthquake. They were supposed to have taken place in May. Crazy, right? So, in the event that there are talks, it's going to be the Turks. I might otherwise say the Chinese, because the Chinese have had such success recently. There's no possible way that the State Department will allow the Ukrainians to sit at the table with the Chinese.
Right.
Not after what happened between the Saudis and the Iranians.
After everything they've done so far, like the statement that the United States has made so far, like how I can't imagine the Chinese getting the Russians to come to the table with some sort of a proposition and Victoria Nuland saying, "Oh, okay, sure."
Exactly. You know, when I was still as a CIA, I was still an analyst actually before I went into operations, and I was assigned to the American Embassy in Manama, Bahrain. So I was on loan to the State Department for 3 years, from 1993 to 1996, and I was in Bahrain from 94 to 96. I was an economic officer in the embassy, and this was sort of the height of the Arab-Israeli peace process. And the Bahrainis were asked to host the Arab-Israeli peace talks on the environment. They were thrilled. And there was a very formal way in which we did this. So I had to join with my Russian counterpart, who I really liked. We got along very well.
To the spy?
Probably. But he was undercover as an economic officer.
Okay. So you guys,
like I was.
You guys just assume you guys are okay. That's amazing.
So I called him and I said, Igor, I got instructions from the department to deliver the invitation to the peace talks. He says, yes, my foreign ministry sent me instructions. I said, okay, let's go. I'll call the foreign ministry. I'll make an appointment for us tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we'll go jointly deliver the invitation to begin the peace talks. Like an hour before I left, I get a cable from the State Department, and they said, go alone, don't go with the Russians. So real quickly, I wrote back and I said, but it's a joint U.S.-Russia-sponsored peace conference. They said, no, we don't want the Russians to have any more influence in the Middle East than they already have, which is zero. Go alone. So I went alone. It was embarrassing. So I delivered the invitation to Bahrain, and he calls me. He's like, dude, what the fuck? And I said, I'm so sorry, but instructions came in and they told me to cut you out. I apologize. You're doing this to us, every country in the Middle East. I'm like, I know. I'm sorry. We just don't want you guys to get a foot. It was brutal. And now we're jumping up and down over Syria, because about a week and a half ago, Bashar al-Assad went to Moscow. You know, there of course are Russian troops in Syria. He went to Moscow and he asked for additional troops, 2 more temporary bases, and he offered up a permanent base to the Russians. Now they've had a small Navy base in northwestern Syria for decades. And we went crazy. The State Department released these statements like, this is an affront to peace, it's going to ensure continued war, blah, blah, blah. No. Our presence in Syria is illegal. I think I mentioned this the last time I was on the show. There are only 3 ways that you can legally be in another country. Your military can legally be in another country. If that country has attacked you, number 1. Number 2 is if that country's government has invited you. And number 3 is with the approval of the United Nations Security Council. Because we don't have any of those. But we have special forces troops in Syria, quote, to protect the oil fields. They're not our oil fields to protect. The Russian military is there at the invitation of the internationally recognized legitimate Syrian government. Just because we don't like that government doesn't mean that we can just send troops and occupy their oil fields.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. Sure.
Do you think there's a possibility? Do you really think there's any possibility that China can negotiate peace between these two countries? Because I just don't see it. China's behind it. I don't think the U.S. will accept it.
We'll never ever accept it. Absolutely not. The Turks will tolerate it. Our relations with the Turks are not good right now. But because they're members of NATO, we sort of de facto have to accept the fact that they can play a role in this.
And I also heard that part of the effort with the war is to basically deplete Russian supplies and ammunition and war materials.
That's right. Which is why we were so upset 2 weeks ago when Xi Jinping said that there is no limit to China's friendship with Russia. We read that to mean there's no limit to Chinese arms sales to Russia. Right. Which then would prolong our costs and pain significantly.
Aren't they just, I heard also they were just selling their stuff back to them. Because Chinese bought stuff from Russia and they're basically selling it back to them.
Oh, yeah, that's happening. And on the U.S. side, the Ukrainians don't know how to use American systems, right? So we're training them on things like surface-to-air missiles or radar or artillery. We can trade them at Fort Hood or wherever. Most of them are at Fort Hood. But they just don't know how to fly F-16. They just don't know how. And it's complicated, and it's going to take them 9 months, 12 months to learn how to fly an F-16. And then, what are they doing? If we send F-16s to Ukraine, and they keep them at Ukrainian Air Force bases, the Russians are going to bomb them and destroy them. But if we have them fly out of Poland, that's an act of war, because it is a NATO country. Right? So we can't do that either. So what we've done is we've gone to the Moroccans, to the Cypriots, to the Indians, the Israelis, and we've said, we want to buy all of the MiGs that you have, and we'll give you F-16s to replace them. The Cypriots, the Moroccans said gladly. The Indians said, we'll think about it, but the answer is probably going to be yes. And the Israelis said, we don't want these MiGs anyway. We bought them just to have them. You can have the MiGs.
Oh man, yeah, I have a hard time sort of picturing how this whole thing ends. It's just so hard to stay on top of it.
And you know, we should be watching Capitol Hill too, because at the first, the only opposition was the right-wing fringe. You know, the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it's becoming far more mainstream now. You know, we have a defense budget that is $880 billion. That's more money than the next 9 biggest countries combined. We can't keep this up. You know, we wonder why we have bridges that fall down into the rivers below them, why our interstate highway system is in a disastrous condition, why our airports are international embarrassments that anybody who travels internationally can see, right? Why our hospitals are all second-rate and falling down. It's because we spend all our money on the military. You know, the Chinese have these high-speed trains that would be able to get us from New York to Chicago in 3 hours. How come we don't have those things? The technology's out there. The French have them. The Germans have them. How come we don't have them? Because we've chosen to spend our money on the military, not on infrastructure. That has to stop at some point. And then we're spending so much more now because of Ukraine. Where's that peace dividend we used to talk about? You know?
The thing about China is it seems like the narrative is sort of shifting away from kind of like trying to be like, oh, you know, China, like it used to be considered like, don't talk bad about Chinese people, it's xenophobic, or even in the beginning of the pandemic, it was like that. And now it seems like the narrative is slowly shifting the other way.
Maybe not so.
It seems like people on the left now, maybe not so slowly, yeah. People on the left now are taking a strong stance against China. You know, and me and a couple of friends of mine were even laughing when the Chinese last 5 years so flew across the United States, and we're talking like, there's somebody at the CIA just sitting here chuckling right now at their desk, thinking that like this is just some sort of narrative shift that they put on the media. Like, yeah, there's no way they don't know about these spy balloons going across. Why would they pick one out and just like focus like that on the media about it? That seems so suspicious.
And you know what's funny? This is kind of a pet peeve of mine. They called it a spy balloon. Right? The media.
Yeah.
Nobody ever confirmed it was spy.
Yeah, what happened after they shot it down? Didn't they take it apart and figure out like?
They said that they likely wouldn't be able to find it. They got pieces of it, but for the most part, it's just sent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But nobody in any position of authority in government ever said that it was engaged in spying. The media did. It's the media that call it the Chinese spy balloon. We don't know if it was a spy. What do you think? It was probably a weather balloon. Agreed. Listen, the whole planet is ringed by satellites that are so sophisticated that they can read license plates on individual cars. You don't need an impossible to control balloon to spy on anything. You already have all the satellites up there spying. Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
No, it really doesn't.
One time I was flying from DC to LA, and we were over Arizona, and the pilot came on the intercom and said, "Folks, above us and on the left is a weather balloon." He said, "I've been flying for 25 years. I've heard about these weather balloons. I've never actually seen one until now. So I'm going to tip the plane, and if you look out the left side of the plane, you'll be able to see this weather balloon." Wow. So he tips the plane. I happen to be on the left side. I'm looking out. I'm looking up. I don't see anything. And nobody saw it. So the pilot comes on it later and he says, "The flight attendant tells me that you can't see this weather balloon. You have to look really high up. To give you an idea," he says, "we're at 30,000 feet. And it's at 150,000 feet. So I buckled my seatbelt. I got down on the ground. He tips the plane, and then you could see it. It's enormous, and it was silver. And he's like, "Isn't that an amazing sight? I've never seen one before. This is one of these NASA weather balloons." Okay. I think that's what it was.
So why?
We're not the only ones that happened.
But did the Pentagon never officially qualify that as a Chinese spy balloon? Didn't the government say it was that?
No.
It was only the media?
Yeah. They said it was a Chinese balloon. Yeah. But nobody ever said this is what it was doing. It was picking up signals intelligence. It was floating over American military bases. It was checking out the defenses of NORAD. None of that. None of it. It does flew like this, like in the shape of an omega, and then it went over here. And
So you don't think spy balloons are technologies being utilized today by any agencies?
no, I don't think they're necessary, except for DEA and the border CPD, Customs and Border Protection. They use them to look for drugs and for people crossing the border illegally. They're mostly tethered though, and instead of being at 150,000 feet, they're more like 1,000 feet or 2,000. You see them in Puerto Rico. You see them all along the border in Texas.
And what kind of stuff are they taking like photos? Are they trying to intercept communication?
It's video. Yeah.
Okay.
Although communications, I would expect that they're one communications oriented.
Right.
Yeah, like.
Oh, it does. What does this say? Like, can you zoom in on it at all? It's too small. I can't read it.
The alleged Chinese spy balloon
Alleged.
was likely full. The mealy mouth C words, its qualifications. That's how we used to write at the CIA. Likely capable. That means we don't.
Right.
Likely, possibly, presumably, reportedly.
That's CIA.
Oh yeah, that's CIA. those qualifiers. If you were absolutely positive, you would say almost certainly. That's what they taught us in CIA writing things. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So do you think there was any sort of nudge from intelligence to tell these media companies to go with this?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, because this fits, the timing fits perfectly into this new anti-China narrative that we have.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Is this anti-China narrative justified at all? Can you make an argument that this is a good thing?
I can't, and I'll tell you why. Chinese spy on us as much as we spy on them. The Chinese are all over the United States, especially on university campuses and in U.S. defense contractors, trying to reach sources of information, or they've sent Chinese PhD candidates to study in the United States, hoping that they'll be recruited into the defense contracting industry, and then report back to Beijing. They're very, very sophisticated. So it's not like, oh, we're beating up on the Chinese. No, the Chinese are the bad guys here. But it's no more now than it was 10, 20, 50 years ago. They've always done this. Another thing, too, this is something that I just don't understand as a part of American policy, is the Chinese own so much U.S. government debt. They are the biggest investors that we have, or one of the biggest investors that we have. Our economy is intricately intertwined with Chinese economy. If we fall apart, they fall apart, and vice versa. So why pick a fight? Shouldn't we be looking for areas in which we can communicate with the Chinese, rather than to send Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and now Kevin McCarthy's going to go to Taiwan, which was another thing. I'm sorry to get a little bit off the subject, but when Nancy Pelosi announced that she was going to go to Taiwan right before she left the speakership, a reporter asked if she was going to take a military aircraft, and the Pentagon said, we don't know anything about any trip to Taiwan. And then the White House said, we haven't been warned of any trip to Taiwan. That was a lie, because there's a process by which members of Congress go overseas. The process is you send a memo to the State Department liaison on Capitol Hill. There's one for Pelosi, and the following people want to go to Taiwan. The State Department liaison sends that to the appropriate desk, in this case, the Taiwan desk of Chinese affairs. And then they write a cable to the U.S. interest section in Taiwan requesting country clearance. So usually it's an ambassador. We don't have an ambassador in Texas. It's an interest section. So the consul general would issue, this is just formality, issue country clearance, giving permission for this delegation called a congressional delegation. If there was no member of Congress, it would be a staff a congressional staff delegation, a permission to go into the country. So Pelosi can't just decide one day, I'm going to go to Taiwan, orbits, and that's how it works. When somebody that important, Speaker of the House, travels internationally, they're not going to go to Dulles Airport and, take United to Seoul and then transfer. They don't do it like that. They go to Andrews Air Force Base and they get on an American jet and they take an official flight. So everybody knew about it in advance. Not about it. Everybody approved of it in advance. The State Department, the Defense Department, and the White House. They all denied it. They were all lying.
Why? Did they have any good reason to deny it?
Yeah, because then the Chinese would say, well, this wasn't an official visit. She's an outgoing speaker. And the White House, the State Department, the Pentagon didn't want her to go. So it's not as offensive as it otherwise might have been. Well, it is as offensive because they're lying about this commission. There should be a policy where we don't send senior U.S. officials to Taiwan. We should allow Taiwanese officials to visit the United States for diplomatic meetings. But it's so provocative when senior American goes to Taiwan, especially if they talk about military equipment. But the Chinese flip out of it. Like, why cook the bear when you don't need to? I'm not saying don't ever do it. Sometimes, a country needs to slap down another country. It's just a part of the diplomatic give and take. But why now, when we're so focused on Russia and so worried about Russia, and we so don't want the Chinese to supply the Russians, then why are you pissing off the Chinese if you don't want them to get embedded with the Russians?
Do you get the feeling that Russia is not a big enough enemy for us? You need China, who is a much bigger enemy?
Because you need around which or against which to rally so that you can justify the military spending. Since 9/11, we've entered into a permanent wartime economy. And if we were to cut defense spending, we would immediately go into recession. And we don't want to risk doing that.
Right. That's something I just learned watching an episode with my buddy Andy Bustamante. He was explaining that how we would officially be in a, I'm going to forget the details now, but that was the implications of it, that if we stopped these wars, our GDP would fall below a certain level and we would be officially in a recession. That's right. That is wild.
It's not an accident, but there are now more millionaires per capita in the Washington, D.C. area than anywhere else in America, including Silicon Valley. That's news since 9/11.
Another great quote from Andy. He said, he was undercover. He didn't say it, but I could gather from what he said he was in East Asia, undercover for, I think it was close to 10 years, and he speaks fluent Mandarin, but he couldn't officially tell me he was in China. Right. But he basically, one of his great quotes that he said was, a 5,000-year-old country doesn't move quickly, they move slowly. And he was explaining like what we're doing with buying with some people over here, learning our law, buying land here, the Belt and Road Initiative all over the world. And one of the coolest things he said about the Belt and Road Initiative is they had these ports and they had these airports and all these roads and stuff all over the world, that can be converted to military bases.
I'll tell you a funny story. When I was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staff, I made an official trip, staff down, to Yemen, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. And when I was in Djibouti, I went to the U.S. base there. It used to be a French base, and the French decided they didn't want to be in Djibouti anymore. And so they sold half of the base to us, and half of the base to the Chinese. It's the only Chinese military base in a foreign country anywhere in the world. So, Djibouti, yeah.
People map.
DJI, D-O-U-T-I.
I'll tell you a story, but you gotta zoom out a little bit. Okay.
It's in. Can you see that deep bay that cuts the picture?
Yeah.
So the U.S. ambassador asked me one day if I wanted to go to Somalia, and I said,
"Welcome, Miss Aquarius."
So we got a car with the ambassador. It was the head of.
How are you? Hello. How are you? That's okay. It happens. Are you ready for me now?
Yeah, we can play now. Let's play together and then take a nap. The next one we
Sounds like a plan.
How was your day?
It was good, thankfully. Go.
Ready. Okay, got mine. Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
You got me. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Hey. Ooh. Come on, Rabbi. Get this through. Get this through. That's
Got him. Got him. Get it. Great strike. Great strike.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, you're the strike.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh. All right. Get this one for the lead.
Okay,
You got it. Now get a strike.
Nope.
Oh, but that makes it. You made it, so it's you might win.
No, Billy. I'm on strike.
Oh, that did it. That did it.
They hit it. Go, Rabbi. You did it. Oh, yeah. Get it.
All right. I'll take it. That's a good score. Get it. I'll take it.
Yay.
All right. I win, you win.
Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. This is your game. I'm gonna go.
Yes.
I'm gonna go normal on you, but you're gonna win.
No, you got it. You got it.
If I win, it'll be my 200th win.
Yeah, if you win, it's okay. Because you win, I win. It don't matter.
Get it. Oh, you almost
That's
hit it.
right. It's okay. Come on, everybody, you got this.
Oh, for sure. Oh, come on. Okay, this is a tough split. Not even close. Not even close.
Oh.
Oh, good spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it. For sure. This is easy. Got it.
Yay.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice strike. That wasn't just nice. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're
Come on,
welcome.
everybody. Come on.
I matched you.
This right.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a tough one.
Ooh, almost.
You can take the lead. Let's go, Rabbi.
That was terrible. But this.
You got this.
Ooh.
Okay. You got it. You lead it.
It all comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike.
It's okay. I don't care. You win over.
That's right. It would be my 200th win. That's a big number.
That's good. Milestone.
Milestone is right.
No, wait, you got you got it. Just win your 200 milestone. Let's go.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's only 196 wins. That's all right. We still have the milestone upcoming.
Yeah, we do.
I win, you win. You win, I win. All right, Miss
I
Aquarius.
got 80 coming up, I think. I think I got 80.
Yes, you
I think
do.
80's coming up for me.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right, it's
Okay, I'll see you later.
nap time for you. Take care.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
security, the defense attaché, and me. Okay, you see that lake, what's that say, Quebec? The first lake or the second lake? The first lake. Okay, on the right. Yep. So the road goes from Djibouti City, which is on the very far right, and you follow the water and then go around the lake. Okay, and then it cuts south to Djibouti. So the municipal dump for the whole country is right by the lake. So as we're hugging the lake, before we cut south to Djibouti, at the we saw this family digging a hole, and there's a body next to the hole in a shroud, right? So they're burying in the dump. We met with some tribal chieftains there, and drove back up to Djibouti, and as we dumped, there was a pack of wild dogs digging up the body. And I said to the ambassador, "What this race of dog?" You know, like, thank God grandparents said, we should emigrate to America, not we should emigrate to Djibouti. So anyway, I was on their base, and it was funny because there's this long line of hangars, and all of them had their doors open. They were all Chinese fighter jets. And then there was the same number of hangars. There's a fence down the middle, and then there's the same number of hangars on the American side, and all of the doors were closed. And I said, how come all the doors are closed? I knew why the doors were closed. And the guy's like, yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about that. I go, why not? I was just kidding. I go, why not? What's going on in there? What kind of secret you guys have going on in there? He's like, come on, man, don't bust my balls. Then I went to Yemen, and I was in a cab. And I said to the guy, so how's the war going? And he's like, oh, the war's going actually pretty well. The Houthis are very tough, but the Saudis are using their drones. And they're fighting with the Houthis with the drones.
How are you?
And I thought, we should which is 16 miles across the water from Yemen.
Excellent. Well, feel free.
Yeah.
Feel free to
If you
chill.
can make the map smaller a little bit, take a look at Yemen.
Oh, literally right there.
16 miles. It's called the Father's Monday.
I don't know. He said he was getting something to eat, never came back. The other thing I see going on that throws a lot of people off these days is thinking, I've got to make as much money as I can.
You're right.
I personally believe the real game
Thank
is
you.
I want to have the coolest job.
Yeah.
When I
That's
started
such
out
a
as a
crazy
comedian,
part
I
of the
did not
world.
think I was
It
funny.
really
I
is.
thought
What I
was
saw
funny.
that you just reported on something recently
about
about Iran and Saudi. Yeah. Wow, this is such an important development. It's crazy, and they have to be going crazy in the State Department, right? Because remember, the policy from the beginning of the post-World War II era has been to keep the Russians and the Chinese out, the Russians out, China after the rise of Mao. Keep them out of the right. The Middle East is solely our domain. Right? It's always been. Well, the thing is when you take extreme positions, like for example, or in Yemen, then you put yourself in a policy corner that you can't get out of. And then, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the president called him a genocidal murderer, which he is. Who called him that? Biden. Oh, yeah, he deserves to, be deposed. He chopped up Jamal Khashoggi. All of that's true. But there's going to be some pushback from the Saudis. And so what the Saudis did is they decided to make peace with the Chinese. Because they knew it was rocket science. Now, the Saudis have always had relationships with Iran. Always. Since the 1979 revolution. Why is this? Because Iran is the world's biggest Shia Muslim country. Okay. And the Saudis are Sunni Muslims, but beyond that, actual title is King and custodian of the two holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. Right. So the Saudis, because they're the guardians of the mosque, the custodians of the horses, they have to issue visas every year to anybody who wants to come into the right, to make the Hajj or the Umrah. Well, in 1980, the Saudis, when the mid-Iranian gunmen took over the Holy Kaaba in Mecca and held, at guns by force and killed a bunch of people, and then the Saudis sent special forces in, and they killed a bunch of people, and the Saudis broke off relations with Iran. So they patched the relations together again in the late 80s, early 90s, but they were always difficult. And then the Iranians supported Shia Muslims in Saudi Arabia's eastern province. Most of the Saudi citizens in the eastern province are Shia. The problem for the Saudis is that's where oil is too. And so they're very, very sensitive to any meddling at all in the eastern province. Well, there was a pro-democracy demonstration. So what do? You immediately the Iranians kill everybody. They execute people in one day, or 18 people in one day, something like that. With the crimes being participating in pro-democracy demonstration. And then he breaks diplomatic relations. Well, we're perfectly happy when the Saudis don't have diplomatic relations with the Iranians, because if the Saudis don't, neither do the Bahrainis or the Emiratis. For us, we tell them, oh my God, the Iranians are so dangerous. You need this new $50 billion system to keep you safe. And the Bahrainis are going to need one too, and they're poor, so maybe you should pay for that. And then the Emiratis, they have all the oil in the world in Abu Dhabi, and they have all the trade in the world, and they have plenty of money, so we're going to sell them too. And we'll give you $30. And if we can't, we'll give you $50. It's special. But yes. Well, now that Mohammed bin Salman is the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, he said, I'm tired of being under the thumb of the Americans all the time, and they disrespect me by calling me a murderer and, coming here hand and begging for oil and then yelling at me when I cut production and make prices go up and Americans. So what happened first was about 2 months ago, the Saudis entered into an oil sales deal with the Chinese, and for the first time ever, and I mean ever, they pay in dollars. The Chinese didn't pay in dollars. All oil transactions around the world have to be in dollars. But this deal was in, and the Saudis accepted it. So that's the precedent. This long spring back to the 1930s. Well, now that the Chinese have been paying in yuan, Brazilians said, you know what? If the yuan is a legitimate international currency, we should join with the Argentines, the Chileans, and I think they said the Mexicans. And we should make a Latin American currency, and we should stop using dollars. Well, what this means is little by little, we're being pushed out of the place where we've been king of the hill for a century. Now the Saudis, now the Chinese have brokered resumption of diplomatic relations with the Saudis and the Iranians. Now they're offering themselves up to the Ukrainians. They've got Belt and Road, so they're building new ports off Africa in like 24 different countries in Africa, and they're financing airports. They went to Greece and they bought the port of Piraeus, the biggest cargo port in the world. They bought the port of Irakli on Crete. They bought the port of Thessaloniki.
That's something that I've heard say that China is their communist shit, but at least they don't push communism on everyone else.
Never.
But look at Australia, right? Look at Greece. My buddy Julian, his friend, just got like a $1,000 ticket for walking his dog some after hours in Greece. I think it was right. It was near a port, near a Chinese.
Oh man! Wow.
So how explain like that's
The Chinese have
so
been
big.
so much smarter in the way. An African leader once told me, it was here in Washington, it was at a conference. He was the vice president of the Congo. And he said, you know, you've always promised us democracy, but the Chinese always gave us food. Like, what do you think we need? We didn't need market. They sure needed the food.
Mm-hmm. Thing I've been thinking about lately is by learning more from talking to people like yourself, people who are educated and people who have been in the government, left the government, have a very comprehensive understanding of geopolitics, these countries and conflict. Is that it seems like a general consensus is we might not be the next 50 years.
It really is going to be a multipolar world. I really believe that there's nothing we can do to stop this Chinese expansion. Belt and Road was a work of genius.
It seems like they do so many things so much better. Right, I'm not trying to say like a communist dictatorship.
No.
I don't like communism.
No. They spend their money very wisely.
Right.
That's what it counts to.
And like our government, on the other hand, it's like the Olympics for narcissist sociopaths. Yeah, who can figure out how they can make the most money, get the most power.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, and I think something else I was talking about. This other guy I had here, I don't know if you're familiar with Mad Dog, Jim Lawler.
Oh yeah.
He was telling me that he was telling me basically the story about how recruited the CIA, and he and Iran, but the other side recruiting people. And he said he was recruiting people. He would recruit people that had these narcissistic traits. Absolutely, narcissists are 100%.
Why? Because they're so. They conclude, of course, the CIA would want to recruit me because I'm so important that they can't do their job for them. That is absolutely. You know what they teach training is you have to look for somebody with a vulnerability. The word vulnerability means a whole lot of different things. For example, let's say you are Iranian. No, that's too hard. We don't have an MC. Let's say Indonesia, right? And I'm just making this up, so I'm not revealing any secrets. But what they teach in training has a vulnerability, so you have to call the asset acquisition success, develop, recruit. So I spot you. I meet you at a diplomatic cocktail party, or I meet you at a dinner somewhere, or I meet you in a meeting at your foreign ministry. So I assess you. Does this guy have access to something that I might want? You know, if you are the officer responsible for, coffee exports. No. But if you work as a port in the part that's off limits to everybody else, yeah, I mean, I'd like to know what's coming. Is it weapons? Is it precursor chemicals for cocaine? It could be anything. The third part is develop. That's when we get to know each other. I take you out to dinner. Our wives become friends. I start spending money on you because I have an expense account and you don't. You mentioned that, all your life you fantasized about seeing New York. Well, I'm going to send you and your wife all expenses paid trip to New York. Or you love fishing, but, you could never afford one of those charters. They're $10,000 a day. No problem. You want to go charter fishing? Let's go catch a sailfish or a swordfish or a tuna. No problem. I've got plenty of money. And then once I've understood ability, I'm going to recruit you. Now, the vulnerability can be one of many, many different things. Mm-hmm. Maybe you've got a kid with a cleft palate, and you can't afford the surgery. I'll send your kid to the and pay cash. Or maybe you so love your kid and he's really smart, but he's going to go to the local school, the local college, because, nobody wears shit. So no, I'll send him to Boston College, or Harvard, or UT, wherever he wants to go. Here's a school. We have relationships with all of them. Happy to get him in, we'll pay for everything. Or maybe you got passed over for promotion and you want to fight, right? You want to get him back because you're the smartest and first working person in that office, and they screwed you and they pissed you off. You want to get this done. Come and talk to me to get revenge. I'll pay you handsomely for it.
It's so wild that people can build these relationships. Like, they're like, do you draw a line between, like, becoming friends with somebody, getting to know somebody, being friends with their family, and just trying to do a job and manipulate somebody?
I think I may have mentioned to you the time we talked that the CIA seeks to hire people who have sociopathic tendencies, not sociopaths.
2 and 5.
It works.
2 and 6.
It works. Sociopaths are impossible to control. They slip through the
5 and
cracks
6.
because they have no time to photograph very easily because they don't have anything at all. To rise to the highest levels of CIA, people who have sociopathic tendencies do have a conscience, but are still perfectly happy to work in moral, legal, and ethical gray areas. I'll tell you, a guy that I work for, a very CIA officer that I work for, told me that he had 5 recruitments over the course of a 30-year career. Detail of those 5 recruitments. I was fortunate in that I had 5 recruitments 4 years. It was because we were fighting multiple wars. I was farther, more vulnerable, and 95% are going to do it for money. Another like 4% are going to do it for revenge, and 1% is going to do it for patriotism. They just love the United States. They watch those Tom Clancy movies, and they want to see. And what you do is you dummy up an award. You just do it on food and Microsoft. You make a fake award, you put a gold seal on it, you sign the CIA's name, you frame it, and then you take it to one of the meetings and say, listen, of course, we do this award, don't keep it because we're not. So we're going to keep it in a safe place. They're like, oh, one guy started crying when I gave him the fake award. Started crying, God bless you, God bless me, God bless America. God bless you. Yeah, God bless America. Now, what about the plans for that Russian tank? So, my actual point.
So you admittedly have sociopathic.
Oh, I was perfectly happy to break into people's houses and plant bugs and cameras. And we were good guys. I had convinced myself that we were the good guys. My country needed me, right? And then after 9/11, I was like, you know what? We're all fucking every one of us out of here. Yeah, but anyway, out of all the people I recruited, there were 2 to whom I said, you know what, in a different life, you and I would be. I'd like to make this. Yeah.
Sorry about your luck. This is not that life.
This is not
Cut it, bro.
How many people
Like you that are working for overseas and obscure country? How many people have CIA officers have to kill? And how many of them are all of them trained?
No. The CIA officer will almost never find himself in a position where almost never. I mean, we had a situation back in the 90s where one of our case officers had recruited in Europe. He's in Europe, but this guy's from some terrible enemy country. And he's given information, and one of the analysts says, wow, whoever the source is, because the analysts don't know the sources. He said, wow, whoever this source is, his information is really good. Can I come out? And so the agent said, sure, come on out. See why? We'll set up a meeting. So the analyst and the case officer went to the predetermined hotel to do the meeting. When they walked into the room, the source pulled out a gun and shot the case officer, tried to shoot the analyst and missed, and then ran. The analyst saved the police officer's life by stunting the bleeding. But it was a setup from the beginning. It turned out this source was actually an officer in that enemy country's intelligence service. And was running a double agent off with the point being to kill our officer. The officer should have been armed. He wasn't. That's the source. And in a situation like that, weapon. I was always armed in the places where I served. Not in Bahrain. Nothing ever happened. But in the other places where I was ops officer, I was always armed. Usually with two weapons. I had one in a tearaway fanny pack, and I just in case things got really bad, and you went through 3 clips, and you got 6 in your hand, so save one for yourself. What is the difference between
U.S. and CIA? MI6 and Chinese. Like, oh, we're gonna make it. And who is like the most serious?
Good question. There's no easy answer to that. I'm gonna say overall they're all good. They all have problems. The problem at the CIA is post 9/11 we got away from traditional human intelligence and human, and we turned into a paramilitary. It's not what we were set up to do, and it's not something we're generally good at. There are units in the CIA whose job it is to go around the world and kill people or kidnap them. So you don't have the average, working in an American embassy every day, assigned to go out and kill somebody. That just there are these dedicated teams.
Yeah, like the Bin Laden team.
Exactly. So Bin Laden team was active duty special on loan to the CIA for that specific operation. They also have former special forces from all the branches who leave, and on Monday you're at the CIA for your second very specific high risk operations, so that the rest of us don't have to go through that training and screw it up.
Right.
Yeah, but recruit anybody. They they're matching grab teams for hit teams.
Explain to an audience that this it was the State Department's relationship with Israelis and Arabs. And you were explaining how vicious in this stance that the Israeli intelligence officers were towards these people, and they were stationed in Israel or something.
Yeah. So the State Department and the CIA have this program called the Analyst Overseas Program. So there are dozens of these positions all around the world. And if you're a kind of a mid-level young CIA analyst, in order to get promoted into the higher levels of the CIA, the Senior Intelligence Service, you have to do rotations in another directorate and in a policy position. The State Department, of course, is a policy organization. So we all wanted to do rotations in the State Department. I did 2 myself. And these 2 analysts, husband and wife team, they get assigned to what was then the American consulate in Jerusalem. Now, because this is not a program, this is totally above board. You really are on assignment. To the Israelis and said, these 2 as CIA officers. They're not going to be here as CIA officers. They're on loan to the State Department doing legitimate State Department work. So one of them went to work as just sort of a normal service officer, and the husband took a 2-year sabbatical to get a master's degree in Arabic, right, at one of the local universities. Not harming anyone. Well, the Israelis, because this is what the Israelis do, harassed them. And they harassed them in a very cool kind of way. First, night where they were invited to a party ambassador's residence, which is quite common. You got more than you can even count. I can't even remember how many dinner parties I went to the ambassador's residence. And when they got back to their house, with being, we can do anything we want. We can come in your home anytime we want. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, the next day they were security, like, we went home from the party and all the furniture was rearranged. And security's like, okay, thanks for telling us. We'll make it work. But then they went to another party. And when they'll give us houses or apartments that are way bigger than we would ever need because you have to entertain us. So they came home from the second part and people had taken shits in every one of their toilets. They had like 4 bathrooms in this house. And people had taken shits in every one of the bathrooms. Again, with the message being, there's nothing you can do. Finally, the third time, it was the ambassador's Christmas party. They go home from the Christmas party, and they can hear the dog crying. It's whimpering. Somebody had cut off its tail and wrapped the stub with gauze and metal. So then, the embassy has to go to these Israelis and say, cut it out. Why are you harassing these people? They haven't done anything to you. We've been totally above board with you. Just leave them alone. And you have to torture the poor dog? And then all right, sorry. Okay. And then they'll let 3 or 4 years go, and then they'll start doing it again. Another incident where, to the residents, they had a blowout. But the odd thing, that 2 of the tires blew out. So as soon as they drift over to the side, this car's up, and these 2 friendly guys get out. Oh, we see you've had a blowout. Can we help you? Let us help you. Oh, no, we're going to call the embassy. They're going to come and pick up the American ambassador and come and pick them up. So these guys get back in there. Well, it turns out that the 2 tires had bullet holes in them, which is why they blew out. Oh, my goodness, the ambassador's briefcase. And God knows what he had in it. How many classified documents were in there? Were personnel reports. But this is what they do.
But why did they do that? Like, did they just assume the U.S. is lying to them about these people? They wanted to.
An Israeli Mossad once told me that the mentality in Israel is that they can't trust anybody, including us. That if they're going to survive as a nation, they have to rely only on themselves. So if they have to spy on things as actively as spy on the Egyptians or the Jordanians, and that's what they do. My very first, when I was fired at the CIA, was a Mossad officer and a Shin Bet officer. And it was at an off-site location. And I thought that was kind of, why don't we just go to the conference room? That's where everybody's briefed. They said, no. Israelis are not allowed in the building. We used to allow the Israelis in. And they brought a gift one time. It was a big CIA seal. And it had a transmitter to last a year and a half. And they were like, oh, you should put this in your conference room. So we x-rayed it. Find it's a listening device. For Israelis allowed in here. So we meet at this off-site location. And it's a whole bunch of analysts. This was like right as we were getting ready to attack Iraq.
What country was it in?
It was in Washington.
Oh, in Washington?
Yeah. And because I was the most junior analyst, I was the last to speak. So everybody's like giving their briefings, and what's your real name because you're not undercover, which I wasn't at the time. So he's like, they're cleared up to the secret level for the information. Don't give them anything, but there wasn't much to give that I would have given them anyway. That wasn't at the secret level. So it comes to me, last one to speak, and I said, John Kiriakou from the Office of Leadership Analysis. And the guy said, spell it. And I spell it K-I-R. I spell the name. And he looks up to me and he goes, you are Jewish? And I said, I am not recruitable. And that's how I left it. Like, how dare you? How dare you try to develop me 5 seconds into our first conversation? You think I've never been trained? Shame on you.
5 minutes from Langley.
Yeah, right. 5 minutes from Langley. Exactly. You are.
Do you think they are the most ruthless intelligence agencies out of all of them?
Absolutely. Have you ever seen the show? Oh my God. Listen,
Tell me about.
whoever is listening to this or watching this, you got to go on Netflix. Fauda. Fauda. It is about Shin Bet. And it's a special unit inside Shin Bet, and how it fights the Palestinians with the help of the PLO. So it's a completely true to life, based on facts show written by former Shin Bet officers. If you want to see how Shin Bet and Mossad work, you got to watch the show. I got chills just now. Look at this. I got chills thinking of it. The stuff that they did, we would be like, oh my God, I would go to prison for the rest of my life if I did something like that.
Right.
And they just do it and then move on. Like it's nothing.
This seems like a good option of Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm confident he was intelligence. Yeah.
This is a thing that people too, is that I've had people tell me that blackmail is not a real thing. Blackmail is useless. That there's no reason that this guy would be bringing scientists and politicians to get some sort of dirt on them for some sort of to hold blackmail over their head for favors.
I agree with that.
You do.
Blackmail is effective in the very short term, right? If you need somebody to give you something and you have information that you can really hold over his head, he might end up confessing, end up killing himself, which happens with some people. So it's only going to work for you for a little bit. I don't think that was necessarily the case with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm convinced that Jeffrey Epstein was working that, and I'm convinced that he was working for Mossad for a long time. He fit the profile, I'll put it that way, of what we would call an access agent. Access agent. Yeah. So Jeffrey Epstein's do classified information because he doesn't have access to classified information. That's not why he would have been working for Mossad. Let's say Mossad wants access to a former president of the United States, a member of the British royal family, the greatest mind on Wall Street, who are willing to talk when they're gone and their pants are off about the people that they know and the people that they're talking to. You think Bill Clinton didn't talk to Barack Obama? Of course, presidents and former presidents talk all the time to get advice from one. All the time. So you're getting somebody who loves money and who loves Israel. All these people down to his private island, put them in compromising positions, and get them talking. And then you report back. The guy as much as it is the people that the guy has access to. I'll give you another example. When I was in training, one of our instructors said that the best recruitment he ever in his life, copy machine repair. He said, now, does the copy repairman have any access to classified enforcement? But what happens when the copy machine in the prime minister's? The guy fixed, so you recruit this guy. Just wait till it breaks or needs. And then when he goes to repair it or to service it, he puts in a device that every somebody makes a copy, it sends another copy back to language. And so you see literally everything that the prime minister is seeing. That's access. The repairman's not. You're not going to win a medal because the recruiter, the repairman. You're going to win the medal because you got the repairman to compromise the prime minister.
But why all the scientists?
Oh yeah, the Chinese are really focused on hard sciences because those are the guys that are working on nuclear programs. Those are the guys that have access to DARPA science. They're working on things like microwave weapons. They're working on things like Havana syndrome, maybe, whatever that turns out to be. They're working on things like anti-missile laser systems that are going to be the next generation of what we deploy to the battle. Yeah,
I'm talking about like Jeffrey Epstein bringing all having those scientific conventions on his island.
Oh, the same thing. The same thing. Listen, that whole island had to be wired for sound, and probably sound and video, and everything going back to the Mossad, so that they can see the Mossad has never. The Israeli government has never trusted that we give them the best of our technology that we did, but they convinced that we don't. So if they can steal it and then compare it to what it is that we're giving, then they'll know. Well, you steal it by gathering the information from the scientists who are working on the systems. At least, even if this, let's say this scientist at Epstein convention, and he doesn't really say anything, there are going to be 10 Mossad agents attending that convention too, pretending to be scientists. And that's where you make the introduction and you start that spot, assess, develop, recruit cycle. It's long-term operation. This is not something that's overnight. I remember somebody in my training class, my operational, saying, well, how long to recruit somebody? Well, a pitch takes 5 seconds. You knock on the door and say, hey, CIA. That almost never, ever, ever works. Normally, so fast friend to be able to simply make the pitch. Sometimes it'll take 2 years. At some point, and then once it's like a trial, that was
We had dirt on people. We knew about that. And, people like Hillary Clinton would have had him. There's like the whole Clinton kill list.
Yeah.
There's stories of like people like committed suicide with a shotgun in their chest. Right. Things like that. Like, what do you make of that whole conspiracy?
The Clintons aside, most of the Clinton deaths. Yeah,
they've been debunked.
Oh, most of it. Yeah. Like even surviving members of people who died or committed suicide said, look, it's a disservice to the memory. Like the guy was depressed for 6 months and suicidal, and he had attempted suicide once before, and then he ended up committing suicide. It's not really principle. Now on Epstein, I've looked at this from every angle. I did a podcast. Been in prison myself. Most prison guards have their, sorry, hate to say it, right, flunkies from the military or flunkies from the local police academy, or, right, number two, the camera works. Cameras in prison break, nobody ever fixes them. So that's how people get away with things in prison. I think what happened was Jeffrey Epstein was suicidal. He was clearly told people around him he should have been in solitary confinement. And when you're suicidal, what is they make give you a paper mark to put over, right? So you can't use it to tie a knot and hang yourself. They never did that. They put him in with this cop, right? He just got convicted yesterday. He just got convicted yesterday. Yeah, it was in the news. Really? Yeah. 4 counts of murder. This guy was a beast. Yeah. He looked like a fucking gorilla. I don't think I've ever seen this cop. I don't remember. Maybe we can. Yeah, I mean, the cop who was in the cell of Jeffrey Epstein. And that's another thing. Right. Maybe they wanted the guy to kill him. So another thing was the guards of this fucking guy. Look at that on the left. That was in the New York Post yesterday. The guy is a man being. Yeah. That's got to be steroids. Oh, yeah, 100%. Look, go to the one where it shows him in the black shirt on top left, which is next to Jeffrey Epstein's face. Yeah. His neck is wider than Jeffrey's whole body. So the cops, one of the cops was working a double shift. Right? You get too tired. And so they had him on a double shift. They were supposed to go by Jeffrey Epstein's cell every 15 minutes. And he didn't. He was at least 30 minutes. He was probably sleeping in the guard cage. So I think that rather than Jeffrey Epstein being murdered, I think he did commit suicide or was allowed to commit suicide, in part because of the incompetent foolery of the Bureau, and in part because buddy in that case wanted him to commit suicide. They didn't want him to talk about the Clintons. They didn't want him to talk about Alan Dershowitz and the Trumps. It isn't that kind of an case we wanted him to commit suicide? Isn't that just like evidence that they could have killed him? They all want him dead. Like, if he wasn't contact, the guy is obviously unsist, a sociopath. Oh yeah, definitely. It seemed to me like a guy. He seems to me like I'm ignorant of all of this stuff, obviously, but he seems to me thinks he might have it. He seems to me like a guy who thinks he has and then powerful people, and the powerful people walked away from him. So what is there to live for? I mean, it's been this case in 2006, right? How did a child sex predator make a comeback for 2006? After that, and Alan Dershowitz and Bill Gates. For some reason, I'm blanking on who Alan Dershowitz is again. Oh, the Harvard Law professor, one of Trump's attorneys. Yes. Dershowitz was a lifelong Democrat. He flipped to Trump, but he's like probably the most important attorney in America. So yes. I know who he is now. He's the guy that said like the underwear. Right. He is the only guy now who defends me. Yes. He defends Epstein. Yes, he does. Yes. Right. And he's like the Michael Jordan lawyer. Yes, he is. Very much so. He even has a book published. He published the book with the same publisher as Robert Kennedy. Oh, Skyhorse. Yeah. Are they really? Yeah. That's amazing. I've done 5 books for them.
Really? Yeah, you're coming out with a new book, aren't you?
Yeah, June, first week of June, which has nothing to do with it. It's funny. My second book was published by Rare Bird Books. They're with Simon Schuster. So,
You must have your book.
sure. So the first one was The Reluctant Spy, My Secret Life in the CIA's War on Terror. Dang it, which I meant to bring for you. I'll send it to you. Okay. The second one was Doing Time Like a Spy, How the CIA Taught Me to Survive in Prison. Being a terrorist, and the Weird Wonderland of America's Secret War. And then they commissioned 4 books. So I did a series: The CIA Insider's Guide to the Iran Crisis, The CIA Insider's Guide to Surveillance and Detection, The CIA Guide to Lying and Lie Detection, and The CIA Insiders Disappearing and Living Off the Grid. And myself. I'm going to do a book for myself, right? Something interesting. And that nobody else has ever written. So I wrote this in months ago. I wrote it 6 weeks. I can't even times. I look at my watch, and it's like 6 o'clock in the evening. And I start writing, and then I look at my watch, and it's 2:30 in the morning. And I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go in 4 hours. Yeah, I wish I had that talent. Bang this thing out in 6 weeks. It's called Remains of the Day, The Ultimate Guide to DC's Historic Cemetery. So I called the guy at the Rare Bird, and I said, listen, I know you don't normally do this, but my first book with them won, including one of the big 4, I won the Penn First Amendment Award, which with the Penn Faulkner, the Pulitzer, and the Edgar Allan are the big 4. So I'm a serious author. And I had written 7 books. It's actually really important to me. Would you take a look at it? He's like, well, we really don't do books like that, but okay, send it to me. I'll take it. He calls me 2 weeks later, and he says, this is the best book for you. And I said, really? The editorial board liked it so much, they wanted to Prometheus graves of New York City, and they want the historic cemeteries of Chicago. And I said, okay, send me a contract. So then he sends me the contract, I sign it, I had finished the Washington book. I'm about a third of the way done with the Mafia books. And he calls me and he goes, what do you think of the country western grade of Nashville and Memphis? And I said, relax. Let me finish these next 3 books, and then we can talk about it.
So what made you want to write about the cemetery?
When I was 9 years old, we lived not too far from the cemetery. When I was under rocks, and I found this sign. And the rock that I found it under was next to this small tombstone. That's some guy on it, and it had a medallion of the Congressional Medal of Honor. I never heard of it. I was 9. I didn't know what the Congressional Medal of Honor. So I went home. I had this box with my salamander, and my mom said, "Did you have a good time?" I said, "Yeah, I found a salamander." And I saw a gravestone and it said Congressional Medal of Honor. What is that? And she said, "Oh, that guy's a hero. We should go to the library and see what his story is." Everybody has a story. So we went to the public library. We were regulars at the library when I was a kid. And we looked him up, and he was a farmer in our town, and he fought in the 4th Pennsylvania Infantry, and he captured the Confederate battle flag at the Battle of Petersburg. And Congressional Medal of Honor returned to Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and farmed until his death in 1890. And I became fascinated by cemeteries. Back to that cemetery, and you see the obelisk that has the name of the Jameson family, made Jameson Memorial Hospital, and that's where the Jamesons are. Or, you know, the guy who owned the tin mill is in that giant mausoleum over there. The guy, steel mill, or the coal mine. They have these big 19th memorials. I wasn't, like I said, this guy was just a common farmer. And so, especially when I tried it, no matter where I was in the world, I went to a cemetery or two or three. And I mean, I found like Evita Peron and Nikolai Ceausescu, and everywhere I go, Oscar Schindler. There's so many interesting stories. There's this wonderful website too called findagrave.com that will give you a little hint if something's interesting, and then you can do your own research. So what I wanted to do was write a book. Nobody had ever written a book about. I mean, there are a million books about Arlington Cemetery, but there are literally none about the cemeteries inside Washington, D.C. So it took me months wandering around cemeteries, and I found 250 of the most fascinating people that you've never and incredible things that they did. There's this congressional cemetery. I won't waste time, but it's so much fun. It's got a little tiny stone name and the dates are like 1787 to 18, right? And so I'm wandering around. I have my phone with me all the time, and I'm on this Find a Grave. Some of them are nobody. So I look at this guy. He was a mid-level nobody in the Department of the Treasury. And in 1812, the British invade, set the White House on fire. They set the Capitol building on fire. The president flees to McLean across the Potomac. The First Lady, George Washington, she flees to Loudoun County. It's chaos this night in Washington. This guy has the presence of mind to say, oh shit, the British are burning the whole city. I wonder if anybody's rescued the Declaration of Independence. So he goes to the archive. Everybody's fled. Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and George Washington's military conditions. And he rolls them into a sheet. And he takes them to a barn in Leesburg, Virginia, and hides them in the rafters of the barn until we push the British out. And then he returns them to the National Archives. He's treated as a hero. He never told anybody that he did this. When it was clear, he came out with, hey, you know, I've got these documents I saved them. So he's treated as a hero at the Department. But the fact of the matter that he was actually, and nobody liked Bush. And so kind of lived a little bit of a complex after. So many people went to the Treasury, like, I can't work with this kid. He was fired. And so as not to, you know, set a bad precedent, humiliate him. They said, we're not firing you. We're transferring to a job in the National Police and total dead-end job. So he's just started sitting there. He's supposed to manage all the lighthouses. And he was bored. And so in his spare time, he invented the refractor light that we still use today in all of the lights. Wow. This guy was a genius. Yeah, he was a genius. And nobody would remember him. No, nobody knows him. He's incredible.
That's it's so true. How when you're picking up rocks and looking under rocks, some of the most interesting things
You never know.
people are like to do that, and that's really bad.
There's a very little known small cemetery in very far upper northwest, even northwest. It's right on the northeast line of Capitol Street. So another block in Maryland, and it's called the Old Soldiers and Sailors Home National Cemetery. There's a nursing home there that was set up during the Civil War for who had lost legs, couldn't care for themselves, and when they died, were buried in the cemetery next to the nursing home. There are 23, 27 Congressional Medal of Honor winners there. They weren't very interesting. Because you go on the Medal of Honor website and it's killed lots of Indians, killed lots of Indians. That's just not interesting. So I'm wandering around the cemetery, 15,000 burials, which is quite small for a cemetery. There's one woman. One. So I was who is this thing? Agnes Patel. Maybe she was just Mary in charge. Maybe she's nobody. So oh my God, what a fascinating story. It turns out she was married to the guy who ran the place. That's why she's there. But that has nothing to do with her story. She was born in 1897 and wanted to become a librarian. And the First World War broke out. And her parents said, maybe you shouldn't be a librarian. Maybe you should be a nurse. She said, yeah, that's probably a better idea. So she goes to Bellevue Hospital in New York City, the famous Bellevue, it's a mental institution. They had a nursing program and became a nurse. And as soon as she graduated, she joined the Red Cross and they sent her to Italy to care for severely wounded American soldiers. And as soon as she arrived, she was assigned to care for a severely wounded ambulance driver named Ernest Hemingway, who she called Ernest, 19 years old. And they immediately began a torrid that lasted for 4 months. And then married an Italian lieutenant. By then, Hemingway was recovered and was transferred out. They never spoke to each other ever. But in 1926, short story, published his first short story, The Sheep of the Care. And then in 1932, he published The Stories of Kilimanjaro, and she's the lead character. And then his masterpiece, Farewell to Arms, she's the lead character. And it turned out that she's the lead character of his books. She later divorced the Italian, and she married this American who was in charge of the nursing home. Ernest Hemingway committed suicide in, it was 1950. A year later, his brother called her and said, I'm writing a book with my brother Ernest Hemingway. I'd like to interview you for the book. She said, how do you know that I knew your brother? I never told anybody. I never even told my husband that Hemingway never stopped talking about her. That she was the only woman he had ever loved. He had 4 failed marriages. He was a notorious alcoholic and he was abusive all of his life. But she was the only one that he had ever loved. I went to Washington and interviewed her. She gave him pictures of them sitting on his hospital while he was recuperating and love letters that they exchanged. Time he was in, she would cut the article. And she said her husband just always, she was a Hemingway. And so the picture from a museum in Key West, Florida, and now people know who Agnes Patel is. I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time. One more story.
It's amazing.
Oh, thanks. I was walking around Rock Creek Cemetery, which is really the nicest and largest cemetery in Washington. And there are important people buried there. When you first pull in, on the right-hand side, there's a little cul-de-sac, and there are monumental mausoleums all around it, with all the most important names of the 19th century. The Hecht Company, big department store, it's the Hecht family, and the Beer family, the You heard of Woodward and Lothrop, the department store chain, the Woodward family and the Lothrop family. I'm not interested at all in these people. Yeah, there you go.
What are we looking at?
Rock Creek Cemetery. Rock Creek Cemetery. You see the one there? I'll tell you about that in a second. So, I came upon this mausoleum that is, so this is prime real estate cemetery, and it was a name that was boy, like I don't know, probably just some rich guy from so really down. Like I went home over so at the end, and instead of being marble or granite, it's all glass inside. It was like 6 of them. There was, Mr. Boyd, his name was Israel Boyd, and then his wife and his kids and one of his grandchildren. So I just made a little note. So when I got home, I had actually gone to see that. Sculptures by August St. greatest sculptor in 19th century America. Just spooky looking sculpture. Yeah, it's an important one too. That is John Quincy grandson, John Adams' great grandson, his wife. The son had that sculpture made by St. Gaudens because his wife had just killed herself, and he wanted that grief to be expressed in a statue. People come from all over the country to look just at that statue. It's incredible. There it is. So anyway, I get back home, and I look up this guy, Boyd. It was a story you're never going to believe. So this guy is Israel Boyd and his brother, born and raised in Washington, and they wanted to be scientists. They wanted to be chemists. And their parents are like, yeah, no, you're going to be bakers. We don't have money to send you to college to be scientists. You're going to be bakers. They didn't want to be bakers. But the father's like, no, you're going to be bakers. So they open up this little bakery, and they feed them. Kneading the dough every day. It's hard work. You have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So they said, you know what? Why don't we invent a machine to knead the dough for us? So they invented a mixer. Okay? So you just pour it all in this big tub, and the mixer goes like this, and it mixes all the dough. And that worked really well. And then they said, you know what else we should do? We should invent a machine that cuts the dough so every loaf is exactly the same size, shape, and weight. And they did that too, right? And other bakers are like, wow, look at these things that the Boyd brothers are inventing. We want to buy those. So they started selling equipment all across the country. And then one of them said, I wonder what it tastes like if we put milk in the mix instead of just water. But that made it fluffy. Nobody had ever thought to put milk in the dough. And then they said, you know how paper boys deliver the paper every day? We should hire an army of boys to deliver bread. So if you call in your order by 3 o'clock, the boy will deliver your bread in time for dinner, and it's still hot. Well, by the time of the First World War, they had the biggest bakery in America. It took an entire city block behind Union Station. And they were rich beyond their wildest dreams. So they decided, time to retire. We're going to sell the whole business. So the business, their flagship product was this bread. And it had a terrible name. It was like Mrs. McGillicuddy's Delicious Bread. Right? It's a stupid name. So they sell the business to the National Baking Company, Nabisco. National Baking Company. And Nabisco loved the whole setup. They hated the name of that bread, Mrs. McGillicuddy's Delicious Bread. So the only change they made was they changed the name to Wonder.
No way.
It's labor intensive. How many people do you have to dig through their lives? Oh, stop. Yeah. The research takes forever. The writing, I just blow right through it. Blow right through it. Yeah, there's one in Congressional Cemetery. J. Edgar Hoover's buried in Congressional Cemetery, and about 30 feet away from him is his alleged boyfriend, Clyde Holsey. So, everybody knows the stories about J. Edgar Hoover. But what they don't know is that there was a guy who's acknowledged to be the first gay activist in the military, right? He was even on the cover of Time magazine. He's in uniform, and the title just says, "I am a homosexual." He was the first person, and he led to in the military. He led to the gay rights movement. Founded the gay rights movement. So he thought it would be kind of funny to buy a plot as close to J. Edgar Hoover as possible. He said in an interview that it was his last fuck you to the system. Well, after he died, because he became such an iconic figure, hundreds of gay people began buying the plots. My fault. Began buying plots around him. So now J. Edgar Hoover is in the very center of the only officially gay section of any cemetery in America.
That's incredible. I didn't realize it was a gay section.
Yeah, nobody does. That's amazing. And everybody's gay, and everybody's important in the gay movement.
Isn't it so funny how people they put so much value on what happens after you die?
Isn't that the truth?
You know, I don't know if you're aware, but like the cemeteries, some of the cemeteries in Mexico worship these narco warlords.
Yeah, they do.
They're insane. They spend millions and millions of dollars on these little houses built on these cemeteries. They walk in, they have music playing 24/7. They'll park cars in there, and they go there and like have parties in these mausoleums for these these like legendary Mexican narcos.
You'll see a lot of plots from the 19th century where, for example, there's kind of a famous one in Massachusetts. I went once to see it, but it's a grave, and then immediately next to the grave is a set of stairs that goes down to be alongside the actual tomb. And it was because the grave for a little girl, she was 8 years old, and she was afraid of thunderstorms. So every time there was a thunderstorm, her mother would go down there and sit next to the casket so her daughter wouldn't be afraid. You know, and you see a lot with grates on top of the grave because they were rich people who were afraid that grave robbers would take their bodies and hold the bodies for ransom. You can see a lot of that. I saw one funny one. It was in Princeton, Jersey. I went to find there was a handful of graves I wanted to find there. I forget which president was like Tess Brown or somebody like some obscure president. But the Menendez, Kitty Menendez, I forget her husband's name. Their sons murdered them in L.A. Remember the Menendez murders? The Menendez brothers in the 80s. Anyway, you're too young. But I found one gravestone. All it said was, "I told I was sick." I told you I was sick. Yeah. That's all it says. There's no name, no dates, no nothing. That was like her last communication. I told you I was sick.
It's so fun. It's also so weird that we like to bury our dead in boxes.
That's right. And not just boxes, but then concrete vaults, and they're lined with lead. Like, why? Why do we do this? Let nature take its course.
Have you ever heard of a Tibetan, what's it called? It's called a Tibetan sky funeral. No? Well, I guess in Tibet, what they do is they take the dead up to the top of this mountain, and they let the vultures come like rip the carcass apart, because I guess it's like a part of like letting the human body go back into circle of life. Like in the rainforest, if something dies, or like in specifically the Amazon rainforest, if something dies in the rainforest, there's so many different types of animals, and insects, and bugs, and fish, and probably strip it down to nothing. Something dies, it is literally nothing. It's dust in a matter of hours because all of the animals that will consume it, and it just gets absorbed. Wow. That's so like the fact that we don't like let our bodies go back into the earth is a weird thing.
It is indeed.
We got a little bit off track. What were we talking about? Killing. No, we were talking about something else. Epstein. I know what I want to do. We're talking about Epstein. Did you know about going back to Epstein? Are you aware of the bone in his neck that broke?
Yes. The
hyoid.
what's it called?
Hyoid.
Hyoid, that's it. Yes.
That was always a weird thing to me. That seemed like the
Yeah,
biggest
because
red
that's
flag.
common in a strangulation. I don't know how common it is with a sheep.
Right.
Manual strangulation.
It's really hard to break that bone. Yeah. I think out of all the autopsies that were done from hanging, I think it was only like 40%. I don't know, definitely get this wrong. You probably look this up. But look at this statistic on hyoid bone fractures. And it was like 40% of hangings, I think. So it's really hard to break that bone unless you got so much violent force. And maybe the cop did it. Right. That's the argument for the cop for the high one being broken is that maybe the cop killed him. Which is fishy.
Otherwise, if you don't believe one of the elements of the conspiracy,
17 to what?
76%.
I can't read it. Too small. John, yes.
Yeah, it says injuries to the hyoid bone are rare. The most commonly reported injury is fracture, yet this is often finding with an incidence of between 17 and 76% in victims of strangulation and hanging. It's more often associated with a trauma other than manual.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, if you believe the official story, you have to believe that at every step of the way, the cop was too tired, the cameras weren't working, the cop didn't make his rounds, somebody fell down at every step of the way.
Yes.
Or
then why do you believe that he was killed himself?
because every one of those guards has his head up his ass. They're morons. When they say, well, the cop fell asleep. Yeah, I used to see him sleep work. Yep, none of the cameras work.
Yeah, but the guards being morons doesn't support suicide more than it supports him being killed, right? The guards should still be morons.
Right, yeah. Yeah. We shouldn't discount so that Epstein asked to be killed. Maybe the cop killed him because Epstein asked him.
That's possible.
I don't know. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Another thing I really wanted to talk to you about, which I've been fascinated with lately, I'm reading a book all about it right now, is DARPA. I'm reading the Pentagon Brain book right now. Yeah, I'm about halfway through it. Right. I had these two guys on here, who I think you had on your show as well, about 6 months ago. One of the guys' name was Len Bear, and the other guy's name was a Harvard graduate who was recruited to a think tank to work for DARPA. And he was talking about this directed energy stuff.
Yeah.
And this guy was claiming, he was, yeah, and Len, yeah. Yes. And he was claiming that he was being actively targeted by some directed energy weapons that are from satellites or something. Something that somebody's hanging out in front of his house, like pointing something at him, but it's some sort of like switch that's going off in his head. Yes. But he had there was no any government. He worked, he was a medical doctor. He was a medical doctor, right? He was like a hormone doctor.
And he's a safety inspector for a food company.
Right. So there was no plausible reason why anyone was targeting him. You talked to him. Yes. What did you make of that stuff? And do you think that's what they think it is?
I have kind of a history on this issue. I'm out there as a whistleblower. I attract a lot of people who have this complaint. I happen to be on contract with the American Psychological Association. It was like a dozen psychologists. I said, guys, I got a question for you. Not a single day goes by. One email from somebody saying that the government is being waves at them, and it's painful, and it's making them dizziness and whatever. And I said, does any of this make sense to you? And they looked at each other and started laughing. And one of them said, this is a very common form of mental illness. they have found in their studies that when people feel overwhelmed, their brains default to the most easily explained reason, and that is a dark outside force. Well, that's why everybody blames the CIA. Now people know more about DARPA. They're talking about DARPA. But then I talked to a New York Times reporter about this, and he said, so many people are quick to blame mental illness. But he said in his research, he found that there are some people who are just incredibly sensitive to the millions of waves that are flying through the air at any given time. Cell phones, radar guns, anything. If we could see the waves, we wouldn't even be able to see each other. There's so many, right? And then I talked to Bill Binney, who used to be the number 4 at NSA. He was the chief technology officer at NSA. And I said, Bill, is this mental illness, or is this like sensitivity or microwaves, or what is this? And he said, I think that there's science behind it. I think that DARPA is doing something that we don't fully understand. He said, we do know that DARPA is working on these, not just next generation battlefield weapons, but 2 generations battlefield weapons. Lasers that will temporarily blind you so that we don't have to kill you, but it'll take you off the battlefield. Crowd control is a perfect example. Yes. He said, we don't know if it's DARPA that's doing this kind of thing. But, he said, I can tell you how you can tell who is listening. Ask them if the waves follow them when they come. He said, there is no technology to beam this stuff from satellites. No. But he says, if it just happens when they're at a certain location, if it just happens when they're at home, or when they're at work, it's either a sensitivity or somebody's doing it to them. But it happens like everywhere they go. They went to their brother's house and happened, and then they checked into a hotel because they thought they were going crazy. That's a mental illness.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's what this guy on the film is happening to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but it doesn't happen to anybody else around them. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
This guy sent me. A guy sent me an email one time, and it was happening to him. And I said, well, here's a link to this New York Times article on wave sensitivity. Here's an article from the Western Psychological Association, and then just see it there. And then he sends me back, like he had an X-ray and attached it. Clearly had a chip in the head. No way. So I did a reverse search on Google. It's just out there. Yeah, it's a Google image. Somebody planted it on the internet, and it's used 100,000 times. So I'm like, look, sorry. If you're not going to be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. But no, I said the CIA doesn't care about you. They're not using you as an experiment. They're not beaming waves at your head to see what happens. If they were going to do that, and I don't think that they are. That wouldn't be the CIA. It would be DARPA and NSA. But it wouldn't be the CIA. Yeah, they might use it once it's finally developed. But in terms of experimentation, DARPA written all over it.
And NSA?
And NSA.
Why NSA?
Because NSA is the one that deals in the signal all the time. Like, for example, NSA, the Pentagon in general, and NSA are the ones that control satellites. So if we did have the technology to use satellites to beam these waves, NSA would at least know about it. DARPA would have been the one to develop it.
Right.
Let me add one other thing. There's a county in far western Virginia, Highland. I told them about Highland.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, because there's an incredibly sensitive military listening site there with these enormous dishes. They're like 5 stories tall, right? All planets all pointed up at the sky, trying to pick up signals from other galaxies and stuff. Well, because it's so sensitive, I don't mean in a right way, I mean like in a technological way. They forbid any outside electronics. Like there are no cell phone towers. The houses in this county, nobody lives out there. It's just farms. But they don't even have cable TV, no dish network, no nothing.
Right.
Well, a lot of people who have this, who have exhibited this sensitivity, when they go there, it ends. That's why I think a lot of this is genuinely suffering, and I think they really genuinely believe that they're being targeted. But I think it's that they're sensitive to cell phone signals and radio signals and TV and walkie-talkies and all the other crap that's flying through the airway.
This leads me to the same topic, UFOs and the shit that we're seeing in the sky.
Yeah.
It's all
How
about that.
fascinating is this? Oh,
it's incredible.
with big I await these releases. I really did. I actually saw one.
Oh, really?
With gas.
No way.
Yeah.
Where?
It was in Amish country in western Pennsylvania.
Okay.
We lived in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and my dad and mom owned a restaurant in a town 20 miles away, Sharon, Pennsylvania. My dad and I were working the midnight shift every week, so we got the car at 11 and then started working at 12. And we have 5,000 Amish families in our county, Lawrence County, so it's dark, right? It's dark. So we're on going to Newcastle to Sharon, and there's this brilliant white light, like blinding flash of light in the sky. And we both looked up. My dad's gone. I was 17. And then there's a second flash, third flash. And he said to me, "What is that?" And then this orange trapezoid lit up. Right? It wasn't like saucer shaped. I mean, it was saucer shaped, but with hard edges. And it was just sitting there. And it had an orange light in each of the four corners. So we pulled over. And we got out of the car. And we're standing there looking at it. And this guy pulls up behind us. And he gets out of his car and he goes, "What is that?" And as soon as he said it, it just went. And it's gone. At this fantastic speed. Never made a sound. Like, there was no buzzing or nothing. Just silent. It was just floating. I'll never forget. I said to him, "We go back in the car." And I said, "So what do we do? Do we like call the cops or something?" And he said, "To tell him what? Right. We saw a spaceship and it flew away." So we didn't tell anybody.
When would that have been?
1981.
Okay. So, you were back.
I can't imagine in 1981 that happened. I mean, with which this thing vanished it's unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. I don't know.
Another scientist that was studying anti-gravity in the 50s, and I wonder how much of that stuff went into DARPA.
I wonder.
But like if you look at the modern stuff, like the stuff that these fighter pilots picking up on their new radar,
which is amazing to them. I mean, you listen to their communications, and they're amazed by what they're saying.
Yeah. But then I've had other people tell me that DARPA does like hologram technology to throw off enemy radar. So I don't know what to think. You know, there's lots of those technologies that they mess around with and experiment with. And you know, why wouldn't they experiment with it? Right, with our own people. Right. With our code.
Although it would be arrogant of us. I don't want to sound like a nut, but it would be arrogant of us to think that of the billions of galaxies and planetary systems that we're the only ones that are technologically.
Oh, right. I just at the same time, you know, I would wonder why, especially our government, putting it in the light, like, is
right,
elevating it to the level.
Welcome.
Right. That,
how are you, Cobalt?
Two things. Either it's aliens, or it's
what's up,
so
Cobalt?
highly classified DARPA that they want to throw everybody off.
Right. That's what I wanted. So you don't think it's DARPA?
I don't, because I think that if it were DARPA, we would at least be using some elements of the new technology in the systems that we have. You know, like the F-35 would crash into the ocean as it does. Like we would be going half to the speed of light, you know?
Well, that's what these things do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But we would be doing it on the battlefield right now. Instead of having 8 different companies designing the F-35, and then, oh no, it fell apart. Oh, it fell off the aircraft carrier. Oh no, what are we going to do? And everybody hates the F-35. Can't you bring the Warthog back? Can't you bring the F-16? We would be doing spaceships.
Well, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe they're just testing it, or maybe we, obviously DARPA works with a lot of contractors, right? So a lot of these military-industrial complex contractors, with Boeing and all these places could be testing this stuff and not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's possible. Do you remember when John Podesta said that if Hillary Clinton were to be elected president, the first thing she would do on her first day as president would be to release all these UFO files? Podesta, this is like a hobby for him. He was fascinated by it. And I guess Hillary loved the idea too.
Yeah, for the reason that none of them do. A lot of them say that.
And then they don't hear it.
It's like the Kennedy assassination. Bill was famous for saying something. Yeah, Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, like, listen, if you're going to release it, just release it. Stop talking about it and just release it.
Right. They probably don't know that. Like, maybe imagine if they told Trump about aliens. You think he could keep that?
Oh, not for a minute. Not for a minute.
It's got to be above their heads. You would imagine. Have you ever worked with anybody in DARPA? Never? Never. I know a lot of these former Navy pilots do. They talk about like doing work for DARPA or like being contracted by them to do certain things.
Imagine the brain power. Like, a lot of different organizations claim to have the best and brightest. These guys are bright.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is too, they're geniuses that are also rich, making a lot of money, and like they're motivated by getting their budgets ramped up, trying to sell these new technologies, these new war games up, and it's just, it's fascinating. The book's not going to read it, but Pentagon's brain by any bigger. It goes back to like the early nuclear tests and stuff it did off of Bikini Atoll.
Wow.
And like these nukes that were detonated in briefcases. Like one of the first guys that worked on the thermonuclear bombs. He was able to bring one on a commercial flight in a briefcase. Brought it to Washington as a test. No, it's dark shit. Anything else that you're working on? I don't really talk about. I know we talked about your program.
Well, you know what? I'm on Substack.
I just saw that. Yeah.
John Kiriakou. What is it? JohnKiriakou.substack.com, I think. Yeah. Whatever it is.
Is it true that they're not putting? I heard that just recently they stopped putting a retweet on Substack links on Twitter. Elon's like doing some crazy shit right now. Part of this whole Matt Taibbi thing.
Somebody hacked into my Twitter account 2 weeks ago and took it over. And I did everything I was supposed to do. I reported it to Twitter support. They hacked it. They changed my password, and then they changed my recovery email address to some email address in Brazil. So can you give me my Twitter account back? They said, please send supporting documents. I'm like, supporting documents? You're the ones that informed me that. I'm like, okay. So I forwarded the emails from Twitter saying the password's been changed, the recovery email's been changed. This is a new, all they do is like .com.bz or BR, whatever Brazil is. So then they sent me another email last Tuesday, and they said, oh, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. We recommend that you just start a new Twitter account. And I'm like, no, I've been on Twitter for 13 years. I'm verified with a blue check mark, which I earned. I didn't pay for. I have 50,000 followers. No, I'm not going to just start a new Twitter account. So they just didn't bother me. So I was going to call Matt Taibbi this morning. I was doing this. No, I did it in the cab or in the Uber on the way over here. I was gonna call Matt, and I got a text from Katie Halper, and her Twitter account was hacked, and they stole her address too, and she just got it back. So she was texting me to say she's back. I said I'm still not back on Twitter. I was gonna call Matt this morning and ask if he could recommend somebody. And she's the one who told me what I told you, and she said, no, here's a woman at Twitter support. Just send her an email directly and say I sent you an email. So I'm hoping I can get my Twitter account.
Do you know it already?
No, not yet. I'm going to do it on the way back to the airport.
That's crazy.
Yeah. This is how you have to do it.
Do you think that's intelligence fucking with you?
No, I think it's Louise Mensch fucking with me.
Louise. Oh, yes. That's that crazy lady who said a bunch of shit about you being a Russian. And, what did she say about you?
Yeah, she said, oh, man. I was in Cuba a couple of months ago.
Really?
And my first book was included in the permanent collection of the National Library of Cuba. So there was this ceremony for authors.
I bet you they got some crazy cemeteries there. Really?
Yeah, gorgeous. That's a whole nother conversation. But
how long were you in Cuba?
A week.
Okay.
So I couldn't sleep one night, and so I went on my email, and a friend of mine said, "Buddy, you need to check Twitter." So I go on Twitter, and here's fucking this Louise Mensch, former member of Parliament in the UK. She described herself as an unhinged British witch. That's her bio, right? Yeah. And she says, and I've never met the woman. Never met her, never interacted with her. No idea who she is other than she's a former member of Parliament. So she says, John Kiriakou, convicted of espionage for spying to the Russians, has something to say about, like I tweeted something about Israel. And then a minute later she tweeted, John Kiriakou, convicted traitor, had treason, #death penalty. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I called it was 2:55 a.m. I woke him up. He's also a friend of mine, so he didn't go nuts. And I said, I'm so angry right now, I feel like flipping out. I said, I'm going to send you 2 screenshots, and I sent them. And he's like, oh yeah, we got to sue. This is called defamation per se. She knew it was a lie, and she tweeted it anyway. So I filed a suit. And I did a lot of research before we filed. She does this to everybody. Everybody from the entire leadership of the FBI to the entire leadership of Congress to half of the non-Fox news personalities in the country. Anybody who doesn't like the politics, you're a traitor and espionage and a Russian propagandist and a Russian stooge. And she's just a bomb thrower. But I'm a litigious prick. So we FedExed papers and said, you have 48 hours to retract and apologize. And she retracted and apologized.
And this all happened while you were in Cuba?
I had just gotten home from Cuba by the time we filed the papers. Yeah.
What were you doing in Cuba, by the way?
My book. So they included it in the National Library of Cuba, the first book. So it was me and like a dozen and a half other authors. Oh, okay. Yeah. And then they translated my first 2 books in Spanish. And so they were sending them around the bookstores.
That's incredible.
It was nice.
What's it like down there? Is the internet? What's their internet and like their television and the communication? I heard that like everything is completely. What I heard was I watched this documentary about this like Caribbean island band who went down there to do a concert, and they needed to let everybody know who they were because apparently they don't have any access to music or the internet or TV or anything like that.
No. In fact, I wrote a column about this.
Oh, did you?
I was so surprised that the day I went to Cuba was the day that Joe Biden gave the State of the Union address. So here's Joe Biden's State of the Union address. It's carried on every Cuban network. And there's a simultaneous subtitle in Spanish. I couldn't believe it. So I'm flipping through the channels, and it was everything. CNN, BBC, RT. I saw my own show. Really? My own show is syndicated by Aura TV. It's a Mexican network. And here's my show. It's me talking to is it Len Bird? I think it was Len, actually.
Really?
Yeah. But I had no problems watching anything that I wanted. I'll tell you what's especially popular in Cuba is ESPN. Because they're all about baseball 24/7.
Right.
So no, I had no problems with the internet either. Although people on the trip who have been there before said that it's markedly better now than it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Markedly better.
Yeah, the story I heard was that there's this kid who started this thing called the Paquete, where he had this little hard drive that he would ship it from the United States or bring it from the U.S. and he would load up all that month's like top hits on music, documentaries, movies, and news. Put it on this little hard drive, bring it down there, and then they would pass it from neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood. Everyone would download it.
Wow.
And that's how they would gather information.
Well, I'll tell you, a friend of mine asked me if I would check out AM radio while I was there, and could I hear any stations in the United States. So there are radios in the rooms. We stay with them, and I got like stations, not just Miami, obviously, but like as far as Chicago, like every station is available.
Really?
Yeah, I listened to a Cubs game.
Was there anything you couldn't get? Like, was there anything that was being censored?
No,
Nothing.
not much. The only thing that they warned us about before we arrived is they said not to bring in any pornography. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, nobody had pornography. It's free on the internet. There's no reason to like bring it in. And they said that they're really sensitive about pornography.
What's the deal with Cuba and the U.S. and presidents taking this embargo?
Yeah. That's a very topical point. Yeah. So, one of the crown jewels of the Obama administration was opening Cuba, something that they worked on for years. And it looked like things were really going well. We reopened embassies, cultural exchanges. We were providing visas, and we needed a reason to go to Cuba. If you just decide to go to Cuba today, you just get on American Airlines flight. No. Then Donald Trump ended, like completely, utterly ended it. No more travel at all.
Why did you do that?
It's a bad guy.
There's no other.
Nope. And
Wouldn't it benefit us?
very, very much. Yes. We would get much more out of that relationship than the Cubans did. Yes. So then when Biden was elected, everybody just assumed that because this is an important part of the administration, that Biden would just re-implement what Obama had agreed to. What he did was he opened the door just a crack. So you can go back to Cuba if you have a specific reason for doing it that's been approved by the Treasury Department. So because this official event, I was allowed to go on my U.S. passport. Frankly, I would have gone anyway through Cancun on my Greek passport. So it was no skin off my nose. But you can go from Miami, from Orlando, from Tampa, or from Fort Lauderdale. Really? Yeah. And if you don't have a reason to go, you can go through Cancun, Mexico City, Nassau, or Santo Domingo. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll give you another example of how rough it makes things. It's like stepping back into the 50s. Every cab is 57 Chevy. It's crazy. I took so many pictures because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was a woman in our group who was, she got bitten by a mosquito, got dengue. So at breakfast the next morning, she's like, I don't feel very well. By noon, she had a raging fever, and she was like, so we took her to the hospital. Well, dengue fever is endemic. They know how to do it. They gave her an IV, they gave her an antiviral, and she felt better.
So I gave her fourth page.
Yes.
When why am I forgetting the name of that? What's the famous pill that for
The one that people
that Jogan was taking and he was talking about everyone?
Thank you. Yeah.
Nothing yet.
Yeah. So she felt better than the state had released it from the So she was a night in the hospital. She had a doctor assigned to her, nurses assigned to her. She said she was never without help, right? And the next day she felt great and they let her go. Her bill was $65. So how do you pay it? Because of the embargo, can't use any credit card. Any, zero, no credit. And they don't take cash at the hospital. They take credit cards. But credit cards in Cuba because of the embargo. Every other country in the world can use credit cards. Canadians, Mexicans, Chinese, any Europeans, not Americans. So this became like an entire day thing. Well, because we were an official delegation, the Minister of Health paid out of his pocket the $65.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it like the same thing in China? If you go to China and you not use your credit card?
No, you can use your credit card.
But not in Cuba.
Not in Cuba, not in Iran, not in North Korea.
Those are the only three.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you something else. When I came home, I wrote a long, like a 4,000-word article about this for this year post in Los Angeles. And they paid me for it. So they sent my money by Zelle. And in the memo line, it said, article, a CIA officer's trip to Cuba. I get an email from Zelle saying I'm suspended from using Zelle for violating Cuba sanctions. So I said, you can appeal your suspension by answering these questions. Why were you in Cuba? What were you doing in Cuba? Where did you stay? So I'm like, none of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. That's how I answered all the questions. So then they were like, well, now if you want to appeal, you have to go to, they gave me some address in Arlington, Texas. I live in Arlington, Virginia. So I wrote back and I said, and you're too stupid to realize after 13 years of banking with PNC Bank that I live in Arlington, Virginia, not in Arlington, Texas. So, I don't know, I can't use zones.
That's fucking bananas, man.
It's crazy.
You know, you said earlier, you said something about, you mentioned that there should be or could be one day a balance between all these superpowers and all these countries.
I believe we're coming to that.
Do you think that, you know, obviously the word globalism or like a one world government is a very, very, it's a thing that's scary, especially when you think of things like the World Economic Forum. You think of like, you know, thing, it's scary to see and sound. But nationalism, obviously, is nothing better than that. Like, there's something in between there that's good, between globalism and nationalism. What do you think it would take to have some sort of harmony?
Yeah, I think that multipolarity is a good thing because it's going to force the United States to engage in diplomacy, where we walked away from diplomacy during the Bush administration, and except for this brief period in Obama's second term, we just haven't utilized diplomacy like we always did. I remember complaining at the CIA that, and I was complaining about the George W. Bush administration, that I had never seen so hard to not do our enemies. Like sanctions, we need sanctions, more. How much more could you possibly sanction? And when did we get our sanctions?
Right.
The Cubans have been under sanctions for 63 years. We haven't brought the Cubans sanctions, and the country's this big, right? I mean, do you think that more sanctions are force these other countries into the embrace of the Chinese,
Right,
or the Russians? So we need to let diplomacy do what it's supposed to do. And I think we don't have the stomach for that. I think we like being the only big kid on the block. But the Chinese, the Belt and Road, and the fact they're swimming in money is kind of forcing us to that position. I think that's where we're going to end up.
What do you think about Trump going and talking to all these people? Like, wasn't he the first president to go and talk to Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, one of the
personally,
yeah,
and all these people. Like,
one of the only good things that I can say about Trump is he was right on North Korea. He really was right, and I only regret that he seemed to, not even he do it, but his North Korea envoy seemed to back off in the second part of Trump's term. And the Democrats were just waiting to kill it anyway. So Trump was right about North Korea. He was wrong about sanctioning Chinese because that began the slow deterioration of our economic relationship with China. And it was something that the Biden people wanted to jump on because you remember in the 2020 election, Biden was accused of being pro-Chinese. Do you remember that? Trump was pro-Russian and Biden was pro-Chinese. I remember talking to this old lady in my hometown. She's a friend of my mom's, probably 80, 82, whatever. And she said, some election we're going to have. And I said, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And she said, I don't like Biden. And I said, really, why not? And she goes, he's with China. And I said, what do you mean? She kind of looks at me, what do you mean? And I said, well, no, what do you mean? With China in what way? And I said, come on. I said, you guys stop watching Fox News. You throw these grenades into the middle of the room and you can stop. Right. But yeah, Biden with China any more than Trump with Russia. It was just all nonsense. So instead of lying about each other, why don't we maybe try to build some diplomacy like we used to?
a lot of people think that that he was really good on foreign politics, foreign policy.
Trump
with like people. Yeah,
I never did.
You don't think so?
I get that a lot from my friends who are conservatives, but I'll tell you, I talk to a lot of foreign nationals, and I travel a lot. I made 6 foreign trips in the last 12 months, in the last 10 months, and people hated him and feared him. Yeah,
they didn't like him at all. People in other countries.
Yeah, he was so unpredictable. Yeah, one guy told me. Actually, he was a senior official in the Luxembourg foreign ministry. I went to Luxembourg to sit on a panel, and he sat next to me. He's like, as crazy as it became, he said, the first thing I would do when I opened my eyes in the morning is I would reach over, get my phone, go onto Twitter, and see what craziness Trump is.
Right. I feel like the media secretly wants him back in office.
I get the same feeling.
It's weird that, don't you think, like the timing, right, of Elon getting Twitter and letting Trump back on Twitter, and now this whole thing of him getting indicted and having to go to court in New York, and like I'm just thinking like, imagine this motherfucker gets a mugshot. That's gonna outdo Escobar's mugshot. That's gonna campaign posted. He's gonna win in a landslide if that happens.
Well, listen, I'm addicted to polls, right? I talk about this on my radio show every day. I go through statistics and I go through every poll that's released every morning. And he's running for president. With that said, none of the Republicans can beat them.
Exactly.
The week before Trump was arrested, the week before Trump even said he was going to be arrested, he was leading Ron DeSantis nationwide from between 5 and 13 percentage points, depending on poll. Now the polls are consistent that he's beating DeSantis by 30 to 35%. Yeah. Nobody's anywhere in the same orbit. Yeah, it's only
the thing about him that sucks is the worst. I mean, there's a lot of things that suck about him, but the worst thing is like the divisiveness and how he breaks people, and I think China likes that. China I think they just want to throw fuel on that fire. They want us to be just more divided.
Absolutely. It makes their job easier.
Exactly. They just love the chaos. Yes. And something I've been hearing recently about DeSantis is that they're saying he's a Trojan horse for globalism. I think I said because there's some sort of like acts that he's trying to put in place in Florida. You hear about that with bloggers? He's trying to make political writers have to register with the government before they're allowed to write about politics.
Oh, see, we have this thing called the Constitution.
Yeah. So this is a real thing. It's all over the place. I mean, if you're in Florida and you're a blogger or a journalist, you have to register with your local government authority and let them know what side you're on. And you have to, or else you get fined like thousands of dollars.
Oh man, I would beg for them to arrest me. I love that.
John Kerry opted to do with the United States is no longer the world superpower. And China is now the number one superpower, and the United States is brought to its knees. Where would you go? What would you do? What sort of CIA spy tactics would you use to survive and thrive in the world?
I'll give you two different answers, depending on how much on our knees we ended up being.
Right.
I'm a patriot. I love my country. I want it to succeed. I think that it's making a lot of mistakes. I write about and talk about.
By the way, that's amazing for someone like you to say. It's after what happened to you, after the CIA systematically dismantled your entire life.
Well, see, I see them as criminals, and so that's what I write about. Yeah. You know, there was one night, the night we captured David, we captured dozens of al-Qaeda members. And we had so many people that night that we didn't have enough space to interrogate them all. And so the Pakistanis were bringing them over in groups of 10 in a paddy wagon, bringing them to our safe house. And we were splitting them up and interrogating them. So the first load of 10 came in, and they were being led in by this fucking idiot that was working for me. And the hoods on. And I said, why do they have hoods on? And he says, we didn't want them to see our faces. And I go, are you seriously telling me that you have never read the convention? Seriously. It's a war crime to put hoods on them.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't put hoods on them. Take the hoods off. And he goes, guys, if you take those hoods off, I'm reporting you to headquarters. And I said, no, I'm reporting you to headquarters because you've committed a war crime. So I grabbed.
Oh, I thought you said, what am I doing? How are you?
We reported each other. And I got in trouble.
I got your message.
They said I had displayed a shocking
It was
lack
great.
of commitment to counterterrorism. And I'm like, it's a war crime. It's a treaty that has been approved by the Senate. It has the weight of law. And I said, look, we can't just ignore the laws. We can't just pretend they don't exist. If you want to torture people, God bless. Go torture.
You know how to do it. Go to settings.
You can't pretend that we don't have an anti-torture statute. You can't pretend that we are the authors and the original signatories of the United Nations Convention against Torture. Change the law. You think torture's so great? Put your name on it. Let's have a vote. Oh, you don't want to do that? Then you're a war criminal. Right? So I'm right, they're wrong, and I can sleep at night.
But you don't put the CIA in the same basket as you put the United States of America.
No. Like I said, we have a lot of problems. But I see kind of an activist for the things that I believe in and the things that are important to me. I'm opposed just because he was in the Guantanamo and sat in on cases. Why don't we talk about that?
I don't know. I'll do what I can.
When was he there?
2000.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Well, anybody who runs for president, you have to talk about it.
So back to my original question.
Yeah. Oh, no, my second answer is yes. I'm a Greek citizen, and all my children are Greek citizens. They have dual citizenship. And I love Greece. It's my second.
And what is Greece's relationship with rest of the world? Why would Greek? Is that just coincidence that you have a Greek citizenship, or is Greek strategically
No.
a good place to be?
Well, both. My grandparents all came from Greece, and when I'm kind of famous in Greece. Like the last time I went, there was a camera crew to document my arrival at the airport. They're like, "Welcome home, Mr. Kiriakou." I'm like, at first I looked. I said, "Oh, there must be somebody famous on the plane." And I looked, and they're like, "No, welcome home." I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." My hair was like, I slept, propped up against the side of the plane. And anyway, so when I got arrested, the Greek ambassador called me, and he said, "What can we do to be helpful?" And I said, "You can give me citizenship." And bang, like that, I got citizenship. Now, I qualified for it anyway. But it's been 3 years for it to work its way through the bureaucratic process.
I'm in,
just like that.
in a Discord known as Fish Tank.
And then once I had it, I got it for all 5 of my kids.
It is.
So we're all citizens.
That's amazing.
Awesome. All right. Greece is a NATO country. It's an EU country. It's strongly pro-American, but
Yeah, so
doesn't
Fish
get
Tank is a
involved in
website that
these
basically
high-level
live streams people 24/7.
It just sort of sits
And
down.
I'm trying
All
to
right,
get
well,
on it.
your
It's
folks
like a
get
TV
Greek
show.
citizenship.
So I just do my
John,
best
thanks again, man.
to always
Thank
be
you.
streaming in there so that the people
I'll
who
link it below, but I'll link your
are
Substack.
interested in that show get interested in me.
You got your Twitter back.
I'm gonna get my Twitter back. I'm
But yeah,
optimistic.
I mean,
Next time you come here,
you're
you
not
have
the
to wear
first person to say that.
Oh, I still have this one.
It is. It's a lot like a fishbowl. I mean,
okay. We're in the SpongeBob
fish
show for episode 3.
I'll do
can't
it.
generally
All right,
leave
cool,
the
man. Thanks
tank.
again,
Thank you.
and goodbye, world.
But I do.
Well, yeah, okay. A fish has to be
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Were you able to figure out how to change the picture?
I was just saying that, I put it there. I'm not really pleased.
All right.
So I'll get to this.
Yo, welcome, Six. How are you?
Somebody that podcast on here when people have
What are you talking about?
So so I wanted to myself better of what happened in the part of the world that you're from, because I've gone super deep on it. Like I had that guy over on here. You saw his episode from Kosovo. He's from Albania. Yeah, part of that Kosovo war.
Cool story, dude.
I just watched a 30-30 on these 2 basketball players that are from there. And one of them was from Croatia, and the other one was from another country over there, but it was when it was Serbia, but it was when it was Yugoslavia, right? And they mixed together, and I guess a guy walked out onto the court with this national Croatian flag, and he grabbed his hand, like, no, this is not. They're just like wanted to push out all like the dissenting sort of nationalistic movement over there. And it drove this crazy void in these 2 people's friendships.
Well, Yugoslavia was a strange country to begin with. We always said that, so the president of Yugoslavia was Tito. And we always said that he always does a little bit here and a little bit of there. So whatever is good, he went with that. So it was a capitalist and it was a communist. So basically, Yugoslavia was a country that parted
What's on your agenda for today?
Western system and sometimes with the Russians.
That's great.
So basically, it was a conglomerate of Yugoslavia, like several countries. It was Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Hrvatska, was Croatia.
Yeah, basically that.
Part in there. I'm not very familiar with this history because we always learned this Yugoslavia. And the Bulgarians and the Serbs, so we're kind of like the same kind of people. We use the same alphabet. It's actually the Bulgarian alphabet or the Syrian alphabet. It's the same alphabet that the Russians use. And then the other side, like I said, I'm not very familiar. I think the Croatians, they use the Latin alphabet. And that was one of the things when Yugoslavia fell apart. They started also like what we teach the children here and there. And I think that was more of a kind of like separating them and turning against each other. That's what I think. But again, like I'm not. It was a country that there was not much about it because it didn't belong to any other blocks. Actually, it was kind of separate by itself.
With your background in your early life in that part of the world, seeing the shit that you saw, what kind of perspective does that give you on all the shit that you see happening now, like Ukraine and Russia and that whole part of the world?
Well, unaware of many people may be always complaining about their past life or anything like this. I can say I grew up in a communist country, but it was a nice country. I mean, I was a kid, so what do you know about communism? You don't know anything about it. You find out later. But when I was growing up, I had a family. We had a house. Actually, it was an apartment, and we lived there. My parents, my grandparents, and my brother. So 6 people in the same. It was a decent-sized place. It was right in the. It used to belong to my grandfather, the whole building. And then when the communists came, they like took parts of the building away, and they left only my uncle, who was in the 2nd floor, and we were on the 3rd floor. The apartments, and the other 3 apartments they sold off to some other people, and I think they were communist people too.
Yeah, you told me you kind of surprised me the other day. You were like, "Oh yeah, I got my neighbor mowing my lawn back in Bulgaria." I was like, "What? You guys have lawns there?"
Well, that's in the mountain house. That's not. Back then, no, there was no lawn. There was no lawnmower. There was no real estate agents. There was no car dealership. So you couldn't just buy a car.
So you still have a house there?
We just got a house there. Yes, my brother got a house. He has a couple of houses there. Yes, in the mountains. It's actually in a close to a lake. It's an old house. It's a beautiful house, and I'm planning to retire there. Actually, I want to build my own little place in the same yard because it's a huge yard.
Why do you want to retire there?
Just because of the life, the more of a normal life, more like connected with people, like a spiritual life, none of this materialistic things. And once you find out that materialistic things are not actually the things that make you happy, then you don't need them anymore. You have to always think that there's always a better and faster. So if you buy a car today, and tomorrow is another one and another one. And for some reason, the way people are brought up here is, they're go-getters. They want to go get it, and you have in your mind, I want to get this, and I want to get a bigger truck and a bigger boat.
Very competitive.
Well, I don't know if it's competitive. Maybe it's more of a consumer. So maybe it's competitive as well, but also consumers. So you got to stop consuming because you really don't need those things. I mean, if you think about it, you sit and you're driving the same speed going from here to Treasure Island, for example. If you're sitting in a McLaren, you're going the same speed. The difference is one is $500,000, $1 million, and the truck is like $50,000. If you're driving the same speed, now maybe there is a feeling that when you're sitting in the McLaren, people are watching you and you're getting excited because they're watching you. But is that the feeling you want to live for? What other people think about you? I don't know.
Right. People listening, a background of like your childhood and where you were, where you grew up, and what it was like when you first came to America.
So basically, I was born in Sofia, Bulgaria. That's the capital, and I lived in one place. We didn't move. I mean, it wasn't like in the U.S. where you move from place to place. You're born in one place and you live there. Your grandparents live there. Your parents live there. It's the house. And I was there till 4th grade. And in 4th grade, my dad got a job in Germany, and he was an interpreter from German to Bulgarian. He was also a welding engineer. What year was this? This was 1970, about 1974. Okay. So 1974. He got a job in East Germany, and the whole family, my mom, my dad, and my brother, moved there. But we stayed in the house in Bulgaria. My grandparents kept on living there and staying there. So we lived in Germany only 1 year. But during that 1 year, I went, and when I was a little kid, my mom used to speak to me and my brother in German because she was German major, and she was just teaching us another language as babies. So we spoke Bulgarian, and she taught German, and you didn't remember anything, but obviously, because when I went to school, we were fluent in like months. I mean, everything just came from somewhere. So we were actually put in a school with German people. Like you take a guy that doesn't speak any English and you put him in school here with a normal school, and you adopt it, and all you have to know is ask, learn how to ask. What is this? How do you call this? The next time you use it. And every day you new word. It's even now in English, I will sometimes every day learn a new word because there's so many words, and every day you come up with a word, you hear it. Now, once you learn it, you start hearing
Bulgarian or something.
So anyway, long story short, so we went to Germany, came back. I was in 5th grade when I came back. Then I lived there from 5th to 8th grade, and in 9th grade we went back to Germany, and I finished high school. So I finished high school. It was 1983 when I finished high school, and I had to go back to Bulgaria after high school to go to the Bulgarian military. So going to the military was you had to go. It was obligatory 2 years. And there was no excuse about it.
All the way to the military.
You had to go.
How old were you?
I was 19.
19. So what was going on in that area of the world, right? Like in that time? Were you paying attention to like what was happening between countries and like?
No, I was a kid. All we did is we played and we had a good time. And I remember my grandfather, he was an engineer as well. He would listen to the Voice of America at night and like very light because it was the neighbors getting hear it because it was considered propaganda. And it was a country that all the communist countries, people snitch on each other. So they listen to you say something and then if they don't like it, they say, you know what, I talked to Danny, and Danny's like, he's talking against the president, this and that, And then they'll come and visit you and start messing with you.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So that happened?
Oh, it happens all the time, yeah. So you couldn't tell anybody what you're planning if it was something that was not legal, For example, when I left Bulgaria, I couldn't tell my best friends that I was leaving.
How old were you when you left?
I was 27.
And what inspired that?
Well, when I was a kid, we watched a lot of American movies.
So you guys was America sort of like this big shiny
it was
hill to you guys?
It wasn't a shiny thing. It was like California, and we were watching. There was this movie, Sons. I don't know if you remember it, an old movie. And there was a stuntman in Hollywood. There was like some kind of intrigue on the inside, and they were driving these cool muscle cars and motorcycles. It was kind of appealing. It was a different world, It was the movies, it was the fantasy world.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what made you want to come here?
Well, it started like thinking like, hey, what's going on over there? What's going on over here? But then when I went and lived in East Germany, we were able to watch West German TV. So the East Germans could not block the over-the-air TV, and of course there's a lot of propaganda on TV, but you also see the truth. Because when you go to a communist country to school, they tell you that in America it's terrible. So the kids, they have to sit in this. They used to show us this movie where they sit in a conveyor belt.
You want to play literati?
It's like a black and white movie, and these little kids sit on a conveyor belt and they make sandwiches. So the bread will come and you put the mustard and it slides over and they put the cheese and the next one puts the ham and the next one wraps it. And they told us that you have to be like when you're 12 years old, you have to go and work for your family to earn money and things like that. Really? Oh yeah, it was all propaganda. They didn't. And if you couldn't see it, how can you know? Because you perceive the world from the things that you see. So everybody gets information that could be visual, could be from like audio information or nature, and then you start making a picture in your mind, and then through all the things that you learn, you start like dissecting that picture and start thinking how the world works. And if they give you only this kind of information, the world works the way they tell you it works. Like Americans, for example, not to offend anybody, but extremely brainwashed. Extremely brainwashed.
So you were in East Germany, but you were getting some of the entertainment or news from East Germany or from West Germany, rather?
Right. So I lived in Brandenburg, but it's only maybe like 50, 60 miles from West Berlin. And the West Germans, on purpose, of course, they were sending a strong signal so you can actually watch. There was only 3 channels. There was no cable. So there was like 3 Eastern channels and maybe 3 or 4 West German channels. And on the West German channels, you can watch some of the movies, and maybe some shows and something different. Of course, there was news. We didn't care about the news. We were kids, but we didn't care about the news. But there was some entertaining stuff, some action movies, and then the East German station or in Bulgarian TV, you watched Russian war movies, and you were over with. I mean, you watched so many of those that you didn't want to watch anymore. So it made kind of like maybe that bug of going to a different country and living in a different country and seeing that there's a different world out there that maybe wanted me to ask for more. And I cannot say decided because I really don't decide anything. They fall in place in life. You decide something in one direction, then things just expand and do their own thing. So I figured, hey, why not? There's nothing to lose. I mean, the plan was, if I don't like it, I come back. So where's there to lose?
So you guys were just allowed to migrate to the United States, and what year was this?
Well, no, this was in 1990.
1990. Okay.
So in 1989, in September, the Berlin Wall came down.
Right.
So this was the crack into the communist bloc. That was the time when
All right.
Russia was
Just give me
falling
a
apart.
moment. I'll be
So
good.
was it 15% of the Russian population took down, or basically ended the Soviet Union? It was 15%.
It could be. Like I said, again, we were very excited about it. What actually happened is after Brezhnev died, they had a bunch of other presidents like the Chernenko and Andropov, and then the alcoholic was Yeltsin.
Yes.
The reason they had all these people was when the Soviet Union started falling apart, they kind of like, there's a bunch of oligarchs that started taking like advantage of this, and one of these presidents will support one guy, the other one the other guy. So it became kind of like a banana republic, during that time. And then it fell apart, and then that's what happened when all these countries, Ukraine came out of it, and Latvia, Litva, Estonia, and all separated all these republics that Russia had, and they created the Russian Federation. And then Putin came back. Actually, Putin worked in East Germany, right? Because he was an attorney, I believe. And he worked for the Russians. He's an attorney. And then when he went back from Germany to Russia, I mean, don't quote me on this, but I read, and we always donation from somewhere. He actually in Moscow.
Never heard that.
Yeah.
Well, where'd you read that?
We'll double check it. So.
Where did you read that?
I don't know. I read it somewhere. Can you check it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So you were there when the Berlin Wall when it came down.
So the wall came down in 1989 in September, and in November. Then after that was Romania that fell apart. And when Romania fell apart, the president of Romania was Ceausescu, and he was a vicious dictator. He actually, when he was going down, he hired his secret service people to go to homes, and they were murdering people left and right. Just for they asking if you're with us or against us, and if you're against them, they took off.
Vladimir Putin says he resorted to driving a taxi after the fall of the Soviet Union. You published this, The Guardian.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I did it a long time ago, but I just wanted to verify it. So yeah. Actually, he drove himself. He was in. He just went to Ukraine and he drove himself around in his SUV when he was visiting. Now, just last week. Yeah, last week he drove by himself.
There's photos of him driving himself.
That's him driving the truck, and there's a couple other guys in there.
That's funny. I wonder if that's because he just can't trust anybody to drive the car.
They're all the same car. What is there to trust?
Right.
If you hit a mine, the whole car goes.
Still, people are willing to kill themselves just to get rid of Putin. There were I saw like some videos of some attempts to kill him, of guys like crossing the median on the highway, like trying to hit his car. There was one specific video I saw, but he wasn't in the car. They actually hit one of Putin's cars, but it was like one of his guards driving.
I'm sure there is all kinds of attempts, but actually I believe he's a person that is actually loved in Russia. So
really,
not only in Russia, there is a lot of people that support what the Russians are doing.
And
yeah,
he's a driver.
He's a driver. There he is. So,
and then explain to me what it was like when you first came to the U.S.
Well, let's back it up a little bit because basically the way the story started. So then at 9, 10, 11, and 12th grade, I was in Germany, finished high school there. It was a great time, you know. The German ladies are great, you know, and their philosophy is totally different. It's not like here is kind of like really different dating, I think, because it's always this say what you have, what you do, what you work, where you live, you know, it's like it matters, you know. It matters to meet the person if you like him, and then if there is something. And what does it matter what I do? I mean, you know, in Europe, it's kind of like actually, especially in Italy, it's almost extremely offensive to ask somebody if you don't know well what they do for a living. It's none of your business. What does it matter what you do for a living? Are you going to be a different person if you don't do this for a living? I mean, let's say you were begging groceries at Publix. You're still Daniel. I mean, you're not going to be a different person.
Yeah, the girls don't want to be with somebody that can support them and support a family.
Yeah, but when did that story come up that the girls have to have somebody to support them? I mean, I think, you
I don't
know,
know. Since I've been alive.
right, but didn't we say that women and men are equal, and so if we are equal, then they can support themselves?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. It's a cultural thing.
I guess it's definitely a cultural thing. Yes, definitely a cultural thing. And it's a materialistic thing too. And then in 1983, I went to the military, and Bulgarian military is. I mean, it's not fun. That's for sure. It's not that you go there and you go during the day and you do some kind of exercises, and then you go back to some kind of a nice barracks, and you can go out in the town. No, you go in there and you go in for 2 years. The first day you go in there, they shave your head all the way down, and they stick you in this bathroom that is like a huge room, and then they get a couple of hoses and start hosing off everybody in there. And then they give you this stinky uniform that you have, and you wear this damn thing for like 2 years. And they don't let you go home, they don't let you do anything. So you stay there at this area wherever you are. And I was on the Romanian border. I actually am a medic. So I went to medical school in the military. It was a 10 months to become a medic, military medic. And then while I was training for a medic, I got poisoned by poison gas. Well, we used to have these gas masks, and they used to make us get up morning at 5 a.m. and summer, winter, whatever, and they blow the alarm and say gas attack, and then you put the gas mask on, and they make you run like 3 miles with the gas mask. And it's really hard to breathe with a gas mask. I mean, especially those old ones. They had the hose, and those was playing a little bag on the side, and they had a little valve on the bottom. We used to pull the valves out so it can breathe easy. Well, when they did this chemical attack, they stick you in this room like this, and they open the room, they kick you in there, and you kept
Can you
the
hear
gas
me?
mask.
So it's a drill, but they use real
It's a drill. They use gas. Yeah, it's actually called ecrit. They use
Marty, are
it's
you
a
there?
chlorine-based gas. Ecrit. Okay. And
Okay,
we
excellent.
went in. I went in there, and a lot of people will panic
I'm
when they go in
sending
there,
you
and they
an
will knock on the door.
invitation.
And there's a window, and you can knock on the window, and they think you're panicking. You know. Well, I didn't have the valve in there because I took it out, and I didn't even know where it was, and it was an alarm, so it wasn't like you can prepare. You know, they blow the alarm, you get dressed, and you go, and they tell you what's happening.
You should have it.
So I went in there and I started coughing, banging on the window, and nobody walked in the door, and I just passed out. And they took me out, and I woke up in a hospital, and I could not talk when I turned to the left. So I had a paralysis or a paralysis of my voice box on the left-hand side. So it was from the inhaling those gases, and then they let me go home. You know, they sent me actually to the military hospital.
Do you have the invitation?
Where I'm from. And I remember going home and hitchhiking, and it was a rainy night, and it was like really cold, and I'm coming out there with my uniform, you know, and when there's a soldier, as soon as you go on the street, they will take you, you know, they're nice people. I was coming in this big truck stuff, and opened the door, and I looked at the guy, but I cannot say anything. Where are you going? You know.
Do you have an invitation?
Sophia. And he's like, "What are you talking with?" And I had to turn around and explain to him that I can talking inside.
How long was it like that?
A different account.
Yeah. And then I went to that hospital. In the hospital, they did all kinds of, like tests and things like this. And then they knew they messed up. But through the military in Bulgaria, there's no such thing. So they gave me a bed position
Can you
as
send
a
it?
medic. So I was in the mountains in a really nice
Okay,
area.
I'm done.
That was nice.
Underscore rep.
It was nice, yeah. And
So-
well,
oh,
anyway,
wait.
it was an upgrade.
No, I'm the rabbi. No underscore.
And over there, I had
THE
my
or
little,
ABBI.
cabinet, where people come in, like the little room where people come in, I have pills and stuff like that. If you have a headache, here's an aspirin.
Okay, so
Come here, my
I
leg is
need to
missing,
look
here's
up
an aspirin.
Your
Stuff
Audi,
that-
YOUDDIE.
Cards in there and goof around things. And after 2 years, this nonsense of
We
wasting
couldn't
time,
find
I
anyone
got
with
out
that
of
Play-Doh
there
ID.
and started working for a company. Long story short, and then when communism started, fell through in Bulgaria in November. So November 11th, 1989, our communist president, who was elected in 1956 and won every election
Just add me, the
until
rabbi.
1989 with 96% plus, and I never voted for him. I never even knew
Just send
that you
me-
should be voting or whatever you're doing.
Well,
So he
it
was
says
the
that
only
Your
president
Audi
I ever
doesn't
had.
exist.
And they took him down, and things started to change. So now suddenly you put
YOURAUDDIE.
My mom worked for the airline,
No, that right here.
and she told me because
Underscore.
this happened in
There's
November,
an underscore
came
in
down in
between.
December. I went to this Christmas party,
Okay, well,
and
that's
I met
different.
these people. They were actually
Okay, you'll have an
somewhat
invitation
part
in
about
a
them,
second.
but kind of distant. And he said, "Hey, you
All
have to
right.
go to Canada." When are you going? We're going soon. What's going on? He said, "Well,
Now
you
I
can fly to
Or
Canada,
no, I just
and you can
understand.
ask for political asylum, and then they will take you in. And then what? And then you start learning the language, get a job, and whatever you want to do, And I was like, "Well, that sounds
What
good."
is your
So I asked my
picture?
mom. I said, "Hey, do you know anything about this?" "I do." Well, she worked for the airline,
Great.
and she wasn't very happy. And I said, "What do you mean you do it?" And I want to go. I
I
want to do
see.
it. And back then I had a girlfriend. She lived in our house, so she lived with me. And I asked her, "Do you want to go?" And she said,
All
"Yeah,
right.
I want to go."
Do you have my invitation?
And I remember was
Is that
Saturday.
your picture?
Actually, today is my anniversary. Today is the 23rd. I came in 1990.
Did you
March
take that
23rd,
picture?
I came to Canada. I left Bulgaria and went to Canada.
Did you take that
Same day,
picture?
Wow. And so in order to go, I asked her, how are you going to do this?
Gotcha.
And she said, well, first of all, you have to pay for the ticket. Well, how much is the ticket? And the amount of the ticket for me and my girlfriend back then was 2,100 leva, LEVA, that's our money. So it's hard to explain how much it is, but I can explain it in a way, let's say the average salary here for,
All right.
what's the
Did
average
you get my
salary for one
invitation?
person? Is it 40 grand or something? So let's say it's like 40 grand. Let's say it's 40 because back then it was less anyway. So
Okay, so you're not going to
40
use
grand
Audi anymore?
was the average salary. I was making probably 2.5
Okay, so I'm going to remove that
grand
friend.
a year from our. So it was a whole annual income for the two kids. But it's kind of hard to come up with, like it's hard to come up with 45 grand, especially when you're like 25 years old, I mean, unless you have a good career and whatever.
There you go.
Bulgaria,
All right.
Unless you're a communist.
So let me send
Right.
you an invitation.
So I came up with the money we rented out my girlfriend's apartment. She was actually an orphan, had her own apartment. And we rented it out. Everybody had their own apartment. Nobody rented in Bulgaria. Everybody, you bought it from,
Right.
you got a government
should
loan
have it
and you
now.
paid it off within 30 years. And
Do you
everybody
have
got a
it?
house.
There
There
you
was no
go.
real estate office, I told you.
Then how do you purchase it? Where do you purchase
They
it
just
from?
tell you, when you apply, I want to get an apartment, and they look at you and see who you are and who your parents are, and if you're a party member, you get it faster. If your parents are for that, it's kind of like a hierarchy, And once you apply for the apartment, they look and see where you live right now. I mean, if you have an apartment already, they're not going to sell you another one. So, but when she got hers, her parents passed, so obviously it was her parents' apartment anyway. So I rented that apartment to a friend of mine for a whole year in advance. So we got some money from there. And this friend, she was a painter, so they made actually a studio out of this apartment. You know, they were painting in there and all this stuff. And it was also hard to get anything to rent because nobody was renting, so it was actually a renter's market. So I got good money for this apartment, rented the house for 12 months in advance. They paid me the money 12 months in advance. And actually, I let them stay forever there because, I mean, I never came back. Wow. And so we got that money and bought the tickets. And my mom told me, you know, sometimes when you board the Bulgarian plane, because the plane was going from Sofia to Belgrade, that's in Serbia, and then from Belgrade to Paris, and from Paris to Havana, Cuba. So at the time I bought my ticket, you still could buy only a ticket going to another communist country. But my mom knew that the plane lands in Newfoundland, Canada for a refuel landing, where actually the Russians rent the airport to be able to refuel their planes. Newfoundland, Canada. Gander. Okay. So the plane, she said, do not take the plane going on this date from Sofia to Belgrade. We're going to take the train the night before and go to Belgrade. And we're going to board the plane in Belgrade. So I don't have to go to the Bulgarian customs. Because the Bulgarian customs
That's good.
knew about this scam, you know, that people are leaving the country, and they were giving you a hard time. Sometimes they delayed the plane so much that you missed your connection.
Why do they care so much about people leaving?
I don't know. It's control. I mean, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't have a private enterprise. There was no private enterprise. Everything belonged to the state.
Except you could rent your apartment, right?
Well, that was after it collapsed.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and that's not an enterprise. I mean, you cannot have your own butcher shop or your own podcast or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you can have a podcast, but back then there was no stuff like that. Right. I mean, you cannot open a business and start selling things or producing things. There was no such thing. Mm-hmm. So you got a job, you go and say you look for a job, and you got a job, and they made the same amount of money, no matter what you did.
And you can only go to other communist countries.
And you can only travel to other communist countries. So in other words, if you were a doctor or a garbage man and you started at the same age, you made the same money. Okay. You got more money when you hit your tenure. Let's say you worked 10 years in the business. Then they gave you the next step up. I think it started with 120, 160, 220 was after that. 250 was, I think, was the boss. My dad was a boss. He was making 250 level per month, which wasn't enough for anything. But we had no mortgage.
Right.
So basically, all we bought is food, and it was like 90% of the money went for food. We didn't have a car ever.
And the only people that were like wealthy were people that were connected to the state.
There wasn't no wealthy people.
There's no wealth.
No, there was no. There was the government employees later on that corruption or whatever, you know. Maybe had a fancy car, but as far as a fancy house and like here houses and yards and pools, no.
Okay. So you take the train to Belgrade.
So I took with my girlfriend, Katya, Kate, whatever, and then we went to Belgrade, and in Belgrade we went to the airport. And at the airport, we stood in line and got on the plane. Young people on the plane, my age, and some of them they were talking. We were kind of like staying aside. We don't want to tell anybody anything, you know. And then the plane, when we boarded the plane, they came in and collected all our passports after the plane took off. And I don't know what they did with the passport. We didn't know what they were going to do with it. But long story short, when we landed in Paris, they put you in a special room, like a transit room, until you wait for the plane to go from Paris to Havana. And so you could not ask for political asylum while you were in Paris.
Paris to Havana?
Yeah.
I thought you went from Paris to Canada.
No, from Paris to Havana. But it refuels. It stops in Newfoundland, Canada to refuel. It's not scheduled stop for you to get off.
So there's a pit stop in Canada on the way to Havana.
In Newfoundland, Canada.
Okay. Got it.
So, and they So we boarded the plane in Paris. That's when I understood why they took the passports. Because you cannot leave, you don't have a passport. The passports are with the pilots. Got it. So you go into your plane and you move on. They didn't want any refugees up there. So basically, this iron curtain that first the communists didn't let you travel turned to the iron curtains where the Westerners didn't let you come. The communists said, you can go wherever you want, and then the Westerners said, we don't want no immigrants. So they blocked you. So you could not go anywhere. So that's why I went to Cuba. So
Communist.
communist country, you're allowed to, there is the Warsaw Pact countries, 7 countries, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, East Germany, Bulgaria, Romania, and so on, Poland as well. And you could choose countries as much as you want. You can take the train, take the plane, whatever you want. Nobody cares. If you want to go to West Germany or Belgium or Holland, no way. You have to go to the embassy, you have to apply, and 99% of the time you're denied.
Wow.
We're taking off, approaching Cuba, and now we start talking, and the people on the plane, half of them are Bulgarian, the other half are French tourists from this we picked up in France. And the Bulgarians start you start kind of looking at people, and you start thinking, hey, this is probably cool, And they all are kind of escaping, so they're all on the same wave. So I started talking to one of the guys, said, what's the plan? He said, well, so usually they have a cop on the plane, and he might prevent us from coming down or whatever. I mean, they were just, I don't think there was a cop on the plane, but there was the cop going to do on the plane. The plane is in Canada, and you have to leave it for safety reasons. You have to leave the plane while you refuel it. So you cannot be on the plane. So they were saying, if somebody tries to us, you jump him, and then you guys go, and So we land up there, and as soon as you land, I was told, you see this first cop, he's down there, and you tell him, I'm looking for political asylum. And this was March 23rd, and in Paris was 74 degrees. I had a short sleeve shirt. We landed in Newfoundland. You could not see, there's white and ice, and there was a guy with a big muffs start doing the plane, and it was soaking cold, and you had to walk from the plane to the terminal. They didn't have a bus or anything like this. And it took a long walk, but it was probably 25 degrees. And you were so excited, that you were not cold. Short sleeve shirt. I just remember somebody hit you with a steel frozen hammer right in the forehead. You were so cold in here, but you were I gotta get in there, So I got in there, and we asked the first cop, and he just took us to a separate room.
How many of you?
62.
62 of you.
From one plane. And nobody was saying anything until we were probably half an hour away. Nobody was saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that.
Right.
No trust at all. You can never tell what's going on. There's immediately somebody's going to go and snitch for benefits.
Do you think this was something that was happening every day? People escaping on these planes?
Well, actually, I know because my mom worked for the airlines. It started sometimes in November. Somebody figured it out. And it was stopped sometimes in April.
Okay.
So I just got out.
So what happened when you talked to the cop and they took you guys away?
It was just like in a movie. They came in, they were cops, just like in the movies. The cops look like our cops. And we said, we're looking for political asylum. We said, this way. And I was told not to bring any luggage with me, so I had only a carry-on. And in the carry-on, I was told, of course, you listen to people that don't know anything about things, that they said you have to bring a suit because you have to go to court and you have to look presentable. So all I'm packing is, I'm going to Cuba, and all I'm packing is a toothbrush, a nice suit, and a wool overcoat. But Cuba, kind of sketchy. Nobody looked at the luggage anyway. I don't have any luggage on the plane because you don't get your luggage. It stays on the plane. They don't go and get it. No matter what. It's lost. So I had this. I had $300 in fake Visa traveler's checks. They weren't fake. I think they were stolen. They were real checks, but they were with an Arabic signature on it. And
I had no idea that you have to sign. I signed in the top and you have to sign. Have you ever seen a traveler's check?
No.
Well, back in the day, if you wanted to take money from one country to another, instead of going, there was no exchanges.
Right.
That you can do it as easily as you can do it now. So basically, you bought from Visa or Master or American Express, you bought this paper. It looks like a banknote. It was traveler's checks, and they were accepted anywhere in the world. So I bought them with Bulgarian money, converted whatever they said is so much in US dollars.
And it was 300.
And this was three $100 checks. And on one side on the top, you sign as the buyer. And when you sign, you have to sign the same signature as the spender. I didn't know that. They were signed on both places already, but kind of makes it stupid because if somebody finds it, they can spend it.
Right.
But that was the idea behind it. And I had stashed another probably $200. My brother escaped for me. He went to West Germany for me.
Oh, okay.
So he caused a little trouble for me, but very little. It was kind of like at the end. And so, anyway, so we're at the airport. And just to back up a little bit on that, so I traveled on Wednesday. Monday, I was talking about that Monday prior to the Wednesday of Bulgaria, and I'm walking down the street, bro, and I'm seeing one of my colleagues with his wife. And I go, hey, well, he's like, oh, I see you're taking a couple of days vacation. I said, yeah. What are you up to? I said, no, not Wednesday. I landed in Newfoundland, Canada. And my colleague works for immigration, for the Canadian immigration, because he speaks Spanish and Bulgarian. So they pick him off the plane the same day that he comes off of the plane, and he starts interpreting for them. And he's questioning me. Oh my! And I'm sitting
What
here.
a great word!
It's like, so why didn't you tell me that you're coming here? And I said, why didn't you tell me that you're coming here? So I couldn't tell you. I said, well, I couldn't tell you either. So he goes like, so when they ask you to smoke, you're smoking and your girlfriend is smoking. Why? Just shut up. I know the game. All right. So they take you in this room and then they give you the search, get anything on it, things like that.
Yeah.
Some people had brought some food, like they would bring like a loaf of bread and a can of meat or like some kind of a lunch meat or whatever. They took everything away and asked them, why did you bring this with you? Well, we were worried we forget nothing to eat. It's like, what loaf of bread? What are you going to do with that?
Right.
But they didn't know, so people didn't know what to bring with them. I mean, I like I said, I brought a suit, so that suit had no purpose at all at the end. Got thrown out probably.
Right.
And so we go in there and they ask, do you smoke? I said, yeah. Did you smoke? Yeah. Said, all right, so here's $60 for cigarettes. Here's $60 for cigarettes.
Wow.
Yeah, the Canadians were very nice. So, and now they processed us as much as they can. They took your passport. So they kept possession of your passport. They didn't check it. They just kept possession of it. Gave you some kind of a written note, paperwork, and told you just wait outside. I mean, there's going to be a cab, and you're like, we were five of us. Five of us. Said you all go with cab number blah blah. All right. We go outside, and just like in the movies, there comes a yellow cab. I've never seen a real yellow cab in my life. It's a Chevy Capri, like just in the movies. And you're like, am I dreaming, or you're super excited and totally confused, emotional. So we sit in, and I remember 4 people sitting on the back seat. This is how big that car was. For us, because if you go to Bulgaria, now most of the cars that look like limo, they're the size of a Toyota. Nobody drives in Europe big cars like here, these huge cars. I mean, there is some people do, but 99% do not. So they take us with this cab and they take us to a motel. And that motel was called the Moth Motel. It had a hanging airplane in the lobby, like one of those biplanes, like a really cool plane. And it was a brand new motel. Nobody was there ever. And they just opened it for us. So we go in there. I get a room with a king-size waterbed. Never seen a waterbed in my life, only in the movies. Just the movie continues. and wrestling on TV. You ever watch wrestling on TV?
Like WWF?
Yes, I've heard of it. I mean, we're in heaven, you know. We're laying in the bed, blah, 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 you know, like this is so cool watching the thing. Phone rings. I am sorry to bother you this late, but we usually close our restaurant at 9:30 at night. But the chef stayed for you guys and made some food if you want to come down and have something to eat before you go to bed. Go downstairs, hamburgers and Coca-Cola.
Cooking hamburgers.
Ooh, he goes on. So,
How good of an English speaker were you?
probably half of what I'm now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you ordered Coke and hamburgers because
No, that was the only thing that you can.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they had made in fries. They had Coke, fries, and burgers.
all right.
Yeah, always complain.
Right.
It was delicious. So we ate, and the next day, you know, we waited and spent almost like a month in Gander. And then they moved us to a different place. Was a fly fishing resort, and that was in the mountains in Newfoundland. Beautiful area. The weather was cold, but the kids, as soon as it gets like the sun comes out and it hits like 45, 50 degrees, kids are with shorts and tank tops riding their skateboards.
Wow.
I mean, they're excited, you know. It's kids, you know.
Yeah.
You see kids here swimming too.
Mhm.
And over there, much warmer, so your body actually adjusts to that. So it's not a big deal. But for us, it was cold, you know. I mean, it's kind of like. So we were bored all day, so we are in this resort, and they had like freaking moose in the resort. Have you ever seen a moose in real life?
Yeah, but not that close. They're like 50 yards away from it.
We had one that was right in front of the door, and we opened the door, and this thing is like 13, 14 feet high. It's just a huge animal, you know. And we were scared shitless, so we called the guy at the reception and go like, "Hey, there's a moose here. What should we do?" He said, "Just wait inside and then look out in a little bit." And he just comes. And that was exactly what happened. They come here all the time. Was some kind of an Irish guy running this place, and he likes to drink. Bulgarians like to drink, so it turned out to a party place. So we were partying like for probably like a month or so, and
A month.
while we waited for paperwork.
So you're just in limbo waiting for paperwork to be
Waiting for
done.
paperwork was done, and they said now you can move around. And I had my best friend had moved to Montreal. Long story short, he through the China route. So he went to school in China for porcelain. He's an artist, and he married his English teacher. And then they came together.
Okay.
He escaped from through China.
Right. Wow.
And he was living in Montreal, and I was excited that I have a friend in Montreal, and I'm gonna go check him out, and we're gonna have a great time, and he's gonna show me the ropes, and life is gonna move on. So I had enough money to buy plane tickets for me and my wife to fly to Montreal. But then I befriended these people that actually we rode in the cab together, and we also stayed in the same chalet. They put you in these chalets, and there's like 5 people or 6 people that sleep in there. It was very luxurious, very nice. And they were like, "Hey, can you help out? Can you all go on the train and the bus? Can you help us out? And I'll give you the money." And I'm like, "All right, whatever." So I did it, and that caused us to go on a 52-hour bus trip from Gander, Newfoundland to Montreal. And you go through the whole Newfoundland, and it was snowing. This guy was going like 80 miles an hour in the middle of the night. Then you go to.
Can you pull up a map of Newfoundland?
Then you go. Yeah. Can I have
Yeah.
some water?
Awesome. You grab him. You got some liquid death.
Is it water?
I think it's sparkling. I think we're out of water.
Yeah, whatever it is, as long as it's not alcohol. Yeah. That's cool. And thanks.
Yeah, we're all out of regular water. We just drink sparkling now. It's good, right?
So there is Newfoundland. Let's see. Oh, there you go.
Okay, way up there. Holy
Just as
cow.
the smaller island, the bigger one is Labrador. So just can you zoom in on the small island? No, that's the small. It's the small island. We were in the small. There you go. So St. John is the capital. We stayed at St. John.
Okay.
And we actually, we started from San John and where to Porto Basque. See where Porto Basque is on the bottom south on the to the left. Go left, 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 right, right, left, left, left. That's Porto Basque.
Okay.
So the bus went from San John to Porto Basque, and then from Porto Basque we took the Queen Mary boat that actually crossed the canal.
Right there, that little straight right there.
Yeah, it's there. It's not a little straight. It's pretty big though.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah. And then we ended up in Halifax.
How long was that boat ride?
I think it was 6 hours. The whole trip was 52 hours.
Okay.
So we ended up actually in Truro. See where Truro is? Well, on the Prince Edward Island where it says TRURO, like underneath the where it says Prince Edward Island.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep.
This is where we landed.
Okay. Right north of Nova.
Exactly. And then from there, we took a train going to Montreal. And
Wow.
that took probably like 27, 28 hours, maybe more in Montreal. So, see what Montreal is.
So you're just a friend of
Well,
Montreal.
it wasn't because I knew somebody that I grew up with. I trust him 100%.
Right.
It's really great if you have somebody to just give you a little bit of a hint here and there, because you can go the wrong way real fast.
Were you pretty paranoid during that whole time?
No, I was really excited. I mean, it was like a huge adventure. Very like, hey, and then if you worry too much, those things that you worry about, this is what happens. But if you're just excited, all exciting things happen. So I remember going from Newfoundland where it was probably like in the 50s, the warmest, and at night in the 20s. And we took all this huge ride going over there. And in Montreal was 78 degrees. It was hot as hell. And I had this jacket on, like a down jacket. And we were not a single penny left. Couldn't even afford to take the metro to go to the stop where I wanted to go. So we had to walk to go to the YMCA. So they had put us up to stay at the YMCA in downtown Montreal.
Okay.
And we had to present ourselves. So we got our stick there, and I called my friend, and then we met up. And the story was a little bit different. So his wife was a total bitch. And she was so upset at me because when I landed in Gander for the first time, I called him from Gander, collect, and he accepted the call. And because this call was like $9, she was so upset that I called collect that I was done. I didn't exist anymore. I was a user. I was going to use him. I was going to take his money. He called you collect. I didn't know what the big deal was, but it didn't work out. He got divorced anyway. But
yeah.
And and then I found out that he's pretty much of a kept man, So I mean, he did give us a few pointers here and there. We did hang out a little bit together, but it wasn't like the old times, like every day and all that stuff. We did hang out quite a lot and had some mutual friends, and things were starting to grow. So once we got there, they gave us welfare. So I got $460. So with my wife and girlfriend, and we rented a place for $300. You could rent back there a place for $300. It was in the student area it's in Montreal. It's it will come up. It's a decent area. It's a student area. It's not like there's a lot of young people.
Right.
A lot of cool things happening. It's not like a high crime rate. And I got up and the next met some other people there. There was some guy from Czechoslovakia there. We became friends. He was married with his wife, became friends. And we started talking, and he said, hey, you gotta go. It's Wednesday. We gotta go. So we're going. I said, Wednesday is garbage night. They put, like big appliances and sofas, and this place was not furnished. So we go, we go in the back alleys, and there's a sofa. Looked at it, looked pretty decent, picked it up, put it upstairs. Wow. Then we found a TV, like one of those old console TVs. Yeah. And we wanted, I lived on the third floor and there was no elevator. And this thing was half the size of this desk, with the console and all that stuff. Not that it was an old wooden thing,
Yeah.
columns on the side. So there was this Canadian guy, Mike, that lived on the first floor, and he saw us struggling with this TV on the way when we found our little baby carriage. Baby carriage broke apart from that weight of the TV. And he goes like, hey, let me plug it in. I'll tell you if it works so you don't have to drag it all the way up. So we plugged it in, and then he looks at it, and it was all green, and it took a couple of times, and it warmed up, and it came on. It was a color TV. I mean, it was like you had to wait 5 minutes, warm up, and start like getting color, but it worked. So we got furnished from the garden, and then bought the utensils for the kitchen and whatever it is, garage sales, and got a household going on. And then I wanted to get a job, even though I was making money.
So you just kind of drifted. You really didn't have to kind of plan.
Yeah, I drifted. Yes, I waited to see what life is going to show.
Okay. But you still had your girlfriend back in.
She was with me.
Oh, she was with you.
She was with me. And so, I said, I'm going to go and look for a job. You should do the same. And she said, okay. So I go down the street. I mean, it's Rue Saint Jacques was the main drag. There was a strip joint. There was a grocery store, a couple car washes, and I'm going like, well, I'm going to ask here, I'm going to ask there, and I went to the car wash, and I said, hey, I want to get a job. He said, all right, I'll hire. Was a guy from Panama, Carlos. He goes like, yeah, I'll hire you. I said, how much you paying? It's like $6 an hour. That was good back then. And then we shared the tips at the end of the night. Wow, that's dope, yeah. And it's only like right to the house. All I have to do is if she had a bicycle, I go with the bicycle. I just walk over there, So I go over there, and it was a tough job, but it was car washes that you wash by hand. And we washed fancy cars. So stations, when you do the wheels, the white walls on the wheels, the shittiest job, you scrub all that stuff, and there's a guy spraying and the other guy doing this. And every time they wanted to put Armor All was a big thing there. And Carlos will announce, Armor All! Okay. And then he goes one time and says, Armor All inside? We're going to put Armor All on the dash and all that stuff. And I'm like opening the door, and he looks at me like, pulls me on the side and says, you never open the customer's door. I said, well, I was going to go do the Armor All. He said, don't do Armor All. Armor All inside is only me. I'm the only one that does Armor All inside. What? Well, turns out that was a code who buying cocaine.
Oh.
So his fans in, Armor All inside. He goes, does the Armor All. Obviously, the money is somewhere, puts the stuff somewhere, done. Wow.
What a clever way to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one of the guys.
This guy was a coke dealer.
Carlos was the one doing it. It wasn't the owner. The owner was Italian. Okay. So I think they busted him at the end, and the whole thing fell apart. But it was a big. I mean, there was some people with some fancy cars, some Ferrari.
What year was it now again?
This was 1990. Okay. So, some real fancy cars and this and that. And there was a black guy that I was listening with big dreadlocks, and he was singing that song. It was a song from Lisa Stainsfield's Been Around the World with My Baby. Do you remember it?
Yes.
And he was singing it so good, and he was singing it all day long, so you couldn't get this freaking song out of your head, You'll spray and sing. I guess they were all high, I didn't know anything going on back then. I didn't even know what high means, because they never had drugs in Bulgaria, ever. And I was a street smart kid, and I left there at 27. I didn't know what drugs are. Nobody wanted drugs, but we drank.
How could you want something you didn't know existed?
We didn't know anything about racism either.
You guys had alcohol.
We had alcohol. You can buy alcohol anywhere you want to. Nobody prohibited it to you. I mean, it's tall enough to go in front of a bar. Not that we get bars, but they don't have bars over there like here. You don't go to the bar.
So everybody there looked the same?
And
So there's no racism. So there's
well, of course, yeah, we're all Caucasian. I mean,
Right.
we had some gypsies. And okay, maybe some people don't like the gypsies or so, but I remember when I went in school, we had a black guy, one black guy, his name was Yun, and he was from Angola. He was son of the king of Angola.
Wow.
So the son of the king, 7 children, and this child, because when they took Angola, the communists took Angola over,
Pull up Angola, Austin.
they
Some good geography lessons.
it's in Africa. So they put all these kids in every the 7 communist countries. They separate. And this guy Yun, he was a tall guy.
Okay. Oh yeah, right north of Namibia.
Yeah. Namibia is a great place. I've been so
I want to go to Namibia. I have a lot of friends over there.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, Germans in Namibia. Really good surf there too.
My brother just went to Marseille.
In Namibia?
Marseille.
Oh, right.
But anyway, so this guy, he was a tall guy, you know, and he had a basketball team. He was in a basketball team. He was the best fucking guy ever. You know? So anyway, he was a fucking celebrity. You know?
He was just about
Oh yeah, it's like in the school, you know, way in high school, you know. And he had a fat ass, but he was tall, you know. So he was complaining about. We were kids, you know. What's he gonna do? It's like just come sick or whatever. And so that's what I'm saying. You never get racism or anything, because you don't know anything about it. You're just a different looking guy. Yeah. He was cool, and he respected him. Respected us. And that's why I think life was good in Bulgaria, because people were respectful. If you're respectful and well educated, and you know how to behave, you know, without bothering other people and be polite to the elderly, that actually communism did not do anything to it. The people were still friendly, nobody was stealing, nobody was robbing you, there was no murders, there was no crime at all, zero crime, zero crime. And everybody had to work. You could not work. So you stop you on the street and you had a passport with you. And in the passport you had a stamp if you were working in a company. And if you didn't have a stamp, they took you in where? They took you in and questioned you, and then they made you get a job.
And what happened if you refused to get a job?
Never. I always had a job.
You never heard of anybody who never had a job?
I'm sure you can hide if you want to or whatever and get in trouble, but
they put you in jail if you put somebody who's like a district?
Absolutely. They could do whatever they want to with you. There was no right.
Right.
I mean, you didn't know anything about it, because if they want to come and arrest you, they'll take you.
Right.
So they took my grandfather's apartment, just took it away from him, because he had too many apartments. They didn't buy it off of him. They just said they confiscated it. Yeah, they said you're a capitalist. They took it away from you. But when you're a kid, you don't know that.
Right.
You know, all your worries are, hey, what am I going to eat? And, you know, no, I never worried about that. But you're excited. You know, you go to school, you have something to eat, you have something to wear, you have some cool friends. So what do you care what happens? So anyway, back to Canada. In Canada, Montreal.
You're guys slinging coke at a car wash?
Yes, that was the first job that I got. I remember every time you came home from that job, your clothes smelled so bad because they get wet by this, you know, crappy suit, like not a suit, but like baggy pants, you know, that you wear, and they get wet all the time. You couldn't wash them all the time. And the shoes never dry, and they smell terrible. You know, you put the stuff on and you go and work. And you earn a little bit extra money, and you know that extra money was great because I have anything. And if you're getting like 800 from the government, you can bring another 400-500 in. It's a lot of money, you know. And life was cheap back then. You buy a dozen eggs for like 88 cents. Wow. So I asked my wife, I mean, my girlfriend, she was still working, and I said, "So did you find a job?" And I went down the street. I asked here, I asked there. Anyway, I better let them know. I said, I found a job. So I worked a few more, you know, months at Carl's. And this other guy came in. He was from Iran. And he was driving a big Mercedes. And we started talking, you know, while we were washing the car. And he said, you want to work for me? I said, what? He said, I'm going to open a car wash over there. I want you to come and tell, you know, the logistics of the car wash. You've been here for a while. What they do. And I'm like, well, how much you paying? I said, okay, $6. And I said, well, I get $6. I'll give you some. I'll take care of it. Okay. So I quit there, and then I went and started working for this guy. So and we built a car wash. It was a warehouse, and he made it like a drive-through and put a couple of sprayers in there. And then I said, you know what? I'm gonna make a sign for you. When I was a kid, we used to make T-shirts like the shirt that you have.
Yeah.
So because you couldn't buy shirts with any kind of writing on it,
Right.
so we used to like cut them out of cardboard, make a stance,
A stencil.
like a stencil,
Yeah.
and then
Spray
put it on
paint
the
it.
shirt. No, with a little sponge and textile. Spray paint. And we texted it out. We used to make the shirts, the NHL All-Stars, the red
Yeah.
with a white star,
Uh-huh.
and then put the flag in the front, and then put a name in the back. My brother and I used to make shirts like this, just for us, not for sale.
Oh, wow.
Or write down like band names, like Sticks and Kansas and stuff like that, and make shirts like this. So we were making our own shirts.
So you helped this Iranian dude build his own car wash, build business.
So the same way we were making the shirts, about the letters, and then the spray paint. And spray was on the buildings, the whole building, huge buildings. The letters were as big as
Wow.
Lavea meant like wash by hand. It was like this fluorescent green. Turned out really good. Business started going. So he did start a business here, and they closed them after that for some reason. I mean, this was just temporary jobs at the grass and this and that. But my girlfriend never found a job. She always said, no job, no job, no job. Oh, she did something on the balcony when the summer was around. Unfortunately, she didn't cook, she didn't wash, she didn't do shit. But when I lived in Bulgaria, I made enough money, and that wasn't something that she needed to do. So we lived with the house. My mom was cook, things like that. So anyway, and things started to go like south with her, between me and her. And we got very like, constantly like bombarded with this unknown what's going to happen, because they started deporting some Bulgarians. Bulgaria turned suddenly democratic on paper. We got a new president, and now they said they're not going to prosecute you if you go back. You're not going to get in trouble. It's a friendly government.
So that caused other countries to start deporting
That
Bulgarians
caused
back.
like Canada. I don't know about other countries because I can't speak to that. But Canada started like sending some people back. And
Hey, it's fine. You can go back.
yeah, they said, hey, it's fine now. You have a democratic president, so you can go back. And they were looking for me and her, and I was not going to go back. So that was in 1992.
Okay.
And in the meantime, in 1990, my mom passed away. So I got a phone call from my brother, and then I couldn't even go back to it. I couldn't go. But my mom was happy because she wanted me to go somewhere, and I did go somewhere. But my dad didn't want me to go there, and he was upset. But then 2 years later, he was very happy that they went somewhere, because Bulgaria went south. That all that stuff, be it hyperinflation and all that shit. So, now I lost my train of thought.
They were looking for you.
Oh yeah, they were looking for me, and they had my passport. I never received my passport.
Okay.
And I went. I know now. I've been like almost 2 years in Montreal. I know a bunch of people. I know a bunch of people that do some, like shady people, good people, bad people, any kind of people. I'm pretty much friends with everybody. Not much enemies that I try to make or avoid. No matter if you're, a bad guy or a good guy, I somehow can find a way to talk to you and just, be real with you. So I'm not going to criticize you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. It's just a conversation. So I asked, hey, listen. So these guys are looking for me, and I have to go and listen to it. And what's going to happen? I'm like, why? So and so went over there. They put the handcuffs on him, put it on the name, and shipped him back. I'm like, okay, good to know. So what do I do? He said, we have a guy that can smuggle you over to the United States. I'm like, sure. How much is it? And we can do it for $400. So I'm like, where's the guy? It's an Indian guy. Well, okay.
How did you know the U.S. wasn't doing the same thing though?
I didn't.
You just thought that
It's the only country you can cross. It's gonna go south from there, maybe Mexico, the next one. Right. So, and I'm like, all right. So, where do I find him? So you go over there, and it was the kind of wacky reservation. So we go over there with my meantime I had money. I bought a car. I had my first $400 Renault Alliance. Do you even know what a Renault Alliance is?
How do you spell it?
Grew up a 1983 Renault Alliance, like Alliance.
Alliance.
Yeah.
What's the first word?
A Renault. R-E, the French cars. R-E-N-E-U-L-T.
Oh, Renault. Okay.
Renault. 1983 Renault Alliance. Piece of shit. But the car,
$400.
$400. So it's my first car ever. How can you forget it? That's the car that I pressed.
Oh,
There you
hell
go.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's actually.
What color was it?
That's a newer one. Try a 98 in here. I mean, I bought it in 83. Maybe it was in 1980. It was actually
I
old.
like that thing.
It was older than that, actually.
Should have cut the top off. Should have dropped
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, it was moving, so going to make it be, so who cares? So I bought it from another Bulgarian, so he was, I don't know, he was going somewhere.
Yeah.
And so I go to, with my wife, was going to, she still wasn't my wife. Yeah, I think by then she was my wife. So anyway, so I had an attorney, just I have to back up a little bit. And this attorney was a French guy, the name was Francois de Couteau, I still remember him. He was a fucking crooked, so if I see him, I'll beat his ass. You know? So he took all these Bulgarians as clients and made us pay $1,000 retainer for 60 of us. And he never helped anybody. He took the money and he just skipped. And you could not do anything about it because he had no fucking status. He couldn't complain. Nobody believed you and the whole nine yards. So he told us, he said, I was already splitting up with my girl because she was things were different. It was a different world. I couldn't do this, back in Bulgaria was, we could do whatever we wanted to. And I was making the money and she was making some money and okay, In the real world, you have to work, pay the real rent and all this. So we go to the Indian guy. And have you ever been on an Indian reservation? I don't think so. I mean, this is the first one. I don't know if they're all like this, but you go down the street and there is a gate, like a regular gate, like the train, where the train crosses. And there is a little hut where the guard stays. There was a guard with an AK-47. That was actually good. Just Indian. I mean, just not dressed in any uniform.
Right.
Guy.
Okay.
And he stopped the car. He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to see Hot Dog." His name was Hot Dog. Okay. You go down here, go left, go right. Once you go in the reservation, it's like you're in a plane, like in a house. It wasn't any different. I mean, maybe it's not as decorated, But you go, there's a home here, a home there, and the next to it's like similar to here. Not as pretty as lights. Right. So we go in front of the house. I park the car, knock on the door, and this guy opens the door. Have you ever seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Oh yeah.
That guy opened the door. I look up. Holy shit. So I get to see Hot Dog. He said, "I am Hot Dog." Okay. So and so said you can help out. Yeah, no problem. Come on in. So we walk in and you walk through the room. And there's cartons of cigarettes from the floor all the way to the ceiling. And you're just walking in this little hallway between the cartons. This guy smuggles cigarettes on a fast boat to Lake Ontario. He brings them from the U.S. because cigarettes in Canada were $6.76. That's why I stopped smoking when I moved to Canada. For a pack of cigarettes. And back then in the U.S., a pack of Lucky Strikes was 99 cents at the 7-Eleven. Yeah. So they just bring them over here.
Mm-hmm. On a cigarette boat, no less.
No less, yeah. No pun intended. Yeah,
that's great.
So I go in there and I sit at the table with him, and he's a very nice guy. Introduces himself, says, "What's the date? When are we gonna go?" And I'm like, "This day, that." He said, "Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine." I said, "Do I give you any money right now?" He said, "No, you don't give me any money until we cross." I'm like, "Well, that's really fair, So he came outside, looked at the car, all your lights are working, no broken windows, don't have anything in the back seat. Just look like you're just going for a date. Okay.
You still don't have your passport.
I don't get it. Right? So, and like my passport, I would have gone and I walked up to the border and crossed, by asking for people to because the U.S. back then didn't care. Actually, you could just walk into the U.S. This was before.
Was that still Bush Senior?
No, no, it was Bush Senior.
Okay.
It was just up and coming because he deported me later. That's why. So basically, the Canadians had a detention order against me. They skipped the country before they did it. So I went to the Indian guy and we met on the date when we were going to cross. And I think we crossed somewhere around Plattsburgh. I don't remember. I was so, going on in my head. And I had bought my first color in my life. I was 28. I was very proud because you could not buy a color here. So a piece of shit 20-inch color TVs, real big ones. There was no flat screen TVs. It wouldn't even fit in the back of my Renault Alliance. And I had it in the back seat. And I go to the Indian guy. That TV got to go. I said, no, it cannot go. I said, we'll put it in the Cadillac. They had a Cadillac. So we'll put it in the back of the Cadillac and I'll give it to you on the other side. I'm like, okay. I didn't want to part with my TV. And
rather die.
well, it's my first freaking game. I don't know if you can even imagine a 28-year-old guy getting excited about the color TV.
Yeah, no, I couldn't imagine.
It's just, and so I go like, okay, so and we're driving now, and I'm driving with my wife, and he's driving in front of us. I'm following him. He pulls over and says, okay, we're gonna switch cars. I'm like, okay. So your wife goes with my wife, and I'm driving your car. And I'm like, okay. It was a small car. So he basically kind of like squeezed in. He started going, and he said, I said, give me a cigarette. He said, you cannot smoke because you smoke the book. I just I want to smoke because I'm nervous. He said, don't smoke, just breathe normal, try not to talk. If they ask you to say yes and no, they clearly try to talk. So they don't get So, I'm telling you, where I parked my truck is where we switch cars, and where the border patrol was on the corner of the building. This is how close we stopped to switch cars. So he sits in the no now, she is going to the border. Where you guys going? Want to go play bingo across the border here? I'm like, oh shit. So he pulls through, he leaves the gate open, and waves us through as well. We didn't even have to stop. And this guy has never been sick. So he's now in first gear, he's like, 400, 5,000. I'm like, I'm gonna blow the engine. So what do you want me to do? I said, you gotta shift. He said, we're almost there. I said, just back off of the gas. So and he turns around, and put it in second gear. Wow. And got out and said, all right, you're here. Deal is done. I'll take the money, here's your TV. I gave him the money, here's your TV. It was really nice. I said, I need to go to Toledo. I had a friend in Toledo there. Okay. The destination was Chicago. Because people that I defended in Montreal, they had friends in Chicago. So those friends were going to help us. So we go, jump in the car and start driving to Toledo. And I remember going to the gas station somewhere over there. And there was an armed guard at the gas station. The guy was at the shotgun. And I came from Montreal. There's no crime. There's nothing. And I asked the clerk, so what's going on? Oh, people steal shit. So he's just looking at it. So anyway, so we ended up in the first night over there, and then I went to Chicago. And in Chicago, I met those people. They were elderly people. They were in their 60s. really nice people. And so, we stayed one night with her. With my wife, and then she's supposed to meet me in an apartment. I'd say, go up. So we got an apartment, it was like 400. Right next to us, they had shot somebody because there was choke out line that they just had to move. And they cleaned it up, and the Mexican rented the place. So it wasn't the best neighborhood. And this was actually in Hoffman Estates. It wasn't a bad area, but there was some bad places. It was by Shango. Okay. So I got this new apartment, and I needed to get a job. Now, the United States gave me the Social Security card. After I sat down with the organization, we went and went to the registration, and she said, so how can I help you? And I said, well, I was to present myself recently to the United States, and it was like people inside. I said, I go outside, and if you look to the right, there's a line, and go in that line. You go outside, there's 300 people there. 90% of them Mexican. This is 1992 in Chicago. Stood in line, I started playing. I didn't have a passport. I had a different Bulgarian ID that was in Bulgaria. They took some information from that, and then they wrote down, all the liability. And they gave me this little card, which is the Social Security card like you have, but it has a stamp on it that says not authorized to work without employment authorization. So when you went to get a job and they asked you back in the day to show me your Social Security card, you showed it, they didn't hire unless they want to hire it. So of course, I found a job on the payroll.
So explain that again. They let you take a job.
They let you take a job until you get an employment authorization from the U.S. So you basically apply for this employment authorization.
You are not allowed to get a job.
Not allowed to.
But did they tell you can go find a job in front of the table?
That's the dumbest thing.
So you have to be unemployed.
Well, they didn't say that, but they said that I cannot work in the United States because I'm not a U.S. resident. So I cannot work. I'm applying for asylum, so I'm kind of like in limbo.
So how long did it take for you to get the?
I think it was about 6 months before I get my employment. Okay. What is crucial if you don't have any money? I think about 6 months.
Yeah, that's a long time.
So that's why I kind of drop under the table.
Right, which I'm sure every single one of the people online did.
Yeah, but they were. I got a job in.
They were Mexican, so they probably had like 16 jobs each.
Right, and they're like more into the landscaping and whatever. Right. Well, I did some landscaping. Yeah, I mean, all of these people did construction. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. So I started actually. I started cutting grass with a guy from Hungary. He was a Hungarian guy, was an older guy, he ran his own landscaping business, another business, but maybe like 30 clients, and usually the 30 maybe like $6 an hour. So that was the first job I got, and then the Mexican that moved next to us, his name was Fernando, good guy. And one day, he was out there, and I told my wife, "Look, yes, I have a job. I cannot. This is not working." And she goes, "Yeah, I'll find a job, but I don't have any papers." And he's like, "This Mexican guy, oh, papers? You need papers? What kind of papers do you need?" I said, "Well, she needs to work." I said, "Well, I can just work like for $6, I can make a green card, and you cannot show it to the police or anybody else, but it's a green card we get employed." Oh, wow. Oh, my God, that's cool. So she got a green card. She went to his husband's house somewhere, I don't know what it was. There's a bunch of people drinking beer in there. And obviously, this is not the first client that is coming in. They're like, "Yeah, come on over here," and they pull this sheet of whatever, white glue, whatever. Stand in front of it, they take a picture, they laminate the ID and all that stuff. I mean, they were pretty efficient, wow. Right there, you get it, $50 done. it was, I mean, it was good looking, but if you were a cop, you could figure out it's not real. Now they open the whole thing.
And those people looking to hire people don't give a shit. They need people to work.
Hey, if you're applying for any kind of a job, they ask you always.
Right, but they're not like inspecting the thing. They don't really give a shit whether legal or illegal, right?
I mean, I don't know. I always long story short, then I got a job at Mark Shale. They had me as a stock boy. I was selling stuff in the stacking store, and all the salespeople were busy. He goes like, "Hey, you work here?" I said, "Yeah. Can you show me some food?" I don't know if you remember, but back in the 90s, there was food where people used to go to food where this color
Spotted to fake the moon landing by staging an all-film studio with lights, cameras, and clear saying they're 130,000 miles away.
Okay.
Deep space.
expensive store,
Yeah, like South Beach type wear.
exactly. And
South Beach and
Scotty
United.
Pippen used to shop in my shit.
Oh yeah.
So back then, they were exactly that was the time that they were changing. Actually, each time in the store a couple of times.
You guys wear the big and tall clothes.
They had everything. They made custom shit. Those suits were $5 piece. So, and so this guy, I said, well, maybe this shirt or that shirt or this or that. I'll put a couple of and say, oh, I like this. I'll take all these. What about this? What about that? And I went up like a $9,000 sale. In clothing, you know, that's a lot of freaking clothing. They were expensive. They were paying commission on the clothing. He said, well, I'm ready, so let's go and ring it up. And I'm like, I'll get somebody to ring it up because I just, and this old man came very healthy, scary guy, he goes, I'll help you ring it up. But he took it to ring it up. But the boss let him do it. He somehow that window and then he said he gave me like half a commission. And then you have yourself. So I, started as a salesman, worked a little bit there, and this guy came back, the guy that I sold the food for. And he said, I need to do this, and so we talked. And he goes like, I said, where are you going? He said, oh, I'm not going anywhere. We have a little place in Treasure Island. Treasure Island? That's my favorite book. What are you talking about? Like, it's a little island in Florida. Have you been there? No, I never been to Florida. Oh, let me show you. And they don't remember. They didn't have like
Had there been was there a bridge there already?
There was the old bridge.
I wonder what year, because there didn't used to be a bridge there.
No, there was a bridge.
Like the pass didn't always used to be a pass.
No, but that was 92. It built that.
92?
92, 93. Well, there was a bridge. I don't know the bridge. But it was a different bridge. It was actually two bridges past before this one. Yeah, two bridges. It was a real dinky. Yeah. It was like the Nine Bridge and Sierra Verde.
What?
The Nine Bridge, now it's $1.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, oh, this is a really nice place. And I wrote it down, Treasure Island. And there was no computers to look it up or anything like this. I just was like embedded in my mind how this thing. It's like, it looked like Tom Sawyer's Adventure, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, this is really cool. there was a few things happening in the meantime. My dad visited me, and you know, there was other things, but maybe another time.
What was the process of your green card? Were you trying to get
That took a long while.
were you trying to get citizenship?
I was trying to get it.
And what did they tell you the timeline was for that?
The time was at least 2 to 5 years.
2 to 5 years. But you were allowed to work. They said just wait it out, work, and all right, 5 years once your green card is right.
Well, if you have to go to a court case. So the court case is you came illegally to the United States, so why did you come in? And you say because so I talked to people from Bulgaria, so they listen to your case, why are you looking for political asylum? I did on the case, and they say, and the judge said, well, now we say Bulgaria is now democratic, and go back, and those all those bad people, that's wrong. It's like the 40
That's exactly what happened right now.
Right. So I went to from Chicago. I went to Florida. No, I didn't. Before I went to Florida, I already had with a girlfriend. And I had purchased a new car, so I had another Renault.
Yeah. Subwoofers?
Oh yeah, the windows right now. This is the 90s. The whole car house. And was a little bit newer, and when my dad came and visited me, I had 2 cars. I mean, good and all right. $700 for a new one. The old one was $400. He thought that was making. Wow.
2 cars on the job, you know? Yeah. But what was his, at that point when he visited you? Was he trying to go back to Bulgaria? What was in Bulgaria?
I actually, the situation in Bulgaria was getting, the situation in Bulgaria never got really bad, but it deteriorated for a while and then recovered.
Did you think about moving in with you?
No, he was too old. He came, I wanted him to come and visit, you know, because I couldn't go back, and then he had this friend to come with me. I was traveling, you know, at this time. I think it was in 93, maybe, and then I introduced him to these people that were to his age, you know, the mental health, and they became friends. And it was a nice thing, actually. It was a real nice thing to keep him away. But this was, well, then I went back and then but anyway. So now I'm going down to Florida, and I told her after the wife, I said, well, I'm going down to Florida, and we already got divorced in Chicago. And I said, I'm going down to Florida, and you know, you're in I'm going to die here. Now, all right. So here's the deal. You come with me. You go in the car. I'll drive you down there. I'll find a place for myself. You're welcome to stay the first 2 nights there. Then you're out of it. You know, you go find your own place, and you go. And she's all right. Fair enough. So we drive down from Chicago to Gift Day. I don't know if you remember what Gift Day is. So we went to really? We went to Chick-fil-A, and you told me if you want to drive to Florida and give me destination. Maybe we have told them. No way.
For my time.
For free. So I drive down there, and then here, and I pull up right where Bob's house.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, somehow Bob's house.
Yeah.
The little house over in the corner unit was in Lane. I don't know if you know. I, like one of the corner roads, you know, like one of these big roads with a cabin trailer up.
Okay.
You live right on the corner where the Lane, you know, goes down and turns into the bridge.
Okay.
Right in that corner. That was the lot. And he was, I drove by there, and it said for rent. And he had this, basically, it was like 6 rooms that he was renting, a little apartment for military efficiency.
Yes.
And they were fully furnished. And I think mine was $450. That was the bigger one, and was on the bottom floor underwater, $450.
Now it's probably 45 minutes.
It's what it's gone now. That the con is there. Oh, it's 4 condos, and each con is $1.4 million. So it's $4 million for
Just for inflation. Yeah, you're about right.
Right there. $5.6 million. Well, anyway, so I go over there, and he goes, well, I'm a commercial fisherman, so rent is this, you pay the first, this, that's includes this. Okay, cool. And he goes, on Saturday and Sunday, I go out on the boat. If you want to earn a couple extra bucks and a couple of fish days, you're welcome to come and help. Wow,
Was it paper fishing?
he was fishing very well. He was catching fish everywhere.
On long line?
No, just off the boat.
Okay.
It was a small boat. It was probably like, I would say, like 24 feet.
Okay.
And we'll go out, and there was another guy, Dean, that used to live there. And him and another guy, all 4 people, we go out, and we climb on the roof on the boat, we hike up roof and jump on the roof. I know, bowl, man. I mean, when you go and you get paid, you used to pay like $20, $30 or something to go with him. And then you do like 3 or 4 fillets, like hogfish, grouper, whatever, you know. It was great.
How many days you guys go out for?
Just for the day.
Just for one day. Okay.
I only went when he was
So it wasn't one of those like true commercial boats.
No. It wasn't. He was just for it. I think he was doing it for himself, and then the other side he was doing for stuff. I mean, they owned the house and they rented it. That was a business, you know. So 6 apartments and they lived in the same. It was a little hotel. Right. Yeah. And then he was doing this on Sunday just
Okay.
and he was selling some of the fish.
So how did this all lead up to you getting deported?
Actually, but Bob and I were coming from somewhere. It was after midnight. He was trashed. We were looking to pick up something at the beach.
So they're shooting it through this window,
Beach.
and the light is
And there was this girl. She's fucking hard as shit. Bar with this other girl and some guy. And I'm looking at her, and it's like a video thing going on, you know, and you're looking, you know. And then she starts kissing this other girl in the mouth, you know, like, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy, you know, you gotta check it out. So I walk, I go behind her, and we just finished kissing. And I go like, all right, it's my turn now. Like, okay, we just started kissing. And then she goes like, where are you from? And I started talking. And the other girl goes, don't talk to my sister, she's married, she has 3 kids. That was the girl. They were kissing, they were sisters, they were kissing around.
Yeah.
Cool girl, pretty cool.
Typical weekend out in Florida.
Yeah, something like that.
Treasure Island at least. You guys don't see that much over in there.
No, we pretty good. We don't know the crazy. It's more real stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, we started and one thing with another, and she goes like, well, just follow us, we're going to my friend's house. The hot tub is going on. That was a one-night stand.
What happened to Bob?
No, I mean, this was a rule if you found somebody, you know, there wasn't.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Of course. Anyway, so I met this girl, her name is Carrie, and I really fell in love with this weekend. On the phone, you know, like a teenager, I mean, we hang up, I hang up, you hang up, half an hour phone calls, an hour phone calls, you know. And she told me she was getting divorced, but it wasn't that. I mean, I did get divorced, and everything is
This is the sister?
This is the sister that actually was married. The sister that wasn't married, she did come and she got married later on. But I married the older sister. So she's like 7 years older than me. Beautiful girl, looks like Paula. Beautiful. Remember Paula Abdul?
Yeah.
Kind of like Mignon like this. Nice to have you. Great girl, great woman. And long story short, talking on the phone, this, that, and she said, why don't you, oh, she flew me to Germany. She flew me to Pittsburgh in September. Not even like 3 weeks till we met. And she was, she had a clothing store in the town. By came in and we had a great time, all good stuff. And, somehow there was a pair of pants that somebody came to the hotel and had a pair of pants on a dry hang, the dry cleaning stuff. Also, oh yeah. And it must have slid off and the pants must have fallen down right behind her car. Nice pants, whatever. And the hotel worker went and found that those pants were there and decided to call Gary on the phone. And the phone was given whatever the registration of the car, I don't know how, and they somehow called him and asked him if he had left his pants at his hotel. And that created some suspicion in him, it's like whatever happened. I'm not going to get into many details on that. But, eventually in November, she came down again with my friend's wedding. So I saw her almost every month. I met her in August, September, October, November, I saw her. And then in January, I was like, I gotta move there. But I was in love. I had to move. If you haven't loved in love, it's an amazing feeling. It's just amazing. The world is just amazing when you're in love. So she felt the same way, so I got my shit to Pittsburgh. In 1994, I believe, and Pittsburgh was on the front with a winter storm and 4 feet of snow. And I moved that and Bob was trying to the paper. Are you really you want to move that? Have you looked at the paper? Do you see how much this white stuff is? No. So I didn't move there. And moved there, got an apartment, got a job. She did get divorced. We did get married. We kind of got married on a hush hush. And then after we got married,
So does that mean you get citizenship?
yeah. So I got married. I moved in. We lived together already in my house.
Okay.
I had a job, a real job. Everything was registered at her house. We went together to Vegas. We went on vacations. And one day I received a letter that I present myself with immigration. She was amazing. It wasn't how our relationship was top notch. I'm going for the first, we were married for 10 years. The first 8 years were just and even this vocation made it even more advanced. Like one of those books,
And pretty much all the comments within the first 24 hours were trashing YouTube until Rogan's people realized that he put out a tweet clarifying exactly what had happened.
I had an attorney.
Because there's so many conspiracy theories about the Tucker podcast on YouTube.
I called him and I said, so I have to go to immigration. What does this mean? And he said, that means that you're gonna probably get deported. They're gonna actually open up a case. And I said, well, what is it? I don't get deported. I am married. I have a wife. She has 3 children that are married. So I'm already in the family. And it's kind of like a difficult thing to deport. I have a job. I pay taxes. I have no criminal record. Nothing. And he goes, well, just come on down here and we'll go to immigration. So I go to his office and he called immigration to his office. Actually, his office was downtown Pittsburgh. He's trying across the street with immigration. So we call and they said, we need you to come to the office here. And he's like, well, what's going to happen if you come to the office? Well, his order for deportation is going to happen. And he's like, we have to postpone it. And then, well, you can postpone it for 2 weeks or 3 weeks away. So we postponed. And then my wife, that's my American wife, her name is Dave. She goes, I gotta do something. I know this male tap from Al Africa. And these black taps, she does mad. She believes in flashes. So we go over there and we pick at the old house, and Matt has a daughter in a wheelchair. He puts her around and park her somewhere. I asked her, can I record? I had a recorder. I said, can I record what you're saying? If you can't record anything, you can't take any pictures. You can write down what you want. Just write it down. Yeah. So later on, I can compare. So she goes like, so what's going on? You have to explain the situation. So for this stuff, when is that hearing? I said, well, I have to call on the phone. It's going to be a hearing over the phone. It's next week on Tuesday. It's going to be in Philadelphia, and they're going to, ask me questions over the phone. I don't have to be present there, and that's how it's going to work. And she goes like, okay, what date is it? Okay, so she writes it. Well, what we have to do is get some river work. Well, river work is we go down to the river and we do some, chant. Now, how much is river work? Like, that's expensive. It's about $250. No, like, please, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to do this, But no, we're doing it. We're doing it all the way. So she does her river work. Comes up and says, I see you next week in a white man with handcuffs. I also see you going to jail. You want to spend some time in
She reading your palm.
No, she did some rocks.
Some rocks?
Yeah, like the river. Whatever. Something. And say, this is what I want you to do on the day before. Sorry, before the judge, before the hearing. So you're gonna go home. You're gonna write the judge's name and his paper. You're gonna put some white and their wax on the concealer. Okay. Here's writing it down. I know she's gonna do it. We're always teaching. Write down the name and then put it in an ice tray and then freeze the ice with the name frozen inside. And you go into the bathtub and put some vinegar, and then after you're done in the bathtub and soak just a little spoon of vinegar or whatever, and then you take a bath and then you come out and you do something. All right. Doing all this shit. So yes, you are there. So I'm doing this shit. Otherwise, that's good. Just like a witch doctor, something like that. Like a voodoo kind of like black magic. And I'm like, whatever, this is not gonna happen anyway. So next day comes around, I'm waiting for the phone call. So my attorney calls me. I come to the office. We're gonna take the call here.
We're actually sitting here allowing
okay, so what time is the call?
stupid, childless.
And he goes, come here at 11. So right before 11 o'clock, I get a call. Did they change? What's happened? He said, well, unfortunately, the judge was in an accident on the way to the courthouse. And he broke his leg. I have never checked that. Maybe we can check that. I don't know how I found those dates. We can check it. And
What's the judge's name?
I can probably find out. I don't know the paperwork. But anyway, this thing is like working like a total thing. So the judge this, the judge that, and they have postponed the meeting. I'm like, yes, how long? You don't know. Wow, I got that. So, probably a week later, another call. I'm in immigration. What's this? Come with your suitcase, ready to go home to Bulgaria. I'm like, why? What? Now, before that, they had actually they put me and my wife first and asked us questions that only you would know. For example, where do you keep your socks? What color? What color is your toothbrush? What do you keep your towels about? You know, it's all new. Yeah. And we were legit. And they actually wanted file with all the pictures of us in Las Vegas and stuff like this. Yes, card? Just like, okay. And so back then, I mean, the computers, because there was computers like we have now. And I had to go to Kinko's and color photos, they were color photos, and I had to make copies and put them in a booklet. 30, 40, 50, 60 photos from our vacation. It cost like $5 for a different page or something like this to have printed. So I just find it that we go to the FBI. The car from the FBI hang out in front of the house for like 4 or 5 days just to make sure that I'm not going to lose it or something. All this money for nothing. And the reason they picked me because I was the one that I never ran. I paid my taxes and I was working. I never see welfare from this country ever in my life. Ever. Not even unemployment. Ever. Anyway. Now that they come and they're going to deport me, I think welfare and not such a bad thing. No, I think it's good if you need for help, but I didn't need it for help. I survived without it. I think it's great that you can receive this help. It's not something that you request. But, you know, it's to help you in education, but it's not something that you can use forever. It's great that you have it as a help, but unfortunately, you don't use it. So, which seems to at least be most. They're calling and I have to go to immigration. I go with my suitcase. And I'm refusing. They come to the house. They put me in a van with handcuffs on me. I to jail. In jail. 7 days in the Buffalo County jail. The Canadians are fucking with me and not sending me the passport. I wait for my passport. They know I'm in jail. I escaped them. So the max was 7 days. So I spent 7 days in jail. I learned how to play spades in jail. And it was all kinds of characters. It was, again, like a movie. You know, you're in jail, you're looking away to those guys. Transfer bureau, but, you know, if you did something in Miami, they'll put you in Butler County and then they'll drive you to Juliet or whatever it is. There was a guy from Cuba who was had a life, who was going to go for a life sentence for cocaine. We used to play chess together. There was all kinds of characters there, but sometimes it was amazing. It's in the movie. Actually, in the office, but yeah. And after the bail, there was no going home. So you had to move your suitcase to a venue to the airport. We had my suitcase. They took me to the airport. We had like 10 minutes together. So it's terrible. And I flew from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, to Frankfurt. Humans have these very messy interactions with some things. So first when I got deported was fine. What I object to is for me it's funny, I don't know. First, somehow I don't take this so seriously. You know, it's like it's happening and it's happening. So you're just going through it. You're not really processing on it at all. No, I mean it doesn't bother me. You know, it's not I'm not worried. You think it's witch doctor lady is real? Well, the things happen. So it's real.
It's a coincidence. You know, the show went
way,
down.
way over. I mean, the coincidence that he has an accident and breaks his leg and doesn't attend, and the coincidence of knowing that I'm going to be his wife there.
Because I'm sure all the fans would pick people up in a white.
Yeah, both the fucking
Automatic weapon to white.
Yeah, they maybe. You're right. But I was there and stuff, and it was next week. And I was in jail too. I mean, maybe it was coincidence. You know what? Sometimes they know it's a logical step. But
Do you think about it a lot though?
no, I mean, back then I was really mesmerized that this is impossible. Then I mean, it is a big deal. You think about it, it really can happen, and maybe it can happen. No, but science didn't elaborate on that stuff. And then in Philadelphia, the long flight to Frankfurt. So I got on the plane and I was sitting in the aisle seat and I was sitting on the window. And there was a beautiful lady, she was maybe a couple years older. And we started talking on this plane and she was like, you know what, I always take sleeping pills and I don't mean to be rude or anything like this, and I want to fall asleep and fall asleep for the whole flight. Do you mind changing the seat? So when you want to get out, you know, I don't bother. I'm like, sure. So she sits at the window seat, I was sitting in the aisle seat. The plane takes off, and I'm fucking going somewhere. I don't know what's happening. I mean, I know where I'm going, and I started doing that because I can't stand anywhere. But I'm kind of like a failure. I'm upset, so I started having orders in the bus flight. And I drink this, my wife got me talking about called a cotton ball. It's a bottle of Baileys and a bottle of scotch. The blue one? Yeah. In the rock. Sounds pretty good. Right. Cotton balls. So I'm down like 8 cotton balls, and I'm trash. And we're up working train. And she wakes up and goes, oh, how was your flight? I said, oh, I'm sorry that I got to meet you. Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah. What are you drinking there? I said, oh, it's cotton balls. You should try one. Can I have one of those ones for a Kit Kat? Yeah. Comes back with no drink. So the man that the stick orders the seat no alcohol.
Oh, that was your seat.
Oh my god. And I'm like, oh, that's a little too late. I'm already crashed. He said, oh, well, no, whatever, you go there and drink. So we go at the airport. So nobody beats it. So the plane lands, and they say nobody beats the plane. Yeah, that's right. And 3 cops walk in. Young, like, what my age? One of the guys looks extremely familiar. While simultaneously negative comments on YouTube, mentally ill pauses with addiction problems. Anyway, I digress. Because straight after this, Tucker made the craziest claims I've never made. That Alex he had an easy on
supernatural
He was the guy guarding me to take him to the airport.
throughout history.
And he said, oh man, imagine you're a passenger and you're on the plane. People can gun pick you up and you start hugging the guys that are picking you up with a gun. How you doing? Yeah. So they take me out, they take me to the back to go out and go to the PW bus with the bus. He goes like, what can I get you? Want something to drink? I said, yeah, I would like to get some beer. Beer and a Frankfurt. I said, beer, I can only get a little beer, but I can get some alcohol. And I did. And then I said, that's in 4 hours I need to get to the other plane. And then the same guy started picking me up. And now I was the last one on the plane. So there's always more minutes in the plane. Now there's no seat.
First of all, is the supernatural
the green van, the blue light, 4 guys with guns, walking a guy up the steps. The guy is hugging one of the guards before he leaves. It's confusing. And then I go in there and sit in a normal seat on the first floor. So these people. I keep it like fully not on top of my brother whatever. So we land in Bulgaria and I go to the I already had my passport now because passport is expired by like 2 years or 3 years. So now I noticed for the first time, this was before as well, how much people smoke in this country in Bulgaria. Everybody freaking smokes all the time. So you walk in and you go into the airport and you're going to check your papers where they actually check your passport and stamp it and welcome to whatever. So that's this is like in this little fucking cubicle, you know? What the heck? That passport is 4 years old. Did I know? Oh. That's clearly part of what I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy. It's not. But that was prophetic. Oh, there's a word for your arrest. What else do you know? I said, what's the warrant for? She said, for a stipend. I used to receive a stipend when I went to university. So they give you money for good grades or whatever. And at the end, it's a contract. You know? Once you find a job, you don't have to pay it back. But if you don't find a job, you have to pay it back. Oh, that's cool. They pay you to go to school. They pay you. It's an incentive. It's not a lot of money, but just like what maybe over 2 years, I got like $1,500. It was decent, right? It was some amount of money that I owed.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than here, $60,000 a year to go to school. You get paid.
Well, over there was free because it makes sense. It's you're talking. You know, if you go right forward, you get you know, just go
right, and if you pay the stipend,
right, and if you sell them, right, you make sense. And then you know, you're a good guy, and you get you become a boss of a company, and you run the company in a good way instead of running it in the ground. Right, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, you're right. Meritocracy.
And so she goes like, there's a word for it. Arrest, and I said, well, what for? And she said, for this and this. And how much is fine? And she goes like, she gave me some number. And I'm like, that doesn't tell me anything. We are now in hyperinflation, by the way. I land in Bulgaria is in hyperinflation. And I don't know how I don't know what hyperinflation is, because it's like the
I have a $1 billion Zimbabwe bill, yeah.
Well, we saw that far. We went only to 10,000. Okay. But when I was a kid, the biggest denomination was 20. So it went to 10,000. And $1 American when I was in, was $1 was in the bank, it was 3.11. So when I was landed in 1996, $1 American was 3,200 level. So $100 was 32,000 level. That was a fat money, yeah. They had to new money because it's beautiful money. Unfortunately, I can still buy it because they took it off after that. They eliminated it after 4 or 5 years. So it was beautiful bank. Just the way they were done. They will probably work more as a banknote with the art on it. And so I go over there. Well, how much is this in US dollars? That's $19.82. I said, well, can I pay it now? No, you have to go to court. $20, I'll pay it now. Listen, sir, you're gonna argue. And I'm not gonna argue with myself. So I go. And, in Bulgaria, my dad is picking me up with my cousin. My cousin was he was a representative of Marvel. He drives a VW Passat, like a station wagon. He painted like a Marvel box. He's the most popular guy in Bulgaria. Everybody knows him. He's cool. He has his car. He's like a salesman. He's a marketing man. Funny enough, Marvel does not sell.
What do they do?
Well, they don't sell, Marlboro doesn't sell them, but they import bootleg Marlboro from Iraq or Iran or somewhere there and sell it, and you just market it. And they say for the market. Marlboro.
They pay him for bootlegged cigarettes.
They pay him to market Marlboro.
So they're just paying.
Well, later on they started selling real Marlboro.
For like branding, because they knew that
Yeah.
eventually it would get real.
So basically, in all the bars, because we have a lot of bars where you can outside,
You go there and fill the box with cigarettes.
no, it's not cigarettes, it's umbrellas. Market.
Umbrellas,
Ashtrays,
yes.
you know, stuff like that. So,
Yeah, like Red Bull does now.
right,
All the bars.
exactly. Those things are free. So Marlboro is actually Marlboro is used to put in the bar. But in the the other way around. Hey, my bar is full because I have Marlboro umbrellas. Oh, your cousin, I'll give him a couple hundred for an umbrella. You know, one of those things. I hope he's not listening. I live downtown in Sophia, like, so if you can imagine New York and Manhattan, downtown, I live in Manhattan. It's not that I live in Manhattan. It's right down.
Okay.
In Europe, living in the city center is it's not the suburb. And since my parents had this house forever, they fixed it up. And so I go to see the job, and it's right down the street. Got very familiar with the area. I grew up there and everything. 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to the single courthouse, and there's nobody in there except there's the lady that's taking my nails. And I go, hey, what's going on there? I have to see this judge. And he said, well, he was supposed to be here at 9, he's going to be at 9:37. Go downstairs in the cafeteria and we can have a 30 minutes. I'm like, I give him a 30. Yeah, just go down and they'll tell you. Or go down there, 9 o'clock. Hi, it looks like one drum lights to the right, brown shirt, no chain, wasn't this shit. You know, good hair, like glasses, and a couple other guys sitting down there drinking white wine at 9 a.m. Very nice. Glasses with some cheddar cheese with some pepper on it. Talking and drinking. And I walked in and he was like, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm chief judge in so-and-so. Oh, he's going to be here soon. Come on, sit down, have a glass of wine. I said, I don't know, it's too early. I don't feel like it. I got to go to court. I said, what are you going to court for? I said, I have a thing. I mean, I have to pay some money because I, you know, whatever. And he was like, oh, you know what? You should go to court. For what? He said, you get the law. You know what? You pay me $6 and I'll cut this thing down to like $8. This is how much this inflation made the money work. Because you could go to a restaurant and for $6 you can feed 5 people. I'm not kidding, in a nice restaurant too. And I go like, no, I'm just gonna pay him and we're gonna get it over with. I don't get kind of a time, you know. I said, no, you cannot do this. He's gonna get 10 minutes. Just come up with some story. And I said, well, we're gonna find a freaking lawyer now. He said, what kind of lawyer? I'll do this for you. I'll do it for $5.
Let's get serious for a moment. What are we doing
This is
here?
such a fucking shit. No. All right, let's do it.
Yeah. Yes, that's actually his real
So,
name.
what's the story? So the story is I went to school, they gave me money, I promised to get a job here and work, and I left the country, and now I figured go anywhere. How much money? I said, I don't know, the whole fine was so much comes to $19.62. He's like, well, that's a lot of money. And I'm like, all right, it's a lot of money. Like, it was a lot of money for over there at this point. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it is a lot of money. So, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to approach it. Like, all right, let's go. So we go up there, and how do you plead? And I was like, going to say guilty. He said, not guilty. And we talked to the guy, went in there, something in the ear, blah, blah. At the end, yes, the fine is down around $10. And he got $6 because he didn't know a tip, and he didn't get that. So now I paid my fine, and my cousin goes like, yeah, we gotta go and see this guy, you know, friend from the neighborhood. He opened up a liquor store, and this liquor store is the number one guy here. He's the store that called Coffee COBI. and his name was Pablo, the other one was Bobby. And really, you walk into these stores, and they look like you are in a fancy liquor store in the United States with a nice deep wood inside, the glass, the liquor displayed nicely. If you look fancy. So this guy is like 4 or 5 stores. He was a doctor when I actually, because my neighbor was across the street. And he was a doctor, and he gave up his doctor thing to become a guy who does liquor store. Unfortunately, he also drank too much, and in the end, he did die from alcohol poisoning. But anyway, long story short, they went to this little restaurant, a local restaurant, and the hospital, and there's this guy that makes a salad. But then you always get like a big salad, and then the food that you drink in the salad, people talk about the food and the salad. So it's not a very healthy thing, you know. This guy comes up with this, roasted peppers and tomatoes, never cheese, really good stuff. You're sitting there, we're drinking, we get fat, I'm paying the bill. I don't care because it's gonna be $5 or $10. I'm teasing the guys, and we have my cousin and his wife. This guy is popular with his girlfriend, and another guy was and anyway, so and supposedly you could buy 100 things. So Togo has done
trying to control the narrative about the past. Because archaeology is so desperate, it sees a science. It tries as hard as possible to distance itself from any ideas that might be seen as anything out on the edge. Archaeology doesn't want to associate itself with the
We're talking about, we're downtown, shoots in the air, and 6, 7 bullets, 8 bullets, and we go back into burn. I was like, wow, that's fun. And this and that. And my cousin said, yeah, you can see mine. I have a whatever. And I'm like, but you know the gun. I said, no, you can get a gun now. So it's something but right here, part of the gun, what's the deal? Yeah, just, So, I thought I was sure to walk into the bar, to the restaurant. The restaurant has like 4 or 5 tables. Nothing fancy, but food. So the gypsy walks in with this guy behind him, the shake head up to me. I mean, he's like, look at the whole short and the little gypsy goes, okay, it was done over here at that table. Then walks out with the guy. Next thing you know, have you ever seen a Land Rover Defender? Yeah, the old Defender. Oh, yeah. Where was it? 2 of those pull up, and these 4 guys come out. That's the tactical. Come into the bar, and they come in the moment the police comes in. These were private cars that the police didn't show up. Police shows up, they pack up their shit, and they leave. What happened? So who has the gun? Well, I mean, he said against the wall, just put the gun. Take my cousin, put him against the wall, just take his gun. Puts me against the wall, just grabs my balls and squeezes like a motherfucker. I'm like, what the fuck? He said, where's your gun? I said, I don't have a gun. I didn't get the memo. Don't get smart with me, motherfucker. I'm like, all right, whatever, I said, what happened? He said, well, some of you, some idiots, shot like a bunch of bullets up, and there's a building right across. I mean, you should look when you're shooting. And 2 of the bullets entered the bathroom from the last floor and cracked the sink. When this guy, who's actually a mafia guy, was shaving on there. So he broke the sink and then, so you're shaving and your sink exploded. And I thought somebody was trying to whack him. Shit. And I'm like, fuck this, I'm out of here, So they say, nobody's out of here, you all go to the police. I'm like, I don't have a gun, why do I go to the police? Well, you're not, but the other ones are going. So they arrest my cousin with the Marlboro car, and
he's the one that drove us. So I don't have a Bulgarian driver's license, and I'm already in trouble. I'd rather an American driver's license. And he goes like, I go like, well, let's go to the police station. Who's gonna drive? No, I don't drive. His wife goes like, I can drive. She goes in the red. Yeah, but this is a stick. Whatever, get out.
Like hot dog.
Yeah, I get out. So I go in the car and I start driving. And so we're coming up with, let's go and this guy. Come up. Pick him up. I drive from this house to this other this house. When I was a kid, I thought and I walked the
Right.
it's like and we go to pick up to go to the hospital. All right, so we want to go out and pick up my friend. He's a lawyer. Go, I'm driving in. Now I have supposed to be with the lawyer, cousin's wife. I'm driving right to the city other side of where I live, you know, like this main gas. And I get stopped at a couple stops. They stop me. Where's the paperwork for the car? Do you have a license? Yeah. What the fuck is this? On social media, so this isn't just a battle of ideas, it's also a battle of opposing forces for influence over archaeological area. So what is this right here? It says to create and others, we see you and we'll share the world just how you try to bully and censor us. Who's trying to censor you?
Well, I'd argue that when people swarm me,
This is a conflict.
yeah, there's times when people swarm me and they
people online.
yeah, of course.
Tweet people.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't read. You gotta get out of the car. Discussion about some contentious issue that's public, the whole world can attack you. So trying to connect that to crime or connect that to anything. Just dealing with people. He's not responsible. Well, this is actually my responsible to engage and read. Don't read the comments from Rogan. You mentioned something else specifically to address things people were saying in the comment section. That was you're in big trouble. Comments, remember? But let's take a step back before I actually explain what this whole controversy is. Look at the guys out of jail. You're in big trouble. I know I'm in big trouble. What do you want to do? He goes like, well, you know, I'm going to ask you now to blow to a pipe. The way you look, I'm not taking this to architecture, agriculture, engineering, and astronomy. How much before the Spanish came along? However, Hancock believes that the indigenous Mexicans were visited by survivors of the cataclysm that wiped out the advanced civilization he believes existed to 14,000 years ago. Wow, I don't know. You got a I don't know what that was like.
It's a stone carving.
Right now.
That's not how we identify ethnic groups.
4,000. And it's right now. And people time a good guy who doesn't let you go. It's just curious. A lot of money. I don't even know the deal of the money yet. And I pull out 8,000.
I'm just intrigued.
4 times 2,000. I pull it out and I put 2 back. So it's like, oh. Is that because there is evidence of people across different indigenous gathering groups, he believes that all of these indigenous cultures were visited by the survivors of the same civilization. Smack like you're in Clearwater, people are walking, drinking, coffee, and off the cuff.
Right. It's like in Mexico.
Is it that all good?
I think so.
Yeah, but it's not like this anymore. It's still but it's working.
Bringing knowledge after a cataclysm.
So you go to the...
This is the place you want to move back to?
Yes, no. I mean, if you get in trouble, you're going to get in trouble.
What year was this?
This was...
Oh yeah, you know, I never asked you, but why did they specifically pick you to be deported?
Because they had a quota. So when you want to become a new president, Michelle,
Fear coach with Quetzalcoatl. Chica, I think it's racist of archaeology. To imagine
so basically,
the magic
you come and
powers
say, yeah,
of
I'm a tough guy and I'm gonna deport all these motherfuckers that you goes in the office and says, man, that's some other guy lives there, this guy lives there, and but those are all the ones that are legal. We're not gonna chase the other ones. Get those 6 months, let's get them. Oh my God. Wow. My ex-wife, Catherine, she got deported from St. Petersburg in 2009 or 10, where he bombed. Wow. This is like a long time after all these years. But anyway, so that's how I ended up on this. And then in Bulgaria, I spent 100 days.
And I see this as actually
Exactly 100 days.
problems here because you
We went skiing the first week after we got there. We went skiing.
about this on other kinds of
And
people.
it was the end of the ski
Gotta get
season, and
correct.
the hotel was
You say that's the whole story of the bearded, pale
smelling
skin.
there. The last week.
Yes, I am. I can show you a depiction of
So I go with
Quetzalcoatl
my
from the
boss.
Greek Spanish period. I can show you later. Here we go. This is Quetzalcoatl from the Borgia Codex. This is
First
from
we go to the
before
ski resort.
any Europeans arrived in the New World. This is on a hide. The ink has been analyzed, the hides have been analyzed, and this individual has tan skin, no beard, but a feathered headdress because this is the feathered serpent. Actually, we can't see anything. The point that I want to make is, do you think that the
And I go like, we're gonna take a cab.
imposed idea of Quetzalcoatl? I think that every single source that we have
Why would they take
of
that
white
much?
skin in indigenous Americas comes from
He
Spanish
says
sources.
that he goes,
Therefore, I see it as
I don't know. Well,
quoting them in
the night
because
before we
people
go
quote
out,
things in biased ways. This happens all
go
the time
somewhere
because,
else
again, we have
party on
earlier
a
representation
yeah,
and there are no
yeah,
even tools. They're sure they don't have
hey,
white skin.
how much
This is
will
the
it be
documents.
for
Here
tomorrow?
we go. The
Me and
peoples
a
of
couple of
Mexico, the peoples of Colombia, the peoples of Bolivia are so stupid that they would simply
He
accept
goes, oh
it.
man.
No,
All right, come on. No. And now I know the numbers. Tell me the number. I know the it's gonna be. You have to pay the back with me. Like, well, you can pick up somebody over there. No. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to do it. You have to pay both ways. All right, how much is it? It's going to be about $9. Oh shit, $9? Can we go like 8? But, all right, I'm done in 2 days. I think $1. This guy was really, I mean, he was so fucking happy. I mean, this is how much of money there was such a hype in his face, right? And then we went to the resort and the hotel. We go to the hotel and said, well, there's nobody here. Well, what I see, there's a guy in the kitchen. He said, yeah, but this is the last weekend. We're closing. And I said, so what? I said, I want like rooms. He has 4 rooms. He goes like, well, if you eat something, you have to go and tell the chef what you're going to eat, and you're not going to order from the whole menu. So he's going to make you every day either like a breakfast item, a lunch item if you're going to eat lunch here. And you're up like a thing you can get. So we over there, and we tell guys, so we go, we get up in the morning, we breakfast, whatever. And then we go skiing. And then ski down at 12:30, 1 o'clock. We want you to be down there with a little table, right there, clock, and then like 4 Heineken. Ice cold. And then it's 12:30, but the guys down there with the white table clock.
My video is trying to explain
It's large.
It's large. Yeah.
So what made you want to come back to the U.S.?
Well, I was married in the U.S. I was job in the U.S. A house, a car, the whole
So
nine
how do
yards.
you go about the after you actually
Well, you actually file a petition or somebody helps you. Like, there's another story behind it where actually our inspector, he was a senator from Pennsylvania when as far as like he's a pathologist doctor, like grand pathologist doctor as well. I don't know if he's and then he's a senator.
find out Arlen Specter, like type in like Arlen Specter JFK and find out what it says. So and there's multiple autopsies on it. The first one that was done was like the one that they not the official narrative.
So the one that you think was botched.
No, the first one was the legitimate one. When they brought him to the hospital, and then they immediately took him and rushed him out of there and took him back to Washington. And that's kind of like when that's when the whole story took a twist.
Well, anyway, so this guy, and it was an election year.
Okay, generally credited to Warren Commission staffer Arlen Specter. Okay, so he was a part of the Warren Commission. Senator of Pennsylvania, this theory posits that the single bullet theory, known as the Warren Commission Exhibit 399, caused all the wounds to the governor and the non-fatal wounds to the crook. Whoa. So,
Which is why Mexicans speak Spanish.
Well, that's Wikipedia. Anybody
Hold on.
They want to.
Arlen Specter, after American lawyer, Russian Ukrainian. He helped formulate the single bullet theory in 1965. He was elected district attorney of Philly in 1973. So he was one of the head guys Warren Commission who helped develop that bullshit single bullet theory.
Correct what I said that you were a pathologist, he was not.
Right.
So, this is what I was in. I didn't read the whole thing. I just knew that he was.
There's so many names involved, hard to keep them straight.
So anyway, here and this guy, said he's going to help. And actually, my different statement, everything, I created a new kind of things like that. So my attorney, I had an attorney. Helper, he's never with me.
Going after this one guy for saying something.
And then Arlen Specter's yes, I don't remember
Listen to his evidence. He turned out to be
So,
crazy.
because David was doing it, he said it, they met, and then eventually they got married. And he's the one who helped me with that. Arlen Specter, by signing some kind of a petition, and I came back sometimes at the beginning of August, and so I was only gone from April. It's kind of funny.
What year?
96.
So he came back in 96.
Yeah,
Let's see
under
until Hawaii.
No.
Okay.
100 days from before the Bulgaria, spent 100 days in Bulgaria during the hyperinflation, and then I got back. And it was funny because I would go to the embassy, to the U.S. embassy, almost every other day, because they come tomorrow. Because I was a legit case,
Right.
And my dad used to make fun of me because I never actually unpacked. I had this suitcase right in the living room. So I'm getting shit everywhere. I gotta go to the embassy today, so I go and I think it was the 6th of August or something. I had purchased and I could not go to the concert, so I'm mad. I'm sorry about that. It's just a days ago. I go in there and I say, so is the paperwork ready? And they go like, no, we have to wait for this. We have to take an HIV test.
HIV?
Yeah. Okay. Can I say it to the police hospital? I want to be ready for the 6th. And they're like, what's the 6th? I have to take a Jimmy Buffett concert. How many in there? I'm going to Jimmy Buffett concert. So, and I did miss the concert, but even ended up playing some and I came back and
I moved back, especially with all the crazy shit going on over there right now.
Well, there isn't no crazy shit going on right now.
They NATO?
We are NATO.
Okay.
Small countries go with the rich, so as soon as we start losing, we're going to talk. Same thing like Bulgaria with the Nazis. And, and then the Nazis went to the Russians. By the way, Bulgaria was freed 2 times by the Russians. The Russians came and freed us from the Ottoman Empire. They also in the Second World War. So they're not such bad people, and even though yes, they are just very foreign, but I think they're pretty good. The Russians are not bad people at all. First of all, this idea that people grow up here and think they know when they say Russia, they're bad people. That's the worst thing that you can do.
How many people think Russians are bad people? They think Putin's a bad guy.
No, he's not. How is he a bad guy?
Well,
We're not gonna talk about
he did blew up his apartment buildings. Yeah.
and you know this.
How do you know? I had the journalist in here he was the only American reporter that was based in Russia. He wrote a whole book about it. There was actually evidence that they found that KGB agents were there.
What was the purpose? I don't know. I know that they blew up something.
It was a false flag for the Chechen War. They wanted to blame it on the Chechens.
But we had a lot of flags.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Americans are good guys at all, but you know,
Well,
trying to compare them.
Well, the only thing that I'm seeing right now that whatever he says makes a lot of sense. Whatever that he
Right, he's irrelevant. He's fucking
well, he's irrelevant, but I think that actually there's a big war going on in Europe and the United States. And the war in Ukraine is the reason they want to blame on that we're going to have a huge
What's going on between the bank in Europe?
That's, I watched something today, so I'm reading more. 100% on the traction explaining it as well, but it's something with the treasury, you know, that I was, so basically when the power makes the rates go up, the price is good. Because Europe are still at 0%. Right, so that's when then Europe wants to put that in there as a paragraph and I say, they're using the Ukraine war, but because they you know, you want to blame it on Ukraine. This is just beside the
yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of nuance there, especially when you're talking about Putin. Everyone, he's portrayed as this evil man, this evil dictator. But that's
portrayed by whom?
By American media. And it's just anybody you talk to, everybody. It's just like a known fact in America. He's a bad guy.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. He's a bad guy because they tell you he's a bad guy.
Right.
And people build an opinion by somebody else's opinion. That's why I say that people are brainwashed because people don't understand that there is no better place in the United States as far as like opportunities. Even now, when it's so fucked up, it's still better than most places.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert on Russia or Putin by any means, but I do know that just from what I've read and the people I've talked to that have reported on it in person, that I know I had one guy who lived over there for over a decade who reported on this stuff, and he was actually the first American journalist ever to be 100% banned from Russia. Like they really kicked him out and won't let him back in. He lived there for a long time reporting on this stuff.
No, I believe it. I'm not saying that. But there's also people that through propaganda believe one thing and they don't see the truth and vice versa.
Right. I mean, it's hard work understanding what the truth is. It's hard work to cut through all the bullshit and propaganda. And especially when you see with the Twitter files, that's been directly with Twitter and take all these social media companies.
Yeah, you should have known that. I think after 28, even like the CIA that was a long time. And Kennedy was one of the revolution, like,
Vietnam War, shit like Operation.
Because there has to think about it, how many years the United States existed and how many wars the United States. It's the only country that in the whole existence spent only like 9 years. 9 or 11 years. Google it and see how many years of the United States did not have a war. It's less than 9 years. Yes, 200 or 200 year existence. And then they are the bad guys? I don't know. I don't know this democracy that you're spreading in Iraq. People are not happy. They fuck up Libya. Libya used to be beautiful. People used to be beautiful city. It was the Paris of Africa. And they fucked it up with whatever her name is, crooked. You know,
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of sinister shit that goes on in the shadows of the American government. It's dark.
It's all about the money.
And going back to the Putin thing too, he's one of the few guys. Something you would never see. I mean, there's other presidents that we've had where you could actually watch an interview with them talking for more than 2 minutes. It's not chopped up, where they're actually like explaining their ideas and how they run their country and explain their policies and how they're set up and what their beliefs are. I mean, Obama was a kind of an articulate guy. You can kind of like watch him talk. He was very intelligent. I mean, he fucked up international, like his international policy fucked up beyond belief. But if you look at Putin compared to some of these other people that we've had recently, especially Biden, and I don't know if you've seen all of his Stone interviews, he's been over there. He spent like a total of with Putin, like 4 or 5 months back and forth interviewing Putin. And it was a sit down where he was explaining this stuff. Putin was explaining all of his doing, what he was in Russia. He calls himself the son of Russia. And it was interesting because you could hear what this guy actually thinks, why he thinks that way, and what he believes in. Again, I'm not saying that he's like a saint or anything, but it says something when you can listen to a guy or a quote-unquote dictator in your country, listen to what him explain what he's doing and why he's doing what he's doing.
But do you agree with the things that he said already?
Because all of his own documentary made a lot of sense. Everything he said seemed very logical. He's a real guy. He's real. He does seem like a real guy.
Yes, he's a real guy, and I think he changed. He did. I think he's a good. He's better. He does, and I think when they changed after economies into the Russian Federation, I think he changed as well. And actually, I know some Russian people, and other people in Russia. And he's a lot of person.
Yeah, the Cold War was really, that's the point where America went off the rails as far as the military industrial complex and us nukes, the whole nuclear race. And, I'm reading this book now all about the creation of DARPA and all the crazy, shadowy war technology that's been developed and like getting all the top scientists around the country, world, Operation Paperclip, getting all these not scientists to develop all this stuff.
Von Braun, he was the one.
Von Braun, yeah, he was just at DARPA, but
he was the head of NASA.
Yeah,
he built NASA, right? Yeah, because he had all these, and he built all these shit with him.
Yeah, that looks fascinating.
You should see what it says on Von Braun's.
I've heard what it is. What is it?
I think it's Psalm 91 or something like this. It's stationary.
He said we live on a flat earth.
And all this NASA shit is all this. Well, he said the earth stationary. The earth doesn't move.
Can you find that? Wonder Von Braun?
Just pull up his tombstone.
Oh, yeah. Pull up Warner Von Braun's tombstone. Picture of it. I would love to see this.
And that's the whole thing. But supposedly NASA is a hoax that they use $19 billion of budget every year. What do they do? Where do they go?
He said NASA was a hoax.
Well, he didn't say it in those words. But
somebody else interpreted it.
There's a lot of people who believe NASA is a hoax. Can you tell me that they went to the moon with that thing made out of hangers and paper clips? Come on. Have you seen the lunar module?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And then you tell me that Nixon called on the fucking home phone and talked to them on the phone on the moon. They can't even get connections in West Virginia, and they can go to the moon. That is Psalm 91. Now look up Psalm 91.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm not completely sold on the moon thing. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, the moon video did look fishy, and I always question why we do back sense.
Because it's not going to moon.
Okay, I've had people on here telling me that the moon is man-made, so I don't know what's true. But I mean, we have satellites orbiting the Earth. Yeah, I had an astronaut in here who's been in outer space.
Come on, I had a monkey driving a taxi cab. So that doesn't mean anything. There's astronauts in TV. They say they're astronauts.
Do you think there's no satellites?
I don't think there's satellites like they tell you there are. They spin around the whole earth and all stuff. There's ships floating up there. I'm weather balloons most likely, but there's not. I don't think there's. Where do they produce these things? Try to find out why. Okay, well, you can build a satellite. What company builds satellites?
Okay. NASA, all of our space programs, Tesla launching rockets. There's people that have been on the space stations, who have gone on the space shuttle and orbited the Earth and talked about it. Why would they be? What is the purpose of lying about that?
Well, that's a long other show to do. But again, is that long story short is that we do not come from a big bang. We are not a coincidence. We live in an intelligent environment. That means that we are created by somebody, and you cannot be a big bang theory and for monkeys and deny that existence of God. When you make the earth round, there is no God. Because on the flat earth, supposedly, we are the only people. There's no aliens. We're created by God. The whole system is created by God. That's in the firmament, and the earth is not moving.
There's actually a lot of legitimate, credible physicists that are actually questioning the Big Bang Theory now. Like that's
right.
not
They already, it's all a theory.
That doesn't mean the earth is flat. All right, Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night display knowledge. There is no speech or language where their voice is not heard.
Yeah, but this is actually, you have to go into the old King James because this is actually already, yes, it already went.
Right, it's the same one.
Well, I'll find it for you. It's kind of hidden, you know. I'm not going to go into this.
I think this is fun. Why? What evidence have you seen that convinced you to believe that that's true?
Well, let's talk about water. So, do you think that water finds its level? So, if I have a big bucket here and I put water in there, it's going to be level.
Yes.
Okay. So, what if this bucket is as big as the ocean?
It's going to be level where it all depends on gravity.
Okay, well, let me ask you this now. If it's not level, that means that there's peaks and troughs, and let's say that how does that water not just flow away?
Because the moon and the poles of the earth, there's gravity. It's like the earth rotates.
Sounds like a lot of bullshit. It's a lot simpler when you go out and you look at the horizon and it's flat as heck. It's level curved, you sail around unless you're looking for fish islands. It's simple as that. And you fly your drone like 1300 feet up and take a picture and fly. There's no curvature.
Have you ever seen the footage of those rockets or those balloons that go way up into the atmosphere and everything is curved?
I guess with the ones with
The red people one?
yeah, of course, with the fish island.
A fisheye lens.
Yeah.
So why are they shooting people up in the rockets and they're coming down in these pods and they're going out there, they're pulling the
But
astronauts
there's a
out of
$19 billion budget.
Oh, for what?
Money.
Why would they be trying to trick people, spending all that? What's the
So
point?
what do you think all the other people are doing with you? They're tricking you. They're having wars in Ukraine to be able to do this and that.
That's all for power and for the military industrial complex.
For money.
To sell weapons.
Right, for money. They sell it in a different way.
And to fight over resources.
Well, NASA doesn't do anything. Gets $19 billion.
What do they get from shooting people, from faking shooting people in space and bringing them down in the punch?
Got $19 billion to be approved by Congress so they can get a budget of $1 billion. They have to show something. What else? What about the Red Hot Chili Pepper song? The one that the space is created into the basement. That's the moon landing.
I don't know what that is.
It's one of the popular songs.
Well, look, like I said,
Californication. Californication.
listen to the space was made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah. And then you listen to Dave Matthews with when the dead was when the earth was flat. And then it was like a pancake, and you're all afraid that you're going to fall off of it.
So we're gonna let Dave Matthews Band actually.
They tell you where are you going to park, you tell you to wear a fucking mask, and everybody believes that. Science is science. But I mean, I
That's a completely different thing.
no, but it's the opposite of can you believe Dave Matthews and I can believe Dr. Fauci. But I rather believe Dave Matthews than fucking Dr. Fauci. Wouldn't you?
I mean, no. Clearly, it doesn't. You can't bring Dr. Fauci into the Earth being flat. Come on, stop.
No, then
That's not fair. But I want to understand. Like I heard that. I forget where it was, but I heard the whole flat Earth thing was created on 4chan as like a troll. This guy was trying to troll, and actually some people like saw it, and they started to like take it, started to believe it.
because the Earth's flat for forever until the last 600 years. So the Earth became round 600 years. Before that, all the astronomers, Ptolemy, who was the biggest astronomer in Egypt, what do you think? Those people were stupid and they could figure out that the Earth is not flat. Why are those stars all the way always in the same places? Why is there celestial navigation? If we are spinning around the atom with 1,600 miles an hour, actually 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour, and then we're spinning with over 100 million miles an hour around the sun. How is it possible that the Big Dipper has been there for the last 40 years?
Let's Google it. Often ask Google, how come if the Earth is spinning, how come we always see the same constellations above us, or the same stars?
But this is all cabal and everything. Try to find something about the flat. As soon as you start looking for something, they tell you that you're an idiot. So it's cognitive dissonance bad.
Yes, you can fly literally over the North Pole and end up in Russia.
You can do this on the flat Earth too.
You can fly straight in one direction, you will fly all the way around the Earth and end up where you started.
You can do this on the flat. It's like a CD, so you just fly around like this. You fly to Russia like that. It's not much of a difference.
So then what's a flat disc? What's under it?
It's nothing. It's actually, they say it's a flat disk and then it has a firmament on top of it. Like in the sun, yes, and then the sun and the moon are inside the firmament. This is all from the Bible, from the old Bible. You got to study the old Bible, the Hebrew Bible. It's to do this again. I'll bring material.
Okay.
And how difficult it is to find anything online about reading about the flat Earth that makes any kind of a sense. I mean, it's a bunch of bullshit. But let somebody write something and don't just suppress it. Every time you pull up flat Earth, you have the YouTube warning underneath telling you that this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Why do they?
I agree with that. That's silly.
Sometimes on your videos, yes, I fucking think that.
Okay, but what about ships? How come they can sail off into the distance, and after they get in distance, they disappear below the horizon?
Because your eyes can see only so far. You go out here on the beach and look at Edmond Key, I mean, from Treasure Island. You know how you can see the Gulf, the water, and then like an empty, like a white space, and then the trees. Would you agree with you see? I see this every morning because I go to the beach.
When you see what when you look
So
at
I'm looking from the beach. I'm looking south towards Edmond Key.
okay,
And I see the island
right.
all the way in. But the island seems to be like it's floating on top of the water.
Okay.
And if a boat will approach the island, the boat will go behind the floating line. There is actually like a taking air and moisture. And that's why you cannot see it. And this is why the sun does the same thing. The sun just goes away from you.
Yeah, but you can get a telescope and look at it. And like what? At a boat going off into the horizon, right? And you can zoom in on it, and you can see it going. You can see it moving. Because obviously, you
And
can
then
tell
you can zoom in, and then it comes back.
Will disappear.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
There's been tests done.
All right. Can you pull up Nikon P900? Just put Nikon P900 on YouTube.
Nikon P900.
Yeah. It's it has a 2000 optical.
Did you find about the constellations? Okay, because the Earth's axis points at a point in the sky around which everything appears to move, including the stars. In the north, this happens to be very close to a star called Polaris, right, or the North Star, right? This constellation, and it's been called Ursa Minor or the Little Bear, right? Because the Earth's axis points at a point in the sky
It's a bullshit explanation and it doesn't mean anything. It means because the Earth happens to point in the sky, so the North Star is here, that is true. So if you take a camera, if you open up a camera lens, when you're in your home, you have a nice camera and you have cameras. Open up and do a slideshow for 3 hours of the sky. Will you do that again?
Yes. Yeah. At the North Pole.
The North Star is in the middle and all the stars are spinning around.
So let's look at YouTube and find a like a video, like an animation that shows the.
Not animation. Animation, anybody can animate.
No, but it'll explain why it'll show you visually why the stars. See, well, let's see what they're saying.
No, but it's not going to be visual. It's going to be an animation that somebody created.
Exactly.
And it's not
Exactly, but it's gonna be an argument for the Earth.
Let me ask you this: have you ever seen with your own eyes, not heard from somebody, not with any tools, have you ever seen anything that shows you this place is Earth? And a movement.
You mean you see it when you can see it when there's videos of these things
Not
going up in the atmosphere.
No videos. I'm talking as you experience with the Earth is round.
Well, I can't fly up in the atmosphere
That's a yes or no question.
on an airplane.
No. A view with your own senses.
That's impossible. How could I see it when I'm 5 feet or 5 feet above
Me
the
neither.
ground?
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen it in this round. When I go to the ocean, it's always flat. I haven't seen it on the sides like, come down.
Right, but you don't need to see it for the
Absolutely.
You don't like that, and you don't trust any of the videos or any of the documentaries.
I don't
any
trust
of
any.
you don't trust any.
No, then I'll tell like it's like the best history with history is written by the winners. And one thing that I learned when I was a kid, when I was coming home with my history book, my dad used to take my history book and read it on Sunday after lunch, and it was the most amusing book that he has ever read in his life. Because it was written by the communists, and it was a totally different story, and it was total bullshit. And he will sit there and tell you this wasn't true, this wasn't true, this was bullshit. History is written by the winners.
Right, but that goes for anything. You can't really know. I mean, no matter what you read in a book, how many books have you read that they're depictions of science or history, but you haven't been there to see it with your own eyes. That isn't just because you haven't seen it with your own eyes. It's the same thing with the
If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't speak about it with sure about it.
Right. You sound like you're sure that the Earth is flat.
Well, because with my own eyes, it looks flat. And I would like to know what kind of lubricant they use for this 1,600 miles or 1,000 miles an hour in 24 hours, something like 1,000 miles an hour. How there is not a single shake. There must be some hell of a gyroscope, and they must be holding the motherfucker so it doesn't shake at all. Look at this. We're spinning right now with 1,000 miles an hour.
It's the same thing when you're in an airplane. An airplane's going hundreds of miles an hour.
So what if it goes in the opposite direction of the spin?
If it stops and goes the other way?
No, if the Earth's going to the left and you go to the right with the airplane, what do you mean? You want to stay in one place and the Earth's going to spin in the middle?
No, everything is relative. If you start flying, the Earth is rotating one way. But if you fly, that's why if you fly to California right now, it takes an extra hour to go one way than it does the other way. The wind, the atmosphere, it's all the same.
I mean, the wind speeds, so that's how the wind blows. But so you're telling me then, so the logic is that we have the Earth, then we have the atmosphere, whatever other spheres, and then there's the vacuum. Are you understanding?
You have the core of the Earth, you have
I'm
the
going
mantle.
so we have the globe, and then we have the atmosphere around. Everything spins together,
Right.
and then when we penetrate this with a rocket, then we end up in vacuum, right? There's a vacuum.
Right.
We're in the vacuum.
I guess. I mean, I'm not
So
a,
they say there's a
an
vacuum.
astrophysicist.
That's what current just floats in the air because the vacuum. The vacuum is, you can just push something and it goes forever because there's no resistance.
Okay.
So a vacuum is a void.
Look, I'm not an
No,
astrophysicist.
this is simple. You know what a vacuum is. So I can take your skin and put a pump here and suck out the air and close it, and inside will be a vacuum.
Right.
Right. So that vacuum is a void. It's a void of something. It's empty.
Right.
So if I break this seal, even if the smallest hole, that's going to suck on the air because the air wants to go into the void.
Right.
So if the earth is covered with the atmosphere, stratosphere, whatever sphere, where, and then a vacuum starts somewhere. How is it sealed? Because a vacuum has to be sealed.
How is the earth sealed?
Well, how is there a vacuum? And where does the vacuum start? That's my question.
I think it gradually, once you exit the atmosphere, it starts to gradually go away. It's all the gases that are in the atmosphere.
There's certain things that do
Vacuum is a void.
certain successful
Something is protecting it to get no. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. It is a theory, and everybody's entitled to believe to whatever they want to. And it is, they say that great intelligent people will accept, have two opposite theories and theories, and they will accept both of them. So in other words, we have to learn not to, when somebody says something, that doesn't mean anything. You should sit down and research it. And you need to research flat earth.
I have researched it. I've watched a lot of documentaries about it, and I've listened to a lot of people talk about it and try to argue for it. And I've never been convinced. I don't understand. I think it's one of those things that people. I think it's one of those things that people cling on to because they get some sort of sense of community, and they believe it, and they find other people that believe it, and they make it a part of them. And they cannot be convinced any other way.
Exactly, and you know what? And that's great. And I'm not. I cannot say that I'm 100% sure. I'm really not 100% sure. But from the things that I see with my eyes, and the things that I feel with my senses, and the things that I've experienced in life, and been on the airport many times, and see it from up and down, and with some maps that I have used with Google. I found out that a lot of those things don't jive. And when things don't jive, and somebody, when you search for something, you somehow hidden, because you know when you search for something, it's hidden, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that, why hide it? And all the research about flat earth is hidden. And everybody that says flat earth is an idiot. It's all, they're created these questions.
Right. So I don't think it's the right to censor people who believe the earth is flat. That's idiotic. That's the same thing to censor people for talking about vaccines. People should be able to talk about whatever they want, whatever they believe in, and debate it, and let their ideas compete, and let people make up their own minds.
Because when we debate, we both are asking questions, we're talking, and we might be even like creating something with a total agreement between the two of us.
Right, totally.
That's exactly what happens when you have a debate. That's what they call it, a debate.
Right.
Sit down and everybody throws in like brainstorming or whatever they call it. And that's what happens. And for some reason, here is, if you're a Democrat and I say I'm a Trump guy, fuck you, you're stupid.
Right.
The other way around, fuck you, you're stupid.
That's a perfect example.
Well, that's what they did this, because separation, they have to separate. And once they separate, we lose our power. They're very powerful.
Here's the main thing I don't understand about it. I understand the military-industrial complex. And, you give another water? The military-industrial complex, why does America start all these wars, right? There's resources involved, there's money involved, people, Halliburton, all these companies that are trying to make money and establish power and gain resources. Geopolitical chess game. It all makes it. You can trace it back to where the motivations are for doing those things, right? You understand there's corrupt players in the government. But why, even with COVID-19 and these pandemics, people the government trying to take more control after 9/11, trying to implement the what was the act they implemented? What was it? The Patriot Act, right? You lose me at flat earth because what is governments? What are they achieving by trying to create this false narrative of the world being round?
It's
not
not
even a narrative. It's like it's a religion.
so back in the day. So let me answer this question. First of all,
It's a religion. But what who gains from it is what I'm saying. Who gains from it?
controlling people.
But how are you going to control people if I think they will?
Because people are actually extremely powerful individuals with their thoughts, because they took all this power away from us slowly but surely by telling you that you are a coincidence and you come from a monkey. You don't come from a monkey, you are your consciousness. This is just a suitcase that you have today. When you die one day, the suitcase is going to go away, and consciousness that gives you the energy being somewhere else. What do you think? It's just going to stop? Absolutely.
Have you seen this happen? What
No,
evidence do you have of this?
I don't have evidence. I believe it. I don't have to have an evidence to believe something myself.
Right.
I'm not asking you to believe it.
Yes.
So
I
I
agree.
believe it.
But what evidence? I mean, you're saying you believe that consciousness is the body. We weren't created from monkeys. The Darwin theory of evolution
Why?
is
Because,
not real.
for example,
But like what I'm saying is, you believe it because you believe it. It's something that you've never seen or experienced with your own senses. But then you're using the opposite argument for the flat Earth theory or the round Earth theory. You're saying that you don't believe it's round because you've never experienced it or seen it with your own eyes, and therefore you don't believe it.
right, because I haven't experienced it, but I have experienced spiritual things about consciousness. And I think I understand a lot more about consciousness than. So, in other words, what evidence do you have? What evidence I have? I have watched and read and how people that are really scientists and do things that they are usually they could be crooks, they could be actors. So, I don't have any evidence. I'm not saying that I have any evidence. I also don't have any evidence that the Earth is flat. I'm saying that I don't see it being round, and all the evidence that I see points always towards flat. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should believe it or not or whatever. And then I'm tying it in with the fact that when you have the round Earth, you have the Darwinism, and then you have this Big Bang bullshit, and when you have the flat Earth, you have to create God, the Creator, and set in the beginning of the Bible. First, then let it be light that He creates the universe, and He creates it and creates the human. Right now, when I talk to you, your heart is beating. Are you beating your heart? Who's beating your heart right now?
My nervous system.
And who's down the nervous system?
It's human organism. It's the way it works. It's electrons.
And there is no higher power telling you what to do. Somebody running this thing?
Yeah, the electric, all the cells and all the atoms and all, we're charged. We're electric. But I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I don't
You don't have to be a biologist, but what I'm saying is, the things that are happening in your body, you're not thinking about. They're happening automatically.
Right.
They're extremely complicated. If I cut you with a knife, after a while, that wound is going to stop bleeding, and it's going to coagulate the blood, and it's going to start growing together.
Right.
Who tells that body to do that? It's a higher power. That organ that you have, it's designed by somebody. Like plants are designed by somebody. There's bees that go on the plants, and the plants spread the pollen around it. So who the fuck know about that? But you think the bees know that? Say, let's go spread some pollen.
Who do you think it's designed by?
I think it's designed by God. Or the devil, whoever you call.
So then how do you think we got here? Evolution. We don't have evolve.
We were created by God, like Adam and Eve, just like it says in that book that they were shuffling around for thousands of years.
So you believe what the Bible says that we were just dropped?
I don't believe everything that the Bible says, because the Bible hasn't changed. But I believe certain things in the Bible. I definitely believe that there is a creator, and I cannot see how there is not one. And I can also understand how you can actually control your thoughts, and you can create thoughts. whatever it is what you get. That's why people that live in the ghetto, they are upset because in the ghetto, and every day they're upset about it, and they end up living in the ghetto. But if you pack up your shit and move somewhere else, and you start believing that you belong there, you're gonna belong there. That's why I live wherever I lived around the world. I might have been poor, but I always lived in a good house because I grew up in a good house. And you cannot see it less than that. So once you get a level, you only go up.
Yeah, but wouldn't that also be an effect of psychology, being in like a positive feedback loop or a negative feedback loop? When you start out in poverty, that's why most people stay in poverty, because that's all they see, that's all they're exposed to, and you aren't exposed to positive thinking or different ideas. You kind of just get stuck in that negative feedback loop, and that's why a lot of people in bad neighborhoods around the country are.
But then you have to look into how the human mind is also. You have the ego inside you, and the ego is the thing that tells you what to do. And you can listen to the ego or not listen to it. And one day when you are able to separate yourself from your ego, then you can actually understand and be able to observe the ego from the side. And I would like to give you an example of that. For example, I was a very, I was young, you know, I had a short fuse. And now, because after a while, you know, you grow and you learn and you learn from experience and you correct and then you become a different person. So I wouldn't do this because it's not the right thing to do. I mean, I'm talking when I was 15 or 16 years old back then. It's not a good thing. And now I can see how I can see it from the side at a certain point how somebody will piss me off and I can actually slap it. But I will contain myself and not do it because I know this is not the right thing. So the ego tells you, the ego is the thing that always wants to buy things, and harm you. And basically your subconscious mind. Right. Exactly. And that's actually the apple. You know, when Adam bites the apple, then he becomes subconscious. And the apple logo, and I was thinking, it's also a big up apple. There's something wrong made us subconscious of everything. But maybe that is the logo of the apple. What do you think? Apple phone. Apple there's an apple with a bite in there.
Pretend that was the apple. And
Adam story, the snake told Adam to bite into the apple, and God told him not to do it. And if he didn't see the apple, he realized that he
zero incentive to look at. And we're talking about this. This is what I know. It's not like there's an innovation. Look at the amount of money they're making by
That's an interesting coincidence.
insane.
Ask Google why Steve Jobs named his company Apple. Maybe he was Jobs. Why do you think the logo is under the button on the Apple?
Show how much money CNN makes from.
But anyway, so what I was saying is like, you know, probably cut it short.
Okay, yeah, it's 5 points. This is great. We should do another one where
Well, we can talk a lot about it.
that would be great.
You're either thinking of the future, and the future is what you perceive is what happened, and might not go. You don't know what you think, so we're not looking at you funny because you're thinking that, because you don't know what you're thinking. What you're thinking in the past, where you're thinking, oh, man, I should have never, stolen this and this, and I feel so bad, and then, oh my God, and this and that. And you always like a lot of people, this is the new thing that I've been observing in all these movies that you watch. Everybody's suffering.
Why is there a fit in Apple as the Apple logo? Nope, that's one of those logo urban legends. Urban legends. The reason for the bite was to clarify it clear that the fruit is an apple. Oh, okay, since with no reference on whatever.
Why, if it was a cherry, do they have a bite in the cherry, so you know it's a cherry?
No, I meant if there was no bite, people could confuse it as a cherry. because you don't take a bite out of a cherry.
Even though the name of the company is Apple.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of huge.
Sounds like a bullshit story.
Yeah.
Huh. So anyway, so the singing in the past, I think that they happen already. They don't mean anything. They're not gonna do anything to you. They're not gonna come and fight you or haunt you. You should never feel guilty.
Right.
But guilty of what? I mean, you still guilty. You want to do something stupid. To go and
What are you saying? There's no reason for us to think about the past?
no, what I'm saying is that we're constantly either living in the past or in the future.
Right.
Life happens in the present.
Yes.
So if you learn to live in the present, and you can start like by meditating, making the past when you're thinking the thoughts. You think one thing and then you think of the next thing, but there's no gap in between.
Yeah.
And if you can, and if you can take this gap and think about it and make it a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, by not thinking of anything, getting an empty mind, that's the present.
Yeah.
And when you're in the present,
Yeah.
and that's why you like surfing, right?
Yeah.
So when you surf, you're in the present.
Not thinking about anything.
Right, because you pay attention and you're not thinking about the bills or whatever happened last night. You're surfing.
Right.
And this is the addiction, the moment of the present. That's why you're addicted.
Yeah, you're in the zone. You're flowing.
Yes, and
Yeah.
you know when you
Like
recognize
thinking about anything, we're just talking.
right. Because
Yeah.
so when you're thinking of the conversation that you're talking about, so as soon as you stop, you can think like, you can.
I'm thinking, trust me, my mouth's just moving.
But all these thoughts come, and then the other thing is, you're putting all these people in boxes. You walk down the beach, it's what's these bad, blonde,
Yeah.
bad, black, green. There's a lot of the thinking. You got to look at the thing. You're talking about this zone. You can learn to live in that zone, not only when you're surfing, by making the gap bigger, and you can do this in meditation.
Yes.
Then life becomes amazing. When you understand in life, which is very simple, it has its ups and downs. It's not just, smooth, but it depends how you take it.
I agree.
So that's when this American is really hard.
Thank you very much. I love the story, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of listeners will love it as well. Thank you for your time, and we'll definitely do episode 2 down the road. All right, good night.
But if you get a chance, head over to the JRE episode and scroll through the comment section. There's more comedy there than in Rogan and Schultz's comedy careers combined. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Schultz's latest appearance on JRE. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all of this, and if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give a thumbs up if you did enjoy this video.
All right, Chip, thanks for coming, man. I just got a call from Matt Cox yesterday. He said he did a podcast with you. It was jaw-dropping, and I had to have you on the show.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to talk to you.
It's good to be here, man. Yeah, I've known Matt for a little while. He actually came on my show, and when everything that I'm going to disclose here got straightened out, I reached out to him and told him the story, and he was like, bro, you got to come on. And I was like, all right, well, let's set it up. And his was actually the first show that I went on, and yours is now the second.
That's amazing. So, what is your story?
Well, I guess to start off, a little bit of a background is I grew up in a town called Darlington, South Carolina, which is not known for much, but the racetrack that it has. Small town, and I went to school for welding. That's pretty much been my until right now. That's still what I'm doing now. And I met my wife in. We've been together like 20 years. So we met at a little club that was there. And, it was a crazy happening because when she was in there the week before, this was like a club that everybody went to. And it had burnt down for a while. So when they opened back up, everybody was excited to go to it. And she actually went with a friend. The friend couldn't get in because she forgot her ID, so she just happened to strike conversation with the girl that I went to school with. So the following week, we're back out there again, and I see her talk to a former classmate of mine. So I go up and I'm like, who is that? She's like, oh, that's a friend of mine named Felicia. I met her out here last week. So I'm like, all right, you gotta open me up. And so, one thing led to another. We started a relationship and, got married. And that we stayed in Darlington until 2010. And then I worked for a company called Newport Steel. I'm not sure if you know that place or not, but it's one of the bigger steel companies there is. It's a Fortune 500 company. And they had a plant in Columbia, South Carolina. So I worked there for about 7.5 years. And I was traveling. It was about an hour and some change drive. And then we switched, and I was like, well, let's see about Charleston. And then we moved to Charleston in 2010. And I guess to kind of lay the groundwork here, because these are like key components and everything that happened, was we went to Myrtle Beach, and maybe the Myrtle Beach area.
Oh, yeah. He's counting down.
Oh, yeah. Danny McBride. They filmed a lot of that. A lot of Charleston, too. Some of the strip club scenes were filmed in Charleston.
One of the best shows of all time.
Yeah, he's fucking great. He does the Righteous Gemstones down there, too.
That also is the greatest show of all time.
Yeah. They bought out like a part of an old mall and turned it into like their studio.
No shit, really?
Yeah, right there in Charleston.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so a lot of people say they see him, out and about around. It's pretty approachable too. I don't think he lives there, but he may have a place there, but it's not uncommon to see him shooting. But long and short, I come down to Charleston, and then there's this circuit they're having at Myrtle Beach called Carolina Country Music Fest. It's the biggest one they had in a while. Like supposed to be their version of Woodstock. It's like 3 days, or 4 really, because they added a Thursday show. And so I go down there Thursday night, straight from work. It's basically just drinking and music. That's all it was. And a friend of mine comes down there Thursday, and he's like, "Man, you look terrible." I've had a pretty rough couple of days. And he was a former medic, so he gives me an IV, like right, straight into the arm. And there's a picture, and I'll have to see if I can find it. But I'm sitting there, I got the IV going into my arm. I still got like a beer in my hand, and you can see like all the liquid bottles just lined up on the wall. And then it was crazy. And then after it's over, I get back home. Monday, I got back home Sunday evening. I'm scheduled to go back to work Monday, so I haven't even been home this whole entire time, trying to get stuff straight. I'm going to work, I get into a car accident. Probably rolled like it went off the side of the road, hit like an embankment where they were widening the road. And I mean, this car flipped probably 8 or 9 times, and it flipped corner to corner. So it's like a barrel roll. And I was just like, I didn't think it was ever going to stop. And the last thing I seen was a car up under me. It landed like directly on the hood. And I thought I killed somebody. I thought they were on the road, driving. And so I'm trying to like brace myself so when I undo the seatbelt, I don't fall on my head. When I'm doing that, the car falls off and then rolls to the right. So now it's sitting on the passenger door. So I still kind of brace myself, climb out, and this car comes riding by and he's like, "Damn, dude, you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I think so." So he calls, he's like, "You want me to call the ambulance?" I'm like, "Yeah, you might as well, make sure, okay." So I hop down, I kind of look at where I'm at, to hop down so the car doesn't roll on me then. And I walk up to the door where the guy's house was at, and he opens the door and he's like, "Earth." It's like 5:30. And "Yeah, can I help you?" And I was like, "Man, I had a wreck outside." I said, "I landed on top of the S10 out here." And he's like, "Oh, damn, that's my wife's truck. She's had that thing since high school." I'm like, well, sorry, but it's over with now. Well, that story kind of circles into, after that I had real bad back issues, like my L4, L5, and S1 were just really, really bad shit. So that comes in key to what we're going to talk about now. So you fast forward to 2017. I got a friend of mine in my neighborhood. I'd only recently met him. I'd probably known him just a couple months. But he actually committed suicide. And unfortunately, me and another friend of mine was in the house like a couple doors down. And we heard his wife at the time come out screaming. And we didn't know it was them because I was actually with them earlier that night at a Mexican restaurant. So we go running down there to see what's going on. I realized it's them because I literally just in my 30 minutes. My buddy ran straight into the house. I don't know what prompted him to go straight into the house, but he did. And then when I come in there, it was just a really bad. It was like it's hands down the worst thing I've ever seen. Blood, he had shot himself in the head, and it was just awful. I mean, those images just like haunted me. And that kind of started like just a real kind of depression really between that. When I was out with the wreck, I didn't lose my job, but I lost my position. So when I got back, I had to go to a different area of the same company. It was a different area, and I didn't like that job as much. So it was just kind of like a snowball effect, and then that led to me and my wife actually taking some time apart. Well, when we decided we were going to split up, I was like, okay, well, you can stay at the house, I'll move out, but if you decide to meet somebody, then, I'm coming back. And I can't pay the bills and have another dude up in there on my couch watching, football. And so that's kind of what happened. I mean, my wife's an attractive woman. She's very smart. She's got a doctorate. I mean, I knew that if it come down to it and she started searching, then she would find somebody. It was just, what we going to happen. So in November of that year, she moved out and I moved back in. And at that point, we were both kind of dead set on our divorce. We were going to go have it done. I was actually going to use the divorce to pull out some money out of my phone. When you get a divorce, you can give them a portion of the 401k. So what I was going to do was actually more than what I was going to give her, and then she was going to give it back to me. So I think the agreement we made was going to be like 60 or 70,000. I was going to pull out like 80, and get the extra on top of it. And you guys were friends. Yeah, we were like the best of friends, but it was amicable. I mean, I knew I was going to give her something out of it because we had been, in this relationship for a lot of time. And, we had our issues in the past, but we always seemed to come out on the other side. But this was just at a point in time when we were just steady arguing. And we needed a break. We definitely needed it. So we go forward with the divorce, and probably like, December, we're trying to figure out what to do with the kids because we're not really talking. And in doing that, we're kind of like, on your side, and I'm like, what it is what it is. I'm not seeing anyone. Things out right here, and that kind of prompted us to start talking. And also, we kind of talked sporadically for the next few months. Now, the guy that she was living with, she had moved out to another house in my same neighborhood. So it's kind of like, I'm sure it's like up here, some places I've seen. You got one big community, but about 9 different subdivisions in that community. That's kind of how ours was set up. So they were in another subdivision, but same people. And he had actually left the house. He wasn't living there at the time. And around Easter, we're like, okay, I think we're going to give it another shot. Like we both kind of, realized that the time apart, we did what we needed. It was time to give it another shot. We were really serious about it. We went to our mom's, spent Easter, and we were just like we told the family this is what. So when we come back on Friday night, and I was just like, all right, well I'll get everything moved back in, but you got to tell the guy, this is it, you can't come back around because they hadn't officially cut it off, but they weren't like on the best of terms either. And so when she told him this that night, I thought she was going to tell him Friday night. Saturday we go to my son's ball game, or soccer game, Saturday morning. I'm like, how do you take it? She said, he come in and went straight to bed. I didn't get a chance to tell him and tell him today. All right. Well, unbeknownst to me, after she told him, he roughed her up, broke her phone, so I had no way to get in contact with her. Smashed a lot of stuff in the house, and a lot of shit was going on that I wasn't aware of because she wasn't able to contact me. I knew she was giving him the news, but I didn't know all this stuff was taking place. So the same guy that I spoke about earlier, who went in the house with me and my friend and committed suicide, he actually was outside of his garage, and they were coming by, and so he walks out and was like, hey, what's going on? And he said, well, nothing much. He said, we're looking for chips, and when I find them, I'm fucking kill them. And I didn't know this at the time. This was even told to the cops later. Verbatim, that's what it is. said. So when he knew that something was up, he was able to get the guy to stay there and talk to him and try to figure out what was going on. So at some point, he was able to call me, and he knew that I wasn't home because he was making my wife drive around with me. I wasn't home, I was at somewhere else. So when he told me, he was like, hey, if you ride by that corner and you see his car here, you know, don't stop.
Your buddy told you that?
Yeah. And at that time, the guy, was getting the axe was with me. And so he's like, if you see his car here, don't stop. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but he was pretty upset. He said he was looking for you, but I'm trying to defuse it. He's like, so I was just letting you know if you drive by, don't stop because I don't need anything going down, in my house. I'm like, that's fine. I said, I'm not the one with the problem, he is. I know what's going on. And he didn't know that we were officially getting back together, but I knew probably why he was upset. So I'm at my house, and I'm watching the UFC. I think it was like one of the Conor McGregor fights or something like that, and I get a text from my phone, and it's Tim. You got this is later that night. Yeah. This is right now, probably like 12:31 in the morning. And I get the text from him, and he's like, "Hey, can me and you talk?" Or no, I'm awake. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm awake." And he's like, "Can me and you talk?" And I'm like, "About what?"
He texted you from your wife.
No, his phone. His own personal phone. Because he had smashed my wife's phone. And he was like, "Can you talk?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, look, I don't want no drama. I don't want no bullshit. I don't want to fight." He's like, "If you're comfortable, we can be at Jamie's house." Jamie was the guy that I've been speaking about his own situation. I said, "Yeah, that's fine with me." So around the same time, actually called me because she had gone for work and got home. And my wife was using her phone, and she was like, "Hey, should I told him he got really mad that he left and he was Jamie's house?" And I said, "Yeah, I know. He just texted me and asked me if I was come over here and talk to him." And she's like, "Well, are you going to go?" And I was like, "Well, he just wants to talk." She's like, "Well, I don't know if I would go, but he was a little upset." She said, "I know you can probably handle it." And I was like, "All right." Because I'm good at talking and diffusing situations. I've never been like a violent guy. I usually talk people down. And so I go over there, and that was exactly what it was. He more or less wanted to know, had we been seeing each other prior to her telling him that it was a. And I was like, "Well, to start with, that's my wife. It's not really any of your business." But to answer your question, no. Because I don't want to get him upset and him go back over there anyway. So the time goes by. I mean, it was heated a little bit at first at times, but by the end of the conversation in the garage, it was really just like three dudes hanging out in the garage, but just with odd circumstances being there. And so it's probably, I'd say 3:30, 4 o'clock at this time. And Jamie, whose house we're at his house, he's like, "Man, I'm fixing to shut it down." He's like, "If you want to stay here, you can stay here." He's like, "Or you can have Chip run you home." He said, "Well, if you don't mind," he said, "will you run me to the house?" And I said, "Yeah." So we leave, and then as we're getting in the car, he said, "I don't know if I want to go home." He said, "I know we're going to argue." And he's like, "Do you care if we just go to your house?" He said, "I'm just not really ready to go home." And I was a little hesitant, but he started talking and telling me this story. And I don't know if he was trying to match the suicide story that had came up in the garage, the one I told you about earlier. He started telling me about this guy he was in the service with, and he was former military. And they were in combat together. The guy got shot in the head, and he was trying to hold his head together. But something about the Army, he didn't do something right, didn't follow protocol, so he was discharged, and that's why he wore this specific bracelet on his wrist. I'm pretty sure he was Army. But the thing was, I didn't find this out till later, was that whole story was fabricated. He was actually intelligence. And he told the guy bad intel that led him into somewhere, resulting in that guy getting shot. He was intelligent. He wasn't like in the field. The story he told me was like he was in the field when it happened, with him, like right there hands on. But the real story, after this was over, I found it out a couple days later. He was intelligent, and he gave the guy bad intel that led him to getting shot. So either way, I'm sure it probably did still mess him up, because he was genuinely upset about it. Like, he was crying sitting in my car, like, straight up tears. So I could tell it was bothering him. I didn't know at the time whether the story was true or not, but I could bother him. So at this point, I just think this dude just like, he's battling through that. He's getting the boot.
You
So
know,
like
so
he was in intelligence, the army, or
like someone that would just be, you know, telling somebody, all right, go here, go there, probably off to the side working on a computer. Yeah, just like working on a computer.
Right.
Not actually in combat. Somebody more or less behind the scenes.
Okay.
So, you know, like I said, he's crying, and I'm thinking this dude just really just needs someone to talk to. It's not really nothing, you know, concerning. I never, at any point in time, felt threatened at all. So we go in my house, and we've got cameras and stuff in my house, so it's seen us coming in, and we're in there for probably another hour or two. And we're talking about different things. We got on the subject of tattoos, and he was talking about, I've got a 13-year-old son, he was like 8 or 9 at the time, but he was talking about one of his buddy's mom saying something about tattoos, and he was like, "Did she ever say anything to you?" And I'm like, "No, I'm covered in it." So I like pulled down my shirt to show him this one, and you can see it. I don't know if you can see it right here. There's a scar there where I had open heart surgery. Yeah, and I had that in 2001, my senior year in high school.
How old are you?
39.
You're 39 right now?
Yeah.
You had a senior in high school?
Yeah, I had what's called a VSD, which is basically like a real minute hole in the heart. They knew about it from birth, and it never affected me. Like I played sports, you know, drank beer in high school like everybody else and all that. But once I was at the point where I was getting a check every 4 years, and I went to get a check, and they're like, "Ooh, that's something you don't want to hear when they're looking at your heart." And he's like, "Actually, what it was the hole was bigger than they thought. Somehow or another, a flap had gotten sucked over the hole. So what they were seeing, a small portion of it, was actually a bigger size hole." And he said, "I'm not even saying that this is like, you know, something major, but he's like, it's better to repair it now while you're young than later when you're older. Plus, when you're older, you're gonna have to pay for it. You know, right now your mom will pay for it." And so we made the decision to go ahead and have it done. And you know, that scar's been there. When he seen that scar, he was like, "Damn, you know, what happened there?" He kind of pulled down the shirt, and I told him the story, the same story I just told you. So he pulls up my shirt from the bottom, like up to see it going all the way down. And in doing this, he had to see the gun because I was a CWP carrier. I had my CWP for probably a couple of years at that time. The weapon that I had on me that night was my carry weapon. I've been pulled over that weapon numerous times. The numbers were on, so there was documentation that was the gun I would, you know, use as my carry weapon.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Smith & Wesson 9mm. And so he had to see it. I don't really see there's any way he couldn't have seen it, you know, right there on the hip. But when he sees that scar, he's like, "No, man, you know what?" And you know how guys, when they've had a little too much to drink, they do like the bro hugs or whatever, where they hug you and kind of pick you up off the ground. So he did that. And I didn't really think too much of it at the time. I just, you know, I didn't really know how he was with alcohol. I knew he had some drinks at the other garage, and we had a few shots at my house. So I just thought he was getting, you know, to that point. Well, then he goes, he's like, "Where's your bathroom?" We're showing the bathroom. He goes to the bathroom. And the way my kitchen is set up, so you got a hallway here. And you come out, you got a refrigerator, and then immediately curved, you got a stove. And back this way, and you got a sink. So it's pretty small. It's like 8 foot wide. I'm up against the stove when he's in the bathroom. And this time I'm actually texting my daughter's phone, telling her like, "Hey, everything's good. Let your mom know, not to worry." And when he comes out of the bathroom, he goes straight up to me, hand up under my feet, jacks me up on the stove, and like, you know how people say like, you know, they had that look in their eye. Like he had that look in his eye. He's pretty fucking big. Like he was a jacked dude.
How tall is he?
I'd probably say he was 6'1", maybe. Probably like 240, 250.
Okay.
I mean,
How big are you?
Not that big. I'm 5'10" at the most. You know, weight must be the same, but for different reasons. We'll get into this too, but at the time he was also on steroids. We figured that out. So when he jacks me up, he immediately says, like, "I'm just fucking kidding." And I'm just like, it caught me off guard because, like, other than like, yeah, what it was. And looking back in retrospect, I'm thinking maybe he done those pickup things to see if he could handle it. You know what I'm saying? See if he could pick me up, maybe, you know, swing me around. I'm thinking maybe that's what he's done to psychologically to set all this up. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's just me looking back. But when he does this,
it's really catching me off guard. So I'm just like, what the fuck? It's really, blowing my mind. And I'm telling them, I'm like, dude, if you don't get the fuck off me, I'm gonna shoot you. And so I was able to scoop my way down off the stove, and then he kind of brings up his knee, like knee me in the side. While I scoop my body to the side. He still hits me a little bit, and then he swings with his right arm. But when he swings, I can see it coming. He's holding me with his left. I was able to lift my chin up just a little bit to where it kind of clips the bottom of my chin. But when he does that, his force bringing him this way, he let go, thinking I can't. So we're right here, like I told you. I step back, I'm literally in the corner, and I pulled out my weapon and I fired. And I thought at the time it was 2 shots. It turned out to actually be 3. Immediately after I fired, he dropped to the floor. So I'm just sitting like, adrenaline fucking pumping. I'm like, holy shit. So I pick up the phone, I call 911, tell them what happened.
I have an emergency with Shaker Drive. Okay, what's going on? I had a friend of mine in my house come in, he was striking me. I had to shoot him. You're down. And the thing coming in, I saw now. Yeah, yes, ma'am. How old is he? He's 35, I believe.
Let me just say, I think it's quite being careful now with the things he says.
I'm not really sure. He come at me, he hit me in the face, and I shot him in the chest 2 times.
Very unusual for
Is he breathing?
listening to the whole
Right now he's breathing. Right now he's breathing.
more uptight than he used to be when he
Are you
was
okay?
just once upon a fine.
They're saying, he's breathing. I'm like, he's making noises. I don't really know if he's breathing. I can't really tell. And she's like, can you see the wound? I'm like, every one of them was center mass, like all in the chest area. There was nothing anywhere else. And that was what they taught you in the CWP class too. It's like, when the threat is eliminated, then you have to stop because then there's no threat and you can't like go up and keep somewhere if you're on the side. Then that changes from self-defense to murder, unless you're a great judge. Yes, familiar with that guy. I've heard that story. Yeah. After all this happened, believe me, anybody that had any sort of self-defense or any kind of shooting claims like that, I researched the shit out of them. What eventually comes to happen. But so I call the 911 operator and she's like, can you get to a town? I'm like, yeah. And you got a way? William, can you hear me? Can you hear me? William. I saw him. You tell him to check it. The last thing he was trying to get me, he was trying to hurt me. I didn't have any choice but to fucking shoot him. Can you get a clean towel and apply pressure? A clean towel? Yes. Yes, sir, I can. That's why I did not want to do it. Get off of me, God, damn it. Is there anybody else in the house? No, ma'am. We've been here for a couple of hours. How long did you just do them? Yes, I just did it. Okay, where is he done right now? It's on the counter.
So for those of you who don't understand what's going on,
Yes, ma'am. It's unloaded.
And she said, so, get to the towel, put a towel over his wound. She said, we got an officer on the way. So I pull up the shirt, and I only see 2 entrance wounds, which is why I thought, again, initially, I only heard 2 shots, but I guess just everything, real quick. I just didn't hear the third one, but I only seen 2 entrance wounds, so that's why I only thought there was 2. I put the towel over him. I'm waiting. There's a 911 call on line. He's still alive? No. Okay. Well, I mean, not now. At the time, he was breathing. He was making noise. I don't know. I've heard people say that the noise was like what's constituted like a death rattle.
So when the officers get there, they're going to need you to come outside with your hands up, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
What's he doing right now? He's still breathing okay?
Right now, he's not breathing.
So he's not breathing?
He doesn't look like it. I breathe up and down.
Can you get your face close to his and see if he is breathing?
I'm right here. He's making noises. He's making noises.
Is he still talking?
He's really not talking. He's making noises. William, can you hear me? William, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Liam, can you hear me, Liam? He's making noises and he's not fine.
I'm sure there's a copy on the internet.
Yeah, something along those lines. But I'm waiting for the guy to get there. He comes in, and the person's like, make sure the gun is unloaded and away from you. And you get there, unlock the door. I'm like, when the door's unlocked, just come right on there with it.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, my phone's in my ear, but I think I saw him. I'm outside with my hands up. He's in the kitchen.
So he comes in and he's like, all right, I got to place you, and I'm going to put you in handcuffs. I'm not placing you under arrest. He said, I've just got to assess the situation. So he puts me in cuffs, and about that time another car is coming up, so they put me in the back of that car. Never read me real rights. So they go in the house, and at this point, I don't know what's going on. That's I'd say probably like 6:30 in the morning at this time, give or take. And cars are just starting to line the block. Cop cars, ambulance, like the big SUV vehicles from fire departments, everything. And I mean, like, everybody's blind and just open, looking out. Because, the houses are just like side by side.
People are waking up for work.
Yeah, well, this is a Sunday morning, but, people are going to church too still. And, they're riding by, they're seeing me in the car. And obviously, they're trying to talk to me. I can't say anything. I'm in the back of the car. My neighbor comes out the house, and she's like, I look, and she's like at the window, and she's like, what happened? And I'm trying to tell her, and some cop made her go away. And so I'm sitting there. It was probably a couple hours. Felt like forever. And I still don't know what's going on. I see them bring him out, put him in the ambulance, leave. And then this lady cop comes over, and she at that time does read me my rights. And she's like, do you understand these rights? And she's like, do you want to answer any questions? And I was like, no, not that one. And so she goes away. But I don't hear anything else from anybody. And there's still just a shitload of cops in the yard. So finally, I motioned to one of them. I was like, dude, I got to use the bathroom. And he's like, well, you're going to have to hold it. I'm like, no, that's not an option. Like, I'm going to either go in this car, or I can go in the yard, or we can go in the house. Like, one or the other is not to happen. So they let me out, and we go in the house. He's like, this is your home? I was like, yeah, this is my house. He said, well, let's go upstairs, and we can do a change of clothes. We need to take the clothes we have on. Okay, so we go upstairs, I use the bathroom, I give him all my clothes. And he said, is there somewhere you can go while we finish doing our investigation? I said, yeah, I can go around the corner to, not the guy that was involved in all this, because he just went to bed with another guy. At this point, he's driven his golf cart over there, and like sitting out in the yard, because he heard about everything that was going on. I said, I can go to his house, and I gave him the address.
They read you your rights and had you back in the car. They were in somebody's house.
Yeah, they read me and said I was under arrest, but then when they let me in the house and I changed my clothes, they took all my clothes, put it in a bag, and then said I wasn't being arrested, and somewhere I could go to finish their investigation.
So at this point, did you explain to anybody about what happened in the house?
I mean, not as in detail. I just told him that we was in the house, and he fucking attacked me and, was hitting me, and I was shocked. And one of the biggest reasons, like, obviously, why didn't you fight back or whatever? Well, number two, this guy was a fuckload bigger than me. But number two, I had just had a surgery. Remember the issue I told you about the back? The backstory and the suicide story is always kind of key components in this. I had a surgery on my back, not like a major surgery, but where they go and burn the nerve endings away from the spine. And what that does is it gives you a little relief when you have a physical job like mine. But afterwards, like immediately afterwards, for the first couple of days, it hurts like hell. But they eventually grow back, and then you have to get it done again. It's kind of a continuous process. Well, this was only a few days after having this done, so my mobility was limited at best anyway. So that's another reason why the situation happened. But I'm at the guy's house. I'm hanging out. Still don't know what, I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm not going to get arrested. I didn't know. In my mind, I'm thinking I've done nothing wrong. Like, I've done things to justify arresting me. I'm in my house. I was using my personal gun, like my carry gun, and he fucking attacked me and said he was going to kill me. Cause like, men, we have that bravado thing or whatever. You might text somebody something. You might even say something, but when you put hands on something, that's a different story. And, when you look a man in the eye and tell him you're going to kill him, I didn't know this guy. I didn't know him to be a liar, so I've got to take him at his word. murdered. And when he said that, at that point, I knew one of us probably wasn't going to make it out of that kitchen. And, you know, it was unfortunate, but to me at it was, I never looked at it as I killed somebody. I survived trying to beat you. That's always how I look at it. I look at it today. And when they come to that house, after, you know, I guess they had finished doing whatever they were doing, he asked me, can you come in and answer some questions? I said, well, I already told that other officer, like, I'm not coming in, you know, without a lawyer. And he said, well, who's your lawyer? But at the time, I didn't really know any lawyers because I'd never really been in trouble before. So I told him my divorce lawyer, who was actually a former cop. He was a cop for a while, but he actually went and became an attorney. So he knew him, and he's like, well, I know him. He's like, I'll give him a call tomorrow morning. He's like, we'll set up a time to have you come in and answer some questions. And I'm like, all right. I was like, I'm free to go back home. He said, yeah, you can go back home. And I was like, well, you know, what do I need to do about that? That's not our problem. That's on you, which is actually true. The way he said it was kind of fucked up, but that's actually true. The police don't have anything to do with a mess. So whether it's a murder, suicide, whatever the case may be, after they do their police investigation, they don't handle anything as far as cleanup. You have to hire somebody. You have to hire like crime scene cleanup. It don't necessarily need to be crime scene cleanup because the crime scene stuff's done, but it's, you know, just deep clean cleaners that'll come in and do it. However, in this case, it really wasn't a lot to it because when I got back home, by this time my mom had been notified. She lived like 2 hours away, so she had already came down there. She was there when actually I left to go to the other friend's house, so we went back together. And she come in, and I went to where it happened, and there's literally like no blood at all. It's like a little, very minute little bit, like it was smeared on the floor. That's it. Because the important thing here was with the 9mm, I didn't have like hollow point rounds or anything like that. It was like regular full metal gun. So everything, 2 out of the 3 was through and through. The third one apparently did, I guess, did not go all the way through. So the crime scene was very like simple, which is not, I'm not sure how they fucked all this up so bad. So when he was on the ground, you know, the time that he was there, probably 15 minutes or so, still there was no blood on the floor. The refrigerator door was struck by one of the bullets. It hit the handle of the door and then bounced over and hit a wall like probably 2 inches above my dog cage. And my dog was sitting at the time. Oh my God. Yeah. He didn't even fucking move. Like, he was a husky. He didn't wake up. So, like, he was awake, but I mean, he just, like, always got this fucking stale look in him, you know, just looking. He didn't even budge. And but I didn't even know that he was over there. Like, that's not something that I even knew at the time.
So, you're saying that through him first, then hit the handle, and then went over your dog's cage?
Yeah, that's how close in proximity we were. It went, it hit the handle, because we were kind of at an angle, so it hit the handle of the refrigerator, it hit the door, then bounced and hit a wall. Another bullet hit, I had like a 24 pack of like water like this in the side of the refrigerator. So it went into that water, probably like midways into the pack. Well, the police never found it. Part I found after I got back. Wow. Yeah. And we had to call them, let them know. So they had to come back out, you know, take pictures, bag it, tag it, and all that good stuff. So that was kind of like a number one, the first knock that they didn't really do the greatest investigation on this thing. But like I said, the blood we cleaned up with like one paper towel. So that was that. That was the extent of the cleanup outside of the damage on the refrigerator. So Monday morning, I go to my lawyer's office. He's like, you know, we're not coming in, but you can give us the questions you want to answer, and we'll write a statement and send it back. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I ain't never done this before. You know, if that's what you say we'll do, we'll do. So I wrote my statement. We sent it in. And that was pretty much the extent of it. This was Monday morning. Tuesday went by, didn't hear anything. Wednesday, the lawyer calls me at like 4:30 in the afternoon. And he's like, hey, he said, I got some bad news. I was like, what? And he's like, they're charging you with murder. And I was like, fucking why? And he was like, I do not know. They didn't tell me the reason why. He just said they're charging you with murder. He said the only thing I can figure is maybe they were thinking that, you know, you planned to get him there so you could kill him, and, you know, because you were mad at him. I'm like, they have been together for fucking months. Like, this is not like I just found this out. I was like, nobody was getting, if anybody was mad, it was him. that wasn't the situation. He's like, well, I guess I don't know why, but I just know that they want to charge you and they want to turn yourself in tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the local jail. So he'll take me to Texas. I was like, motherfucker. So I hung up the phone. I was like, I'll call you back. So at this point, I'm just like, I don't know what, like, everything's racing through my mind. I was just like, this can't be fucking happening. So I start calling, people that I know. I'm like, look, who's like the best legit fucking attorney for something like this? The same name keeps popping up. Even people from states, like other areas of the state, everybody kept coming back on one name. And we got in Andy Savage.
Andy Savage?
Andy Savage, really close to Andy Savage. Yeah, and that's exactly what he was. He was just in the courtroom. I mean, like he's the sweetest guy you ever want to meet. But when it comes to like being in that courtroom, like he's ruthless. And I see why lawyers like him get paid the amount of money that they do.
Keep going. I'm gonna change this so Austin can pull up a picture. This is gonna trick guy's website. I want to see his picture.
Oh yeah. Andy Savage Law Office, Charleston, South Carolina.
Randy Savage in about 10 minutes from here.
Really?
Yeah, it's really
wow. Yeah, that is right. I forgot he did Florida.
He actually died literally like 5 months ago.
Yeah, you hit that tree up there, right? Yeah, that's him right there.
Andy Savage. Yeah, Savage. Yeah, he's like a badass.
Yeah, that's his wife right there.
Oh, his wife almost looks like more of a badass.
Yeah. You remember the case that got a lot of attention with the Michael Slager and Walter Scott? It was years ago where Slager was the cop, Walter Scott was like running away and shot him, multiple times in the back.
Yeah.
That's the country. Well, Slager had a lawyer at the time. Well, when that tape come out, that lawyer dropped it. Andy picked him up, and he actually beat the state charge. Or I say beat, it was a hung jury, which is essentially beat. You're not going to listen. But then the feds come in and they redone it, and the guy did wind up getting found guilty. There was a lot of controversy over that. But to break like.
He represented the cop who shot the guy in the back.
Wow. Yeah. If you read on with the Michael Slager case, there's a bunch of write-ups on him, and I mean, a lot of high-profile stuff that he's done. I mean,
that kind of. I mean, I didn't follow how that case ended, but that's kind of mind-blowing. That got even a hung jury.
Yeah, it was, but a lot of that was because you only seen the video of that portion of him running away and getting shot in the back. But what they were able to actually go in and prove, and our CSI guy that wound up working on my case actually done a podcast on it, to where they found out they had proof that he was actually tased before he took off and started running, that the cops was tased, five on tased. So there's a lot more that people didn't get. I mean, they're going off that one video. But, I was, like you at the time, I didn't know all this. I'm just going off what I see on TV, which now I look at things in a different light from everything that happened to me. But at the time, I was not doing that, and I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I'm like, how the hell do you even get off on that? But when you start breaking down a lot of the details of the case, I've just seen you a link to that case where that CSI guy explains it.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, he explains it really well. But, I call him that day, and it's after hours at this point in time, so I leave a message. Within probably an hour later, I get a call back from the secretary, kind of give her the overview of what's going on, and I was like, can you come in tomorrow? I'm like, well, I'm supposed to be going to fucking jail, like 1 o'clock. Like, what time you want to meet? And she said, be here at 7 in the morning. I'm like, all right. So my mom, me, my wife, we all go to the lawyer's office. And, massive office, downtown Charleston. He's basically like, all right, just tell me, the story. And I'm telling him, as I'm kind of telling you the same way. And he looks at me, he's like, why are we here? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, is it an election year? Is something going on? Like, believe me, he's like, all the people that I have working on this, if you're not being truthful with me, it will come out. And I was like, everything I'm telling you is God's honest truth. I was like, I'm in a very good position where I do not need to lie about this taking place. Like, I don't need, I didn't touch anything after it was done. I didn't move anything. Everything was as is. And so he's like, all right. He's like, well, tell me a little bit more. So as I'm going into detail, telling him more about my background, the guy's background, like stuff's being printed off, reports are being printed off. Like it was like something out of a movie. Like they were just getting shit done so fast. And he's like, give me 1 second. So he goes outside, he makes a phone call, he turns back in, he said, I got your surrender pushed back till Friday. She's like, I'll probably get it pushed back till Sunday, but I'm just giving us some time to continue rolling. So I was like, well, I appreciate that. More days of freedom, but that's the kind of stroke that he had to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think any average lawyer can pick up the phone and push back something like that, especially, they're charging you with murder. It's not like you're shoplifting from your family dollar. So we get together and start getting character letters written. So I got to reach out to everybody that's got character, to write character letters. Even some people I had to turn away because they was like, try not to have any of them be felons. And so, like, some of the guys, I'm like, I appreciate it, but, just don't worry about sending that letter in. So we get to the point, he does get it pushed back to Sunday. So, like, it's almost like just a family gathering at the house. Like, family I hadn't seen nobody gather at the house Saturday night, just kind of hang out. And then Sunday, it was almost like, I never thought that was like a legitimate thing, but like if you've seen Goodfellas, Ray Liotta hops in the car and he's like, all right, take me to jail. I'm like, that doesn't happen like that. It kind of does. So if you facilitate your surrender, that's exactly what happened. Hung out that Sunday, and then I got in the car, and me and my wife was in the back, and my mom actually drove me to jail and dropped me off. And I go in here now. I go in here not thinking or not knowing that if bond, because bond is not always guaranteed. A lot of times it's not even good on murder. So I'm going in not knowing if I'm coming right now. So we go in there and I sit down, and there's like this biker-looking guy on the bench beside me, and he's sitting there, bench of shame. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I've always just been told, like, when you go there, just shut the fuck up on something. And so I'm trying to do that.
This is your first time ever in jail?
Yeah, never been arrested before. So it was like straight to the top of the worst list you can be in there for. I've never been arrested for that. That's a speed thing. And so he said that, and then they bring us and take our shots and all that, and they send us to the voting area. And so he sits like right by me. He's like, hey, just making small talk. He never asked me what I was in there for. I'd say probably like an hour or 2 hours comes by, and they grab me, him, and another kid to go see the magistrate. But I'd already been told that a magistrate can't grant bond for a murder. That's got to be seen by the circuit court. So I knew going in that I wasn't going to get any kind of clarification from that, but it was still the reality that I had to go. So they got us wrist to wrist, chained down to the ankle. I'll go to the room and they sit us down. My last name is Williamson, so I'm always like at the ass end of everything. And they call the kid first. It was like simple possession of marijuana and PR bond. And they called the biker guy. He was like, second DUI. I got to get this, that. And it was like, okay, well, my actual first name is Wade. Everybody calls me Chip. He's like, Wade Williamson, you're charged with possession of a weapon during a violent crime and you're charged with murder in the first degree. And I was like, yes, sir. He's like, well, I can't get bond on that. He was like, you'll be seen by the circuit court. So I looked back, and the guy that was sitting next to me is now like slid all the way down to the other end of the fucking bench. And we get back up because I was the last one. We go back into the holding. He goes straight, he grabs his blanket, goes to like the far corner. I didn't hear from him again for the rest of the time we were in there. But some people, once more people started getting in there, they knew who I was. Because they have TVs and shit in there. Like, so they were seeing the local news. So one of the guys even said, like, you're the dude from Cane Bay. And I was just like, how the fuck do y'all know that? But they have a TV in there where they can watch the local news. So a lot of the people knew who I was. So I go in there the first night, and this is where I really kind of caught a break, because as I said, you got to be seen by the circuit court to even attempt to get for a murder case. And those rotate through counties. Luckily, they were in my county that week, so I didn't have to wait to see them. And in another county, and they had to cycle back. I could have been in there a month, however long it took them to cycle back around. Luckily, they were in there that week, and I know that I'm getting seen Monday morning. So they come and they grab me Monday, probably like 9, 10 o'clock, and I was like, all right, getting you for court. and they're walking from the jail to the court, but it's like an underground like walkway, and this thing looks like a fucking dungeon. I mean, it's like something you see out of one of those movies where he's taking you to kill you or something. I mean, it's just, I'm just walking. It seems like the longest walk ever. They put me in a room with a lot of other guys that are in there. And I'm still in strict clothes because I haven't been out of the holding tank yet. And so all these guys are in like orange jumpsuits. And one of the guys was like, "You must be in here for family court." And I was like, "Well, something like that." And again, I'm not saying anything to nobody, and I'm listening to all these guys talking. Like one of them's talking about how he's thinking about cutting a plea. He said his sister on fire, and he's trial. And I'm just sitting in the corner like, and another guy's telling him like how he's going to transfer to Atlanta to testify against another guy that he knows up there. But he's just transferring just so he can have that food. I guess the prisoners in Atlanta have food in the one in Charleston. And then another guy's saying he's just making sure, hoping he can get a glimpse of somebody that put him in there, trying to stab him. So, I mean, this is the shit that was being said in there was just fucking mind blowing. I'm sure that's normal for people in prison, but like, as I said, I've never been locked up. So I'm sitting over there just quiet as hell, and they find all my names. So I go into this room, and they cuff me up, ankle, and everything we can barely grab. And I go in this courtroom, and I mean, it's massive. It is the biggest court I've ever seen in my life. It's like something on like the Law and Order. It's huge. As the bailers like walking me to my lawyer's desk, I see all my family sitting out there, and we go up and I'm standing beside him. So of course at that time they're battling. He's presenting to why I should get out. They're presenting to the judge why he's wanting to stay in jail. And he's like, Your Honor, had the same job for 14 and a half years, outstanding member of the community, never been in trouble, has kids, no issue to keep him in here. Their states about giving their reasons, he killed a man in cold blood. And the judge looks and she goes, "Okay, I'll make my decision and let you know," and bangs the gavel down. I'm like, anything I've ever seen, like they give an answer right there, like either granted or denied. And I look at my lawyer, I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, I guess that means you should let us know. And I don't get to keep talking, like the guy's already grabbing me and taking me back to the room to go back to the cell. And as we're going back there, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? She'll let us know. He's like, I should probably give her a decision in a week or so. I'm like, a week or so? Like, I'm hoping best case scenario to get the fuck out of here as quick as possible. And so I don't know what's going on. So I go back and I give it a couple hours and I go to the phone and I call my wife and I'm like, all right, what's going on? And she said, well, they've already made the decision. She said, they're going to give you bond. She said, but you're going to get out till tomorrow because they got to process paperwork and everything. I'm like, all right, well, as long as I know I'm getting out of here, I'm cool. Like, I can deal with it. And so she said, there's a chance you can get out today, but it's probably going to be tomorrow. Now, throughout this whole time, they are still calling people, even as late as 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, that are getting out. So I'm hoping that I can get out, but I'm not like got the best, faith in the world of it. So like 9:30 comes and the door opens and I was like, Williams, fuck yeah. And I hopped off the bed. I'm like, all right, let's go. And he's like, yeah, we're transferring you to C-Pod. I'm just like, wait a minute. I was like, I'm supposed to be getting out of here. He's like, that may be, but he's like, we got to transfer you out of here because we got more people coming in. And he looks at me and he's like, you're Leah's dad, right? And Leah's my stepdaughter. Their life since she was 3, so I consider her my daughter. And he's like, yeah, he said, my wife was her gymnastics teacher. Yeah, and I'm just like, well, pleasure to meet you. Shitty way to do it, but he's like, yeah, he said, we got to transfer you to C-Pod. He's like, we have a rule, so many people in holding as they keep coming out. He was ever the one that's been in there the longest, they get transferred to the pod. So I'm just like, oh shit. So we go and I got to give them all my clothes. They give me the orange jumpsuit, the rubber flip-flops, cup, toothbrush, toilet paper, 3-in-1 body wash, shampoo, conditioner, send me home. So I go in there, and there's like these 2 rooms stacked. It's like a big open area where the TV is. And then like, a door with a row at the bottom, and then stairs with a thing at the top. And especially as you go up a room with bunk beds on each side of the wall, all the way down. So I go up to the top, walk through, trying to find something. That didn't happen. Nobody wants to sleep on the top. Well, as I walk to the end and I'm coming back, I see the guy that said he set his sister on fire. And he kind of waves. I'm just like, what's up, man? I kind of pointed up top. I was like, anybody up there? And he's like, nah, go ahead. So we get up there, and now I'm just still sitting there at this point. I'm looking at it. How the fuck am I here? Like, I just don't get it. I've done everything by the book. And the people in there were just like, listening to some of those conversations, like, it's not what most people would think. A lot of them are talking about like what they want to do when they get out, like start a business, do this, do that. And there's a lot of smart people in there. I mean, Matt Coxon said, you know, the people away, like the way their brains work is just constantly creating different things. And like they would, if there was an air vent coming down where it had cold air, they would wet like toilet paper, and throw it up and clog the vent. That way the air wouldn't blow directly on it. I mean, they would figure out ways to do anything. There was a guy in there that had water in a bag, and then he had that in like a pillowcase type thing, and that was what he was using as a dumbbell. Yeah, I mean, they come up with a lot of different stuff in there to be able to get, I guess, through the day. And this one guy comes up to me at this time, it's probably like 11 at night, and he's like, you need a job? And I'm like, huh? And he's like, you need a job? He's like, are you going to be bonding out? I was like, oh, I said, yeah, I'm getting out of here tomorrow. He's like, all right, well, I won't worry about putting you on anything. He comes back up again later. He's like, if you go use the shower, he's like, you know how to work the shower, right? I'm not telling you that I've never been in there before, so I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. I mean, I just want to let them think that, you know, I've probably been there before. So I did go in there to try to take a shower, and what it is, they have these things that come out of the wall. Well, when you press it, it's like an automatic, you know, retractor, and it comes out, and it only lasts for like 5 seconds.
Right.
Well, what they do is they managed to make something we can put in there to keep it from coming back. I couldn't figure out how to work that thing to save my fucking life. But I wasn't going to go ask nobody. So I'm having to take showers in like 4-second increments, you know, to get showers at the beach. Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, these are like shorter at the beach. So it just seemed like maybe even 3 seconds. I mean, it just went off quick. So I managed to do the best I could, and I come out, and there's a group of guys like sitting around the table near where the bed was. And one of them noticed, like, I do have a lot of tattoos, and the guy was asking me about the tattoos, and like every one of them in there knew my tattoo artist. So I was like, shout out to him, Eric Owens. But everybody in there knew that. So I think they just assumed that I had been there before. So it wasn't like nobody ever threatened me or, you know, it was anything about it. They were actually like very cool in there. They were trying to teach like this one kid, not teach, but they were trying to preach to this one kid, like he would get his life straight when he got out. And, you know, he had skills and he was, you know, wasting his life. So it wasn't exactly what people I think envisioned when you go in there, but still, it's nowhere you want to be. You want to be home. And I got out the next day. Mom come and pick me up, went home, and so at this point I meet back up with the lawyer, and I'm like, all right, you know, what are we doing? Because, you know, I didn't do this, I didn't murder anybody. Like, you know, the guy reached out to me. That should right there should blow a hole in any sort of premeditation, because I didn't reach out to him, he reached out to me, and all that's in text messages, in the phone, that the cops got. I was like, so I don't know what the hell they're facing this off on. He's like, I don't either.
Were you worried at this point that like something fishy could be going on with your phone or with the evidence that you had? Like the cops could be, fucking with it at all?
Yeah, very much so. But they'd have to give them my phone that day. And I'm just like, well, if they go deleting shit, like, you know, how am I going to prove it other than like maybe subpoena and Verizon or something like that? But the thing was, is I never really got like a clear-cut answer of why they were charging me until the next step of this was the preliminary hearing. That probably took place, I want to say it was in July. So that was kind of like the big step. He's like, you know, we'll go to preliminary hearings, we'll see what evidence they have then, and, you know, that's how we'll base our case. Because the preliminary hearing, they give reasons of why they charge them. They don't necessarily disclose evidence. So it's not like a trial. It's just basically they say, all right, this is what we have. This is why we charge him. You know, he can come back and say, well, this is why you shouldn't charge him. And then the judge makes the same trial. So we go in there, and the detective that was on the case was on it. And she was re-promoted. I was her first ever. So that made me a little nervous in and of itself. And I think a lot of that may have been what led to this. I think maybe it was a little overzealous. Now, who is this detective? I'm assuming the sergeant or whoever would be the top of the county police department. Because even if she says, hey, I want to charge this guy with murder, somebody above her still had to sign off. Yeah, the detective is not the end all be.
I understand, like it's you and your lawyer, and then there's who's one person, not the judge, right? There's like a prosecutor, a state prosecutor.
Yeah, at the time there's a solicitor. They have solicitors where we're at, and that's their job. So the solicitor's on one side of the table. We're in the courtroom. The solicitor's on one side of the table. Me and my lawyer's on the other, and they're trying to, lay out their reasons for charges. We're debunking, but they also can call witnesses at this time.
So, who's the one that decided to charge you?
Well, the detective at the end of the day was the one that decided to charge it. Yeah, all her reports wrote that they were going to, the evidence that they met, they concluded they were going to charge it. But the detective is the one that wrote up the report to charge it. I'm not sure who above her signed off on it. I'm sure somebody did. Maybe sheriff or someone along those lines.
What about that report made it not self-defense?
Well, that's what I'm gonna get into here in the preliminary hearing, because in the reports that they give the pathologist gave, the bullet path doesn't indicate like a close contact shoot. Well, the bullet path, at least one of them, because there were three, but one of them, it enters here, and exits. So how you get that is if I'm coming out. At an attack mode. So it's like if you're like this, and the straight through, it's going to enter higher, but it's still in a straight line. It's just got a different entry and exit.
But bullets don't always go in and out of people in a straight line.
Correct.
Right?
If they hit bone, they can go, God knows where. They can bounce around inside the body. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that trajectory can get thrown off. This going through and through actually proved more than some of them that would go a different way, because it was
She was going down, like charging him.
Yeah, because when he was coming back at me, that's when I fired, so it all lined up. But the way she wrote the report was like it wasn't, it wasn't conclusive to be like a close contact shoot. Another thing was blood spatter. So during the night it happened, I had on a white long sleeve shirt. Forward spatter is kind of like backwards, but forward spatter is what, if I shoot you, would come out onto me. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that. Back spatter is what goes, no, I'm sorry, it's back spatter. If I shoot you, back spatter is what comes onto me, forward spatter is what goes out that way. They were saying that there was no blood spatter on me, which to them indicated that we were not in close proximity to each other. But the guy was wearing three shirts. He had on like a regular t-shirt, then like a wicking, like Under Armour type shirt, and then like a longer sleeve shirt with a hoodie over top of that. So the likelihood of any blood spatter coming out of three layers of clothes is going to be very, very minimal, if not straight up not existent, because it can't travel through all that. And again, like I said, these are steel jacket rounds. They're not like hollow points. It's going to make these massive holes. And so that was another reason why they said the charge. So the bullet path didn't line up to be a close contact shooting. There was no blood transfer on me from the shooting, nor from me delivering life-saving measures. And I was just like, well, how are you going to say that I didn't go put that towel on? Because there was nobody else in the house. It's just me and him. And when the arriving officer comes there, the towel is literally sitting on him. So I'm like, there's nobody else who could have put that towel on him but me. And I can't help it. There wasn't any blood. It just happened to be there. Some crime scenes there's a shitload of blood. This one there was nothing. And so that was really it. Like there was no other, they didn't bring up anything about text message this and text that. That was really like it that they brought up. And, my lawyer's fighting back with his reasoning. And the judge even says, she looks at me and she goes, there's not a lot here. She said, but given the situation, I'm going to bind it to trial. So we're going to trial. So we leave there, kind of regrouping, figuring out what to do. And Andy already took trial. He said, then the first thing I do is make a motion for a Duncan hearing, which is basically a hearing for self-defense. And when you do that, like in trial, the burden of proof is on the state to prove your innocence. When you're doing a self-defense, it's split. The burden of proof is on you to prove that you acted in self-defense. And so that's really what we were planning on. At this point, like I said, July, we didn't get anything else. We never went to trial again. We never done anything else. Recently, I actually started a podcast myself. It started getting some legs on it, and I had the opportunity to go to New York to talk to some guys up there. So I'm on house arrest this whole time. Like, that was part of my bond. Can't have guns, so guys.
Did they never give you any sort of idea when the trial would happen?
Nope. No idea when it would happen. My lawyer said that he was going to make a motion for the Duncan hearing. Obviously, in this point in time, they're still running tests, getting back. SLED, like, I'm sure everybody knows this, but if it's CSI, man, you don't get shit back in a half an hour. Like, I think it was almost a year before they got reports back from SLED. And in those reports, it was South Carolina law enforcement, because I'm in South Carolina. Those reports indicated that not only was he on prescription pills, but he was diagnosed with he was also on steroids, and he was also 3 times illegal in private. Now, and one thing, I'm going to back up just 1 minute because I forgot about this. In the preliminary hearing, when the detective was on the stand, she lied on the stand at least 5 times. We had documented. So one, and even some of them were minuscule, but they were still lying.
This is after the trial starts?
Yeah, well, this is that preliminary hearing that I was telling you about. Yeah, I skipped over that, but it's important. She's like, in her reports that she wrote, she said she collects 2 vials of steroids from a trash can. Well, in the preliminary hearing, she said there was only 1. She also says that when the arriving officer got there, that I was so distraught that I locked the door to the house. Never happened. She walked back the fucking, and I just come out the door. I think it's still open.
Did you question her when she said that?
I can't. This is the part where, like, this is where it's difficult in the preliminary hearing because you can't question. You can't question like that. It's not a time to like debate facts. It's just presenting evidence of why. So it's really frustrating to hear him say that lies. And said that there was they were talking about history of violence. He said, well, he has a history of violence. And my lawyer was like, what? And he's like, oh yeah, he's not allowed at the school to pick up his son. I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck? And so what happened? This is like a real crazy part. My wife works at the high school in our neighborhood. She's the guy. At some point during our separation, obviously no separation, go a 100 smooth. So we were arguing. She overhears my wife arguing. She goes on her own and makes a report saying, overheard an employee arguing with husband, just making notes if something was to happen here at the school.
So who was the one who did this?
School resource officer. Okay. So she makes this report. She didn't tell my wife. She spelled my wife's name wrong on the report. She didn't notify the principal. She just wrote it and turned it in. So that's the report that this detective was talking about. So after this is over, like, I didn't even know anything about it, so I couldn't tell my lawyer. I'm like, that's bullshit, but he don't really know exactly what's going on. So we go to the principal. This is after the preliminary hearing, and we go to what is she talking about? He's like, I've got no idea. He's like, I've never even met that man. He's like, I've seen him a few times at functions from the school because he had a daughter that cheers here, and she said, I've seen him sometimes come and pick up his son because the middle school or the elementary school where my son went to school, it's basically all right there in the same area. They have a tunnel they walk through, and they can come out at the high school, so I would go over there and pick him up. And he said, if anybody tells anyone that they can't come on this campus for any reason, he's like, number one, that's going to come from me. Number two, there's going to have to be documentation to back that up, reasoning why. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done. And he's like, I've never had any dealings with him. I've never known him to cause any issues. And he said, as far as I'm concerned, if he pulled up for the day, I would have no issue with him coming in the building, getting his son, whatever it is. And I would go up there. So she made him like in the court that I was this violent dude that wasn't even allowed to come pick up my kid from school, which was totally false. Even the report that was written didn't even say that. For some reason, or either she was just new at this point. She might have fucked up and she was trying to, make herself look good in there. I don't know what she was doing. I mean, I didn't know this woman, I didn't know what's the matter. I don't know if she was just trying to make her case look good.
Purposely change facts.
I've been asking myself that question for about 5 years. And technically, you're supposed to be in trouble for that. Like, even though that wasn't a trial, it was a preliminary hearing, but like if you lie under oath, they're still under oath, you know. If you lie under oath, like that's grounds to, you know, be fired, possibly even be fined.
Is it possible that detectives like that can get promoted from making cases like this more of a slam dunk for a prosecutor?
I think that's generally how it is. Because that's how it is for prosecutors in general. I mean, that's how they move up the ladder. You know, they move up the ladder and, you know, it happens a lot. People want to make it a black and a white thing. I don't really subscribe to that theory. It's the money. The money to get a good attorney, then you're stuck with a public defender. And that public defender is really nothing but a glorified plea bargain program. And, you know, you take somebody that doesn't have the availability to get a good lawyer, right? Say they're in my shoes, and you're looking at 25 or like to just take a plea deal, maybe you plead it down to involuntary manslaughter, get 10 years, good behavior is due out in 7. Somebody's going to take the post to possibly trying to fight it life in prison. And that's for all cases. No cases, armed robbery, whatever it is. And to their defense, the public defenders don't have the availability or the resources to fight like a dedicated case member, right? And that's where I was kind of fortunate because I didn't remember this too. I'm sorry, but when I got out of jail, the company that I worked for, they fired me immediately, right off the bat. I wasn't supposed to miss any time, but when I went back, they said, "Hey, come up to the office." So when they said that, I was kind of like, I know what's about to happen. And I go in there and they actually told me, like, you know, we got to release you because of these charges. And he's like, you know, where are you at right now with all this? And I told him what was going on. He's like, well, I can't imagine what you're going through. And I'm like, fuck, can imagine getting fired on top of it. Like, you know, don't act like you give a shit now. Right. You know, I mean, you know, it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but that's definitely not the case. But the fortunate thing about them firing me was I was able at that point to get into the 401k. Now, I mentioned to you earlier about I was going to give my wife a piece of that. The good thing about this company is they would give you probably 10, 15 grand into your 401k each year from part of the profit share. So then when I had a pretty decent amount in there. So when I got fired, you're able to dip into that. That's how I was able to pay the lawyer costs. And I paid them up front, so it was like $2,000 to take the case, another $15,000 to get started, to get the ball rolling, and then we'll get to the point here shortly where we had to bring in CSI experts to investigate stuff. All those things, just, you know, that tally started adding up really quick. But had I not been able to get to that money, you know, I'd have to do probably charge credit cards or whatever.
So getting fired was almost like a blessing.
Kind of a little bit, because I was able to get into that money and give it to them. And, you know, that after that next step, when we were going to be preparing for the immunity hearing, or Duncan hearing,
yeah, so you said they never told you
yeah,
when the trial was going to be, and in the meantime, you started the podcast.
Yeah, in the middle of that. Because, see, there were tons of send trial, but the Duncan hearing would go before the trial. Okay. So the trial would basically be me on trial for the state. But if you filed a motion for that Duncan hearing, then they have to be seen first. So during that time, that never really got scheduled. We applied for it, but they just never answered. So in the meantime, yeah, I started a podcast, and like I said, it grew legs, and had the opportunity to go to New York. I had to get permission because this whole time, all the years, I'm on house arrest. I can only leave the house for very specific things. Definitely not allowed to leave the state, at least without telling them where I'm going, what I'm doing, when I'm coming back, all those types of things. And when I asked them to go to New York, you know, they actually agreed to it. And was like, yeah, he can go. By this time, the solicitor that was on the case left the office. They had another lady come in. She was only there for a very, very limited amount of time. Then she was gone. Then they had a third. So a lot of the people that were really involved in the case were no longer really around. Even the detective, she had messed up so much after what happened with my case. She's now a school resource officer at elementary school.
Make sure you hit the like button as well. And
Not a valuable position for someone that wasn't.
No, definitely not.
So it comes time where I got to go back to New York a second time. So again, I get permission. And when I was told my lawyer, I'm like, what did they do? Like, let's get this thing, in for the hearing. Now, I do think COVID probably pushed it back slightly, because my lawyer didn't want to do anything via Zoom or Skype, or he's in the courtroom. That's how he does his business and his work. So that probably did have something to do with the delays. But we actually took a risk because the CSI guy we brought down, he came to the house and he lined up. I'm sure you've seen it on the shows where it shows like the bullet tracings with the red laser beams. He lined up from the wall back to the refrigerator, then back to the corner where I was sitting or standing. And it was perfect, like everything lined up just like how I said it was. And that was like a big key. That was kind of what my lawyer was like, well, this is what we need. Just prove you were where you were when everything happened. And so that was like key. And we've been holding on to that for a while for the Duncan hearing, but it never happened. So after that second trip to New York, we asked the prosecutor if we could come there and show him everything. Like just lay it on the table. And he said, I think you'll be so overwhelmed by what we can do if we take this to trial or to the preliminary to the Duncan hearing, you won't even want to do it. And he was receptive to that. So we went, me, our investigator, my lawyer, and the
How often
CSI.
does something like this happen?
Not very often. He told me, he said, I don't know that I've ever done this.
Because typically in court cases, you're supposed to, each side is supposed to disclose all their evidence, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing is, I think the evidence was there, but with him being new, maybe he wasn't, up to snuff on everything. Because the solicitor at this point is the one that's actually going to be trying the case, is trying to basically put me in. That is going to be their job.
The solicitor.
It's this prosecutor. Okay. Yeah, same thing as the prosecutor. He's the one that's going to be trying to do it.
And who is this guy? A known guy, like a popular, like a well-known guy?
This guy here was actually a recently promoted guy, so he was pretty new. And I'll say that hats off to him for being receptive to this, because the first guy that was on it, I guarantee you, if we'd offered that to him, he would have. He had been around for a while. He kind of had a reputation of being, a hard baller, and I don't think he would have taken it. This guy being new, I think he was receptive to the idea, and maybe he looked at it and seen that things weren't adding up. I don't know his reasoning. I never got to actually speak with him one-on-one, but when he was receptive to it, we flew down the CSI guy from New York, and again, every time he flies down, like, I'm having to pay for that, right? Every time he comes out to the house, I'm having to pay for that, and so it's just the bill is steady racking up. And so he comes in, we take our investigator, my attorney, and then the forensics guy, and we go to the police station, and we play a video. And the video was a PowerPoint of him saying, okay, well, this is every reason that they said they were. First reasons was, Mr. Williamson said there was a struggle, but we seen no signs of a struggle anywhere in the house. So the first arriving officer that come in that day, they freeze frame a photo of the kitchen when he goes in. You see a shot glass knocked over on the floor, and he zoomed in on it to the head. Then you see like a Manhattan, like a rock splash, something you drink whiskey out of, pretty heavy. It's knocked over in the corner. And then there's some other stuff moved around on the stove. So obviously that looks to be signs of a struggle. A knocked over shot glass on the floor, knocked over one on the couch. Then he goes and does a slideshow about the blood that I was explaining to you earlier, where they said their reasoning was, there was no blood transfer on him. When he scientifically breaks down the tests that have been done, actual studies of, sometimes there's not even blood transfer on bare skin, let alone coming through 3 layers of clothes. So there's not going to always be blood transfer. And then the last one was obviously the angle of the bullet. He was talking about how I was standing. The guy's in a crouched position, then it is going to have that type of angle too. And then, of course, he brings up the fact that the guy was on steroids, was 3 times illegal living outside, and on prescription medication for diagnosed PTSD. And at that point, you could tell that they were taking the information in. They weren't just like, blowing it off, not paying any attention, looking at the ceiling. They were taking it in. So the next step is they go and see what evidence they have on me. Well, I'm not allowed to go in there because it's their evidence room, and obviously that's kind of like a breach or whatever. So I got to go. Yeah, my lawyers could. I did. So at this point, they're coming to my house next. They're actually coming to my home. So there's like,
So during this whole thing, you're living in the same house?
Yeah, I never moved. I never changed refrigerators or nothing.
But you still live there now?
Yeah, still live there now. Don't ask me why, but I had this deep feeling that somewhere down the line, that kitchen could really come into play.
Don't tell me it's your background for your podcast.
No. Fuck no. Not a lot of people even knew this happened. Like for years, nobody that I had done podcasts with even knew this was going on.
Okay.
And when I started telling them, they were like, "Holy shit!" But that was kind of the idea, when I was able to tell the story, if I could kind of get some legs up under my own program, then when I could tell my story, more people would look at it. Because I think it's important, because you don't really see guys like middle-aged, blue-collar workers, gun-carrying, law-abiding citizens wind up in this kind of situation. And it's just like, it's not the norm. And then I was arrested, it's all on the news. People are always making assumptions, especially when it came in the middle of like a operation. I heard stories from, he came in from work and caught his wife with somebody. I'm like, well, start with, we didn't even live together. I was out of work because I had my back surgery. So like, these shit y'all are coming up with is fucking insane. But it was just, you had to deal with a lot. Like, it was a lot of press for that whole time. This is going on. This just got dropped in November. So this is like 4 years and 6-7 months. So not knowing what's going on.
Like, it was 2 months ago?
Yes, as in the end of October of last year. So you're talking 4 years and 9 months. But that's the story that I was telling you is kind of why I got dropped. Is I leave the police station, I go back to my house. My investigator is the first one to get here, and I asked him, I'm like, so what did they show you in the evidence room? He's like, nothing. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, there's nothing there. And so they come in, I go over the scenario that I played out with you here tonight. They're looking, they see it, and seeing that kitchen kind of really puts it in context. Because I can explain it to you, but actually standing in it and seeing it is a whole different ballgame. And you can tell because the way he was a little bit away from the refrigerator. So if you figure you're standing him up on his feet, he's right in front of me. I'm automatically backed up into the corner. If he was any further back, he'd have been laying up against the refrigerator when it fell. So it proved everything. Once they seen it, I think it really kind of put it in perspective for him. And it was still a couple months after that before we finally dropped. But I did get the call. My lawyer called me one day. I was at work, and he's like, I'm like, not much at work. How does it feel to be a free man? And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you're free. Charges dropped, case is dismissed. And I was just like, holy shit. It was the best feeling I'd ever had for that beat. Leave it off me, bro. You gotta know.
Wow, man. Yeah, what did that feel like?
And like the world had been lifted off me. And I mean, like, I'm a very outgoing person anyway. Like, I like to talk, I like to go out. I like to communicate, socialize. So somebody like me on house arrest is damn near a prison in itself. I mean, it was awful. Which it was part of the reason why I started doing the podcast, because it gives you a way to talk to people in common.
Were you able to talk about this stuff on your podcast?
I've never mentioned it on my show at all. What kind
of stuff you talk about?
What am I?
Yeah.
We talk crime. Well, I was thinking of doing like a true crime podcast, but then actually looking around, like everybody apparently decided to do that during COVID. So I was like, well, that's going to be hard to gain fucking traction. So
saturated market.
Yeah, very saturated market. So I put an entertainment on the end. So I called it crime and entertainment. And I've been able to talk to so many people, man. I've had Tommy Chong on the show. I've had Tom Sizemore from Heat, Natural Born Killers, on the show.
You had him on there?
Yes, yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of the guys that you've interviewed, like Ken McBride, Larry Mazza, Jeff Turner. We've interviewed a lot of the same people. Matter of fact, one of the big cases that I really am starting to kind of do more of. I didn't want to let those get out there too early because I had such a passion when talking about it, but wrongful conviction. And you just interviewed, or not just, but you interviewed a guy named Jeffrey Desky from New York. And I just had him on the show. And like, there's no way or probably nobody's going to learn law faster than somebody being accused of something they didn't do. And so that's really kind of what started the idea for the podcast, because I was like listening to the Wrongful Conviction podcast. That's where I heard that one. And then that kind of led me into like the true crime aspect of everything. But, I'm real big on wrongful conviction cases because it happens way more than people realize. And luckily, I was fortunate enough to not have to be in jail because I know that happens with some people. But, imagine being in jail for 5 years for something that you didn't do, or 7. Jeffrey was in there for 16 years? Yeah. I mean, for something that you did not do. And, I felt a portion of that. I don't even want to try to put myself in his position.
There's people on death row.
Yeah.
Like it's on already.
Yeah.
DNA being bought.
And he made a great point, and it was on your show, and I'll bring it up. He made a percentages of people that are incarcerated. I think he said it was like 12 or 13%. He said, so if you put that on planes, like say, only 12 or 13%
Of the population?
Yeah, of the prison population are innocent. So, if you tell somebody, well, plane crashes, 15% chance of your plane crashing, you think you're going to see many people fly? Right. But people don't pay that no attention because a lot of times it's largely kept under the radar. It's largely kept quiet. Prosecutors are immune to anything, so like they have prosecutor immunity. And again, I want to reiterate in my case, the prosecutor that finally put this thing to bed. I don't think he had any. I know he didn't because he was the one to put it all together. No malicious intent to begin. I don't know if the detective was malicious or just not seeing it with a full set of eyes. I don't really know. But to me, it was clear cut, man, from the jump of you had a guy that was pissed off that he was getting booted out of a relationship, and he was pissed. And 9 times out of 10, I'm sure anybody that you tell the story to could attest. If somebody's not where they're supposed to be and something happens, not in their relationship. And it was just like, I didn't see how it 4.5 years get to that point. Fortunately, it did, but now I really want to become an advocate, especially for people that have been wrongfully charged or wrongfully convicted, because it's costing me a shitload of money. I'm probably like knocking on the door like $100,000 in the hole. I was fired, like I said, from my first job.
Were you not able to get any of the extensions back?
Not so far.
Have any plans to try to sue the state for expenses?
I'm trying. The thing is, they're taking the way that, because the super letter is wrote as such. So it goes, while there was, what's the wording they use? There was reason to charge, they didn't think it would be sufficient evidence to take the trial. So that makes it difficult for somebody to sue, because with it being enough evidence they think to charge, there's a wording for it. It's escaping my mind right now. I can't even think of it for some reason. But because they wrote it that way, it makes it difficult, because being malicious isn't necessarily the same thing as being incompetent. Right. So it makes it a little harder. Obviously I'm still looking into the possibility of being able to recoup some of that, because at the end of the day, it's like I've had to spend $100,000 on a lawyer. I've had to, I lost that job. I got a second job. It happened so quickly, with me getting fired and getting that job. The guy didn't run my background. I think he thought coming from that company, there's no reason to. And so I get hired at a sign company, like welding for, to make fabricate signs. Going good, decent money. They never asked me about, why I was, if I got fired or whatever. Matter of fact, I don't even think I told them I got fired. I think I told them I quit. But we're like 6 months into this job, right? And I did tell them that I used to work there. They told me, like, oh, we just got a big contract with your former employer. We're doing a sign out there. I'm like, who? And he's like, Nucor. I was like, wow. I'm like, of all the places aside, and sure, they went out there, the guys that worked there mentioned like, oh, you know, we got a guy that works work out here. What was his name? Wade. Oh yeah, I remember him. What happened with that case? Did he beat it? Case, what case? Oh, he killed somebody. And so like it started traveling around the job. I know the boss knew because when you jobs for like Air Force bases and stuff like that, you had to have your background run before you could go on there. And whenever those come up, like they never asked me to go to them, but everywhere else they would ask me to go. So I knew he knew, but I wiped that shit off your record. It is now. Okay. At the time, it wasn't. It was on there as pending. Right. Yeah, because the first job I went to try to get after that, I interviewed and I told them everything up front, everything that was going on.
Do you know any of the stats on the number of deaths from that happen every year from self-defense, and what happens to the people that end up doing the killings because of self-defense? Like how many of them in this group that you got stuck in?
Oh, I can't imagine. I've actually never looked into those numbers, but I imagine it's staggering because it's not a lot and it affects everybody else. Like I said, I had a kid in middle school, and even now, so like every time he goes to a new grade or whatever, somebody in there, because of this community that we're in, the people that are, you know, kind of a melting pot. Nobody's from there, but everybody knows everything because of social media and Facebook groups in the neighborhood. Somebody goes, oh, ain't your dad the guy that shot somebody? And he has to deal with it. You know, I know my daughter, she was a senior in high school when it happened. So, like, literally a month or two after this, she graduated high school. So it kind of, you know, had a black cloud hanging over that. And during the middle of this, and this is actually really blow your mind kind of about how this county works. My neighbor's neighbor, so 2 houses down, had then escaped and got into my yard and really messed up my husky. And we had to take him to the vet. Well, this dog had apparently bit a couple other people in the neighborhood. He had actually even bit my son about a year prior, but it was a very light night. They were playing basketball in the yard. And it was almost what you maybe could draw as playful, but it did break the skin. He didn't like maul him or anything, but I told him, I was like, oh, don't go back down there and fuck around that dog. Right. So when he jumps the fence and attacks the dog, this time I'm pissed because it was like, you know, a full-on just neglect on their part of keeping that animal locked up. Well, somehow or another, the news got wind of it, and they contacted me on Facebook. I guess somebody told them. And they contacted me on Facebook and was like, hey, we want to do a story on this dog because there's a lot of kids in your neighborhood that could be potentially dangerous. And I'm like, absolutely, I don't have a problem with it. I said, but I'm not going to do it because I wasn't home. I said, you can interview my daughter. So they come out and interview my daughter. An article gets posted in the Facebook page for my neighborhood. Well, I'm looking at it, and I figured something would come up, and somebody would make the connection, and this lady goes, I'm not sure how, but I'm pretty sure this girl is somehow connected to the guy that shot a man in his house and then claimed self-defense, and then went and hired one of the best defense attorneys in South Carolina. He says it's self-defense, but the evidence paints a very different story. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Well, the more I learn, I'm not saying anything, I'm just reading his comments and getting posted. It's a public defender in the county that I work, that I live in. She works for the public defender. Wow. And she's on a public forum like this saying this. And somebody even said, you know, this is not very professional. Like, I don't know if I'd be saying this. And she goes, well, maybe it's not the place to disclose these things, but I've had a few cocktails and it was really good. This is before the trial, so I'm like, if we trial and like, you know, it didn't happen this way, if I like, I don't went to trial and been found guilty, like that would be grounds for a mistrial. You know, yeah. she's putting it out already that, you know, well, he says it's self-defense, but there's evidence points otherwise. And I don't know what fucking evidence she was looking at, because that's the thing, is what they have right now when they drop this at the end of October is exactly what they have the day of. Nothing else has been collected. Nothing else has been, you know, taken in. All the testimonies that they got from people that were involved that night, which weren't really many, me and the other guy. I mean, he testified exactly what the guy told me earlier tonight. Oh, I'm looking for chicks because I'm going to kill them. And the matter of fact, because it happened so early in the morning, when they went to talk to him that morning, he tells them, I heard it on the recording of it, he tells them straight up, he's like, listen, man, I'm going to tell you, I'm still drunk. Like, as he's talking to the cop. And they never came. never come back to him to get another interview.
And he told them that with the first time you saw them earlier in that day when he came to your house, I'm looking for a chick, someone's killing.
Yeah. Told him that. All that, and they still decided to press forward. I don't know what they seen. I don't know what it was. But
the reason I asked about the stats, if you're familiar with any of the stats, is because every case like this I've heard of, something similar, not as to the extreme where they took a charge of first-degree murder and went through it, but like the other thing that comes to mind is I'm familiar with Gucci Man, the rapper.
Yeah,
he went through the same thing. Where he was sitting in his house with like some prostitute or something, and two guys busting the door with guns, trying to rob him or whatever, and he literally had shot them both, killing one of them, and he had to fight the case for a while and ended up beating him.
Yeah, and I mean,
but they tried to charge him with first-degree murder.
Yeah, getting robbed. And I think the baby had something going on like that, similar to that too. The rapper, Lil Baby.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with his, but yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah. I mean, I trust me, man. I looked up all these self-defense cases, and like I got kind of an expert on, like what qualifies as self-defense, what cuts it off. So like you can't initiate a fight and then start losing and then shoot the guy, because then you can't claim self-defense. So like if me and you're at a bar, right?
Yeah.
And I jump on you and start hitting you, and then you start reversing it and getting the better of me and start whipping my ass. I can't pull out a knife or a gun or anything until you, because once you start something and initiate it, you lose the right to something.
So that's an interesting thing for your case, though. How could they have proven that you didn't start that? Even though he was bigger than you coming at you, I'm curious. How come they didn't try to come up with something that said, "Oh, well, Chip could easily started this,"
and they were silent on it. I don't know, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you get a story there. You take my word, but I mean, again, all the evidence backed up what I said. Everything lined up perfectly, and like I said before, I was in a fortunate position where I didn't need to lie. I didn't need to say, okay, well, I need to say I was standing here or over here. I've done this or I've done that. Like everything that happened played out just the way it really happened in real time. And, luckily everything worked out in the end. But I mean, it's just the lasting impact of this is like, I wake up for years. I woke up every day feeling like there's a piano hanging over your head. Because, life in prison, even if it was 25 to life, 25 years, I'm probably going to die in there. Like, they're not going to give you parole. And so it's like, there's like a piano just hanging over your head every day, not knowing. It's so hard to focus on anything in the future because you don't know if you're going to have it. You don't know what's going to go on. And, we had contemplated moving. We really did. But then, there's a lot of stuff with that. And if you got to come back to do anything as far as court or talk with the lawyers, that could be, a little bit more aggravating to deal with. So we decided to stay, and I'm in the same house and same fridge. Yeah, same. Oh, I kept that fridge. I wasn't leaving that fucking fridge. I knew at some point that fridge might come into play.
I'm glad you kept the fridge.
Yeah, it's still there now. I might replace it now. No, everything's over. But I mean, it still works.
Never get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I just had a feeling that a lot of that stuff was going to come into play, and it did. And, the crazy thing was like when they give me bond that first time, all they really did was make me like a built-in babysitter for the neighborhood for like a month, because everybody knew that I was home, and everybody that knew me and knew me personally would send their kids over there, because this was like right after the summer, so they would send their kids to my house to hang out all during the day, because they knew I wasn't, I couldn't leave the house. Like, well, you can go over there. I know his dad's home. So it was like, the ones that knew me knew what happened, but the other ones that made their assumptions, I mean, they still do. Like, even to this day, if somebody hears a loud bang or something like that on the community Facebook, you'll see them say, oh, yeah, probably another gunshot. That's probably the neighborhood's there. They had a shooting there, and somehow or another, my name always gets brought up. And one person even said one time, like, yeah, I remember when that happened. I think it had something to do with the dog. And they related it to the dog situation, which was totally separate. So I don't even respond to half of that shit half the time. I mean, I just keep my mouth shut, because if people are going to make the assumptions, they're going to make the assumptions. But I knew at one point in time I would be able to sit down and tell my story, which is kind of like what I'm now with you and Matt. And it feels good to finally get my side out there, because you have to be quiet while all else is going on. You can't. You want to defend yourself, but you don't want to say something in the heat of anger, and then it looks bad on you. Oh, look at this guy, how mad he's getting. You know he must have done it. And so you have to really order it and be careful. But at the same time, now that it's over with, I want to bring light to how easy an average guy can find himself in this situation from just a detective not looking at things the way it should be looking.
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying if I said I hadn't thought about that situation, like if it ever happened to me. It's like, what would you do? Like, it's something you want to know. You want to know like, how you're supposed to handle it. Like, what are you supposed to do? And the scary part is, once the cops get involved, you don't know. It's all out of your control. Your freedom is gone. Mm-hmm. And you don't know what's gonna happen. And I've heard so many stories about the misconduct behind the scenes with police departments and sheriff's departments and the prosecutors. It's not pretty. It's scary. There's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, and that's we spoke about this earlier. That's the fucked up part about this whole thing is that's how they move up in their job. Yeah, it's like to me to move up in my job, I put out good products and we can sell more steel and stuff like that. But for them, they put people in jail. And now I'm not going to say every single person in prison is innocent. I know there's some people that definitely deserve to be there. When the guy was in there when he set his sister on fire, so yeah, you probably need to go to jail for a little while. But there's a lot of people in there that don't deserve to be in there. And I can see easily somebody getting jammed up and charged with something that maybe they had absolutely nothing to do with, but they don't have the money to hire a lawyer to fight it, so they wind up having to take a plea deal. Then they go, they do their time, they come out, now they're a felon, they can't get a job, so then they really have to do something criminal, and then they get caught again. It becomes a vicious cycle, and the prosecutors don't care because at the end of every night, they can go home. They go home to their beds. And even if it's brought to light that maybe they've done something wrong, they still don't give a shit because they got prosecutorial immunity. It doesn't matter. I mean, they'll give you 100 years, and you get that's a good for them. That's a check mark in their box. That's something they can add on their resume. I took this guy off the street. Doesn't matter if it's good.
Well, thank you for coming and telling me story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's an insurance that I really need to figure out. I can be the spokesperson for these guys. It was called Carry Guard. And it's basically like, so if you pay like $20 a month and you find yourself in a situation, $20 might get you 50 grand worth of coverage.
So an attorney?
Yeah, they'll bond you out. Then they'll get you an attorney. You get like 30% of it up front, I think is what it is. You get enough to get you out and get the attorney started on the case. Then if you win it, then the rest of it is paid to the attorney to pay off your legal fees. And obviously, if it goes above 50, then you're responsible for that. But there's different tiers of it. You can pay 40 for 70,000 or whatever on up the ladder.
So this is a partnership with the NRA and this company called Carry Guard.
I need to be there.
NRA Carry Guard gives you the protection you need if you're ever involved in a self-defense shooting. Once you sign up for the NRA Carry Guard insurance, you'll have 24/7, 365 access to the members-only hotline for incident reporting, emergency assistance.
Good fucking eye.
Shitload of money with that.
Well, it's like if you have them and then you're in my situation, you're instructed to like. So if I would have had it, I would have called that one and be like, "My name's Williamson. I just shot somebody. Come to this address, man." That's all you're supposed to do. And they handle everything else. So like I said, they only pay it in full, obviously, if you beat the case. So if you don't beat it, then you don't get all the money.
Isn't there a situation where, like, say if you're in your car in traffic, right, and you come and there's a guy with road rage who's like beating down your window, like trying to get into your car, like trying to open your door, and you have a gun you concealed in your car. I don't think you need it. Do you have a CWP to carry in your car?
No. Well,
I know it's different for states, but
I think the ruling is a CWP, you can have it anywhere.
Right.
If you don't have a CWP, it either needs to be in your glove box or in the car. Console, yeah.
Right. So if I'm in traffic and there's this guy who I cut him off, whatever, and he's fucking get out of his car and he's trying to open my door, beat down my window, and he hasn't got in yet, from what I've heard is that you're supposed to call 911 first. Be like, look, this guy's trying to get in my car. If he breaks my window, I'm gonna shoot him and kill him. Do you know if that's true? Or
I know the castle law protects you at your home,
house. Yeah,
your home, and it extends to your car and work.
Oh,
So your place of employment. Yeah, the castle doctrine is for your home, is for your vehicle, and your place of employment. And see, that's the thing is people always have these things of, oh, you need to call 911. Sometimes you don't have fucking time to call 911. I mean, this shit just goes off quick. Like you said, if somebody's up there beating on your window, yeah, you're not gonna have time to make a phone call. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just something you're gonna have to do. And I've followed so many cases like with Slick's Mine. For instance, the kid, what's his name? Not assault rifle. One that he uses assault rifle. The young dude, the baby. No, when the riots.
Oh, the riots. Yeah, what's his name again?
Kyle? Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, so like, I mean, I followed that one like real closely because like anything big like that in the news, like my eyes were kind of glued to see how juries were going to look at it and stuff like that. And I mean, I feel as though he was justified in that. I mean, and usually now there's some other ones that may not. Like there was one I was looking at where there was like surveillance.
The only thing with that one, I feel like, I have to like refresh myself on the whole story again. The only weird thing about that is like, if I'm like his parents, why the fuck am I? How old was he?
He was young, man.
I'm not sending my like 14-year-old or 15-year-old out to the fucking streets during riots with an AR.
I think the basis of it was something along the lines of his family owned a business where all this shit was going on. So he was there at the business to protect us from looters. I believe that, but I think that was the reason why he was there. He wasn't just out in the street, for the hell of it.
Right, yeah, he was actually getting chased down at that point, I think.
Yeah. And like I said, it's been a minute since I kind of refreshed the facts on there. But, again, where it can go from murder to self-defense really quick, because I watched a video where this guy was at a Walmart and like he assaulted this guy and he hit him first, but then that guy knocked him down, knocked him on his ass. So when he hit the ground, he pulled out a gun. So that's not self-defense because, like I said earlier, he initiated him down. Yeah, it's because he knocked him down. And the guy didn't even look like he was going to continue to jump on him. I mean, it was just, he did.
See, I'm sure you did. During the whole riots from George Floyd, at one point there was a famous photo of his wife sitting in their driveway as these people were marching down. The lady, she had a pistol like this, and the guy was holding the AR trigger.
Yeah, that's another thing, man. The gun laws and everything.
You're not allowed to brandish them like that.
I think there is rules, and a lot of that does go from state to state.
Pull your gun out when you're about to use it. If you pull your gun out, you have to use it. You can't just use it as like a scare tactic.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos online where people are like, and I think they do it more for attention, but like they'll be walking around with a damn, AK on the lap or whatever, around the strap or whatever, and the cops know what are you doing, but they technically like to have it.
Oh yeah, I've seen the guy's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going fishing. He's got a fucking machine gun strapped
and I'm just like, really? I mean, you don't really need it, like that. But again, gun laws too. They're trying to outlaw the AK-47.
Austin,
stuff
pull
like
up
that.
the video. It's on YouTube. There's a guy. I forget what he's called. He's called the Florida fisherman who he goes fishing with guns, and he walks like down a public sidewalk, like past a police station, with an AK strapped to him or an AR-15 strapped to him on purpose, just to see, because the cops, is so crazy watching it, because the cops, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's like 13 cops surrounding him. And he's like,
because at the end of the day, he hasn't done nothing wrong. Right? Yeah, and he knows that. He knows that law.
He's just trolling.
Yeah, he's trolling. That's exactly what he's doing. He's trolling.
Yes, the armed fisherman. Pull up a video of him real quick. You can see that. This one right there. That one right there. I think this is in Tampa. Yeah, full screen it. I can see why all these cops are coming out. This is good. They're not going to show. We're not going to find the one I was looking for.
I can see the concern.
It's definitely concerning. Like if you and your kid, if you're like taking your kid for a walk in the park and the guy walking on the street with an AK-47, I mean.
Yeah, I'm going to leave.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's crazy that there's laws that protect you from walking from the pier to a fishing pond 3 blocks away in the middle of the city with an AK strapped to you. I mean, it's wild, the gun laws.
Yeah, and I actually, once I got arrested, they took my CWP back, or I got a letter saying they revoked it. Well, since everything's been expunged, I got it back reinstated. So they were able to give it back to me. And I had to go back to my lawyer's office and get all my guns back because I had to give them all the other guns that I had. That was part of the release, my conditions of the bond. So like when everything got dropped, I had to go up there and pick up there's 8 guns out of his office. He's like, I hope nobody's not looking here, going out the front door. And I had to go up there. We were bringing them out one by one, putting them in the car. But I was so nervous touching them for the first time, just because I hadn't touched one in so long. It was just like, oh shit. And of course, a little bit of PTSD too. The first time you put your hand, because the last time you did, something major happened. And
have you relived that experience at all? Does that haunt? Does that moment when you shot him haunt you at all?
It does. It does a good bit. And, I still try to look at it through the mindset of, like I said earlier, I killed someone that was trying to kill me. Yeah. And that's kind of what I have to really keep reiterating to myself. But yeah, definitely it bugs me because, I do not want that to happen. It's unfortunate that it's out the way it did, but, you can't help but to relive some of those moments. And even though it was adrenaline pumping and everything that was going on, some of those images and everything, they're always going to be there. And that's something that after the cell, everybody's like, oh, well, now you can breathe. Yeah, but, the memories are still there. So it's so much impact on your life. And, like I said, I don't necessarily know how much it bothers, my son. He says it doesn't bother him, but he's 13. He's not going to tell me if it's bothering him anyway. But I know that he had to deal with it, especially right after it happened. I mean, it was in that neighborhood. That's I don't even know that another murder's ever happened in that neighborhood. I know there's been some suicides, but I don't think anything like that has ever happened. So of course they're going to bring that up repetitively every time. So it's kind of one of those things where you can't even let it get brushed under the rug. Anytime something happens, it's going to be brought back up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the open carry laws, I think, are pretty good here in Florida. I think you have to have a CWP. I think that's a smart way to do it. I don't know what this law is in South Carolina, but I know in Texas anybody can just carry open. You have to have any training or whatever. But my thought on it has always just been look, you gotta get tested by the car. You have to get tested to fucking carry a gun anyways.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
You should at least put that much effort into understanding how to work the fucking thing and how to use it.
Yeah.
And understand the laws before you just carrying that thing.
Well, mentally, like I said, when it happened, I reverted back to that class because they teach you not only do you have to a little shape of your body or whatever, you got to hit so many rounds in there to pass. At least the one I did, you had to do that. Then you do a written test, and it tells you all kinds of different scenarios of what is legal, what is considered self-defense, and what is past the point of self-defense. So all that's things that I think responsible gun owners should want to know. I don't want just any old dude with a gun that's never fired it and doesn't know how to work it and being able to carry it, because that is one thing that can come dangerous. And they said even in that thing, what you alluded to
earlier, in front of his house during the ride with a finger on his trigger, it was AR.
Yeah, you sneeze and you're probably gonna blow your wife away. But like you said earlier, if you pull it, they tell you do not pull your gun under any circumstances unless you're going to use it, because if you pull it out and then second guess or wait, that's when you could get it taken from you, or any other things can happen. So they say, if you're going to go to that point where you pull it out of wherever you got it at, you better be ready to use it, because at that point, that obviously whoever you pulling it on is going to see it, and they're going to try to take it from you and use it on you. So that's what they instill in you in those classes. So I definitely think it's logical, and probably everybody that carries one should probably go to class.
I agree, man. Oh, man, lots of valuable information and incredible tough story. I'm grateful for you being here, and tell everyone that is listening and watching where they can find your podcast and whatever else you do.
Absolutely. We're Crime and Entertainment. We're on YouTube, Crime and Entertainment. We're on all the audio ones as well. So Spotify, Apple, Google, Stitcher, all that good stuff. Trying in the works to get a documentary made about this. to really open the eyes of just how easy it happens. And I think it's something that happens so quick that really turned my world upside down. That, you know, as I start researching, this happens to quite a few people, but people just don't realize, and I don't think they are aware of how, you know, often it happens. Because it's not like, it's not like, you know, every single day, but it's enough to where, you know, you don't understand, like what we talked about here today, the impact of that. So we're going to try to put together a documentary, me and some of the guys that I've worked with from New York, and hopefully that's coming. I've had a few people reach out to me about writing a book on it. So we'll see where it goes. But, you know, again, keep going after me to do all this again. It's reliving it some, but it's also a therapeutic. I think it's good to talk about stuff and get it out. So at the same time, you do have to relive a few moments, but it's also therapeutic. But, you know, just to help get the word out, I think we're going to really try to push the documentary out to do that. So I don't have a timetable on that yet, but for right now, you know, like I said, Crime and Entertainment, we drop something every week. There's usually something for everybody on there. We've had mobsters, porn stars, actors, writers, you know, everywhere in between. So I'm sure there'll be something in there for everybody. I think we're going to take a look at that.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'll link it all below.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me too.
Absolutely, man. My pleasure. All right, James, thank you for coming on the show, man.
It's great to be here.
You've written a mountain of books.
Yes, we've written a few books. Yeah.
How many terrorists have you interrogated in your career?
Probably 110, actually.
110. And is that what led to you sort of this newfound love of writing and reading?
Yes and no. I kind of stumbled into the writing, to be honest with you.
A little bit.
I kind of stumbled into the writing. Was the first things that I found in school for, and originally got into it originally PTSD therapy, to be honest. And my job's always had me write a lot in interrogations. With right there, what went on in the interrogation, you got reports about those, and do a research on the person you're talking to, and to do that to recover. And so I have a lot of skills necessary to do writing. I just haven't necessarily gone that path. And when I was talking with someone at the VA about, you know, how do you make that adjustment from military to civilian, one of them I suggested looking at writing therapy and just writing out some of the areas and things you kind of struggle with. It's good sometimes to put it on paper. Even sometimes when you write up that event that happened,
Welcome.
just write it down and then.
How are you, Kohane? How you living, Pep?
But it's kind of fun where it's like, okay, I've done this. It seems to help me, but what's the other next? And that's when person I was saying is, well, why don't you just write a book? And they're thinking, I'm just assigning them busy work, you know? And so I started doing it. And so, well, I'll write what I want to read, what I don't see being written, and just start from there.
So it's not typical for every interrogator.
No, it is not. It is not our main job at all.
Yeah. Can you explain to me the beginning learnings of joining the Air Force and eventually going to Iraq and interrogating all these guys?
Sure. So I originally joined the South Army National Guard back in 1996. I was young, 18 years, didn't know what I was doing, what I wanted to do in life. My uncle had been in the Guard for 20 some odd years. He was active duty, he worked there full time. And he encouraged me to just go pick up the Guard, get my college degree, pay for it through them, and then if I really want to make the military a full-time career, over and do that. And that made sense to me. So that's how I started in the military. Was going that particular path. I was in something called a Paladin artillery unit, some security and that. And then 9/11 happened. At the time, I was a student in my fall semester for my senior year in Munich, Germany, and 9/11 happened. And
at that point, I decided that I wanted to go full-time military. And so I just finished school, and then decided I'm going to full-time. I want to go into the Air Force ranks. And it took a little while to actually cross over because it's not common to change ranks. It took me about a year and a half to make that switch. And then with the interrogation stuff, this is not after the Air Force. It's a special duty assignment for one, so you have to volunteer to go into a special duty assignment to go for that. But what happened is, when Abu Ghraib unfolded, the Abu Ghraib at the prison there, we had the military guards were abusing the prisoners, and the photos and all that stuff kind of leaked onto the internet, and helped to go big problem there. It was in 2004 and 5, and that kind of really
is that when the enhanced interrogation got
no, that's so separate. But you had those images of the prison guards.
Abu Ghraib?
Yeah, the prison guards were having the prisoners conditions they shouldn't have been, and just, they were not doing it, and it created a big scandal and a problem for the Army. And what happened is they lost most of that mission, and it got put on the shoulders of the Air Force. This is not a normal Air Force job, so the Air Force put out a request for volunteers to join. I joined in the second wave, so I went in the second round to provide people for 2 years of augment Army to help assist in that. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, this was soldiers being left their own devices and not being properly supervised and dealing with it.
And where was this prison at?
The Abu Ghraib is basically west of not too far from the airport.
Okay. I remember seeing these photos.
Yeah.
But no, I always thought that they were from Guantanamo.
No, it's all Iraq. Unfortunately, it's kind of a spark that really ignited a lot of the insurgency because it just fed the narrative of, big black evil Americans coming here,
Right.
Stuff, yes. And it really harmed us a lot. Images. But this was a big mission, and the Army needed help to manage that. So the Air Force was asked to provide interrogators for a couple of years. And I saw the call, and I read the description, thought, well, that sounds pretty neat. Let me volunteer and go do that. And next thing you know, you're signed up for this 556-day deployment, more or less. And it's kind of still on foot, because that's all my life can be 26 or 20 days out of that period, so it was long haul.
Now, why wouldn't we want FBI or CIA to be interrogating people like this?
Yes,
That's typically what they do, right? Like FBI, the number one interrogating.
Different. So the difference between civilian interrogation versus military, right? So civilians did interrogate people for collecting evidence that could be used in prosecution, right? Military interrogators, that's not our primary goal. Our primary goal is to acquire information so we can action it, whether it's where is the weapon cache, where is smuggling up across the border from, who is the leader for this organization or group, and then where are they staying at, where are they holding 90 degrees, things like that. We're looking for intelligence and locations to go action something.
Okay.
And usually our missions are tactical. That's what we want. I prefer the tactical part because I'm fresh people to talk to. If you look at change, some of the shooters prefer the other method. Either way, you're removing the threat from the population. But again, it's very different mission set from a law enforcement, because they're, again, looking for evidence, confessions, things like that to prosecute. Whereas on the military side, we don't really care about the prosecution side. We care about intelligence to go, tactical background. Yeah, so
You got deployed?
Yeah, we deployed out of we went pretty good Fort Huachuca for your training, to be honest. And so us Air Force guys and that was the Army for training doing that. Having spent I was supposed to train with the Army, and I spent 6 years in the Guard and doing different training iterations with that side of the house. So I was already used to being with the Army and working with the Army. So for me, it was kind of felt more comfortable because I felt like an oddball being in the Air Force, having come in a different service, but I didn't start in that service. Was different. But as soon as we went through the training there, then we all deployed as group to Iraq, and we were at Camp Copper, that's where the main prison facility that right next to the and we basically broke down into geographical regions. So you have to the south, the north, and then inside the north, it breaks it down further into different regions. So the region I covered was the Yala province, which just north of Baghdad, for 2 hours. Yeah.
And what year was this?
We got there in middle of October '06.
Oh, 06.
And then we were there to, October '07. We were there pretty and then we were there for the whole thing. And that was a big difference. Big outcome for difference. It was big things of work. Like I say, we were there when it was the worst of the war. And then kind of got to see a little bit of that transition where actually we started winning the pieces. You know, and then when I got out, I left the Air Force 6 months after our deployment. I was interviewing with one of the other agencies, and that didn't work out there, which thank God. And
Which agency?
One of the agency groups, because interrogation type work. We work with them, and so they're always looking to try to find people who are good at it and move them into their spot. I'm glad that worked out that particular way. So we put out a different career path than what I ultimately did. But I still went to Iraq for a couple more years with a couple different contract companies designed for them.
But 2006, was that after John Kiriakou went on ABC and talked about enhanced interrogation?
It might have been.
And was there any sort of talks in your groups, people that were there, like about that kind of stuff? Because I know
everyone
that was
talks
kind of
about
like,
it. Well, there's a TV series, 24 with Jack Bauer, right? So everyone thinks that that's what interrogation is like, just, hooking up electrodes and talking to people, and, and do all those kinds of physical people. It's really not. Interrogation is much more about conversation. It's about a lot of words. And on the military side, we were really constrained by the rules and regulations that we had to operate under.
so you guys weren't allowed to waterboard?
That would have probably been the world of trouble.
Really?
No.
Maybe because you guys wanted one of the CIA black sites, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and if you're at a CIA black site, God help you if you're still considered active military doing that, because you're under different rules and regulations and what they are. They have a different set of rules that they can play by. You're under UCMJ, so we have to abide by what our box of rules are. And then it's constricting. I mean, to give you an example, if someone gets captured and you bring them in, ideally you want to put them in separation so that way they can't be coached by the other people in the prison, what's to say, and how to evade us.
Yes.
But to put them in separation, I gotta have a 06 colonel sign off to put them in separation just for the 6 hours. And then if I want to put them in separation for up to a month, now I'm going to have my task force commanders, 2-star generals, sign off on that, just to have them in isolation for 30 days. And if I wanted to extend that for an additional 30 days, then I would have to have our theater commanders. So in my case, I'd have to have General Petraeus sign off on it. And I did. I had him sign off on 2 of them. I had 2 guys, we kept in separation for 60 days. But that just shows you some of the red tape we had to deal with, because it's quite constraining. You would think that it should be a common sense thing, because in the U.S., we can put people in isolation. People in isolation in prison for years. But in war, it's considered, an inhumane treatment of prisoners. It's not in America. FBI can do this. This is going to do this, but FBI can work. But it's quite interesting the rules you had to deal with. Be very careful with perceived threats or direct threats to people and directly threaten them. You don't talk to me, then we're going to harm your family. That'll land you in a lot of trouble. Probably going to get weed and maybe take some use in the daycare. So you have to be very good with them to say, well, I can't explain. Trust me, that's fine. I get it. But if you have no value to us, I'm gonna have to work on handing you over to Ministry of Justice. Well, if he's a Sunni terrorist, he's being handed over to Ministry of Justice, and he's predominantly run by Shia. Life's not going to go very well for him. So I didn't threaten him, but I let him make the dots for himself. Yeah. And now he's got to prove why he should stay with me. And he's valuable enough to protect. Because if he's not, we'll send him down to Camp Luca in the south. That's long-term detainment. And you'll just have to wait your turn to process through the criminal. And maybe you'll be acquitted because they're going to have any good evidence. But that might take you 2 years or 3 years for that to happen.
So before you got sent over to Iraq, I'm sure you did you have any sort of special interest in interrogation or psychology to begin with? And what sort of training did you have to go through to learn these tactics?
Yeah, so I didn't have any previous experience or necessarily desire. I would say it was a job I didn't know about. And it's a job that most people don't know about or think about. It's not a very big profession in the military to begin with. It tends to be a profession you don't really need during a war. Outside of war, it's a challenge to do that. You end up working on the other side of the schoolhouse, which is the source operations, where you're developing sources, recruiting and assessing people who can be employment for you, so to speak. And you do that outside of military bases overseas. To make sure you're assessing threats against the facility or against soldiers operating off the base, things like that. So that's what you tend to do more on the peace time. As far as the training, we all went through the same training that we have out at Fort Richard, the 97 Echo course. I changed the MOS at this point. It's about a 4.5 month course, and they have a second course interrogation analysis training, and that's where you kind of paired up more of the teams where an analyst working together as a team and interrogating what? Interrogation analysis. Yeah, so in this case, because now you have an analyst that's working, and that's what we did. We had us as interrogated, and we had a Air Force analyst, working with us, a contract analyst, and then others. And the analyst is really helpful because they can do a lot of the research that you couldn't always do. I mean, you're going into the booth, you're interrogating the subject, you're talking with them, but the analyst is sometimes vetting what they're telling you on the spot in real time. Yeah. Or you're doing research of the prisoners that are coming in. So my analyst, Jeremy, and what would happen is when a bunch of new prisoners would come in, we look at the incoming sheet and see who's coming in, and we were able to check that. And we only dealt with prisoners that were coming in from the Diallo province. We knew our area, our province really well. And if we had new prisoners coming in at a particular village, then what do we know about these villages from the previous guys we've interrogated? And what do we need to know to further our mission in this area to go after these other sides? And that would help me know specifically what questions to go after, or maybe ask them, do you know this other prisoner? And get them to tell me a bit more about this prisoner, and I can kind of vet some of what you guys told me with this other guy. Maybe it's true, but now I can also let this other guy know that, hey, I know a lot about your area, and I know a lot about you. You're here because someone knows. So let's talk. And that was really helpful because, again, it's just another resource to help you find information, where you point to.
And what did it teach you about breaking down the human mind instead of getting into the deep dark secrets?
Yeah, the best thing I learned was from one of our instructors at the advanced school. He was a retired Special Forces warrant officer, had been interrogated for a long time, and had a couple tours on his belt before he decided to went to school I was teaching us. And one of the things he told me is, he says, all right, it's kind of like knocking at someone's door when you start the interrogation. Get them to open the door. What you want to do is you want them to in and start talking. And then once they've invited you in, you want them to kind of give you a tour of the house, tour of the room, and see everything in there. So to put it in like a conversation, when we start talking, I can either go after you and say, where
where are the weapons that your organization is using, where you're hiding them, where you're storing them, and how you're playing. Chances are you're not going to talk about that. But I can spend all day drilling you about this, rating you, trying to different tactics. But likely it's not going to work. Or I can take a different tack and just try to be more of a conversation and just try to check that. We are adversaries, obviously, they still human beings, so we still have human desires and wants and needs and protect. So let me play to them. Try to talk with them and ask them. Just, I had one guy, he was a real big guy with the FEMA organization. And one of the things I talked with him was, he get into this. Like, what did you do before the war? So, let me talk about that. And he owned a business that is masters in economics. He actually had a good life before the war. And when I talked to him about that, I said, so why are you doing this? And his basic response is, well, when you guys came here, I lost everything. I lost my statue and position in the community because I was, Indian, I was at the back garden, and I have no future employment opportunities and ability. So why would I not?
Right.
And that, like, it's kind of to that point there, and we start talking, right? I'm not accusing him of it. I'm asking him why he feels this way and why he starts to open up to me. And I say, all right, you're here now. There's nothing to do with that. So make the best of it. Who are the other organizations in your area you live that are causing problems? Because I'm trying to interact and Antosphere and other different groups. They're not always working together. Sometimes they do, sometimes they work against each other. But it's also ideological, so they can be like Shia organizations. They're fighting against the Sunni ones because it looks kind of like a civil war. And the Sunni guys, the China guys, will get diarrhea mouth about the Shia militias and insurgent groups and everything you want to know. Well, we have a collection of part of that too. It's not just the China ones. We want to know who the other guys are that are causing problems as well, and where they're smuggling their stuff in, their stuff comes from Iran. So, if you want to talk with me about his own, it's not ready, then let me get him talking about the other. And as you start sharing more and developing that bit of rapport, now I can start whittling in and get a little bit more information from him. And in his case, it was more about how have you been able to outsmart? And he kind of arrogant, but he likes to think about how smart and effective his group was. For so many years, not smarter. That's great. Okay, well, how? I'm just kind of like, oh man, that's so fun to do that. I can't believe you're too stupid to figure this out and kind of play along with that. And that led to him telling a lot more than he probably wanted to. And he just kind of let them talk, and just poke and talk. It's conversational, and it's all culture. It's kind of cultures you're dealing with. In the Middle East and Arab cultures, it's very common to sit and break bread and have a meal. And meals that you know with that, you can't really, not really adversaries, so to speak, in their culture. And so it's not common, instances for Afghanistan and some of the tribal relationships and the way they interact. It can be sit and have dinner together and converse normally, and then the next day they're fighting, right? Us in the West, it's different. But that's their culture. And so when you kind of understand their culture a little bit, you start to put on with it. So for me, we sit and have
So you're letting you guys obviously aren't constrained and handcuffed or
no, I got an MP outside. And you sit out there until you're going to run shepherd and ready to go. And then they want to get pricey.
I mean, this guy just got his sport. It's nice and just like leaves across the table.
He wants to go out with sports.
Oh, okay.
It's real. I'm sure it can do something to the chance of them killing you. Maybe you like get punched in the face or get hurt, but you should guard through down pretty quick. I mean, hopefully you're going to have a little bit of your own lip stuff to be able to, your own stuff. Right? We never had an incident like that. You never had an incident. In a way, I was kind of surprised, but when you get there and you kind of see it, they're not getting out of this prison. So
you know, they're, I don't want to say they're broken, but they're kind of accepted that they're here. Does that make sense?
What sort of hope do they have? Like by answering your questions and cooperating with you, do you give them any sort of hope of being free, or what do you make them any promises?
Yes, you do all of those things. Whether you have a lot of influence in getting them out, that's kind of questionable sometimes. If the subject you talk with, the person you talk with is a high enough asset for to say good placement and access in the organization, and there's potential that they could be recruited as a source to work for you. Maybe you can have them working doing collections for time camp and get the prison, or they may be able to get recruited by one of the agencies to work outside camp. That did happen. It's not very frequent. But there was one actually that kind of stuff that happened. Generally speaking, your objective is to get the video to why these guys make up, look at the no lawyers who cracked up the heavily worded amnesty things, really contextual everything, to talk about all this, your sympathy for giving to the you can come up with a lot of those things and use those. And I mean, you're getting your job to put into you're not the fun to get them out of the prison. So if it works and gets you intel, great. And once you've got everything you need, comes to house, when you've got everything you need, typically you're just transferred down to long-term that's down south with the other camp. And I mean, you can write up a letter and you just explain it. I've interrogated this guy now for X number of times, this many hours. We talked about these different things here. Is my belief, and based on information intelligence we collected at this point, he's not involved in this. Or this is not true, or this is different things. And the person has provided substantial information to help police enforcement and help the government of Iraq and list out what things they've done. These kinds of things, to put that in their file for them. And then when their file is reviewed, eventually Ministry of Justice, the prosecutors, there's a lot of times usually ends up absolving them from part was because they're backed up, you got them interrogated and mental out saying the same thing. Those guys usually just walk. And so I mean, you can do things like that, but again, when I first got there, we had 400 new prisoners coming in a week. They captured, filtered down Buckman. And there's like 48 to 6, not a lot. That's a lot of new people coming in that have to be seen and interrogated. And you already got 5,000 in the camp, too. So you've got guys that are already talking to you, you've got 200 to 400 new ones coming in. Now, when the surge happened, we suddenly had 30,000, not 30,000 extra recruits. We had 30,000 extra infantry. Guys had to go kick down doors. Big difference in like support. They were just tactic killers who were left in and they were just payday. And that count went from 400 to 600. That's a lot of people coming in. And our interrogation numbers didn't go because we didn't get more interrogators to offset that work. We just had to work more hours and handle it. So there'd be times where you've got 16 cases you already handled, 16 guys you handled, and you check the 2 claims. So there's 5 more new ones. So how do you figure how you get through it all? And I'd have trouble different ways. Just line up and have like 6 guys from interrogation one night and just kind of looking at the assessment for us. And you kind of start to say that the assessment. Who's be reasonably cooperative that I can talk with and has intelligence that's worth my time to split, and who's not. Because I don't have time to spend days or weeks trying to break someone down. And that's high value. We're just not going to necessarily put that kind of put into it. Because again, so I still need to get actual intelligence on the ones I have. So you got to balance the time.
Do you speak Arabic?
No, I do not. And you wouldn't have been allowed to interrogate in Arabic. Pardon me, based on the rules and everything else in place there. We had to work through an interpreter. So all of our interpreters were U.S. citizens, usually like secret or top secret clearances.
but you'll be asked in English, interpret it in Arabic, and then they interpret back and back to you. That's how it had to be done because all of our interactions were pre-recorded, monitored. So other agencies could pop in to just check and make sure you're abiding by the rules and regulations, and do spot checks. And they have to hear that you are asking a question in English because they may not speak Arabic. And if you do speak Arabic, and you could be asking, questions and all that. Insinuations that you're not allowed to insinuate to it. And languages mean different things. Very little. It's very quite little bit. There's after that 2005 Detained Treatment Act that Senator Feingold and Senator McCain
Interesting.
Yes, not bad.
Now, what did you learn from, say, your first interrogation you ever did over there until like your 100th interrogation?
Yeah. So
what did you learn personally about the people, and what did you learn? You learned about yourself, the human mind, or how did you evolve?
So I was probably about 110. So maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but it's probably in total about 550 interrogations. I think about 2,100 hours to take, and there's a lot of time to spend with these guys. My first interrogation, what I learned is these guys will lie through their teeth to get out of what they got apprehended for. And they're just gonna lie. Incessantly. And it's kind of your job to figure out, okay, what are they lying about? How can I turn this lie into something I can work with? And a lot of it goes back to trying to recognize that your adversary is still a person. And if you're a person, it's got needs, wants, and desires. So how do you work with needs, wants, and desires to your advantage to get what you need? Because again, it's different than a criminal. I'm not trying to question. Character of intel that you should catch the kill comment and to remove these bounds from this promise to me. You can't, in the cities and the villages, if you don't remove these people from it. And that's just another thing to get them out of there, figure out where the weapons are coming in from, who's financially supporting them. And in terms of finance, my God, are they clever. They are so clever with the finance. One of the guys I talked about in my book, the book I wrote about my experiences on that.
Which book was that?
That was an interview with a terrorist. I didn't think that one here, but that one, so I had a guy who got apprehended. He lived in Germany for about 6 years from Cuba, and he came back to pick up his wife and then smuggle her back out of Iraq back to Germany. He got caught on a random checkpoint that special forces threw up, and his name and information was be on the lookout with the gold, and that's how he got caught. How we acquired this information was wild. So what happens is, when they get money into Iraq, it's fun and support these guys. Different charitable organizations in Europe and elsewhere, what they do is take the money, just get people going, dogs, whatever. We buy really expensive vehicles, high-end BMWs and Mercedes, talking $106,000 vehicles. They ship them into Kuwait, and then someone on the other end receives them, they pick them and drive them up to Baghdad, and then they one or two places. Either they're sold, and then that money that they make from the sale of the vehicle is now used to pay the salaries of the fighters of the different organizations, or used to weapons, things like that. It's a way of smuggling in money without doing through normal banking systems. That's the law network.
Yeah.
And then the other thing we use it for is car bombs. So when you see a BMW 7 Series driving up near a convoy or heading towards a gate, one of the military gates to come on the base, you're not really going to think that this BMW 7 Series, brand spanking new, car bomb. You're thinking beat up jalopy over there that's right low on suspension is a car bomb. You're right, it usually is a car bomb. So those high-end vehicles have much better luck at getting really close to the gates before they would set off the bombs. And when you set off 1,000, 2,000 pounds car,
an idea like that, and it costs them right. So what happened is when one of those incidents happened, we look at all the evidence that's left behind, right? The vehicles. So you find the VIN numbers of the vehicles, you put it all down there, you keep track of the VINs, and then when they did a raid on someone they thought was tied to the SIM network, they discovered all the paperwork for the vehicle that was coming in, and they traced one of those vehicles to a car box to its manifest, and then from that shipping manifest, they had the end destination in Germany. We shipped it. So we put that guy's name on a bullet. And the guy got caught in shootout. He had the whole thing. He went to wow. So now he's in there. He had no idea how he found out. And that's just one method that they use for smuggling.
Right.
They've gotten way more clever now. I mean, obviously, everyone knows about crypto. There's other ways where they use SIM cards. You can load money on SIM cards and phones and things like that. So you can do that and move that. Because it's very easy to put a SIM card, dump $1,000 on things, and then move the SIM cards around and hand them out. And then they can go exchange money and do what they want. And it's all done under the radar without the banking system knowing about it. And it's very, very hard to track.
Was there one interrogation that you did that sort of led to some sort of big win for you, or like a big victory for your team? Is there one that sticks out in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of them like that. So my guy that we caught in Germany was a really big one, because as we unraveled that case, we started to, we had ideas on who else was involved in Europe, in other countries, and in other regions of the world. And so we started filtering in these names. I was just saying, well, why did this person here talk about or mention X5? And my prisoner would respond back, well, he doesn't know about this, or he's not involved with that. Well, my guy just inadvertently acknowledged he knows this guy, and this guy is involved in the organization. So where we thought we weren't sure he was involved, now we know he's involved because our guy who is involved confirmed. And they don't realize that that's and so that was a big win for us, because it wasn't like the sexy weapon task where you captured someone carrying a lot. What it was, though, was that it was a big win for uncovering a massive web of financing that was happening, financing the organization and the money flowing in. And that was really big, because if you can drive that up, it makes it a lot harder for them to pay their fires and to acquire and buy people. So it was a big, but it wasn't directly adjusting things inside of our back. Like, I guess like you would think we were watching. But it had a big impact on the overall mission. Okay. Because it was drawing up the money. And we're identifying a bunch of things in Europe really included to know that. Right. That was really a big deal. But my approach was kind of upfront. Right. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Was there any specific interrogation that fucked with you psychologically? That kind of like gave you, I mean, you mentioned now that you obviously have figured out a way your PTSD with writing and different kinds of. Is there, what part of your job over there was the most disturbing?
The most disturbing. You have the cap package, cap the intel package, what we have on the site, right? What we have on these are not nice people. It's not like this is some drug dealer or some gang member. These are really hardened characters. I had one guy, his organization is a son for a tribal chief. They were trying to hold him. They wanted to basically ransom the kid, and he got the and so they got the money. And they said, okay, well, your son's in the trunk of this car, in this location here. He's off the news. They got the money. Here's the location of the vehicle, and your son's in the trunk. Your son wasn't in the trunk. The problem was your son's in the trunk in like a bunch of different pieces. And this is how they think and operate. And now I have to, interrogate this guy. Obviously, you'd like to, be as physical as someone like that. Yeah.
you gotta divorce yourself from that and try to figure out how do I be buddy friends with this guy to get info, information to go kill and capture his buddy. That's kind of hard to fucking do it, but you have lots of situations like that. You know, there's that one, there's this other one, there was a bunch of criminal rocket cops were working for one of the units that we worked with. As sources providing them intel and everything on the road. They got out somehow. The guys in that building discovered he was narcoman. He was feeding them information on them too. And so when they figured it out, they captured the four guys, but they do their little videos. There's little videos. So here's a video of them getting their heads, kind of sawed off with these knives, and then they're just sticking their heads around like soccer ball. You're animals. And, now we've got the guy that was responsible for it, and he's dying. By getting them to
where are they taking these videos?
Well, I think it was cool. It's kind of a lot of stuff YouTube, before YouTube and coming out. So there's other kind of websites where they put these things on and share these things out. And it's a terror. So what they're trying to do by doing a first attack like that is demonstrate to the local population that this is the price of cooperating with cooperate and securing us, and then wants to work with us. And then they say, well, we can protect you to help you. They say, well, right. Help you stop. Yeah, you can help you stop.
Right.
How are you going to help us? And so nobody starts talking to us. Until we eliminate those problems. And that's why they do all those sports things. But you have to see all this. You have to be involved in a lot of this and questioning and talking with these guys. And if you think you ask the right question, people can get killed. We had one operation, I mentioned area stories, where we got actual intel on where a very large weapon cache was going to be located at for one cell that we were targeting. And this unit had just been in the country a couple weeks ago, right? Out of Cuba. And we told them this particular route is got IEDs and car bombs on it. That's just, they want you to go drop to this building. And the Galley Gamblers was laid out.
This is what this guy was telling you?
Yeah, that's what our prisoner told us. This is what, don't go this way. He's actually a very cooperative guy. He's getting on. He's passed polygraph prisoners. He's passed all of that stuff. So we usually do things on the street. He tells us, here's where the stuff's going to happen. And to take this other time. So we passed it on to that reaction. And this new unit, they just got in there. They're there to, play bodies and take names. They just want to fight. So they want to get in there. So we told them all that, and they're like, well, hey, this is where the fight's at. We're going to advance contact and engage. You better than not, because they'd rather you go this way. The other route here, not get ambushed and actually get the weapon sighted in, seize the weapons and explosives, because that's more important than your firefight. But that's not the path they chose. So they went the other way, and they got involved in a couple fights, and they got ambushed twice and lost its driver. And that sucked because it didn't have to happen. And the fight lasted long enough to use the damn weapons.
Why didn't they listen to you guys?
They don't believe prison. We don't believe that he constitutes their whatever life, and so they just want to do It's kind of frustrating because it is a prison. You have to trust that this prisoner who's going to try to operate is giving you. And that's the hard acceptance.
That's how it just defeats the purpose of your job. So.
Because in this case, we proved out that, our guy was actually right. They helped validate his future stuff because now everyone believes him a whole lot more than they did before. We passed the polygraph twice. That wasn't enough for some people. But when the ID went off in the location, he said they would, well, not believe him a little bit more. And his information was a lot more credibility. And other times, just forget to ask questions, right? I mentioned this in the interview was, I had a really interrogate. We don't interrogate kids. Let's take that person on the side of the road in Athens. And
how old is he?
And so we can't
can't hold them very long. Only for like 3 days of time, we gotta let them back out to the family. And so, I have the guy. We're doing different tactics of trying to, scare him into cooperating, talking, and the target with this is three bars. They ran this big cell up in northern Baghdad area, and that's what we were trying to go after.
How'd you figure that out?
We had a lot of intel on the fence area. It was just at the edge of the Baghdad proper, so that region up there is a lot of these car alarms going off and kind of doing it. And we know that from different signals intelligence and intercepts, things like that. So we had an idea of who they were, and when we checked the kid, and okay, now we know. So we want to know where they're at. And he's concerned with he wants to give us a location because he's concerned that, if we go to where they're at, that we're going to killing his father. Look, I can't talk to dead people. I want to talk to live people. So tell me where they're at, tell me how I can capture them. We'll have a conversation. And we go through and get a location, point out where it's at, so tell me about details of it. And you just forget sometimes to make sure you get everything. So when a door opens, is it open in and does it have a lock on the top, the floor, and the center? You need to go kind of deep with all the little pieces of information. Same with windows. The windows have bars on them. The bars on the outside, on the inside, are they built into the wall? You gotta know all those little nuanced questions and things. The whole written things you need to make sure you kind of go through when they start cooperating and because if the doors, if you don't get that information right, when the unit goes to action, they may try to bust the doors in, and so they see the doors can go in, and so they use the ram as they go, we'll just ram it to go in. But if there's locks on the tops and the bottom, you're not going to know that they have a shotgun to slug there to bust it open. So when they start ramming this thing, it's going to take them a couple of hits. And those couple of hits are going to delay your entry in seconds. Those 3 seconds are typically all they need to wake up, grab their weapons, and start engaging. So you want to go in with lightning speed and do that. And in our case, my answers missed one of the questions on a walk, and the unit got in the house. It's going to take an extra 3 to 5 seconds to get in. That's all the time they needed to grab the guns and start shooting. And next thing you know, we're in a firefight. So one of our guys got his arm shot off, another guy got shot in the chest plate and survived. But after the gunfight was going on, the came down the ground like, screw this, I got 2 guys injured. We got a gun chip overhead, just have them level it. And so, hit a missile and we caught in the building. Problem solved, right? So,
an airplane drop?
No, a helicopter. But the suspects who actually, and his sons are building all his IDs and stuff like that, they're dead. They're taking off so they're dead. The problem is, we also nailed his grandmother and mother and his brothers and sisters in the house on Colorado Granite. They were there to fight. And so after that, you gotta get the unit kicks all the pictures. Third one, you need to go back to this, with all these pictures of him, CID. That sucks. Because I gotta go and have him PID his dad and his brother and sure that they are, we actually got the right guys. But here, you promised him if he gives you the information on where they're at, you're not gonna kill him. Well, you broke their promise. And now you break the promise, you also wiped out his entire family. So it's kind of like a burning hatred in that kid's eyes. It's like, we just made a terrorist. Hands down. And you don't think about it a moment at that time, because as soon as I'm done talking with him and confirm that we got the guys, I'm already on to the next interrogation, and then the next one. I have like 3 or 4 or 5 of these things. It's just a repetitive cycle over and over. Before you know it, entire year comes
Imagine you become numb to this stuff.
You do. And you don't really even think about a lot of it. It's not until you home and things start to slow down, start to have problems. And for me, I didn't encounter a lot of those kinds of problems until probably like 2014, 2015, when things started to get bad. Because at that point, I'm out of Iraq, I'm out of the intel, I'm not working in Europe doing that anymore, I'm back home, completely out. And when I'm completely out,
and have that time to think. You start processing all that stuff and go, wow, I can't believe we did all this stuff. You know?
You just explained the hit on that kid's family who's making dropping the bomb on the house. But how often would mistakes happen where you would kill a family that was innocent, and or have some guys bust into somebody's door and get the wrong guy, kill the wrong people?
That's what you know. I suspect it happens way more often than when you are fortunate to do things. We're not just going up your house and going in the room, but letting walk and clear until they try to rely the things and training to do. But that's not how we saw it. That's not what we do. And by and large, our guys are pretty good at identifying who they are when they're entering and going in at night. You go in at night where you sleep, you can intercept it in the area pretty quickly. But things happen. You can't always account for that. And one of the things that was hard for me, except was accepting that part there and just realizing that at the end, the enemy gets just like you do. And it's always going to go against you. And when that goes past, it can. The fight's going to happen. Sometimes people are caught in the wrong judgment. You can do everything you can to mitigate that. You can do everything you can to try and avoid that. But at the end of the day, the enemy still chose to fight. His brother and his brothers chose to fight. They chose to participate in this insurgency. They chose to make IEDs and car bombs and make themselves a target. Because of their wrong and try to destabilize the region. That was their choice. So, unfortunately, their family was present at their, it was a fight when the kids were in the room. They were present. It's out of our control. And that's hard to accept that that's what happens. It took years trying to just get to the point where you just accept that the enemy gets their own vote too. And it was always me against it. And so you can't control your actions can't control there. But what it is important. I mean, look, word ugly. It is not something romanticize or talk lightly about. It should be avoided in the last resort. But with war, tend to go war on and go to war and kill bastards and wipe them out as fast and quickly and efficiently as you can to end it. You shouldn't be trained from the outside years and decades like that. It's not that nobody wins this kind of war.
What was it like you just explained, getting home and having time to think and time to reflect on the things that were happening? And how long did that take for that to sort of kick in? You really start to feel the psychological.
So the first time I came back from Iraq, it was weird because my last time in Iraq camp, we were doing rocket and bombs and I'm going to get blown up by in camp. And then 4 days later, you're walking into a brand new mall. You're sitting, you got, rockets in your face, and you're walking off the C-dams. You're walking around the brand new mall, people are on their drinks, and walking around like nothing. In World War II, you had that shared experience. Everyone had to ration. There was no one making a sacrifice for the war. Yes, and nobody sacrificed. No one asked to pay for money in taxes. No one asked to do anything. They wanted to use gratitude and impacted like that. So society was very divorced from the reality of what was happening. Right. So that was a little hard, but I didn't have a really reflection to think about that. I left that whole world. And then you kind of start to realize nobody has had what's going on over here. They don't realize the threat that they're doing by constantly handling what is ignorant. They're just not aware of it. But you are. And now that you've left it, you see how everyone's like
how can they research divorce from reality? It's real hard to rationalize and kind of deal with, but it kind of gets to a point where it took me years to kind of get there. I still struggle with some of it now, but it's just accepting that, then the enemy gets their vote on it, and if there's a time in the season to kill and a time in the season to heal. And you kind of have to figure out, I think we talked about this I guess yesterday, that as a society, we're taught that you live in a certain way, you act in a certain way. And then when you go to war, that's goes away. That's all for now. Now it's this kind of savage nature of, customs and whatnot. And that's not how we're taught. And so you kind of have to put that aside and go back to this normal person
fit into society.
Right. Making it a little harder than adjusting to it. And some people do it better than others. And some people just really kind of struggle with it. I don't know if it's situation, training, what really causes some people to struggle with it more than others. Sometimes it's just an accumulation of everything that's seen I struggle with it a lot, and I think that as long as you're willing to constantly talk about it and seek different help and alternatives, that can really help you eventually find some peace. You gotta have to make peace with it. If you don't, it's just what you feel like, or eventually and that's unfortunately a lot of veterans do it, but you can't.
How long did it take before you started moving into different types of therapies to combat your depression or your PTSD?
So originally, VA was to go to pharmacology, right? That's the first choice. But the problem is, a lot of those drugs always do is numb the problem. They just put a band-aid. So I remember when we were in Iraq, we were super stressed out about jobs, all that crap you had all the time and just all the time. But you still got these ways. And dealing with that, and you got issues at home, you got your kids, management, you have family, they're good, maybe they're not. It was quite stressful. But they had these combat stress clinics you go to.
Over there?
Yeah. And I remember going there, and there's a psychiatrist. Getting the prescription for Lexapro. Man, I wish I'd gotten that when I first got to Iraq. That made me like the furthest detached interrogator I could possibly be.
What kind of drug is that?
So Lexapro is an SSRI type drug. So what it kind of does is it suppresses your emotions. Your gut dying just like that. You just moving really kind of deaden to it. In our job, that was quite helpful to kind of deaden some of that. That was just really good, not shit. And it kind of just really got to see them.
But like a painkiller type drug. Do you find that out?
I know, but Lexapro is it's pretty common now, antidepressant type drug that they use. So it's pretty helpful.
Antidepressant.
Yeah, so you use that. Although there's other stuff that I think works better. You get the VA can go home.
Is there anything else you can do to get out of there? Like, can you get out and like go for a run? Can you go to the gym?
Yeah. No, I mean, so yeah, when we're in so yeah, when you're at the base, I mean, you got the NWRs, you got the gym, you can go for a run around the camp if you want, different things like that. But at the end of the day, you're kind of trapped in that camp. It's all into that. I mean, my guy's got to leave his life. I'm way too guided to leave his life because there's only so many freaking interrogators that are in Iraq, and there is endless supply of prisoners. So they would love nothing more to keep us strapped to a chair with an IV feedback as possible, just to keep us interrogating.
Click on that. What is Lexapro do for a person, Austin? Down.
Oh yeah.
Used to treat depression, generalized anxiety disorder. It is depression, but yeah, that belongs to a group of medicines known as SSRI. Never heard of it.
I mean,
Those things can fuck you up.
They can.
But
there's all kinds of other side effects to those kinds of injustices, you know, from just deadening your cognitive ability, you know, your sharpness a little bit, special side effects. You can do with that with kind of drugs, but this is what the VA does because that's what they are allowed to give you and do. They're not able to say, hey, let's try medical marijuana, let's try these medicating blocking guts.
What's interesting too, this is what they find that most of the school shooters in this country, or the people that shoot up public shootings, mass shootings, they're on these things.
Yeah, because they work very well. Or they actually have the opposite effect where they'll like almost like exacerbate these, you know, tendencies. It's like they get a really good care and talking with them, understanding how people are responding without these things. And the problem with kids' minds are constantly growing.
Yes.
They're not set. So when you introduce drugs that mess with the chemicals in their brain, you're kind of messing up that development.
Yes.
It's really dangerous. That's why we talk about marijuana actually on people who are under 25 or 23 actually have really bad problems like STDs and keep it all, you know,
yes, there's that's been shown. Yeah, there's lots of psychedelic drugs that have fucked with kids on a too much.
Yeah, I'm into them because I think it's cool and fun. Yeah, and you just try, you know, altering their psyche, you know, their mind, their development.
This is something I talk about all the time too, because if you look at, I don't know how big the percentage is, it's gotta be more than 80% of kids in America that are like in their teens that start Adderall.
You know why? Here's the problem. We don't let kids be kids. We want to have they're noisy, they're loud, they're energetic, they're physical. That's how they are to you, right? We stopped having kids have recess and play and just be boys, just be kids.
Right.
We want them to all be like these neutered little saints that just sit there and look nice and just yes ma'am, no ma'am, and do cool. But that's not how their brains are played.
Right.
That's not how psychologically they're built. And we're not letting them do that, and you know, combat that you're pumping full of Adderall and try. And then you screw them up mentally because now they don't know how to you become teenagers and young adults, and they don't know how to interact with other people. Right. And say, hey, you and I, we could be politically opposite or totally disagree, but we can still be friends and still have a beer. That's okay. Just because you're a Dolphins fan doesn't mean we have to kill each other. I mean,
right.
That's, you know, that's, we have to get back to that kind of mentality. It's okay to disagree.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary to think about what kind of effect that's having on people. That combined with, you know, social media, people just communicating through phones and through text messaging and, you know, watching videos. Like, even with war today, like, people now just watch what happens. And I don't know if the first war, the Ukraine war, the first one that we've had just a front row seat view.
Absolutely. You know, that stuff going on there. I see what's happening, and I see that so many people are just getting named from, you know, and the employers, shrapnel, things like that. We're talking about a whole society here that's just having all these people get pain and injured. And you're just watching on the front row, and like I'll see these pictures of like a copter dropping, you know, a hand grenade on a couple of soldiers unsuspectingly in a trench and go off. And, you know, you can read the comments and just see everyone is just cheering it on. And you know, it's like, those are two people then, okay? Those guys just got maimed and injured from that hand grenade, maybe killed. They may be detained, but, you know, let's not celebrate their death, you know?
Right.
And we're desensitizing ourselves to the point where we're not seeing our color community, and it's like video game monster. It's like, okay, well, you can giant video game, right? Video game. And like, no, it's not a video game. Like, you people on their end, and they have families, they have, you know, have mothers, and and wives and kids. I don't, it's just strange seeing how social media is cheer this kind of stuff on. Cheer the killing of other people. Like, it's almost like they're letting me cheer people getting killed in this gladiatorial arena. And it's kind of like, well, Twitter's like gladiatorial arena. Let's jump on here and see on the Russian or Ukrainian side, you watch people getting killed and cheer it up. Those are passion stuff.
Yeah. So what that really gets is that none of these people that argue about Ukraine and all the wars that are going on now, most of them have no experience of war. You know what I mean? All of the knowledge they
I'm not volunteering to go over there either. They can.
They have no experience of anything real, anything like they have no actual first-hand experience of anything. All articles, watch videos, depending on who they follow, they listen to, and it's so that makes it so bizarre that they're willing to fight to the death on this digital platform about something they read or video they watched, and they decide to adopt this idea, and they're going to die on that hill because of that video they watched. They trust that person.
I hope that at the end of this stuff that, you know, there's some good efforts put forward to try and help these guys mentally and psychologically recover from this stuff. You know, do a good job of that, exiting Iraq and helping some vets to transition from that into something new, right? And helping people full of SSRIs and antidepressants the way to life, because you just don't want. You need to be productive members of society. So how do you help them feel and get better? You know, I was listening to I saw a 60 Minutes episode that Dakota Myers did. He's that Marine Medal of Honor recipient. He did a 60-minute episode on that cell-gaining block injection, SUV injection. It's basically a nerve in the neck here that they do a nerve block on. So when someone gets triggered, right, the brain sends that fight or flight signal down to your spot in your heart and you dumps adrenaline and gets you kind of riled up and going. So when they numb that nerve and you do that block, when that fight or flight happens, it goes down and hits the block and bounces back. And almost like resets you a little bit, gives you that kind of quiet things down. It's just like explains when you're in that moment, you feel like everything's kind of closing in, like you just have that anxiousness, that eeriness. The STD and idea injection is just kind of like calm. And how I feel, right? And what calming allows you not to be as jumping into the
what are you injecting? What are they injecting?
So they're injecting out my hands and my block. If you're like the 2 darts on either side, don't do another time. So sometimes it can be your face like a little number just for an hour or two in the day. And sometimes you don't need one injection to a year, 2 years. Sometimes maybe 3 or 4 responds to it, and kind of the severity of the trauma too, because the brain has gone through a lot. It has its synapses are very wired for certain things that triggered all the trying to redo that. So the SGD is really good for helping to block those triggers, that give you an extra fuse, so to speak, and help quiet it down a little bit. But you still have to do wiring in the brain, and that's where you see some guys using some of the different psychedelic drugs, from Mexico and whatnot, and that helps that. Ketamine actually is a really good one.
Yeah, ketamine. I've also heard of like
mushrooms to do.
Not mushrooms. MDMA.
Yeah. I haven't done the MDMA one. I've done the different ways of doing ketamine. There's oral and there's IV. There's guys who does them.
You said that you were one of the special therapies in Tampa.
Yeah, the ketamine, doing ketamine.
That was ketamine.
The way he does it's really great. So you go and check that clip, right? You do that. You're on your output, so you're out. But you can, if you're gonna fall asleep in this thing. You're not like timing and you're have conversations and not cutting and stuff like that. It can be very fast. So one of the things he does to help ensure that the workout is good for you, I tested that one too. Right. So it's never worked out well. What he does is put your benzodiazepine, happy drugs. You know, I was just a kid from segregation, that's how we get segregation, pharmaceutical drug, because there's a target of so hard to use given a happy drug in the facility.
Right.
And then when the drug wears off, they don't even know they're not so hard to foul.
Yeah, they just want to run around and give everyone a hug.
So, yeah, that's a good procedure in segregation. But, so he was, he took that before you do cutting, and then when I was cutting in, he would do that out 15 to 25 minutes usually wake up from it. Man, I'll tell you, there's the craziest trip in the world. It's literally like being in the movie Inception, and like just crazy. So when you're what kind of a drug falling like a dream and then a dream and a dream.
Right.
And I swear to God, I could be down for 15, 20 minutes and I feel like I've been gone for like whatever.
What exactly is this? How does it work? What is the mechanism of action?
Yeah, and basically a lot of this stuff kind of help the brain rewire a little bit too. When you have a trauma, like say for instance, when you want to not triggers to smell. Because I work in camp, sticky, sweaty, dirty smell, and that's a lot of feces, food, and right? So a trigger for me was dirty diapers, believe it or not. As soon as I would smell dirty diapers from one of like they're putting back in the camp. I'm walking, like when I was working in Chicago, I walked on a sidewalk and walked past somebody and I felt some of that passion there, just instantly the passion. You feel like trigger right there because that for me that was my
Yeah, they say
wires for me.
I say scent is the strongest sense tied to memory.
I believe it. For me, that was the big one for me was scent. One scent. I smell certain scents, and that for me what I was looking there. And there was this other song, crazy song. So it was Gwen Stefani's Sweetest Spirit, right? Get on the bus to go from, we lived on Camp Striker and we worked on Camp Proper for about an hour and a half. Little bus that would take so me and I get on the bus to go to camp for our shift. Every day, for like 12 freaking days, usually a bunch of and I'm thinking to myself, wow, I'm listening to this sweet song as I'm diving into a freaking camp. It's 5,000 years.
And then whenever you hear that song,
I think about that every time.
okay. So it's slow down. What is it? A psychedelic? Okay.
Yeah,
it's a psychedelic. Okay.
Yeah. And you can do it orally, or you can do it.
Stop right down. A K-hole is when a high dose of dopamine leads to intense feelings of association, which can cause them to being disconnected or from or unable to control one's own body, also sometimes affecting the ability to speak and move on. One way to think about a K-hole is a state between intoxication and a coma.
When I did the IV one with the back throttle, but I've done a couple more before. You solve and do your body that way. I've had a couple of those with that because it's weird. A couple of really thought it was just meds because for like normal like this, and then suddenly it just fades away. Like, crap, this is real? What is on? and kind of like more from one thing to next, you don't really know what's going on.
Right.
Even that nothing's real, isn't real, and that everything imagined is fake. And it's kind of scary. And the couple times that happened to me in the end, I just like found myself eventually in this black, empty space where there's no sound, there's no heat, there's no cold, there's no nothing. And then I would wake up. And that was kind of very distinct. It's kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
It's really like dying. Like, oh my god, I'm dead.
And what is this doing to your brain that is and giving you that hypervigilance?
There's probably better ways for neurologists to explain from what I can. I just not have done it. I don't feel that nervous, crazy jitteriness like I do with set. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's more than a year.
Okay.
It's just because I don't know how the difference sets the mind.
And you do the nerve injection paired with the ketamine?
I've done that. Personally, I've done that. That works best because it's not up to just heal. It's not enough to just block the nerve. You gotta fix the mind. And it's not enough to fix the mind. You gotta also solve the body part. That's very key.
So is it by injecting the nerve? Is that what eliminates that trip?
No. So what'll negate the bad trips and from the experience, it's benzodiazepine. How do you go?
Okay.
Do that. I use ketamine. So do that first, and then right after that, he does.
So explain to me how that the nerve injection.
Yes, but that does it. It's kind of like probably 27 nights walking through the street with loud noises, and suddenly it's quiet. It's kind of,
And it's what it's doing is sort of just inhibiting your fight.
it won't completely. 100% stop it. You're like, hey, that's not so bad. I don't need to be ducking in and shit or reaching for a duck. Okay.
But
Just at most, you need to find it. And I think for a long time, we don't allowing people to explore that and to look at the other homeopathic ways to treat people or other ways of looking at that because
no money in it.
well, no, it's not that there's no money. There's lots. I think there's plenty of money to be made in this stuff. The problem is, it comes back to FDA regulation. So in the 70s, they kind of outlawed a lot of drugs, and you have marijuana, LSD, things like that became illegal drugs. And when they were legal, there was no further study. And so you're missing like 40 years worth of scientific research on drugs, how they actually do affect the mind and help people. Right? Whereas veterans never groups going overseas to be treated for that.
Yes, they do completely ignorant too. With that overseas in country Europe, they use testosterone therapy and anxiety, ADHD, and there's a whole slew of conditions that they can treat with hormone therapy, like testosterone or actually for women.
Yeah, if you're short,
And you said it's unheard of in America. It's unheard of because it's cheap. Testosterone is so unbelievably cheap.
it's like if there's a cure for cancer, we'll never know about it. You know, money involved in experience. And it just tries to cure about it. That's okay, well, the cure for this $500,000.
Did you try LSD or nothing?
I got tried LSD, I've done the microdosing on the mushrooms. That's what I got.
Yeah.
I haven't enough time to really get it out. I mean, you don't need prescriptions and don't go. Yeah. I just haven't really considered it. I tried once. Fine. Spend the time. Kind of like feel like I really wasn't able to focus.
working?
I just haven't spent a lot of time with it.
Okay.
I'm too imperative.
Right.
It was like a couple of good days, try something ridiculous. Okay, well, this didn't work. It was the next day when I touched it. Maybe it wasn't wrong.
But nothing worked as good as sitting down and writing.
Well, yeah, it's basically a long-term fix for me. That's why. Because you gotta find something that you can still support, right? You don't want to become dependent on some pension or handouts and things like that. You gotta give yourself a production member of society. And I think for me, writing has been great therapy. You know, it's a continuing thing. I mean, sure, I can say cutting in there, but I still need to support myself. I still need
Odd question. Do you think for having met people out there and through countries in Iraq, Afghanistan, and no problem, kill people, slaughter people, do the things you did, interrogate people, and then just like nothing happened?
Yeah.
Just really flip the switch, not do any sort of thing like that.
I think that God definitely like that. And some people like that. Sometimes you get some pressure or people are just borderline. And other times, I have problems, and then all of a sudden you'll have a problem. You know, say a family member, some incident happens that this family member is just what or the straw that takes kind of back to just one things and just and that does happen. I think it's quite personally to imagine that people do all these things and not be somewhat damaged, compromised a little bit. But a lot of it comes down to how well you can cope with it and deal with it and process it. And how much you can involve, how long you've been kind of doing that kind of stuff. Get involved in done 5, 6, 7 deployments and spent 5, 7 or 8 years in the war. I don't know that a lot of those people, you see a lot of people suicide because somewhere along.
Yes.
You know, one of my friends had committed suicide not last was December of 21. Yeah, December 2021. So he was on an Oxford conference. So he's smart stuff. Like graduated from he was an Army Ranger. He did one deployment as a Ranger, and then he went to work for Blackwater and took hands and he was PNC role for he was involved in incidents and things like that too. Everything seemed fine on the outside. I tried house, kids, got a good job, you know, and, 200,000-300,000 of money, all right section. But he got, you know, he struggled with some of those things, and him and his wife got divorced and separated, and then this kind of went down right before Christmas, and we did that. And
But you wouldn't, you know, by all outlets just have it together. You need to decide. Have a graphic two spots. You guys are on the side. You use one second. You one hand, you the right hand side. But you 2 points in there. I hit those points too. But it's never. I feel myself get to those letters, to those points. You just want to touch out. The tired's fine. The tired is just going through this line and not feeling anything to do. You know, I just look different between you and some these other guys. When I see that happening, I will. Or I will take one of my their medications that helps me not medication. So they have things like drugs, kind of like a kind of like alcohol, diazepam, things like that. They're gonna take you from that. I want to just blow my brains out. Okay, life's not that bad. You know what I mean? And sometimes that's just similar to no, not at all. Yeah, I mean, your pharmacology approach, everything. And it doesn't let you know what I mean. Again, I want to use Monster. It's like because I'm a very smart person. And the problem is when I'm taking those medications, I don't have that sharp mental acuity. Right. I still have it. And that's part of the fight. I either take the drug and because I'm a nice, sociable person to be around, I'm not an asshole. My wife and dad, she can be around coworkers, like being around you. I'm not positively it should be for those senior positions that are close. Or I take it. I'm sharp as a tack, and I'm like really, mercenary mindset at the job. I'm sharp and know what I'm doing. Very, very specific. One enough nice stuff to be around. And that kind of experiences that you get fired, right? Right. When you act like that.
So when you started writing all these books and collection of books you read, what sort of approach did you take? Did you just start kind of down your own experiences, thoughts, memories you had?
So the first book I wrote was maybe the character. That was my experience with him. For me, that was taking my diary more or less. I kept my journal. But even though we were crap out at the end of every day when I was interacting, I had to do something to get it out of my head. Because the problem is, nobody knows what they don't think of you as. I remember coming back from my year I was gone, and being at church, someone at church there, I said, oh, so you're gone every year. Wow, Chris, what did you do here? And I told him, well, I was interrogating. Like, the expression on people's faces says it all. It's like, wow, this person was a lot. I want to talk to these people, it's because they don't know what we do. And the image at that time, I said, shoot out
everyone has of interrogators is obviously great. Young people, waterboarding, all the horrible things. That's not what we did, but that's what they taught us. And so for me, I wanted to kind of explain that it's not that different thing. And our mission was a really important one. So we talked to the enemy. What's our job? Talk directly to the enemy every day and find information and try and I wanted to try and humanize them. And I said, all right, well, if I'm going to continue writing, I got to write about something. So this book is very 16 But so I was then said, well, what do I want to do? And what is not doing? And for me, I like to read books like Francis Drake so much. That was one of my favorite books. There's not a lot of books like that where you talk about other comments. It's just not unranked, maybe serious, and brain is always so much delicious, small. And nothing's wrong with it. It's very tame. He's really well at his trap characters and treating them. But I like the Tom Clancy style where he gets home rise and divisions on divisions. It's so weird. Being from native having a big old fight. And writing doing that. And my last government job, I worked over.
So it's fictionalized.
Yeah. So I worked at U.S. European Man for almost 3.5 years. And that's in Stuttgart, Germany. So I was in the intelligence group, and I worked as a identity intelligence operations manager. So, like finding people, something tracking, finding foreign students that are coming out of our AOR. But that's, on the inside side, you actually goes to our plans that we're developing to counter, the Russians invade across the Middle East. How do we have war plans? Everything is something that works on. And I see a lot of it. So, all right, around that, why don't I write a book on Russia invading, and this would be the country. And just start saying different series about concepts that nobody's writing and doing that kind of style. And so let's try to do that ourselves. And so we did. And, it's like anything, you get better with more. So my early stuff was pretty good. I think our stuff now is obviously better. That's what I've written for these more. We're going to get better. And you start to learn how to craft better characters and how to create more realistic scenarios. And that's what that's the trick. How do I create a character so real that it triggers like read this joke, this person total, anti-American, whatever, if they're Russian POV, they need to be Russian. They're Russian. Right. Otherwise, the quote figure, they need to act like the Philippines is trying to crazy. You need to create narratives that are very realistic what actually happened on the whole. You continue to walk through it, okay, well, what is now used to incorporated? And that's just and how would this scenario play out through the whole work?
How much research do you have to do to make this stuff real? Like for the kind of Russian view or a politician's point of view.
What's an interview? Great way to do it. So if you want to know about Russian POVs, their perspective, listen to Sergei Lavrov. Listen to him. He's a Russian employment. Listen to him talk at his conferences, events, UN, anywhere. Every time listen to how he talks, how he's crazy, how he portrays. Listen to how President Putin portrays how other elected in the government and military portrays. That's going to give you a good insight into that mindset. That thinking. You can watch Russian TV shows and programs, watching, kind of see some of that insight to help you better gauge how to respond. Actually, when you write the scenario, you write the book, you use subtitles
Okay.
But I also have a really big view too, so I can look at the questions that I have to feel like I'm for and
Wow. So you have to go through, you have to understand so many different types of people's perspectives to write these fictional stories.
you want to do it good, yes.
You want to do it good, right? But you want to make it realistic as possible.
The technology is actually much harder to get than the people's perspective. Technology can be tough.
What do you mean with technology?
Okay, so if you're following the first hour of the day comics and you're out of 30 out of the 30, and you know what they're putting. So first you know what they're putting around for the range of expecting is. So you have that guy. And it's in the US it's going to use an operator. Army, Air Force, Navy, and a lot of things. Well, now who are you fighting? So now you need to look at that layer of equipment too. Now are you incorporating the allies? So what do they do? And do they have any allies? And all that. Before you know it, you've got quite a lot of different types of equipment you're trying to use and figure out can this work, does it work, what's the range of these air missiles that those Chinese aircraft would use versus what we. So because you can't have, you're gonna write different engagements, you need to make sure you're writing them with the weapons that can actually do that kind of engagement. Otherwise, you're gonna have inconsistency problems. And that's just the part of the detail of getting this technology right.
Has it ever come across to you when you were writing a story or even a story or a series of stories that holy shit, my stories are coming through?
Oh yeah, here man. Battles with Ukraine. We wrote in 2017, and it's been unfolding. I'm right here unfolding ever since.
How many books are in that series?
Total 6 books in that series.
And what got you started on that series? What made you want to start that?
Sure, so I came up with a new series. And said, all right, well, let's look at World War III. What's going to be the next biggest war? Just straight out. And I first said, well, it's going to be Korea, Taiwan, Ukraine, Korea, and Taiwan going to be one of those three.
Or Taiwan.
Yeah, one of those three. And said, all right, well, what if we have this secret pact between...
Oh, wait, sorry. What do you think that?
Based on my experiences working in that U.S. European Command, just the stuff I was around and how everything was playing out and knowing what kind of behind the scenes. When I saw how things were unfolding in Ukraine, when I was there before months, and then to see how things unfolded in Iraq and in Libya and in the whole Arab Spring and our reactions to everything, it kind of like opened your eyes and just like seeing our actions different stuff. Because normal other ways people see the actions taking one way or the other, but when you kind of work in those, people still kind of get a better perspective of what's really, why are we doing this? Like, why did we turn on Gaddafi? Really, no reason to turn on Gaddafi, and look what we have in place. This is really a good decision. It's still a thought.
Right.
It's really what we want. That goes right there. And it also creates another conflict too. Gaddafi gave up his weapons, his WMD program and stuff he had in exchange for normalized relations with the United States. And he did that willingly without having to be invaded. And what's his response? What response? The rest of the executive top his regime. So that's why John Bolton, we want to use the Libya model. Okay, so we want to use weapons of mass destruction. Then we're just going to destabilize the regime and replace it. Once you've done it. Okay. What's the punishment for on that? Or crazy. Right. And at the end of the day, I mean, maybe behind the curtain, Pax America is really want to pursue. That's fine. Don't say that out loud and tell people. And then make sure you're in a position to support that. Might doesn't make right when we talk about Russia and China and their neighbors. That will apply to them. It does not apply to us. Might always make right when it comes to the United States. If we want the resource or you're threatening access to our resource or our allies, we're going to fix the problem.
So when you came up with this idea, this book, I mean, were you looking at NATO and seeing what's going on between NATO and
Yeah, just looked at that and said, all right, well, they have the capability to deploy forces in a reasonable amount of time. We're now discovering NATO weak in that way. Oh, they can't deploy anything. They don't have forces that are operationally reactive. So in the U.S., the other second airborne can have their local division deployed really quickly. They don't have like quick reaction forces. A lot of their stuff relies on the U.S. being able to move them and get them to 28 countries. They don't have large stockpiles of munitions to support the sustained combat. Okay. The first Ministry of Defense has recently saying that if they got to fight right now with Russia, they have huge storage of munitions out. And a lot of those supplies probably even last weeks now because they've been so much of it to Ukraine. The Secretary General NATO was saying that almost 20 countries will start mass producing because Ukraine is spending multiple times what we can generate in just really rapid. The US produces under 100,000, 155 million a year. It is 86,000 a year. So the defense department's going to scaling it up by 5 times. Well, you have Ukraine burning through like 37,000 rounds a day. So they're cooking through our entire year's production in about 21 days. Full year production is blowing 21 days. So the way that's being supplied and supported right now, what they're doing is eating out of our war. So we started 6 million rounds in the inventory. Well, we've already burned 1 million in the first 9 months of the war, and we've now allocated another 1 million more. So we're already getting really bad into our own stuff. Bad now that we are pulling our inventories we keep in South Korea, so that out of India to send to Ukraine. Well, the problem is now, should things kick off, we don't have those inventories to supply our forces. And depending on his scale, the production, war production right now, like 12 to 18 months or more, up from 86,000 a year up to almost 500,000. And enough. That's enough it's only enough for maybe 4 months worth of fighting. Well, what about the rest of it?
So when you started writing Battlefield Ukraine, you chose those countries, and what was the premise? What was the premise of Battlefield Ukraine?
Yeah, so the concept is that the Russians and the Chinese decided to dethrone the West to knock America off the pedestal and take charge. And by collaborating together, they will move to do. So the first stage was moving forward in Ukraine and getting the Russian government to recognize these regions, and then say
of Ukraine.
Yeah, of Ukraine. Say if now recognized, we're going to request that NATO move its forces out of Eastern Ukraine. And if we're not moved out of Eastern Ukraine on this set time, then we're implementing a no-fly zone for the eviction. And the war starts when we just kind of laugh it off. Like, whatever, what Russian soccer is. And when you hit the no-fly zone, goes into a and like whatever, so some F-16s fly right through the no-fly zone and they get up down. And then Russians are okay, it's fun. And then they just unload and they're gone. And the first part of the book is just really reacting to it. It's just trading space for time, to basically buy time for the rest of NATO to react. U.S. forces to get moved over to Europe so you can get them into place and try to. And so the kind of evolved right there. And that's where it starts. That's not where it ends. So that one kicks off there. If China really wants to grab and Southeast Asia, we need another conflict. So that's when you get the Syrians. And then you get that war to really happen. So now the U.S. has got to respond there with NATO. Now it's really fun. Now you're free for China to go in and grab Taiwan and anything else. And so the book really follows the whole first couple of books, the first 3 books in the series. Really just a going crescendo. And just having to react. The second half of the series is we finally reacted. We now caught our breath. We're now rallying together to unite together to combat invasion and push back. And so that's the second half. That's it. So just a but the first part of the year, it's going to be fun. You're going to lose a lot of land in the first part of the year. Like World War II. The first year was really bad. Second year was really good. Third year was much better.
Right. And we see what's going on right now. We started in February last year, and this whole thing kicked off. What we think how I mean, obviously it was a little bit different because it was kind of like we sort of instigated that. We started building up tons of weapons, ton of money on the border there, about the.
Well, we didn't have permission first. What was, and if this happens, what are we going to do? So Joe Biden was telling them, exposing all the information and saying, hey, if you know you're going to attack, you attack when you're and then you praise and say, oh, what they do. It's never been how much. If you really want to use sanctions to work, the sanctions haven't worked since 2014. So if you're going to deter them, you should have just told them, say, look, someday, Ukraine. There's this memorandum that said when Ukrainians beat up their nuclear weapons, that the United States and you would protect their territorial integrity. My pledge on that, I will. So if you invade Ukraine, then we are going to move you, and we are going to send you a support in there, and we are going to invade. Well, that would have been across the bow what Russians know. Okay, this is what's going to happen if we now that might have worked. If it didn't work, then you've got to be willing to back. And that's the problem, is we don't want to make a threat, so we don't actually have to follow through. That's what happened with Syria. We abolished the red line in Syria, and then famously didn't follow through. Well, that told the Russians and it told everyone else, hey, they're not going to follow through. And then it happened. And so in the lead up to Afghanistan, that was all apart. The Taliban had to abide by the agreement for U.S. forces to leave. Otherwise, we were going to we would have been in a tough agreement. It would stay a lot longer. Probably would bomb the hell out of them. But when we walked those agreements that we were supposed to hold them to, and just kind of walked away, ran over the whole system. And when that happened, everyone looked at it, wow, okay, America really just 4 states in 10 days. Gone. Like, wow, 19 freaking years, 5 million, 55 billion of weapons that are equipped there. And that, you get that right out of Ukraine. What do you think that was there? But we went in that, and that said, again, we sent multiple messages through multiple generations that we're just not going to honor their rights. We're not going to. And so Putin saw that and said, well, whatever. And what do we do with this? And he's not supporting. And saying nothing, but not enough to win. It's just stalemate. They certified, Mr. Powell, Mr. Brown, those people, also decided we're not in this to win and help the finish win. We're in this to lead the Russians. We just lead your military back. That's what we're doing. That's the strategy, that's what the cemetery section is saying. A fraction of our GDP and fractions of GDP. But and from a taxpayer perspective, a whole lot of sense. Dan Crenshaw talked about what we're getting, but from that perspective.
But you're also talking about human beings, okay? You're Ukrainians have implement your my left. But what about them? I mean, don't they have a say in this? I mean, you're pushing these guys to continue to fight. The politicians said, go along with it. I mean, it's going to make financially unfortunate. You can't push the fact that Ukraine is the most corrupt. Just because the Russians invaded doesn't mean that it did not go away. There's a very number of people who have already been fired because of that, like the current defense secretary. He's still there, like at the epicenter of a lot of trouble where, hey, I need to use water bottles for my soldiers, so I'm going to buy them from you for $10 a bottle, right? And then, there's also that board. Right. I mean, that's just funny rant.
You see recently Saudi Arabia under $500 million in Ukraine happened. Saudi Arabian diplomat was just there meeting with Zelensky, and now that had an effect on the rest of the world because China's already basically stated their stance with Russia because they're already doing business with them with oil and so whatever. And now Saudi Arabia has lined China depends on Saudi Arabia.
They're just trying to put it
I saw this video. I gotta pull it. I gotta send this video to you, Austin. You gotta play this. This guy on, I think this was Instagram. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the.
Now it's different humanitarian. What's the difference between humanitarian and reconstruction?
Oh, it's humanitarian.
Yeah. Weapons. They're getting less possible. Like, I feel like they talk about Patriot, right? This is cost a lot of money too. $3 million cost. Right. Fraction of that price. But the other thing is Saudi Arabia has these things. So Saudi has spent the last 3 or 4 years doing the rebels in the back line for using blue. Right. Saudi Yemen. Either possibly drones from Yemen across Saudi Arabia and then hitting their refineries and well, they're using Patriots to counter a lot of this stuff too. So we're looking where a lot of people use Patriots, but we don't have the industrial capability in place to mass produce missiles to keep those things supplied and going. Right. That's the problem. And so we have a lot of users of it, but they're also using it. Saudi using Patriots quite frequently. And now you're going to have Ukraine who's going to use Patriot missiles at a half rate. We're not going to be able to keep up with that. Right. And it's the same problem with artillery guns, anti-tank, missiles, javelins, hemlocks, stingers. We don't have the extra capability to keep breaking up. So that's one thing we do write about in the book a lot. Is we really kind of reinforce and integrate that into the struggle. Like it's talked about in the Monroe documentary series, the video. In this series, and then where fighting things do, and one of the generals is kind of like, sure, you don't understand that are found, because it's being made in this room. So he's been loaded onto a plane and flown to this airport, put on a truck and driven 200 miles worth of flight, and being shot out the tube of 4 days later. That's how great this is. It's so great to being shot out the tube. Wow. That's not a system. That's not a laboratory. Right. It's called just for building and manufacturing. That's not safe for work. And I tried to build that into the different tubes. Realistic. That's right now where you have use ammo, use other bullets. It's not like Hollywood where you just have an endless supply of shooting. You so much ammo on you, and when you've got to have more, someone's got to get over there. That means someone's got to be able to drive those. It's a road that's hopefully not going to shut up the drones to get you. Right. And when you have 5,000-6,000 videos in Bakhmut, there's your ammo, you need a lot of runs. And meanwhile, you got drones hitting them, artillery hitting them. And then you have to get one up.
Are you familiar with the War Dog movie? The guys out of Miami who basically got that $200 million deal to supply.
I haven't seen it, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Supply the Afghan army with munitions, and they sourced it all from Albania, a factory that ended up all being Chinese ammunition. So they repackaged it. There was some sort of law that put in place through Obama where they couldn't buy any sort of embargo on Chinese munitions, but they just repackaged it and got the Chinese market and sold it. And all the munition was great, by the way. Perfectly. Even the army guys basically were there using it and stuff like that. They and the main guy, anyways, I had a fascinating story. This is a video. This is that I was just talking about. Okay, play that often.
This is Prince myself and the top Saudi diplomats meeting for training yesterday, right after announcing $1 million in military aid. The reason it's such a big deal is up until now, Saudi Arabia has mutually so far regarded its stance, but with this new $400 million with the West. This is very concerning for China because last week it debated sending suicide drones to Russia as part of an alliance. Now China is faced with two options to manage it. Option one, China sends weapons to Russia, alienate themselves in Saudi Arabia, a country central to the energy and economic system. China will also likely be facing even more economic sanctions from Western countries and from further hurting China's economy. Or option two, they don't send weapons to Russia and then burn the bridge and which would put even more pressure on Russia and push them closer to obviously, the close eye to see what they do in
This guy makes great videos. What's the name of his channel? Or his page? Quiver or something? Too small, I can't read it. Quiver quantitative. Honestly, man.
So I see that. I think it's. I was sorry you have to take more feedback. So we're going to change people's work going. Okay? So we thought that we could try and kind of impose their tiny black over the course of this person. That was what we were and now we're figuring out that it's actually us who are starting to have a problem because they didn't impose like we thought they would. So from the Chinese, if they can keep the work going, the longer they keep the work, the weaker we because we're just going to spend more and more munitions that we can't readily get. And as long as we're doing that, we won't have those munitions available, which is a credible threat. Should they make a move on Taiwan at some point?
Right.
You know, I think when you had a guest a while back, I said something about how his idea, and if you move on Taiwan, they probably would look to do it towards really close to the run to 2024 election.
Yeah, it was Andy Duce.
That's it, yeah, I've seen that. So, probably right. But what we're going to when you really see the indication when they're kind of ready to make that move is when you of these large landing helicopter assault. So we have the Chinese are better. Yeah. But they've been working very huge and doing really go beyond the coastal area. Okay. But we have these like USS America or USS Wasp, those helicopter assault ships that U.S. Marines are using their helicopters or landing assault vehicles, things like that, to take a force and move them to do an amphibious invasion. That's really what the Chinese have lacked so long. So they have a new type of warship that takes some time. They're doing a whole string of them. I want to say that I have 3 or 4 of these landing helicopter assault ships done, and they have a production right now. And then there's a couple other versions up there are larger as well. Like I said, when those ships are done, that's when you're going to do. That's what I think is like to see some movement. So that's kind of what they need to go to get there. Besides, they have a whole lot of smaller boats that can move across, and another whole big way they're going to invade is have a lot of people fly in normally, like the civilians into China first, to go in clandestinely like that. They'll wait till the appointed time, they'll coalesce together, pick up the weapon packages, and go to execute their operations. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with a handful of these roll-on, roll-off car carriers. Already kind of have been maneuvered into port, where they'll just roll these ships a lot. Of course, instantly, then you'll have a lot of crews that'll come across the strait, right on the water to land and try to grab and secure certain positions, coastal areas, before you'll have to have an invasion force. But what would really help since that, and they've got a lot lot more likely to succeed if it's more of those helicopter assault ships.
Okay.
And you get more than a few other vessels that you might be able to kind of win Taiwan safe. And so, Air Force General recently, he believed that this will probably pick up some plans more in like 2025. There's others that are estimated for 2027. I think it would be probably between the September, October of 2024 and probably before the end of 2025. If I would definitely window, that's what I would say.
That's not happening. Yeah. And what are we going to do? What have already got?
Depends.
Hey, Nancy, what else is there?
It depends, like, it depends when. If it happened under it happened in either his second minute, someone else's turn, that's really interesting to see. And it also depends on how things play out in Ukraine between now and that time too. Because if we're still getting blood dry, we're not going to be able to intervene. We can say we are, but unless we want to go toe to toe with the Chinese and use our Navy, really the best weapon we could have would be our subs and our Navy in trying to close the strait between from supplying the Chinese. But any of the weapon systems that are needed to do that are not, that's China needs to block them. They're not being given to them yet because we are either diverting weapons that are completed close to Taiwan being diverted to Ukraine, or they're getting the queue to be built because they need to build stuff for you. And all they're doing is weakening them. It does talk about doing Ukraine F-16, F-16 Vipers, the latest model that they have. They're really great aircraft. But these were fought and slated for Taiwan. And there was a lot of effort to actually take the Taiwanese F-16s to get Ukraine. But hey, the way you're going to deter Taiwan from getting invaded is to make Taiwan a porcupine, a really big, mean, savage porcupine. And if you can make it so costly that they're not that for them to invade, they won't. But you can only do that if you then ship the aircraft and the artillery systems, like the M1 Paladins, the self-propelled artillery guns that I used to work on when I was in the Army side. They need those, and those are being diverted to Ukraine. And so much of the munitions stockpiles are going there, we're not placing them in like we need to. And so it comes back to a priority. If this is what we want to do as a country, I'm not an elected person, that's just not my choice. But if the choice is to intervene, then we need to scale our industry to happen. We need to go to General Motors and Ford and Tesla and say, hey, trade all these cool cars, but if you shut down half your line and convert to manufacturing artillery shells, missiles, armored vehicles, because we need these things stand up. And we're not retooling the economy to work on economy to support and sustain that. And there is this reality. This is my biggest gripe with what's happening in Europe is you don't see NATO stepping up to the plate. The British are great for this. Love my British friends. But they're great for giving these wonderful, tough sandwiches and then going to have afternoon tea afterwards and they did something. Well, where's the action to follow through? Where is the scaling up of your industry to meet the demand for this conflict?
Right.
And the British actually had to shrink the size of their army because they couldn't meet the recruitment goals. That's not a good situation. You're a year into this war in Ukraine and you're shrinking your army, and you should actually be like doubling. You should be scaling up munitions, aircraft, and weapons, but you're not doing any of them. Not even spending more money on defense. In Germany, all the NATO countries, this is the problem. If you're into this war in Ukraine, and you guys haven't even transitioned to what kind of economy. I guess you did transition to what kind of economy. The Russians, a year ago, and they have factories running, mass producing this stuff 24/7, and they're just continuing to scale and get more and more production going that way. And we don't really have a good view of how effective our sanctions are and things like that.
My friend Jack Murphy was on a couple weeks ago. He did a report based on CIA conducting sabotage inside of Russia. Not inside Ukraine, but all inside of Russia. Going after factories. There's been all these fires, all these railroads, these trains getting derailed, all kinds of crazy things going wrong. Russia's been sort of brushing them off because they don't want to acknowledge that it's some sort of foreign adversary doing it because they don't want to lose morale for their people and their troops. But Jack confirmed through a number of vetted CIA sources that it is a NATO country working through CIA, working through a NATO country to do this stuff. So they have some sort of plausible deniability. So wild story.
That's why you're very good at doing that kind of stuff. You're very good at proxy works. And my concern I have with all proxy works is when we were in Iraq, right? We had Iran, and RGC was supplying weapons to fight us. And a lot of with those foreign countries, and that was when they were interfering, right? So remember, we did not have Russia actively interfering in that war against us. We didn't have Russia providing Al-Qaeda to the tune of hundreds of weapons and munitions, intelligence, support, and all that kind of stuff. We just did it. And my concern is when you're waging a proxy war, it could be against another superpower. I mean, they know we're doing this. What's going to happen in the next time we do it? So say there's another conflict or in Africa or in the Middle East. Someone else, right? And U.S. is involved in that conflict. But let's just say that they're going to take their own revenge on us, right? Put up. Because when we were in Vietnam, the Russians messed with us pretty bad in that war. And it's a lot of people flying with parts of weapons and aircraft equipment, and we lost a lot of Americans. And when Russia went into Afghanistan, we returned the favor and hit them like that. And that kind of stuff. But now we restarted that type actions. So you guys expect they're going to retaliate and hit us with the same kind of thing. We'll just do sanctions. They just didn't stop them from invading. Hey, that didn't work. So one is going to stop them with military force. And we got to step back at some point and just say, nice, beautiful planet. We all don't need to destroy each other and destroy each other after somebody. There's really fun to negotiate to figure out how we can solve this without trying to kill them. Cool. So you gotta want to solve such a
gap in humanity between the people that are doing the diplomats and the people that make all these decisions and are making all this money and trying to advance political careers by telling X, Y, and Z.
I mean,
you know, consider it like Victoria Nuland or president.
So Nuland's like to say what, that John came around and always talking about proximity. They always cite this stupid study that her husband is one of the founders of this thing, and they're kind of the architects for this whole, for the surge in Iraq, and just the perpetuation of the whole invasion there, and it's frustrating because it's the same stuff that people who are pushing and realizing, and like your policy is testing it. So not continue to use the same belt policy, just try a different approach, right? It's like when I'm interrogating a really tough individual. I can beat my head against the wall trying to say an approach. I say, you know what, this isn't
working. Let's try something different. We can still be their objectives. Find it approach. With Russia, why we didn't have to pursue this complete adversary? We keep saying, well, Russia's invading all these foreign, in the neighbors and all this stuff like that. The borders of NATO have not. Russia didn't expand its border with NATO. NATO expanded its border with
Right.
That's not,
Yes. But it's all defensive, right? It's all,
that's what you're saying. It's all defensive. Well, here's my question. Why can't Russia be part of NATO? Why not?
that's a good question.
Why not? Because if people say, well, I know,
Well, NATO is designed to defend Russia, right?
Yeah.
By definition.
well, let me ask you this. Okay, so we can say, well, I can't Russia be part of NATO. Recent those two nations have hated each other for thousands, just countless wars in this place. They are also both put into NATO, jammed in there together, and they can't fight anymore. They can't fight. They're not an open conflict because they are part of NATO. They're members. There's a process for them to have dialogue and disputes and handle these problems and resolutions. And so when we have this issue with Russia, NATO is bound to deal with Russia. And Russia is becoming aggressive and adversarial against the U.S. 2000. Let's see on May 1st interview Georgia. It's been that aggressive like that, but it was aggressive like that because that was posting a advance on it. And they said, well, if you're going to advance on our border, we need these communities, we're going to be with the land, and that's why we need weapons.
When they invaded Georgia, do you remember who wasn't? I'm gonna fuck this up, but wasn't the leader of Georgia somebody paying like some incredible salary?
I was in Iraq at the time when that happened. It was kind of funny because the farm I was working at had a whole ton of Jordans moved in at that farm. So they were in Iraq with us in 2000, I think. Loaned in and brought into Baghdad and on C-130, C-17. So they were in Iraq, and then a few days later, they were back in their own country fighting, off the fight, and by intelligence and those aircraft guns we have, yeah, we move those to this way over here. Move this one here, and just look here.
Right.
And then next thing you know, Russian plane just flying through that. So there we go. They didn't have that capability. But they also got steamrolled. Russians just steamrolled right through them, and they had to make they've got a ceasefire stuff
right.
I believe on the outskirts of Fallujah.
I don't remember this right. I don't remember if it was Georgia or was it governor of state in like southern Ukraine. But they found out this guy actually posted on his Facebook page his salary or what he was paid, and America was paying him like $250,000 a year, and he was being paid more than the governor of Massachusetts. No wonder there's such a bad taste in the Russians' mouth when we all eat in these places that are surrounding Russia.
Yeah. I look at it this way: the existential threat to the United States, like the next 50 years, is not Russia. It is actually China, and that's where the focus is to this country. The focus is there. So why couldn't Bennett find a way to work with, bring them into our sphere and our instead of having them as an advocate, bring them in with and get Russia to align with China.
Because they can't deal with you can't be friends with a dictator like you.
We're friends with other dictators. That's children. The other dictators that we're friends with.
Who are we friends with? What's his name?
You're elected. You elect him, whether we like him or not. He's an elected official. He's come to the election. He's political. Donald came to the
territories and they win. And so that's not a good thing. Yeah, I like them, or maybe some people do, but that's huge electric. You look at MBS in Saudi Arabia. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Gulf Kingdoms, you got all the Middle East there at the opportunity. And we have the oil down in some reduced sanctions and move all that stuff away. Why? So we can use their oil. If we're a horrible dictator and we isolated them and crippled their economy with sanctions and kind of gotten them down and weakened them in hopes that we would eventually lose. But now we're going to remove all that so we can pump up his oil industry so we can, free us. But why don't we get him to do that?
Makes sense. What you're saying makes perfect sense to why there's no reporting on that to war in Yemen with Saudi Arabia and Iran.
It's been going on for almost a decade now.
And maybe you can explain this to me. This was something I was talking about tonight. Why is there Iran and Saudi Arabia in Yemen, which is the other one?
They can't fight each other. Not directly. The U.S. is actually a shield between them. The air bases, Washington area, in the Red Sea, or in the Pacific Ocean. There's a lot of oil polluting out there with all
In Yemen?
No. Through the Strait of Hormuz going into the
Can you pull up a map? Pull up a map of like what that whole.
Yeah, you'll see a big whole string of military bases U.S. on there, and so if the Iranians try to go far, they're going to run into whereas if they go through Horn of Africa, there's no issue. The government toppled that we went back in, and now it's just kind of free fall.
Okay. So they're like coming in the back door.
Right. Because if you look at Abu Dhabi and Qatar, we have bases. We have a whole world of Qatar.
That's where the World Cup was. Okay, I see it. I knew that.
But that whole area is very localized. You go into Yemen, there's not a lot of things. So we sold Asian battle tanks to Saudi, electric tanks to. So we have spent seeing these tanks in combat by non-U.S. non-American folks, right? So if you can YouTube videos like using our Asian battles in the war in Yemen, sure. Right. But then there's being armed deadly and vulnerable is the type of it's a concept. It doesn't have it, they're not getting that. No one gets that. That's especially knowing thing. And it helps our tanks also pay edge higher. So when we're getting tanks to Ukraine, we're not giving them the same equivalent use. It's the same quality. We have some of the same weapon technology and anti-firing systems, our stuff now. But that's what makes it special. That's we're not going to do that because it's going to get destroyed at TCC conference or equipment or what. We don't want to fall off because they will take that and they will take back and they will know what it is. And before you know it, it's off the South-Fighter over Serbia. And then the Kosovo-Serbia war, well, parts of that was fought, to the Chinese embassy. Coincidentally, we had an bomb destroy the Chinese embassy. We didn't want that falling into the technology, the shell of what the theory of it. We don't want them to reverse it.
After the show last night, we went to the beautiful University
it's just not going to be the same, and then you're going to have this logistical night trying to get parts for the pens. Not a lot of pens either. So, and then the same with the trends. They're not sending in like the top of the line muscle. They're sending their pens in. 14, it's not even a battalion of tanks. You do a 14. And you combine how it is under 30 conflict. Because it tells me our intervention. If you're going to go to war,
and go to war to win. Don't go to war to lose. We haven't won. If you look at it, we haven't won a war. So we'll win a lot. We win most battles that we still lose. But that just sucks. I mean, I spent, as you said, I spent most of the late 20s and early 30s in Iraq. And you have to use time, on that mission, trying to win this thing, and it worked. To find out years later, everything was like, why get us there? And then you guys didn't give us the tools to allow us to win it, or to walk away. Because what did we just do? I sacrificed all those years of my life. You know, like you heard about the burn issues that a lot of us definitely had to deal with from that stuff. So when you capture laptops and computers and things, that's what has to get destroyed. So how do you destroy this? Burning lithium-ion batteries. That causes a problem. You know, just fluoride gas and other kinds of toxic material. And they didn't like tell us about this. They didn't give us proper protective material. You know, you have to burn these materials. We got to check on place every ship. We've been in this kind of stuff all the time. How we wrong and help us. You know, like for instance, I was 31 years old, and I had to have double at age 31 because shortly after I got back from my last time in Iraq, 2 months later, got back in places I didn't know where. It's where the blood flow to the bones just stops. The bones become the limb. And so both my hip bones just became the limb. And I had to have them replaced. And the bad part is when we get the left foot, they didn't do that one correctly, so I had to have a revision surgery. I had to do it again. So like 2 years later, I never had to replace again. Except when they did the revision, they broke the part of the bone on the wrong spot. And then pushing the nerve, and then they did something, they put the proper head on there, ball head on the rod, and it's on the bone. Oh, it's pretty painful. I know I can get some pictures and have it done a third time. These replacements are pretty painful to have, and they leave you in the hospital, we have,
Are you doing this from VA?
I will the next time. I didn't do it the first time. The first surgery I had to have was actually done in Germany. I was working in Germany at the time. And I had the revision done in Chicago. But, you know, I'm going to have this place done a third freaking time. And we're starting to have physical problems and issues now from this war. And this crap is going to play that for decades. You know, and I'm not going to get this. It's other guys. Like, my son died Really? Yes. Son died from a type of cancer. A lot of others that have died from all attributed from the brain.
What is this background of
He was deployed over there. We use words a lot. Yeah, he was in the church. We had 4 boys assigned to our unit on different ships. And so we worked with them all the time. Okay. And they're always there. Guys and do a lot on
right.
Are you allowed to do a strike or not? No lawyers. Sucks. You gotta fight a war. You got a lawyer next to you. That's what a lot of these days. There was a lawyer over there, and something exposed to the same materials that I've been exposed to everything else. Wow. You know, one of our friends from our church, he retired from military. A lot of different areas, you know, that cancer and cancer. And he's doing the same type of cancer that from chocolate. And he hung on for years and
from the burn pits.
Materials, really just like the Vietnam guy who had that 8 million acre before they were just raining down on it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all the different types of cancers. Oh my God,
Oh, yeah.
kidney, lymphatic cancer.
We just passed this new burn pit legislation, so that's really good. The VA was important every it's just it's another time bomb. It's in our body and explodes. No, but it frustrates me because if we're going to go to war, then give us a clear-cut objective, and then give us an exit strategy and define what winning is. You know what we can work for. Give us another win.
Like, is it
Exactly off of win.
is it the case with proxy wars like the one in Yemen? Is it true that the dynamic is basically to be helpful to our allies, Saudi Arabia, because we need them and they need us. We want to maintain the relationship. So we want to basically look like we're doing everything we can to help them, but we don't really want to talk about helping them. We just want to make it seem like,
I know, so plus sinister than that. So
that's why you don't give them the best hands. You give them loose.
well,
Look,
yeah,
what
but
it is.
it's even worse than that. Okay, so with Saudi Arabia, do we really want them to win? Not necessarily, because if as long as this fight is happening, and Saudi Arabia is having a losing tank, losing equipment like MRAP and armored vehicles, and having to expend missiles, Patriot missiles, and all kinds of things like that. That is a continuous. That's a continuous of supply, a demand. It's kind of like a drug deal, right? He doesn't want to kill you by giving you too much drugs. He wants you addicted, coming back for more. So if Saudi Arabia is fighting the Houthis,
The more they owe us, the more we give them, they owe us.
well, more but they're losing equipment. They need to buy more from us. We've got a claim that keep buying more from us. Well, if they're having to buy equipment from us to make sure they don't lose to the Houthis, which Saudi does something we don't like, we now have a little more leverage on them. Well, okay, maybe we are going to put these weapon sales on hold. And that's because they built their army around our prison. And so when you took off the supplies for parts and servicing and everything else, that means a lot. So with that, the Sam's will come around and do a 3 day. And because we don't have any of our own indigenous equipment, it's not ice. You can control your ability to defend your nation by turning those supplies to sign off if you don't comply. So you want to make sure you own your own defense system. A place like Poland, you buy a lot of American weapons and artillery and things like that. But also kind of South Korea to buy a lot of your armored vehicles and everything, and they're starting to own your business systems and your own industry, buying your controls. They weren't even paying.
Right.
Poland has a horrible history of being screwed by talent. And, you know, so I want to say it's not. So,
Have you ever watched Putin interviews?
yes, really interesting.
What did you think about that?
That's really interesting. I think Alex Cohen has own stance and interesting, but then I'm not trying to guide with Putin or whatever it's about saying. I just like saying people. And I like learning what makes them tick and why countries and wars and things happen. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. And because as a writer, someone can create these. I want to, create, book 2 or book 3 for this series. I use those reasons to help me better understand the conflict, better understand the scenario. In this particular one, so in the road, one of the things we really expose and look at is the Child and Road Initiative, where they have child reaction country. What they want is a link to their country with markets around the world to have a constant supply of customers, that keeps them going. So Belt and Road is basically a global infrastructure fund where they will come in to say a country, dealing with that. But more importantly, they're also at the same time putting you into a debt trap. The interest rates on these things are really low, cheap, but they're locked to it. And they owe 51% of the support, or they owe 49% for the fraud, if you fail to pay it, it reverts to zero. There's all kinds of little things we do. Now, we mentioned parkour. They want to develop and grow and move forward. And the Chinese are coming in with endless cash to do all of that. And that's what they're kind of moving forward in the country. And the Chinese are all over the place. But because they have control of the facilities and infrastructure, they can manipulate and change the foreign policy of those nations to be how they want. So in our scenario, we look at that as one aspect. But now we also look at artificial intelligence and machine learning, saying, well, where is that going? Because we can use AI to help us understand how say the naval commander for a ship is going to react in certain circumstances and situations. How do we do that? Well, we look at what's this guy's social profile, his online profile. So our name of that is we look and say, okay, well, what does he spend his money on? What does he do on social media? What kind of interactions does he do? What does he watch on YouTube? What kind of books does he read on, from Amazon, like purchasing behavior? We look at all the different types of materials that he does. And then we look at not just him, but his immediate orbit and friends. So what do they all do? That helps to shape like the person's opinion, personalities, all those different social profiles. And then they have these awesome games on Facebook that everyone just loves to play. What character are you in Lord of the Rings or in Game of Thrones? Who cares? But they'll click on this shit. And when they do, they go through and they answer all these different questions, right? And those questions give a certain type of social, it's like a social assessment. They're like assessing individuals and people. And then when you're also doing that, there's also a clause that actually grants them access to then see everything you do on the site and from there and do more. So it really is a track bunch of things. But they're getting you to play this game where you're helping them build a social profile and you're giving them access to all of your social media. So when you have machines that can take all this stuff in, synthesize it, create profiles, and start doing predictive behavioral analysis. And now I can start conditioning a society to accept something by engineering everything to fit into a certain mold or push people, or I can understand how they will respond when an action happens. So like a way to condition people, really good at social engineering studies. Look at last year when Florida passed the parental rights bill. Right? So the parental rights bill, different organizations were not labeled the same don't say gay. And that's what they tried to call it. They called this thing that. Who labeled it that? Whole series left-wing groups tried to label this thing that don't say gay bill. Well, it has nothing in the bill so you can't use the word gay. There's nothing in about homosexuality at all. Okay? All it's simply saying is that kids between the ages of kindergarten through third grade, so 5-year-olds to 8-year-olds, should not be taught sexual content or sexually related materials.
Okay. What was the name of that?
It was a parental rights. Parental rights Act. And this was a massive thing that they took in a bill that had nothing to do with being gay and made it into something it wasn't. And renamed the whole thing and then whipped up everyone into this frenzy over something that was never even mentioned or a part of the bill. I mean, I have yet to find an adult who can explain to me why we need to teach 5-year-olds, sex ed.
Right.
They're 5.
Right.
Why are we telling them they need to start understanding gender pronouns and using gender pronouns? Dude, they don't understand what a noun or a verb is. They can't even write their names yet.
Right,
You're making them
right.
do this? Why are you doing this to them? Let them be kids.
Why was that? Do you know why that act was put in place?
Because they were doing that.
Because schools in
The
Florida
schools were
were
good.
actually
They
doing
were
that.
permeated. It's so permeated through there. They were actually putting this stuff in there. I mean, you can.
What schools were doing it?
I don't have the list of them off the top of my head.
That's fucking
There's a
insane.
whole slew of them though. that
That's
you can
crazy.
see. And like there's this one gal on. I don't use TikTok, social media. That's a Chinese spy app. I'm not on that thing. But there's this group called Lives with TikTok, and
I'm familiar with it.
yeah, so this woman runs this thing. She doesn't do anything with it. She's literally taking whatever it is you made on your TikTok thing and just sharing it.
Right.
So you made it.
Reposting it.
You admitted to this. You said, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, and I'm proud of it. All she did was just repost it.
Right.
You put it out there. She didn't create it, just put it out there. And that's how everyone found out about this. Because you have these teachers talking about this, getting their gratification and like just feeling like importance. When I got my group of kindergartners to understand why I go by my pronoun or different things, like, dude, you don't educate kids. You don't. Because why is this important?
Right.
Why is this part of it? And it comes back to our schools are failing to the basics, just making sure that our kids can read, write, and read, right? Just not doing this. So if we're not getting those things right, then why are we going to expand into other areas, social areas like this, when we're not even getting the basics right? Our emphasis needs to be on why are our kids not being able to meet and exceed their grade levels in their education? We spend more money on education than almost any other developing nation.
We do?
We spend huge sums of money on education, and we have the worst results from this stuff.
How come an elementary school teacher makes the same amount of money as a Burger King manager?
Well, it's not because we don't spend money on the education. The money is there. It's a matter of how the money is allocated, though. How many school administrators and support personnel do you have per teacher? You know, the teachers should be getting paid a lot more money, but if you have a slew of school administrators and other non-teaching jobs that are taking up salaries and oftentimes quite high salaries, it's money you don't have for teaching. It's like when like the university system. Well, universities have become very expensive because you have a whole plethora of non-teaching jobs, positions that are not contributing to like teaching students, teaching people. It's like on it's like a contract having a billable, being able to bill a client or not bill a client, you know?
Right. Also, everyone gets loans to go to college, so they don't have to pay anything out of pocket, and they have to deal with these financial institutions where they just have these ridiculous student loan programs.
Think about this product. I mean, this is a horrible debt trap to their own person, right? I mean, I got $62,000 in student loans myself from Oxford, okay? I mean, I'm in the boat too. I paid off a good chunk of money. But what happens is you have the federal government's going to guarantee X amount of money for students for tuition, right? So what will happen is the school will be like, okay, well, if we increase tuition by an extra 3% each year, the government's just going to increase the amount of loans available by that same amount. So as long as the government's going to guarantee a certain increase for the students, then we'll just continue to increase. And the student doesn't know any better. They just want to go to college. So they sign up for these things and get it. And then next thing you know, they've got all of this student loan, all this debt. And this is the worst kind of debt because it's not even, they wrote the law for the student loans in such a manner that you can't even discharge it.
Right.
It depends. If you have a federal loan, it's usually not that. My federal loan is 3.25. It's not too bad. But personally, I think if the government's going to do something like that, then maybe you should set the interest rate at maybe like 0.5% or 1%. It should be just enough to service the loan, not to make a profit. Because the government actually makes a solid profit on student loan interest.
Right.
Because it's over $1 trillion.
Yeah.
They make money on student loans. And like right now with the budget deficits we're facing, part of the deficit we're actually facing is because we're not collecting the interest payments, we're not collecting payments on student loans. and whatnot. Now, kind of problems. But that's the issue. The school's allowed to keep raising rates without justifying why they're doing that. Because the education isn't improving, not making meaningful. That's worth that jump. But we're going to charge all this extra money. I mean, we're not producing hordes of doctors and people in the STEM fields. We're producing tons and tons of people getting degrees in, English, literature, gender studies, history. Well, that's cool knowledge to know. That's why you call them humanities. That shouldn't be your major though. If we have a shortage in engineers and scientists and doctors and whatnot, then shouldn't the student loans be made available for people who want to go into this field?
Yes.
And not for.
There shouldn't even be loans. We should just be able to give that. We should be able. The government should pay for that. The government, if we could buy all those tanks and rockets for other countries, we should be able to buy the fucking education for doctors and lawyers and engineers and physicists.
So when I was in Germany, a lot of people say, well, look at Germany, you probably have like free healthcare and you have free education. And technically that's true, but there's catches to all of that, okay? So in the education system, it's free. And once you're in, you could stay and get your PhD. There's nothing pushing you out the door to go to work. That's why Germany has so many PhDs, only people with PhDs, because they'll just stay as a permanent student for 12 years. Because the government pays them to get some money to live on, and it's free.
Sounds like a lot of the rich kids I grew up around.
But here's the catch for it, okay? You have to take a national standardized test. And if you don't get in a certain percentile, you don't go to college. You're just done.
Right.
Out. Now you can go to private college and pay for that on your own.
Right.
Your family can get student loans for it.
That seems like a great system.
Well,
like a great
yes
system.
and no. I mean, it is and it isn't. So you have a lot of people who just maybe they don't test well. They suck at taking tests. They're just not a good person to sit there and regurgitate test questions, right? Does that mean that person's not super smart though, and probably would be great in college and great afterwards? No, he's not going to take a test. There are a lot of people who are really good at taking tests, and they are stupid. Like they're really good at regurgitating test questions and scoring on that, but they're dumb as a box of rocks. They just don't have common sense. But those are the ones who are going to be allowed to get the education then because they don't take the test well. And so it really blocks people from having that full access. And what happens in their schools is usually in their high school, their version of high school, you either get identified to either you're going to go academic route like college or you go trade route. And you kind of diverge, you split.
Okay. In
high school, it usually happens like in middle school. You find like 3 or 4 years of high school, you split.
Right.
And then you're going down one track or the other. And you're kind of like stuck. Like, what if you decided, I don't want to be a plumber. I really wanted to go to college and go into engineering. Well, that's not an option anymore. I mean, you can try to take those standardized tests and hope to get the right score you need, but all of your high school education until you finished high school didn't prepare you for that. So you're at a huge disadvantage to do that. And so if we had that kind of a system, it may be free, but just understand very few are actually going to get the benefits. There'll be another caste system, so to speak, that we just create. On the medical side, so when I was there as a contractor, I had private health insurance, which meant I got seen by a doctor like that. I went to the doctor on Monday, and he said, "Oh, your hip broke. That's why it hurts so much." That's when he showed me an MRI. "We're going to do surgery on Friday." Okay. It hurts like hell, so yeah, they're going to do surgery right away. Well, my roommate, had his hip replaced too. So he was a cop, German, politics. He's a local cop. And I was talking with him about this. And he told me that when his hip broke, he waited 6 weeks for his slot to get his surgery. I mean, it's free. He doesn't pay anything for it, but he has to wait in a queue.
Right.
And your queue, as long as there's no one like super severe that gets bumped in front of you, it's like there's not like a line of acute cases in front of you, you'll eventually get seen relatively quickly. But there are other times where you can end up waiting a very long time. And you've had a hip test. When that happens, you don't want to wait. It hurts. You still move around sometimes, but you're grinding on broken bones. It's free.
Yeah.
I mean, trade-offs. It's not as clean as it would think.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about the VA being really slow and not efficient and poor quality service. Then my dad has been dealing with the VA. He's an Air Force veteran, and he's just been recently dealing with some stuff, having to go there for some checkups and some physicals. He had to get hearing aids. He's losing his hearing, and he's had a really positive experience with the VA. He says
it can be depends where you're at.
Yeah.
I've had really great experiences with the VA here.
Mm-hmm.
I did not have a good experience with the VA in DC or in Chicago.
Right.
Just terrible VA.
Yeah, I had Kristen Beck. Are you familiar with Kristen Beck on here? Navy SEAL. His name was Chris Beck. He transitioned to being Kristen Beck.
Does he manufacture the firearms? Right. There's another person kind of like that. Maybe SEAL has a firearms manufacturer here.
There's a book and a documentary made about her, and it's called Lady Valor. It was like I think it was either CNN or HBO documentary made about his story or her story. It was pretty incredible. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh,
she's talking about challenge with the VA.
Talking a lot of problems with the VA. A lot of problems with the VA because she, dealt with a lot of psychological issues. Being a SEAL in Iraq, and
it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're in combat for a very intense period of time, and you go home, and you're back in intense combat. And that's kind of the difference between like the special warfare guys versus like flying units, like trucks. They're there for a year. Sometimes they see action, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they go through the whole time without having any issue. Whereas the special warfare guys, they go in and they're there for whether it's 3 months or 5 months, but that period they're there, it is high intensity for that period, and then they go home. And high intensity, and then go home. It's tough on those guys, man.
Yeah.
Tough, really tough. But it's like future warfare stuff, man. That's scary as hell.
Yeah.
The technology, where it's going with the drones and the AI and everything else. Like there was Textron they have a really interesting remote controlled ground vehicle. Like you can look it up. The Army's got these really unique the future Army combat systems. Part of it are making these autonomous ground vehicles. So what you'll be able to do is you'll have different size like armored fighting vehicles and tanks will have different kinds of weapons on them, different sizes. But these vehicles will be able to, kind of like a UAV, they'll be remotely controlled. So they can go into combat zone area while the guy who's actually operating may be hundreds of miles away or even the other side of the world. And the vehicle will go in and be able to conduct its operations, its missions. It's kind of scary to think about because there's going to come a point where like you have, take for instance, we tested, right? They've got their self-driving AI software, and that is getting better every single year because you have hundreds of thousands of people using it, recording more data. But it's not going to be long before you're going to have that same kind of technology and capability that can operate this armored vehicle that will be able to autonomously go into a combat zone where you just say, okay, everyone in like this area here is classified as an enemy combatant. So just go in and as it identifies people, just start engaging them. And you have that, you have aircraft, helicopters, soon underwater. So
we already have that stuff though.
It's crazy, but they're all man in the loop right now. They're being physically operated by something. We're not far away though, where this is going to be a semi-autonomous to fully autonomous weapons, and then you're going to have these things just moving across. That's going to be scary. Yeah.
What was the story a couple months ago that San Francisco was going to start?
Police, right now.
They were going to have robots kill people.
It's so crazy. Like, what do you mean?
Robot police with basically the authority to murder people. I guess they rolled it back once it started getting a lot of publicity.
It's nuts. It's nuts where we're going with some of the technology.
But then on the other hand, you think about technology and AI and where we're going. It's spooky where it's going, but then you see this goofy ass balloon, spy balloon, floating across America. Like, are you kidding me? Are we really still using balloons in 2022, 2023?
I think, I don't know. They say it's weather balloons gathering
Is that
the
a, is that
atmosphere
a
and
smoke
stuff.
screen or
Who
what
knows?
is that?
I think it was maybe it was just like a middle finger that floated across the country.
Missed
And
you.
saying,
Where it's
oh,
hard.
what we can do is float right across the country and you didn't do anything about it. You know, kind of a black eye from there. But as a writer, okay, here's a scenario. Imagine this balloon and you place a nuclear device on top on this balloon, right? And it explodes at those high altitudes. What's it going to create? Electromagnetic pulse system that would blanket a big chunk of the United States, fry all our circuitry and take us out.
Right.
So, you know, the writer in me looks at that and says, wow, that's a cool scenario. How could that work? You know, and what if they did something like that? What if they wanted to test it and say, hey, can we float a balloon across the United States without getting seen or anything? And the scary part is, had this rancher out there, was it Wyoming or whatever, not seen it and reported it, we probably never would have known about it. And it sounds from the reports from the Pentagon, they wouldn't have known about it. Because apparently they're trying to say that this has happened in the past and we didn't know about it. I'm like, really? You have balloons the size of 200-foot tall, 200-foot long balloons floating across the country, you didn't know about it? What if someone did put a bomb, like an EMP bomb on there and did that? I mean,
I also think too, like, how many was there really only one, or how many of these are really floating across the skies that we know about, and we just wanted to say, create some sort of psyop to point the American public, make them look at China. Look at China, look what they're doing to us.
And guess what?
Somebody's sitting at the CIA right now just laughing their ass
Oh,
off.
you remember what happened like right before this, right? So right before the balloon thing, SM Project Veritas had this big sting operation that they had done with one of the Pfizer employees. We kind of talked about how they had how the vaccines just didn't work, and went through that whole process and exposed all of that. And then a couple of days later, we have a balloon up here. China option over here.
I don't remember even seeing what you're talking about.
Yeah, look up Project Veritas for that whole thing they had about the Pfizer stuff. It was a big deal. And then magically,
Austin, you find that?
Magically, like less than a week or two later, Pfizer's board ends up ousting James O'Keefe, who is the founder and the president of the company. He does this, like that's his gig, and they get rid of him. And now, he's out in the left lap in the wing. He'll probably restart his own brand new version of Project Veritas and restart the whole thing. But it's a coincidental timing from them breaking this big story. It's one of the biggest stories of the decade, to the balloons and then he's out. All in a week. Coincidence? I mean,
yeah, that shit is scary.
That's great.
The vaccine stuff is really
that's
scary.
You should try and talk to James O'Keefe.
The reason that stuff scares me is just the level of control that has been put on social media and the internet and communication just based on that. Yeah. That is what scares me.
Elon Musk exposed all of that, and it's like, wow. I mean, from an intel perspective, I understand that happened. It's just, I guess I was surprised at how eager the media was to just be lapdogs for all of this and just compliant.
Yes.
What happened to investigative journalism?
Not investigative journalism. Journalism, period. That goes back to what Jack Murphy was talking about when he was putting out his story to the CIA. He was working with one of the top 2 publications in the country. And when it came down to like the clock is ticking to hit the publish button on that article, they had to run it by the CIA's deputy director. They had a conference call, a 3-way call with his editor at the publication and the CIA's deputy director on the phone, off the record. He didn't have an on-the-record agreement with this guy. He said completely vehemently denied everything about those cells being in Russia, doing those sabotage campaigns, conducting those sabotage campaigns. In fact, he said that it was rogue Ukrainians conducting those campaigns. So after the call, he has another one-on-one with his editor saying, okay, what are we going to do? And the editor says, we have to scrub every single mention of the CIA out of the story.
Here's rogue Ukrainians that are on CIA payroll.
He wanted to completely make it line up with the deputy director's narrative. But they couldn't just take the story and say, deputy director of the CIA says this at the bottom or something like that. Say they denied it. No, they had to make it jive with his story. That is fucking scary. Because now you're not doing journalism. Now you're just You're just a mouthpiece for the state.
I don't know.
You know, I mean, that's what that is completely, like, I understand
Are you
that
ready for
the
me?
CIA's job is to keep, you know, clandestine missions off the front page of the newspaper. I completely understand that. But when you are absolutely tied into the biggest journalistic publications in the country, it is completely undermining what it means to be a journalist and to be a journalist.
It's that,
And that's why I question so much about this Russia thing. When we say that Russia is they're completely blinded by propaganda. Everything there is propaganda. That's what's made me see that more than anything. What is this? Oh, Pfizer's boss passed out on his own vaccine. Is this the Veritas thing?
yeah, it's probably some of it, but they are. The whole story was just.
When did
All
it
right,
come out?
let's do it. You win one, I win one.
Well, James, I've learned a lot from this conversation, man. We just did 3 hours.
Oh my god!
I appreciate you coming by, man. This has been a really fun conversation. We covered everything.
Also, you know, people are kind of like, this is how we come up with our material for cooks, right?
Yeah.
You ask questions, okay? Lots of questions. It's not that you take a position on one thing or another. It's
That's
just
what I'm
about
talking
your
about. I knew
information
that
so you
one
can
was
then
good.
create these scenarios because I want to have these scenarios out there so people can look at that and go, man, what if this happened? What if that happened? Wow. Well, there's a book about it. There's a whole series on that. So they can walk the dog, see what happens, what could happen. Maybe we go, damn, that is not something we should pursue because here's a somewhat realistic scenario. How could it possibly play out?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of that's like warnings and stuff like that, but just trying to put ideas out there, how things can shake out. And I think that's kind of important.
Come on.
People to see,
This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius.
Right.
Get it.
It's a very.
Oh,
very,
come on.
very
Come on. They should have given me that. That took some skill just to get it over there.
Sort of endeavor that you can go down. That it's really fascinating how you can predict things that happen in real life when you're just writing fiction.
All
You're
right.
trying to cook
All
up
right. I see
scenarios.
you. Get these three.
Just look and say, well,
Get these
It's an
three.
exercise that not a lot of people do, or maybe they do. I'm just not in
well,
that world.
you have to think
You're
nefarious.
right.
You know, take on the nefarious mode.
Got it. Big
Ideally,
time.
I want to
Boom.
be a country.
Okay, now this is a very tough
Walk through the whole thing.
split.
Okay, now
Let's just get these two. Come on.
Or how would I do
I'll
this
take
United
it.
States? How would I manipulate to gain control? It's all about control mind. Right. Most of the world revolves around that. So you just figure it out. And then say, all right, well, let's create a series on that. Create a book series on that. And walk the dog.
Ooh.
And then, you know, I see you
All right.
see it actually unfold. You're like, damn, I shouldn't have made that. When I make the blueprint. for
Right.
someone.
Right. And it's really cool too to see someone like yourself.
Nice
go
spare.
from
That
POC
was
to
great.
Actually finding some sort of meaning in life and create a career for
That
yourself.
was great.
Develop some sort of
What
purpose
has
for
other
yourself.
vets like this too?
Yeah.
You know, I've got 2 other veterans that I've mentored through this whole
Oh,
process.
for sure.
You know, like,
No doubt. Got them all right here. Come on.
And they're making money.
Oh.
You know, they're making $3,000-4,000 a month and growing with their book sales and growing that out. And it's creating alternative works, alternative jobs and careers that help them overcome.
Let's go.
Whether it's a physical disability or just the
Get another one.
trauma, PTSD, and things.
And you
You
did.
don't have to be
Miss
a
Aquarius.
ways
Making
to
it
overcome
tough
this
on
will
me.
be productive.
3 in a row. Right here.
Powerful stuff, man. Tell people where
I
they're
think you
listening
got
and watching,
locked
where they can
up.
buy your books.
You got it
your
locked up.
website, social media, all of it.
Yeah,
You got it locked up.
Find all of our books on Amazon.com. We're available in
Get
Kindle,
one.
print,
Nope.
and audiobooks.
And I'm
Well,
not
you
going
do
to get
audio
this
too,
split.
All of them are
Wow.
audio. Yeah,
Do you read them?
No, I don't. I have
Come on.
professionals to do that because I'm
Wow,
way better
that's a
than
Miss
lot.
Aquarius with the
I already worked
victory.
the 80 hours a week on this
A
stuff.
big time victory. You got your 80. You got your 80th win.
We've got the thrillers that we really
All
dive
right.
on, and we also have sci-fi.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
No
kind of push and do that, but
doubt
it's been fun.
about
It's
it.
to learn like the digital marketing side of it all. And we found out last year with on Amazon, we hit the top 100 most read writers. I think it was like 7 out of the 12 months through the Kindle Unlimited program. We had was it almost 74 million
All right,
pages
get
read through
two.
their Kindle Unlimited
Two's
program.
the minimum.
Of the books. It's insane because we're self-published.
Get 3.
We
Get
just our
3.
own.
Get
We
3.
don't
Get
have a
3. Get 3.
publisher that works for us. We
Oh,
have an
man.
agent. nothing like that. It's our own. So it's our own. We create stories, edit them.
There you go. That's how we started.
Market them.
That's how we started.
All the skills I learned from the government and apply it into marketing and creating books, and so it works.
Incredible work.
Yeah.
Man. Well, thanks again for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Get this. Oh, for sure.
Your film
For sure.
is
Come on.
basically, it's based on
Okay, this is a
the
tough
most significant
split.
close
Just get
encounter
these
in
two.
modern history.
Maybe.
Is that right?
Oh, man.
I think it is.
That was
definitely
not
up
good.
there.
That's not what I wanted to do.
You know, it's definitely very. You know what makes it interesting and valuable is somebody rolled camera back in '94. A lot of people did to interview people and document what happened.
Get it.
That I've never seen in any other place where there's so much.
No, you got this.
Evidence.
Oh, that was
So
bad.
when did you first
It
become
wasn't just
aware of this
ugly, it
case?
was bad.
And how,
But I'm gonna
not
get
only how long
this.
ago did you find out about it?
No
but also
doubt.
could you
Come
basically
on.
give a rundown of what happened
Come on.
in Zimbabwe?
Miss Aquarius gonna get a comeback.
Yeah, I'll give the rundown just so people understand what this event. It was in 1994, September 16th, Friday morning, about 10:30 in the morning. The incident
Get it.
was reported by
Ooh,
a schoolyard. of
ooh, you
children.
got one.
And they witnessed this thing in the sky, and then they saw it set down.
Okay, I'm gonna get these two. It's really
And,
easy.
Watched it, and
Nope,
saw these little
no,
creatures
no,
come out.
no, no.
And
I'll take it though. 9 is okay.
a lot of bizarre
I'll
things
take
they were
9.
witnessing that they didn't quite understand. That comes out
Get
in
it.
the interviews.
But when you do that,
One of these creatures
you
approached it.
become very difficult to beat.
There was some kind of communication attempt.
Oh, and in the last
And,
frame, Miss
that's
Aquarius.
when all the kids. There
Miss
was a whole bunch of
Aquarius.
videos.
I'm winning right now. We aren't playing another one. I'm gonna win this game right here. You got it. You got it. No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Yes.
The sound.
Got it.
Well, according to several of the witnesses, yeah.
All right, I
What-
gotta get
what-
these
What
two.
was that sound? How do they describe it?
They
Got
described it
'em.
like
Miss Aquarius, I don't need another game.
descriptions,
I'm gonna win right here.
mechanical bee sound.
There you go. Miss Aquarius trying to give me another game.
There were two
I
sounds
don't
that
need it.
distinctly
I don't need it.
This buzzing sound that
Undefeated in friendship,
it's the same
undefeated in the
description,
game,
different
undefeated.
descriptions of the same thing, and then there's a high pitched sound that happened.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's
I'm proud of
separate
you as well. Good job.
from this other lower buzzing sound that's different.
Excellent. You win one, I win one. That's the best
So
way.
that's what was reported. So when
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
the BBC started to go,
Thank
immediately
you.
to look at this, the war reporter from BBC, Tim Leach, he was a war reporter.
I think you
Yeah.
must have unblocked me to some degree. I don't know.
Yeah, he covered all kinds of
Okay, well, that's good that you can block him.
atrocities. And,
Unblock them or mute them whenever I want to.
yeah,
There you
he's,
go.
he's
You knocked
already pretty
yourself out.
smart by the time you get Ariel.
Right.
To be honest.
Let's see you
It's hard-
later.
that's a
Take care, Miss Aquarius.
So when did you first
Good
learn
night.
about
Sweet
it?
dreams.
1995.
Oh, you learned about it the following
Well,
year.
you too.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Sweet
ma'am.
dreams.
Because
Thank you.
I'd seen the videos, John Mack. I was familiar with him, and I don't know if it was at an office or something. I saw the first time I saw these kids, and I'm like, and it was also on sightings that same year. And
On sightings.
sightings was an old program about UFOs back in the 90s, 80s, 90s. So yeah, that was the first time I saw it, and I was struck by it because I'm like, what? What are those kids talking about? They're definitely telling the truth about something, and that's what was stuck in my mind. So when the opportunity came up in 2007, we knew about it. I already knew what the material was, not all of it, which I was pretty surprised how much it was.
the material that was. Not just from John Mack, but other people that were into these kids. So, and then there, you know, there was adults. You know, it wasn't just children, it was adults that witnessed this crap around the area. A woman that lived very close to the school witnessed it in the morning. Pilots witnessed it the night before.
Really?
Yeah. People don't know that.
There were a bunch of sightings around Zimbabwe leading up to a week leading up to that day, right?
Right. It goes back.
And it was on the news. They reported on the news.
Yep. And you know, when you're doing a documentary, you're investigating something, you have to look at everything. And you know, one of the big things I looked at was what was going on in space. You know, what were the space programs doing? And actually did FOIAs to, you know, Strategic Air Command, did FOIAs to NASA.
You did?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I spent quite a bit of money on FOIAs because they were beyond, you know, when you request a ton of data, they start charging you money.
Right. And what made you want to start doing these FOIAs?
Well, because I was digging into what was going on in space at the time, you know, and I heard about this Russian satellite that went up and rocket body came in on that Wednesday night, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's pretty important, and you know, I interviewed a whole bunch of people that witnessed something on that Wednesday night at different times. And it's, you know, very possible that that's what some of those people saw was a rocket body, and then there's another group of people that I don't know what they saw, you know. So that kind of was, you know, it was good to go down that avenue because that's all I knew at the time. And then I started to meet people that had seen it on the next night that were pilots, you know, that produced it from the air. And that was not involved in any meteorite activity because I interviewed astronomers, you know, I wanted to do my due diligence on this whole thing. But what really happened? You know?
How long did you spend? How long did it take for you to conduct all these interviews and travel and do all this work and this research for this movie?
15 years.
15 years you worked on the movie.
So long. Yeah, I mean, you know, the investigative part of it, I mean, it never stopped, but the major part of it, I went to Africa for a year, and first trip was 9.5 months. That's when I first, you know, found the school with Nikki Carter, the journalist in Africa, and she had interviewed the kids also, way back in 1994. And found that I could find these kids. This is Robin Jerd that deserves credit for that because she helped me start Facebook right away. She went in Africa and she just donated her time. And started getting in touch with these same kids that were in LA. So then the second trip was, and then I started interviewing these kids that first trip. The second trip I went,
How old were they the first time you interviewed them?
late 20s.
Late 20s.
Because the kids that it happened to were between the ages of 6 and 15.
Right.
Which is a pretty wide range. You know, there's 100 kids in there that aren't running into that stuff. So yeah, the second trip was more, you know, traveling to England, different countries, Canada, across the United States, because most of the kids left because of political unrest in Zimbabwe. You know, even in 2008 when I went, I wasn't even supposed to be in that country. There was a state, there was a warning out by the State Department because of the political violence that was going on. And when I flew out of Zimbabwe, the State Department was on my plane. They were sitting right next to me. And they actually said to me, they said, hey, if you learned anything, could you come and talk to us? Because I was out in the woods. You know, I was out on farmlands, you know, way out of the city. That's when a New York Times reporter ended up in jail, like for 3 months.
I'm not even aware of this.
Yeah, he was reporting on the political violence, and he stayed in Harare. in a hotel, and they put him in jail because they didn't want any Western journalists covering this. So I had cameras.
Wow.
I'm out in the shack in Lua, like an hour or so out of the city, and praying that I can get out of the country without them taking my tape. That's how it was. Yeah. And knowing that people were being, brutally, what happens is they go into a village and they threaten people and violence is committed. If you don't vote for the right person, this is what's going to happen. That's what that was going on.
Wow.
Yeah. I was pretty happy.
So a lot of these kids at the time when you interviewed them in their 20s, they were out of there. They were in England.
Yeah, they went to Australia, England, Germany. They went all over the world. I gotta say, they were really smart kids. I have to say that. Like, they were educated really well. And a mixed, diverse group,
Yeah.
Every color, every religion was really part of that school in England, actually.
Was that sort of like a privileged school for people with money?
It was started by farmers because they didn't want to, they were sending their kids to Ferrari, that city, to go to school. And the farmers decided we want to build our own school. So they were, white farmers predominantly, and political families in Zimbabwe. It was a private school, but they also, they had to bring in the children from the village locally. So it was kind of mixed very well, right? You had privileged people, you had sort of middle class people, and you had very poor people. Yeah. But they did a beautiful job. I mean, it's amazing school still to this day. But you don't see a white population anymore. It's predominantly Shona.
At what point during the process of making this thing did you, like, if you spent 15 years on it, there had to have been something that kept going, because usually people don't spend 15 years working on a project like this. Like, what kept you going through all of it? Obviously, this was like self-funded.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was initially self-funded and fundraisers, actually, through the John Mack Institute in the beginning. They were helping me to, they wanted me to do a 30-minute DVD of just John Mack's interviews of the children. And the more I looked into it, I'm like, you know what, there's a bigger story here, So yeah, I started investing my own money into it, and then at one point I'm like, I think I understand the story, right? And then I was like, it was maybe another 2 years, I'm like, I got it. Okay, I really got the story here.
And were you finding new evidence or new people involved, or?
Yeah. I mean, the further I kept digging, the more people I found. I got on the radio in Africa, which was really great. Easy tried to help me do that. And that brought a lot of people forward, the pilots and people that never forgotten what they'd seen. A lot of the kids also, a lot of other witnesses, and they contacted me from those radio. So why did it take 15 years? I mean, it was, the first 7 or 8 was just investigative, and then it's like, how do you tell it? How do you tell the story? And then that was the difficult choice, was make a standard UFO doc, or, the hard part was doing it without narration, and have the people say it, talk about it themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was so difficult. That's the hardest movie I think you can make, as far as the doc. Because they have to say it, right? And they do. And you have to have so much material just to be able to have all that work.
Yeah, to string together and put a story together. That's the most difficult part. You said Tim Leach was a BBC journalist who was the first one to report on this case, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that drew him, being a war reporter? What made him chase this story?
He just got back from covering, I believe it was the atrocities that were going on in Zimbabwe that were killing people. throwing them in mines because of the politics at the time. So he was coming back from that. He started hearing about these reports about these people seeing stuff in the sky, things in the sky that didn't make sense whatsoever. And then, so he was covering that, and then Ariel happened. And he heard about that. Somebody called him, one of the parents actually, of one of the children. And he went and was the first one on the scene. And he called a UFO researcher because said he was out of his ball game and he had no idea what to do. He called Cynthia Hind, and then Cynthia Hind recommended that he call Dr. John Mack. He was, prominent, and he was researching these type of events. At that time, Dr. Mack was doing this, seeing how widespread this phenomenon was outside of the United States. For a long time, people thought it was just a U.S. phenomenon. Right. And then he started traveling South America, Africa, and finding out the same things are happening.
Now, did you sit down with him, or did you what sort of insight did you get from him by sitting down with him personally?
He was so funny.
Yeah, I think he's kind of a weirdo.
Oh, definitely. And he was just like, he used to photograph. He used to be the photographer for the Rolling Stones. Like, his history is really interesting. So a movie should be done about that guy. Yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, he keeps getting shot. He lost. Oh yeah. Yeah. So he was for real. He just made me laugh all the time.
I spent about a week with him. Did this case get him into the whole UFO thing? Whole UFO world subject, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. I did that. And it's, cost him. It really did. Cost him a job. What? At BBC, yeah. Yeah. How so? Because from Tim's words, he's like, they don't want to, they thought he was on wacky weed, that's what he said to himself. He's writing the editors of BBC like, hey, this is really happening down here. And they just didn't want to talk about it. The way he put it, he's like, there's certain things you don't talk about. And he learned that in war. Like, you don't show really what happened in warfare. He went on about it.
You mean, like, as far as, like, violence and gore?
Yeah. Okay, right. Like what we just saw, in Ukraine. That's what he's talking about. We saw some video recently, like, everybody did. That was just horrific. But that's the stuff they were holding back for a long time that he was shooting. But they never played on TV. And he was always upset. He's like, well, people don't understand what war really is unless you really see how brutally gruesome it is.
How are we going to sell it when people see how violent, deadly, and devastating this is? Yeah.
So the UFO thing was a shock to him. He never stopped thinking about it. He died in 2011. It was probably within a year.
No way.
Yeah, I really wish you got a chance to see this film.
And what year did John Mack die again? 2004. 2004. So did you ever talk to him?
Yes. I didn't interview him, but I did speak to him. Yep.
What was that like?
He was brilliant. He was kind of on another plane in a way. Kind of felt like he was ahead of his time. Yeah, he was the only person, the only people that could really talk with him about things that were people that really had a lot of clinical knowledge and experience. Yeah, and that's what very few people, and they sure weren't open-minded at that time. They thought John Mack had lost his mind, and, they're pretty brutal to them.
Yeah, it's weird to see how they were able to, like we were talking about before we started the podcast, how they were successfully able to destroy his reputation because of this, because they didn't want to be quote unquote associated with this sort of woo topic, that it would sort of discredit the universities or discredit academia in some way. It's just kind of silly.
To be honest with you, I think if they, it's like what happened with Galileo and Copernicus.
Yeah.
You know, how long did that take for them to actually be, you know, what they are actually saying to be accepted? It took like hundreds of years, really, for everybody to get on board. The Catholic Church apologized in 1992 for what they did to him. You know, and that was, and I'm not nothing against the Catholic Church or anything. It's just that it was mindset. Like, this can't be real. We're the center. You know, new information is too disturbing for us. You know,
One of the big things about science is you have to study material objects. Everything has to be objective, and we're studying the material world, and we think about things in a certain way. And when you're studying something that has to change your whole frame of mind and the whole way of solving problems, then it's sort of just like intuitively counterproductive. It's counterproductive to science in general, with the way that we study things and the way that we analyze things. And the way he was doing it was more of on like a personal, subjective way, because he's sitting down with these people who are quote unquote these abduction experiencers. What did he call them? He had a certain term for
he
people.
called them experiencers.
Yeah, they were experiencers of this abduction phenomenon.
Or contact, or any kind of like close encounter with these.
Yeah, and for a guy, a Pulitzer Prize winning Harvard psychiatrist, having hundreds and thousands of people writing in about these experiences that he was having, and having him sorting through thousands of these things, picking certain ones, and sitting down and talking to these people and trying to get them to replay their experiences. How do you analyze that? Because all you're doing is just listening to somebody recall something in their brain. There's nothing material. You can't measure anything.
Well, I mean, there were scars, stuff like that was clinical. You know what I mean? Like something that could be photographed, something that was repeated.
Meaning, like some of these people claim they were brought up into some sort of enclosed object, and some sort of experiments were done on them, or poking or prodding. Yep. And there was a consistency between a lot of these people with certain scars, you're saying?
Yeah. That's true. And I think he saw that. I think other investigators saw that. But what John's claim was, being a very well trained psychiatrist, having written books about dreams and nightmares and addiction, like he covered the whole spectrum, depression, like suicide. He wrote about everything. And he had been seeing clients for 50 years or however many years. So, but his thing was like, these people are behaving and telling their story like people that have had a real experience. It doesn't fit. It didn't fit any of the classical diagnoses for mental illness, or at that time. Well, actually, it was before that time they were saying these people were schizophrenic that were seen and in contact with some other weird species.
Right.
And it went to false memory and all these different diagnoses.
Well, it's hard. I mean, fuck. What year? I mean, he was studying this stuff in the 80s and the 90s, right? So
he started in 90. I think it was in the middle of the 1990s.
Okay, so he started in 1990 probably studying.
Well, he didn't necessarily. He wasn't convinced at that point. He just got exposed to a group of people that were a friend of his introduced him to some. He's like,
is that Highness?
No, that was actually Hopkins, Bud Hopkins.
Bud Hopkins. Yeah.
And a female fellow psychiatrist that brought him to Bud. I think that's what how it happened. That was in 1990, and then he started. And who was Bud Hopkins for people who are familiar? Bud Hopkins, he was an artist. you know, back in like with Dakuni and the guy that put speckles on. His name, sorry.
Yeah,
Pollock.
Yeah, Jackson Pollock.
Jackson Pollock. So he grew up with those guys and like, you know, went to college with those guys, and he was one of those artists from that genre. I mean, Bud Hopkins has art at the Guggenheim and all over. He's all over the place. And he had seen something in 1964 himself with his wife, and he never forgot about it. And then one of his neighbors had reported something, and he wrote a piece for the New York Times editorial. I think it was Sunday. I'm not sure what it was. It was definitely in the New York Times. But it got a lot of press, and it got a lot of people calling him. But he ended up writing a book called Missing Time. That was about these events. And that was, I think, it was way early days. So he became a pretty well-known researcher, you know, of this phenomenon.
So and then John Mack linked up and they started comparing stories.
No, I think it was the psychiatrist friend of John's that said, you have to meet this guy and you have to meet the people he's hearing from. And that's what John did. He went down. He thought they were going to be crazy, and, you know, to be able to easily diagnose them, and that wasn't the case. These were like people that had jobs and careers, were in public, you know. So I think that's what. I think his clinical, he couldn't rule it out as, he couldn't rule it to be something that was easily definable. And I mean, that's really what it came down to.
Like I try to like put myself in his shoes back in that time in the 90s, being a, like I said, Pulitzer Prize winning Harvard psychiatrist, and deciding I'm going to jump into alien abductions and talk about them publicly. It's like, it's almost knowingly career suicide, because you know the stigma involved. Just look where we are, fast forward where we are right now. If you want to start a podcast, or if you want to write books about just alien abductions, people aren't going to take you that seriously in general. Obviously, a lot of people will, but generally, most people won't. You're going to get eye rolls from left, right, everywhere. The funny thing is, though, you can talk about the UFO topics now, because the New York Times is, the Pentagon is, everyone's, Navy fighter pilots are seeing these things, they're talking about it. So the UFO subject is not really stigmatized. Yes, but there's a huge leap between talking about UFOs and talking about alien abductions.
Yeah, and he, you know, John Mack said it himself about, you know, committing professional suicide. You know, that's a shit. He knew what he was doing, but he also knew, I think what he knew was just that, you know, it was what do you do in that situation? He says that himself. Like, what do you do when you see something, you know it's not a medical, you know, a mental diagnosis, a psychological diagnosis or anything else, or some other trauma that's reappearing, you know that it is what it's being presented as. What do you do with that? Do you just not say anything?
How was he able to decipher whether it was just sort of a constructed, fabricated story, or whether it was actually relived trauma? Was there any sort of like distinction he was able to make to analyze that?
Yeah, I think it, you know, over time, I think it's just experience. You see different behaviors of different people. That's what you're trained to do. You know, that's what he was trained to do. With children and adults to find out what the truth really was. You know. So yeah, I don't, and I think, you know, it's still here. Whatever this phenomenon is, it hasn't gone away. It's never gone away. It was here before John Mack was here or anybody else was here. It was still going on as being reported. And we still don't have a clear answer about it. You know?
Yeah. Well, not people.
And nobody touched it. It's disturbing. I mean, really, that's what it's disturbing.
The first interview I ever heard about anything like this that kind of like made me like pause and take a deep breath was the Travis Walton story. When I heard him explain that, I was just like, holy shit. Like I was like, my bullshit detectors were out and ready to fucking pick on anything. But it seemed very, the way he described it and the way his stories stayed consistent really kind of fucking blew me back in my seat.
It's like Travis, those 5 witnesses. I believe it's 5 other guys. They've never changed their story. They watched it happen. And, you know, I've talked with him. That man, he's another person who's really put himself that don't benefit him. You know, in the long run, it hasn't benefited him to talk about this. You know, and it's, I mean, he's making millions of dollars and you know what I mean? Like, what's
History Channel?
that's true. Okay, that's different. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's it's, you know, there's a lot of people that feel like, and I've run into so many, you know, just in the process of doing this movie, who, you know, they feel like it's just important that humanity knows that there's something else out here.
Did John Mack ever meet with Travis Walton or interview him or do a session with him?
I don't know for sure about Travis. I don't think so. It's just because of their distance away from each other. But it could have happened.
And what was some of the biggest criticisms of John Mack with his colleagues or with anybody? Like, what was the biggest pushback against him and his credibility? You said they were successfully able to destroy his credibility. What?
I think they did that in the press. I mean, it's kind of childish in a way. Like they just called him Wacko Macko and just told, you know, I think there were a lot of, well, the people that were really concerned were alumni. That's how it really got raised. And then also the school itself. And Harvard? Yes, okay. And, you know, John Mack had submitted a document for the New England Journal of Medicine, a paper written about this, what he was, you know, working on, saying this is not a mental illness. And, you know, they would not publish it. They wouldn't publish it. And it ends up that guy who was the head of the New England Journal of Medicine was the guy going after him from Harvard. Like, within 6 months. So that's pretty interesting that those were connected. And they just didn't know.
Now, when you were doing your documentary, you interviewed a lot of his colleagues, as well as a lot of the alumni from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
What sort of sense did you get from talking to those guys? I mean, I can't imagine did you talk to anybody who talked negatively about him, or was it all sort of people who loved him and supported him?
Well, a lot of the people that talked negatively were public, so I could get that data. You know, those interviews and stuff like that. So I didn't really need to. It was all said pretty openly through interviews or newspaper articles. People really, but you know what it really looks like to me now, and probably it's just people couldn't even go there. Didn't want to go there. And they were really disturbed that somebody in their, you know, circles was going there. To think way outside, you know, what was reasonable in their minds. You know, it's like the whole oxygen thing, you know, where the simplest explanation is likely the one. Which is usually true, but maybe not so in this case. You know?
Yeah, like some of the other guys, they were just happy floating in the shallow and they didn't want to go risk their lives. Where John was working, because it would be too dangerous for them, for their careers, and it was just like, you know,
I think John, I think he had accomplished so much by that point. He was on some level.
That's another thing too. that you see a lot in academia is the people that come from these universities who end up publishing works and getting lots of attention, media attention. There's a lot of jealousy with their colleagues, and a lot of people try to like shoot them down and talk negatively about them because they are in the spotlight. And then you have to question, like, you see it all the time on the internet nowadays. People start talking about certain subjects. They realize they get a lot of attention and a lot of money from talking about certain subjects or certain topics, positively or negatively, and they just sort of like fall down that rabbit hole, and they just keep chasing that, and they just go in one direction. So that's a legitimate question you could ask about John Mack, is that did he see this thing, study it for a little bit, realize he's getting a lot of attention, and just sort of lean into it because of, hey, I'm getting on Oprah, you know, I'm writing all these books, getting all this money off these books, everyone wants to interview me, I'm a huge public figure. What's the point of just stopping this and doing something else, even if he's not super interested in it, you know?
No, I just don't see that. I mean, I think he was very moved by it. You know, because he was, you know,